Li Fei obtained an unremarkable stone, which, by a twist of fate, became stained with his blood, revealing within it a plethora of technological manuals. Henceforth, armed with these tomes, he founded his own company and embarked upon a path of resplendent success. Chapter 1. A Stone as a Gift. In the distant void of the cosmos, there existed an irregularly shaped stone that traversed the expanse beyond a beautiful planet, where colossal spaceports housed a myriad of spacecraft. The stone, initially in flight, abruptly altered its trajectory, encircling the planet and emitting an imperceptible wave that flickered and vanished. Warning, warning, this planet is under attack by external forces. Please prepare defensive measures. The orderly flow of incoming and outgoing spacecraft descended into chaos upon the utterance of this alarm, resulting in collisions and massive explosions. Esteemed travelers and citizens, our planet is not under siege by external enemies. Please remain stationary with your vessels and heed the guidance of the artificial intelligence. The previously frantic spacecraft, upon hearing the announcement, dutifully shut down their engines, awaiting direction from the spaceport, as no one dared to disrupt the order at this time. Within a luxurious office at the spaceport, a humanoid being with a keratinized forehead and brown hair knelt on one knee, delivering a report. General Giler, our investigations reveal that within a 100 light-year radius, no hostile vessels have been detected. This incident may have been caused by a meteorite impact, leading to a misjudgment by the system. Giler Michi, one of the highest commanders on the planet Jiao Ba, upon receiving this report, slammed his cup onto the table and muttered curses. This damned system has malfunctioned again. Haven't those scientists resolved this issue yet? General, I inquired earlier, and they currently lack effective solutions. Those advanced civilizations are unwilling to sell their technology in this regard, and relying on our scientists will take considerable time to yield results. After hearing his subordinate's report, Giler Michi waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. As the door closed behind him, he sank into a comfortable chair, letting out a weary sigh. Their species, known as the Jiao Ba, had escaped their home planet over 10,000 years ago to establish space stations in the cosmos. Today, their technological advancement had reached level 3, with 36 inhabited planets. Yet, in the past century, their technological progress had stagnated, and there was a severe brain drain. The source of chaos on the planet Jiao Ba had long since vanished, leaving no trace. The levels of technology range from 0 to 9, with additional classifications of divine and transcendent levels. On June 8, 2017, on the Blue Planet, in the land of the flower-growing nation, a young man emerged from the examination room, stretching his neck and exhaling deeply before making his way towards the school entrance. His name was Li Fei, who had just turned 18, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, attending a high school in Yuqing named Qingyang School. Today marked the final day of the college entrance examination, and he was fortunate not to have been assigned to another testing location. As Li Fei approached the school gate, he glanced around and noticed a woman waving at him. "Please make way, I need to exit." Observing the crowd craning their necks to peer inside, blocking the entrance and exit, Li Fei could only call out, "Young man, why are you out so quickly? How did the exam go?" Among the waiting parents outside, a middle-aged man inquired curiously as someone exited. This year's exam was relatively straightforward, with only a question or two that were somewhat challenging. Upon hearing the inquiry directed at him, Li Fei paused, smiled in response, and continued towards the gathering crowd. When he reached a shaded area, he addressed the woman before him. "Mom, it's so hot today. I told you not to come." "It's quite all right. I brought an umbrella and am standing in the shade, so I hardly feel the heat." "Son, how did the exam go? Are you confident of scoring above 600? The woman speaking was Li Fei's mother, Chu Hongmei, age 37. "Mom, rest assured, your son can achieve a score of 600. If you are confident, then I shall be at ease. Let us head home. Your father is still waiting at the supermarket," Chu Hongmei said, leading the way towards the nearby parking lot. Li Fei's family operated a small supermarket, primarily selling beverages, beer, and rice, yielding an annual income of around 200,000 to 300,000, thus ensuring a comfortable living. Upon returning home, a figure dashed down the stairs and leaped onto Li Fei, exclaiming, "Brother, are you done with your exam?" Seeing the person clinging to him like an octopus, Li Fei reluctantly reached out to ruffle her hair. "Chi-Chi, please get off me, all right? You are truly too heavy." The one who embraced Li Fei was his younger sister, Li Chi-Chi, who was 12 years old and nearing 13, having just graduated from elementary school and preparing to enter middle school in the upcoming semester. Odious brother, I had intended to present you with a gift today, but to my dismay, you dare to call me fat. This truly saddens me," Li Chi-Chi exclaimed, releasing her grip from around Li Fei's neck and sulking as she settled onto the couch. "Oh dear, who has dared to provoke our adorable little princess into anger? Look at her. She has turned into a dumpling-faced creature, How utterly despicable. Come, tell your brother who it is. I must give them a good thrashing, Li Fei declared as he seated himself on the adjacent sofa, feigning indignation. You are the one with the dumpling face, and a rather large one at that. Li Qiqi retorted immediately upon hearing her brother's comment about her visage. From the kitchen, Chu Hongmei, who was busy preparing a meal, poked her head in a glance at them and chimed in. Xiao Fei, why do you tease your sister the moment you return home? At your age, you should be more considerate, she admonished. And seeing Li Fei being scolded, a smug expression crept onto Li Qiqi's face. However, before she could revel in her triumph, another remark floated in from the kitchen. And you, Qiqi, you mischievous little rascal, you better behave, or I shall have to give you a good spanking, admonished their mother, Chu Hongmei, who knew her two children all too well, both of whom were quite the handful. Upon realizing she too was being reprimanded, a look of discontent crossed Li Qiqi's face. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Fei, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she stood up and announced, Brother, please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch your gift. Li Fei watched as his sister dashed upstairs, puzzled by what she might be retrieving to play a prank on him. As for the so-called gift Li Qiqi mentioned, he held no belief in its authenticity, having experienced similar antics countless times before. Before long, Li Qiqi bounded down the stairs, cradling a beautifully wrapped gift box in her arms. Brother, this is a gift for you. I wish you score above 650 on your college entrance examination, she proclaimed, her face radiating sincerity, which stirred a pang of guilt in Li Fei for doubting her intentions. Thank you, Qiqi, for this thoughtful gift. I shall strive to achieve excellent results, he replied, reaching out to untie the bow atop the box. As he lifted the lid, he discovered, to his astonishment, a mere stone lying within. He realized he had once again fallen victim to his sister's prank, a wry smile creeping onto his face while internally he lamented, Little rascal, return my heartfelt emotions at once. Chapter 2. Repairing the drone and injuring my finger. Li Qiqi observed the expression on Li Fei's face, secretly stifling a laugh, while outwardly she said, Brother, do you like the gift I gave you? Of course I do. As long as it's from you, I am utterly satisfied, Li Fei replied, casually closing the box. His bittersweet smile instantly transformed into one of delight as he responded cheerfully. I'm glad you like it. I managed to exchange this from Little Fatty for 5 candies, she declared. As soon as her words faded, a voice echoed from outside. Qiqi, what did you exchange this time for Zhou Xiaoshui? Li Qiqi turned towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was Li Mingjun, returning from the supermarket. Dad, why are you home so early today? Today is your brother's day of college entrance examination completion, so I wanted to return a bit earlier. Besides, the supermarket is just downstairs. It only takes a few minutes to come back, he replied. Hey, let us not change the subject. What did you exchange from Zhou Xiaoshui? At the age of 40, Li Mingjun had been running the supermarket for 7 years. He was known for his integrity in business and maintained strict discipline over his children. Dad, you're back. Little sister exchanged a stone from Fatty, and now she is giving it to me as a gift, Li Fei swiftly answered on behalf of Li Qiqi, who seized the opportunity to dash upstairs. Li Mingjun, having changed his shoes at the entrance, walked in and poured himself a glass of water, which he downed in one gulp. Xiao Fei, who gave you this gift? It's for my adorable little sister. This time, the gift is quite acceptable. Unlike those prank props from before, Li Fei remarked, reopening the gift box to present it to Li Mingjun. Ah, this stone is rather unique. It possesses a certain collectible value, Li Mingjun commented after glancing at the box and noticing that the stone resembled a heart. That is why I said her gift this time is quite good. At least it's not just a random stone picked up from the ground. Li Fei said as he closed the box again and placed it on the coffee table, intending to return it to his room after dinner. Li Mingjun took out a pack of cigarettes, extracted one, lit it, took a slow puff, and then exhaled before asking, by the way, Xiao Fei, have you decided which university you plan to attend? Noticing his father smoking, Li Fei reached for the ashtray before responding. The exam results aren't out yet, so I don't know which school I can attend. Li Mingjun gently tapped the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray to prevent any from falling on the floor. I understand that the results aren't available yet, but I just wanted to know what kind of school you're hoping to go to. Do you want to study out of town or stay here? Without hesitation, Li Fei answered, I plan to stay here for my studies. There are several good schools locally. There is no need to go too far for education. All right, since you wish to study here, your mother and I will respect your choice, Li Mingjun replied, acknowledging that his child was now an adult capable of making his own decisions. As parents, they could only guide him from the sidelines and refrain from interfering in every matter. The father and son exchanged casual conversation for about 20 minutes when a voice rang out from the kitchen. Old Li, stop chatting and wash your hands quickly. Come in and serve the dishes. Dinner is ready. Okay, I'm coming. Xiao Fei, go call your sister down for dinner. Li Mingjun stood up, heading toward the wash basin while instructing Li Fei to fetch Li Qiqi from upstairs. However, before Li Fei could rise, he heard a series of thuds echoing from the staircase. Li Qiqi came bounding down, heading straight for the kitchen. Mom, the sweet and sour ribs you made smell amazing. I want to taste one. Hey, Xiaoqi, you're not allowed to grab it with your hands. Hurry and serve the dishes. As Li Qiqi dashed into the kitchen, she spotted the ribs on the stove and reached out to grab one. However, just as her hand was halfway there, she was stopped by Chu Hongmei, who was cooking, urging her to serve the food instead. After the family had finished dinner, Li Fei bid his parents farewell and returned to his room with the stone gifted by his sister. Once the door was securely shut, he approached his desk, placing the gift box aside as he powered on his computer and main unit. After about 30 seconds, the screen lit up, and Li Fei swiftly logged into his QQ account. As soon as he logged in, a flurry of messages popped up. He casually clicked on an incessantly vibrating QQ, and a chat interface appeared on the screen, with the title Class Chat Group boldly displayed at the top. The first to speak in the group was a person named Hu Kai. Dear classmates, today marks the end of the college entrance examination. I wonder how confident you are about your scores? Following that, another classmate named Sun Xiaoming sent a message. This year's exam was somewhat difficult. I couldn't solve a few questions, so my score might not be ideal. Li Fei merely glanced through the messages before closing the chat interface, having no intention of engaging in conversation. He opened a music platform, clicked the play button, and stood up, walking toward the corner where he picked up a cardboard box from the floor, returning to his desk. With one hand free, he pushed the gift box to the edge of the computer. In the process, perhaps due to applying a bit too much force, the box toppled over, and the stone rolled out. However, Li Fei paid it no mind. He placed the cardboard box on the now empty desk and retrieved a remote-controlled drone from inside. The drone had 4 rotors, but one of its arms was broken, exposing the motor. Now, he needed to replace the damaged arm and install a new one. From the cardboard box, he pulled out a toolbox, extracting a small screwdriver to begin unscrewing the bolts on the drone, one by one. Once all the screws were removed, he attempted to pry open the casing with his hands, but found it unyielding, prompting a closer inspection. Before long, Li Fei discovered that the drone's casing was firmly secured by internal clips. Thus, he retrieved a prying tool from the toolbox and carefully worked it along the seams of the casing. As he was prying with determination, the tool suddenly slipped, piercing his left index finger and drawing blood. Ouch! This machine is truly difficult to disassemble. It even made me bleed. What bad luck! Li Fei exclaimed, tossing aside the prying tool as he rummaged through the drawer in search of a band-aid. His injured finger brushed against the stone, and the blood adhered to it, vanishing in an instant. Yet, engrossed in his search for a band-aid, Li Fei remained oblivious to this peculiar occurrence. How strange. I remember there were several band-aids in the drawer. Why can't I find them now? Did my little sister come into my room again and take them all? After rummaging through the drawer for a while without any success, Li Fei reluctantly exited the room and made his way across the hall. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoqi, please open the door. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a small head peeking out. Go, why are you knocking on my door? Did you sneak into my room again and take the band-aids from the drawer? Hurry and get one. My hand is injured. Li Fei raised his hand and addressed Li Qiqi. Chapter 3. The Odd Place. Upon seeing her brother's injured finger, Li Qiqi hurried back to her room to fetch a band-aid and soon returned. Go, here, you can use this. There are only these 2 left. I've used all the others. 2 will suffice. Just tear one open and apply it to my hand, he replied. Although Li Qiqi delighted in playing pranks on her brother, she couldn't help but act dutifully, gently placing a band-aid on his wound. How did you injure your finger? Upon hearing her brother's predicament, Li Fei pinched her cheek lightly with his other hand before responding. Do you remember the last time when someone quietly took the drone out to play and crashed it into a branch? Well, today, right after the college entrance examination, I intended to repair it, but inadvertently cut my hand instead. Seeing her brother's hand on her face, Li Qiqi swiftly swatted his hand away, pouting, bad brother. How many times have I told you not to pinch my face? If you do it again, I want to talk to you. You can't blame me entirely for last time. Who knew it would be so windy that the drone would end up in a tree? Besides, I already compensated you with a month's worth of pocket money. Where even now, Li Fei was left speechless at her audacity. Indeed, he had given her the money, only for her to run off to complain to Chu Hongmei, claiming he had emptied her pockets. The pitiable expression she wore had convinced anyone who saw it to believe her, showcasing her remarkable deceitfulness. Ultimately, he had no choice but to return all the cash he had on hand and even fork out an additional 500 yuan to quell the situation. You dare mention that? Who was it who stuffed money into my hand only to turn around and complain? You ended up costing me several hundred yuan. With her secret exposed, Li Qiqi made a face and dashed back into her room, slamming the door behind her. Li Fei could only shake his head in resignation as he turned to return to his own room. At that moment, Chu Hongmei's voice floated up from downstairs. Xiao Fei, is your hand all right? Mom, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about. To reassure her, Li Fei walked over to the railing and waved his injured finger back and forth. Chu Hongmei glanced up, despite the distance. She could see that there was indeed no serious issue, which eased her mind. That drone is broken, but it's not the end of the world. Just buy a new one online. It's no big deal. That drone was just recently purchased. As long as I replace a part, it will be operational again. There's no need to waste money. In Li Fei's view, spending thousands on a new drone was sheer extravagance and utterly unnecessary. Chu Hongmei, lacking understanding in this area, chose not to argue further. Returning to his room, Li Fei placed the Band-Aid in the drawer and resumed dismantling the drone. This time, he proceeded with utmost caution, avoiding any further mishaps as he successfully opened the casing. Following the wiring, he detached a connection point, removed the damaged arm, installed a new one, and resealed the casing to test whether the drone could fly again. After a series of tests, Li Fei found no issues and stored away. He discarded the broken arm into the trash and returned to his desk, placing the screwdriver and tools back into the toolbox. As he was putting everything back in order and sat down at his computer, he noticed a gift box lying on its side. He righted it, only to realize that the stone on the table was missing. I distinctly saw it on the table earlier. How could it have vanished? Li Fei searched the table thoroughly, but found no trace of the stone. He scratched his head in confusion, murmuring to himself. In truth, that stone, having absorbed blood, had transformed into a radiant glow the moment Li Fei turned to leave the room, burrowing into his mind. Hence it was no longer visible on the table. This cannot be disclosed to my sister, otherwise she'll think I discarded it again, he resolved, stowing the gift box into a drawer before opening a document labeled technology on his computer. With a slight movement of the mouse, a small file marked in red appeared, titled Introduction to Programming. He clicked on the book and began to read attentively. As he immersed himself in the material, time slipped away, and before he knew it, it was 7 p.m. Stretching lazily, he used the mouse to shut down the computer. He casually grabbed a set of pajamas from the wardrobe, opened his bedroom door, and headed towards the bathroom by the stairs to take a shower. Li Fei's residence was situated in an urban village, so the house was self-built rather than a commercial property. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he discovered it was closed, accompanied by the sound of running water. Someone was clearly showering. Resigned, he returned to the living room to wait. After a little over 10 minutes, with a click, Chu Hongmei emerged, towel in hand, drying her hair. Upon seeing Li Fei seated on the sofa, she urged, Xiao Fei, hurry up and wash. If Xiaoqi goes in now, you'll have to wait even longer. Mom, I know, I'm going right now, he replied, gathering his clothes and swiftly making his way to the bathroom. Just as he closed the door behind him, Li Qiqi's room swung open. Oh, Mom, why didn't you call me when you came out? Because your brother went in first, you'll have to wait a bit. Once he gets out, I'll call you. In the meantime, go back and review your studies. Your turn for exams will come soon, so make the most of your time. Faced with her mother's insistence, Li Qiqi pouted, glanced towards the bathroom, waved her small fists in frustration, and retreated to her room. Watching her daughter's demeanor, Chu Hongmei shook her head and continued drying her still damp hair. Li Fei lay on his bed, engrossed in a computer programming book. However, it wasn't long before his eyelids grew heavy, and he stifled a yawn. Why am I so sleepy tonight? It must be the mental exertion from the exams today. With that thought, he closed the book and placed it on the bedside table, pressed the switch on the wall, and plunged the room into darkness. Before long, he drifted off into slumber. As he slipped into a deep slumber, Li Fei's consciousness transported him to an enigmatic realm, resembling an extensive library filled with countless tomes that seemed to stretch infinitely. What is this place? How did I suddenly find myself here? Hello, is anyone present? Li Fei initially surveyed his surroundings, perplexed as to why he was in this peculiar location. And having yet to encounter another soul, he attempted to call out. After an extended silence yielded no response, he began to wander about, only to discover he could no longer advance after taking just a few steps. After several fruitless attempts, he retreated to his original spot and casually picked up a book from a nearby shelf. Chapter 4. So, it is the development of brain-enhancing serums. Initially, Li Fei merely leafed through the pages without much thought, dismissing it as a mere dream. However, after perusing a few pages, he became engrossed, flipping the book over to examine the cover which bore the title, The Historical Development of Civilizations from Level 0 to Level 1. Who authored this book? Why have I never heard anyone mention it before? As he finished his thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, the contents of a dream do not warrant serious consideration. Perhaps upon awakening, he would remember nothing of it. Although it was a dream, the experience felt astonishingly real. Holding the book in his hands, he began reading from the first page. Not particularly thick, Li Fei completed the book in a little over 20 minutes. The narrative primarily recounted how a civilization evolved from savage era to the creation of various iron tools, battling the formidable beasts of the wilderness, albeit with significant casualties each time. In a bid for survival, they incessantly researched long-range weaponry to mitigate losses. This starkly contrasted with the historical trajectory on Blue Star, highlighting considerable discrepancies between the two. Upon finishing the book and preparing to return to the shelf, Li Fei noticed some peculiarities in the script. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it bore a resemblance to ancient characters, yet with subtle differences. This did not appear to be the writing of Blue Star. It was rather odd. Could it be that I dreamt of extraterrestrial script? The thought made him laugh again as he returned the book to the shelf and picked up another volume, glancing at its title, The Comprehensive Guide to Programming. Seeing it was a topic of interest, Li Fei wasted no time and immediately opened the first page. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Li Fei awoke. Sitting up in bed and reflecting on the dream he had experienced the previous night, which remained vividly etched in his mind. What a remarkably realistic dream it was, akin to a genuine library. With a smile, he tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise and dress, but in the next instant, his body froze. For just as Li Fei had focused his attention, he glimpsed the library from his dream and instinctively slapped his face, feeling a sharp sting. With that, the vision vanished, and Li Fei exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed he had merely experienced a hallucination. Had such a place truly existed, he would have eagerly finished the book from last night's dream. However, as soon as he completed his thought, an invisible wave of light swept through the room, revealing two technologically advanced doors. What in the world is this? Could it be another hallucination? Startled by the sudden appearance of the doors, Li Fei hesitated. Yet when they remained still, he felt a slight sense of relief. Still, he could not resist slapping his face again, grimacing in pain as he drew a sharp breath. Ouch, that hurt. These doors are indeed real, suggesting it was not merely an illusion. After pondering for a moment, Li Fei decided to put on his shoes and approach the doors to see if they would open. Cautiously, he stepped forward, slowly reaching out with both hands. The moment his palms made contact, before he could exert any force, the seemingly weighty doors began to glide open. Once the doors fully parted, Li Fei did not rush inside. Instead, he stood at the threshold, surveying the interior. To his astonishment, the environment mirrored the scene from his dream with uncanny precision, leaving him with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that he had not merely dreamt, but had genuinely perused books in this very place? Was this the legendary Golden Finger he had heard whispers of? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. Besides his studies, Li Fei occasionally indulged in online novels, thus possessing a modicum of familiarity with the concept of systems and golden fingers. Yet, just as his exhilaration bubbled, he compelled himself to regain composure. If this truly were a system of that nature, he must proceed with utmost caution. If it adhered to certain principles, he would obtain what he sought and depart without incident. Conversely, if it turned out to be a malevolent system, he might find himself in dire straits without even realizing it. Thus, he resolved to step inside and probe further. After observing for a while, without discernible insight, he donned a pair of sandals and entered. Without further ado, he called out, "System, are you home? Let's have a chat." After a considerable wait, aside from the sound of his own breathing, no response came. Just as he prepared to call out again, a sudden influx of information flooded his mind, causing him to swallow back the words he had intended to speak. Once he grasped the newly acquired knowledge, a look of delight spread across his face. It turned out that the stone, regarded as a gift, was actually a primordial companion formed during the universe's genesis, endowed with a memory function, adrift in the cosmos. Having recorded numerous events, recently, it traversed a newly formed wormhole, entering the solar system, and made its way to Blue Star, ultimately landing in his neighborhood, where it was discovered by Zhou Xiaoshui. Later, it was exchanged for 5 candies by Li Qiqi as a graduation present for Li Fei, inadvertently mingling with his blood and transforming into a radiant light that entered his mind. This space was impervious to any living entity other than Li Fei unless granted permission. Now, he finally understood why, in last night's dream, he could not venture deeper. He needed to read the preceding books to access subsequent information. For instance, concerning computer programming, he must diligently study the books on the front shelves before qualifying for more advanced tomes. Otherwise, even if he obtained them, he would be utterly lost and unable to comprehend their contents. It seemed his ancestral grave must be emitting green smoke of a notably dense variety, for he would not have stumbled upon such a monumental opportunity otherwise. However, this matter must remain a secret. Should word get out, his family could expect no favorable outcome. Until he had fully developed, he must act with utmost discretion. Li Fei resolved to keep this secret even from his parents, as the more individuals who knew, the greater the risk of exposure. Gazing at the rows of bookshelves brimming with various volumes, he pondered how long it would take to read them all. He also questioned whether any of these texts contain information regarding the development of brain-enhancing serums. If such a thing existed, perhaps my reading speed would significantly improve in the future. In the past, when Li Fei indulged in science fiction novels, he encountered references to such a potion, though he remained uncertain of its actual existence. Noticing that it was still early, Li Fei resolved to search for it and see if there were any collections available. After half an hour of rummaging, he discovered a book on the 5th shelf titled Developing Brain Potions, a Beginner's Guide. Each bookshelf here boasted 9 tiers, with each level capable of holding 50 tomes. Eagerly, he retrieved the book and began to peruse its contents. However, after a short while, he found himself compelled to set it aside, not due to a lack of comprehension, but rather because the items mentioned within were utterly absent from his household. Moreover, with time slipping away, he knew he needed to depart swiftly. Otherwise, if his family called for him and received no response, they would surely come to investigate. If he were to suddenly appear at that moment, it would undoubtedly startle them, and his secrets might be laid bare. Chapter 5. The Professional Fraud Hunter in Search of the Laboratory. Li Fei returned the book to its rightful place, not lingering any longer in that space, and turned to exit. Upon stepping outside, he glanced back and noticed the grand door still standing in the distance. A frown forming upon his brow as he muttered to himself, "This door is in my room. How shall I explain its presence to my parents?" Just as he was musing over this dilemma, the technologically advanced double doors vanished from sight. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated from outside, accompanied by a voice calling out, "Lazybones brother, hurry up and get out of bed. Breakfast is ready." "Understood. You may head down first. I will change my clothes and join you shortly," Li Fei replied. As soon as his words left his lips, the persistent knocking ceased. He hurried to the wardrobe, opened one of its doors, and casually retrieved an outfit. After changing, he promptly headed out towards the wash basin. Once Li Fei had finished freshening up and arrived at the dining table, his mother, Chu Hongmei, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of porridge. "Mom, where's Dad? Where'd he go?" he inquired, noticing that only his little sister, Li Qiqi, occupied a seat at the table, with no sign of their father. Setting the porridge down, Chu Hongmei pulled out a chair beside her and sat down before responding. "A guest called downstairs earlier, requesting some tobacco and liquor. Your father went to fetch it. I'll head down to help with the unloading, and I'll come back up to eat afterward," he said, turning to leave. Just then, Li Qiqi's voice interrupted. "Dad has been gone for over 10 minutes. The goods should be nearly loaded onto the truck and will likely be back soon." As if to corroborate her statement, a sudden clamor arose from downstairs, the unmistakable sound of the rolling shutter being pulled down. Moments later, the rapid footsteps echoed up the staircase. Hearing this, Li Fei took his seat again. As Li Mingjun appeared at the top of the stairs, a voice full of complaint reached the table. "This morning's call had me thinking we had a major client. Little did I know it was just a professional fraud hunter. What a stroke of bad luck." The 3 individuals seated at the table heard this clearly, their brows furrowing in unison. Old Li, since he is a professional fraud hunter, why not simply call the police? Why has he been gone for so long? Chu Hongmei questioned, her confusion evident as she looked at Li Mingjun, knowing his temperament. He should have returned promptly upon recognizing the nature of the visitor. "At first, I had no idea he was in that line of work. Otherwise, I would have reported him immediately," Li Mingjun replied, his frustration palpable. It turned out he had been down there for about 10 minutes, preparing all the goods and awaiting payment. Who could have guessed that the man would start to dawdle, claiming the prices were too high and inquiring if he had any of the same brand available at a significantly lower cost? Li Mingjun instantly recognized the ruse. All the items in his shop were sourced from legitimate channels, and he had no inferior products for sale. As a seasoned professional fraud hunter, the man was not easily deterred. He subtly indicated that if the shop had the desired goods, he would be willing to purchase a large quantity. Having dealt with such individuals numerous times over the years, Li Mingjun quickly deduced the man's intentions, though he still felt some uncertainty. "Mr. Ding, I run a legitimate establishment, and I do not possess the items you seek. The total comes to 580 yuan. Would you prefer to pay cash, transfer, or card?" Now, don't rush, Mr. Li. Everything I've said is true. If you have what I want, I am prepared to make a purchase of 50,000 yuan. With this declaration, Li Mingjun's suspicions solidified. If you insist on acquiring such items, I can only express my apologies. With that, he produced his phone, quickly pressed 3 digits to dial. Upon seeing the numbers on the screen, the professional fraud hunter's expression shifted dramatically. He turned and fled, yanking open the car door and hastily slipping inside, starting the vehicle in a flurry and speeding off without even shutting the door behind him, vanishing from sight in an instant. Watching the man and his vehicle disappear, Li Mingjun begrudgingly tucked away his phone, displeased, and secured the rolling shutter door before returning upstairs. Upon reaching the dining table, he pulled out a chair beside Chu Hongmei and sat down with a sigh. Let us put aside this unfortunate incident and have breakfast. Another batch of goods is due to arrive shortly. I need to keep an eye on things at the warehouse. All right, let us eat, Chu Hongmei replied, ladling porridge into bowls for everyone and urging her daughter, Li Qiqi, to hasten her meal as she had school to attend. Li Fei glanced up and winked at his sister, a mischievous grin on his face, as if to say, little sis, I've finished my exams. Are you not envious? Sitting directly across from him, Li Qiqi caught on to his antics, made a face in return, and promptly began eating. Li Fei chose not to tease her further. Instead, he reached into a dish and plucked a piece of dried radish to chew on, washing it down with a sip of porridge before speaking. Mom, after breakfast, I need to step out for a bit. Li Mingjun merely exchanged a glance with him, saying nothing but nodding in tacit agreement. Chu Hongmei paused her actions, looking up to inquire, all right, after we finish, I'll get you a bit of money. No need, Mom. I still have some on me, Li Fei replied, prompting Chu Hongmei to refrain from further comments. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Fei set down his bowl and chopsticks, exchanging farewells with his parents as he prepared to head downstairs. Brother, wait for me. Let us go together, Li Qiqi called out urgently as she noticed him leaving. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Li Fei merely extended a hand behind him in a dismissive gesture, not even turning his head as he descended the stairs, leaving behind a parting remark. You live but a stone's throw from the school, and our paths do not align. There is no necessity for us to walk together. Watching the figure that had already vanished from sight, Li Qiqi could not help but pout, turning to Chu Hongmei with a playful tone. Mom, look at my brother. He didn't even wait for me. Isn't that a bit excessive? I told you to refrain from pranking him, but you never believed me. Now you see he wouldn't to even wait for you, she added, fully aware of her daughter's penchant for mischief when it came to Li Fei. Although he had evaded most of her tricks, there were times when Li Qiqi found herself ensnared by the very devices she had devised. The reason Li Fei ventured out today was primarily to ascertain whether the school laboratory was unoccupied. He wished to utilize the instruments within to extract certain substances from various herbs. Some of the equipment was beyond his current financial capabilities, and his family would not squander money on such matters. After all, the existence of such miraculous potions would be met with skepticism. Thus, his first thought was the high school laboratory, a place he had visited a few times during his studies. Although the apparatus there was certainly inferior compared to that of a university, it should suffice for his current needs. Should it prove inadequate, he would seek alternative solutions. As he spoke, Li Fei made his way toward a bus stop. Chapter 6. Gathering Evidence. Continuing the reading. Li Fei took out his phone to check the bus schedule. It would be a while before the next bus arrived. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to call his homeroom teacher for an inquiry. Beep, 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 beep. After 4 rings, the call was answered. Hello, Li Fei, what brings you to call? A melodious voice emanated from the phone, drawing the attention of several individuals waiting at the bus stop. Teacher, I would like to inquire if anyone has been using the school laboratory recently? After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, I'm not certain. Let me check and I'll get back to you, though it may take until tomorrow. If there is nothing else, I'll end the call as I'm quite busy. Thank you, Teacher Zeng. Since you are occupied, I shall not keep you. Goodbye. All right, goodbye. With that, the call ended, and Li Fei tucked his phone away. The teacher he referred to, Zeng Yuru, was only 28 years old and had recently obtained her doctorate just last year. She had stepped into the role of homeroom teacher following the retirement of their previous instructor, who had reached retirement age and was in poor health. Realizing that he needed to wait for Zeng Yuru's response regarding the laboratory, Li Fei turned away, intending to return home and continue his studies. After walking a few paces, he encountered a familiar face and paused to greet him. Good morning, Grandpa Zhou, an elderly man, his hair more than half gray and likely in his 60s, looked up upon hearing his name. Ah, it's young Fei. The bus is about to arrive from that direction. Why are you leaving? Recognizing the man as their neighbor, Li Fei smiled and replied, I've decided against going. The bus is nearly here, so you should hurry along, or you'll have to wait for the next one. Noticing the bus approaching, Li Fei stepped aside to allow the man to pass. Grandpa Zhou glanced back, seeing the bus nearing, and hurried off towards the bus stop. When Li Fei returned to the entrance of his building, he was surprised to find a police car parked out front. Curiosity piqued. He entered the supermarket to discover his father engaged in conversation with 2 officers. Captain Liu, do you need me to provide a statement in addition to reviewing the surveillance footage? Not at the moment. I've already viewed the footage, and this incident is of minimal concern to you. It appears that individual was acting out of guilt, which led to this accident. However, do keep your phone on hand, as we may require your cooperation. Captain Liu placed a USB drive into a transparent bag, and, upon hearing Li Mingjuan's inquiry, indicated that nothing further was needed at this time. All right, my phone is always available. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li. Should we require anything further, we will reach out. We'll take our leave now. After securing the evidence, Captain Liu bid farewell to Li Mingjun and departed. Once the vehicle had driven away, Li Fei turned to his father. Dad, why did the police come to our house? What happened? Li Mingjun pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and replied, It's that so-called professional scammer Ding. He saw me preparing to call the police and hurriedly fled in his car. Little did he know that during a turn, due to not fastening his seatbelt and leaving the door ajar, he was thrown from the vehicle, resulting in a broken arm. He might be upset, feeling that I caused this situation, hence he reported me. After hearing this, Li Fei felt bewildered. His family had not troubled this man. Instead, he had taken the initiative to play the victim. The audacity of such individuals was truly remarkable. In such circumstances, he still sought to extort money, which was rather impressive. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Thankfully, the house was equipped with surveillance cameras. Otherwise, this situation could have become quite troublesome. Li Mingjun exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression one of relief. Little Fei, why are you back? Didn't you say you had something to attend to? Noticing Li Fei standing at the counter, he casually inquired. Oh, I called to ask about the laboratory, but I won't receive an answer until tomorrow, so I returned. There was no need for concealment. Li Fei directly stated the reason for his return. You've returned just in time. Keep an eye on things here for a moment while I head to the warehouse to wait for the delivery truck. Li Mingjun picked up a briefcase from behind the counter and, without waiting for a response, vanished around the corner. Li Fei did not linger in the store for long before Chu Hongmei descended from upstairs. Little Fei, what are you doing here? Where's your father? Dad went to the warehouse to wait for the delivery. Upon seeing Chu Hongmei, Li Fei rose from his seat, grabbed a small box of gum from the counter, and made way for her. Mom, if there's nothing urgent, I'll head upstairs to study. Just as he was about to ascend, he was called back. Wait a moment. I have something to ask you. Li Fei halted, turned around, and asked with curiosity, What is it? While I was watering the plants upstairs, I saw a police car leaving. Do you know what happened? Hearing her inquire about this, Li Fei recounted the incident briefly. That scammer, fearing Dad would call the police, fled in his car without fastening his seatbelt and forgot to close the door. He was thrown out during the turn and ended up in the hospital. The police came to investigate, but this matter has nothing to do with us. They just copied the surveillance footage and left. Chu Hongmei found herself at a loss for words, and after a brief wave of her hand, she signaled that he could proceed upstairs. Li Fei returned to his room, casually closed the door, and approached the window, drawing the curtains shut before conjuring the great door once more to step into that extraordinary space. He retrieved the basic brain development potion reference book from the shelf and brought it back to his room. Li Fei placed the book on the desk, took a piece of chewing gum from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth. Only then did he settle into his chair to begin perusing the material at a leisurely pace. Whenever he encountered something unclear, he paused to consult his phone and search online until he grasped the concept thoroughly, then took out paper and pen to make notes before turning to the next page. Time flew by as he immersed himself in the reading, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. It seemed that some items would need to be purchased online, as that would ensure greater safety. Li Fei's actions were driven solely by precaution. The gravity of this matter left no room for carelessness. After all, there are many clever individuals in this world, and he would not underestimate anyone. He swiftly opened a shopping platform, typed fluorescent stone into the search bar, and an image of a stone appeared on the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to purchase, selected the desired quantity, and immediately placed the order. Following that, he closed the platform and opened another shopping app to buy several cultivated Ganoderma mushrooms. He continued this process multiple times, placing over 10 orders, notably including 2 items bought at random purely to obscure his intentions. This concluded his online purchases. The remaining herbs would be procured from a pharmacy in a couple of days. Chapter 7. The initial draft. Li Fei tore out a sheet of paper filled with notes, neatly folded it, and tucked it into the center of the book before rising to approach the grand door in his room. He returned the book to its original position and picked up the volume he had not yet finished from his dream. He glanced around, pondering when he might access the subsequent reference materials. However, as this thought arose, he quickly dismissed it, realizing he was being overly impatient. There was no need to dwell on other matters for now. He should first complete the material at hand. As he walked out, he reflected on the content he had reviewed the previous night. Upon exiting this space, he did not return to the desk, but instead moved toward the window. He drew back the curtains, and a beam of sunlight streamed in, prompting him instinctively to shield his eyes. The moment the curtains parted, the door that had been standing in the room vanished, evidently having been retracted by Li Fei. Observing the people below, some shaded by parasols or donning sun hats, hurrying past in their daily pursuits, he stood by the window for over 10 minutes before finally returning to the desk to continue exploring the remaining content. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he became engrossed in his reading, a hurried knock echoed, accompanied by Li Keqi's voice from outside. Brother, Mom sent me to call you for lunch. Hurry up. Disrupted by the knocking, Li Fei glanced at his phone and saw it was already past noon. He hastily set the book down and replied, All right, I understand. You go ahead. I'll be right there. After putting his phone away, he walked to the door of his room and unlocked it. However, just then, the doorknob rattled unexpectedly, causing him to step back instinctively. In the next instant, with a loud thud, the door swung open, crashing against the doorstop. Ouch! Accompanied by this exclamation, a figure flailed her arms wildly, nearly tumbling to the ground. Li Fei quickly reached out to catch her, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, Little girl, I've told you countless times not to push the door so hard. Why do you never listen? I just wanted to conduct a surprise inspection to see what you were doing in your room. Li Keqi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. Her eyes rolled as she began to defend herself. Seeing her in this state, Li Fei chose not to point out her antics, instead offering a faint smile as he replied, Of course, I'm just reading in here. What else would you think I'm doing? Once she regained her balance and tilted her head to glance at the desk, she indeed spotted a book lying there. So you really were reading. I thought you were playing games. If I had time to play games, I'd rather spend it reading, he stated. All right, have you finished your inspection? Let's hurry down for lunch. Otherwise, you'll be late for class later. He began to nudge Li Keqi towards the door while casually shutting it behind him. Brother, that book you were reading looks quite thick. What is it about? It's a computer programming book. I've been delving into this subject lately. He had no qualms about revealing this to his sister, satisfying her curiosity. Wow, are you planning to become a hacker? Li Keqi exclaimed dramatically upon hearing it was a programming book. My pursuit of this knowledge is not to become a hacker, but rather to be a programmer. He quickly clarified, aware that if she spoke of it carelessly, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Just as they descended the stairs, Li Fei's phone suddenly rang. He paused, pulled it from his pocket, and saw it was a call from Zheng Yiru. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Teacher Zheng. Have you finished your tasks? Not yet. It's still early. I'm just taking a break for lunch before continuing. Regarding the laboratory matter, I inquired just now, and it will be free for use in a week. You can go then. Once inside, just be careful not to damage any equipment, as the school will hold you liable for any losses. Also, please ensure to clean and return the used tools to their original places after you finish. Zheng Yiru relayed the schedule for the laboratory's availability and included several important points to remember. Understood. I will be careful and ensure no damage occurs. Thank you for your assistance with this matter, teacher. It's just a small matter. When you come to school, swing by my office to collect your access card. Well then, I must dash to lunch. I still have work to do this afternoon. Please don't overwork yourself, and take care of your health. Thank you for your concern. Once this busy period is over, I'll be able to rest. All right, I must hang up now. Before Li Fei could respond, the call ended with a beep. He cast a glance at Li Keqi, who had been eavesdropping nearby, pocketed his phone, and continued down the stairs. Brother, what do you need the laboratory for? Of course, it's for conducting experiments, but I can't tell you more right now. Though this matter was not as critical as the extraordinary space, he was not inclined to divulge it to anyone. Sensing her brother's reluctance to share, Li Keqi felt a twinge of disappointment but opted not to press further. After lunch, Li Fei proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Upon returning to his room, he downloaded a programming editor software on his computer before resuming his reading. Once the download was complete, he tentatively typed a line of code on the keyboard. Glancing at the English letters displayed, he paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he deleted that line of code and opened the source code of the programming software, modifying a portion of it. Upon completing the modifications, Li Fei once again typed on the keyboard. The originally displayed English letters vanished, replaced by square, well-formed Chinese characters, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. The characters of his homeland were indeed more pleasing to the eye. He decided to write a small program following the methods outlined in the book to see how it fared. As he typed, he occasionally flipped through the pages of the book to adhere to the recorded methods. After more than 2 hours, Li Fei finally typed the last character. Pausing to admire his creation, a rather simple game, he was unsure if it would run successfully, hoping it would not lead to disappointment. With a determined expression, he pressed the Enter key, watching as the code, composed of Chinese characters, began to flow upward on the screen. However, just 30 seconds into running, the program began to lag before ultimately crashing, clearly indicating that his first attempt had ended in failure. That shouldn't be, he pondered. I followed the book's instructions. How could it possibly fail? What did I go wrong? He switched to the source code, scrutinizing the lines of text until he identified the issue in line 10. The code in that line was overly ambiguous, lacking clarity, which had caused a vulnerability during execution. After substituting a few characters, he continued to review the subsequent lines, occasionally deleting or adding words. After half an hour of diligent work, he had revised the problematic sections and once again pressed the enter key. The program quickly resumed running, this time with stability and no apparent issues, allowing him to exhale in relief. Observing the screen, he saw two line-drawn figures chasing each other, and he chose to disregard any further concerns. Chapter 8. Acquiring Medicinal Materials. Now, Li Fei contemplated how to develop a more practical program rather than a simple game code. He recalled an incident where he inadvertently clicked a link on his computer, resulting in a virus infection that forced him to call a technician for repairs. Yet, he knew that such endeavors required patience. He couldn't rush the process. Pressing the enter key once more, the currently running program ceased, prompting him to pick up the nearby book and delve into the subsequent content. It is often said that when one is engrossed in a task, the passage of time becomes imperceptible, and Li Fei was no exception. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped by. During this time, he completed reading the complete guide to programming code and also explored methods for writing basic artificial intelligence. The insights gleaned from the latter were truly eye-opening. If the information contained within were to be published online, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. Yet, regrettably, Li Fei's intellect was not equipped for such foolishness. Next, it was time for practical application. Which script should he employ to write the core code? Gazing at his notebook filled with various characters from his homeland's history, he fell into deep thought. Whatever, I'll start with Oracle Bone script, Bronze inscriptions, Stone Drum script, and Classical Chinese. Let's see if this approach proves effective. However, to utilize these 4 scripts, he needed to add a line of code to the programming software on his computer. Li Fei promptly opened the editor software, tapping a few keys to bring up the necessary code. He added a few letters to several lines of code and clicked confirm. Since he was modifying a local file, other users of the software would remain unaffected. He tried typing a line using the new script and was thrilled to see it rendered in Oracle Bone script. Switching to another script, he continued experimenting. After several iterations, having changed the script 7 times without encountering a single error, he nodded in satisfaction. Done. Now to write the core code. How many days will it take to complete? Li Fei rubbed his palms together, muttering to himself, and began typing on the keyboard. With each tap of his fingers, lines of text appeared on the computer screen, though he occasionally paused to modify or delete certain characters. Li Fei's typing speed was quite rapid, and the sound echoed in the hallway, prompting a knock on his door. The door is unlocked. Feel free to come in. He called without turning around, momentarily pausing his work. As the door swung open, a head poked in. Hey, what have you been doing all day in here? Nothing much. Just playing around with some ancient scripts. Have you finished your homework? Li Fei casually deflected, turning the conversation toward her studies. Li Qiqi stepped closer and glanced at the computer screen, quickly losing interest upon realizing she couldn't decipher the characters. With finals approaching, there's hardly any homework. The teacher just wants us to review. These characters are all crooked. Can you actually read them? She inquired skeptically. I can type them, so of course I recognize them. Li Fei replied nonchalantly, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing that if presented in isolation, he wouldn't have understood them at all. He was merely leveraging the modified code to convert modern Chinese into various ancient scripts, a detail he chose not to disclose to Li Qiqi. Since when did you start learning these characters? I had no idea, she asked, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Of course, I learned them back in high school. You wouldn't know, he responded hastily, eager to change the subject. Are you not going to review your own work? Not yet. I was just passing by the living room and heard some noise from your room, so I came to check, Li Qiqi replied honestly. Since you've seen it, hurry back to your studies. If you don't do well on the finals, you can't come crying to me, he warned lightly. Not a chance. My grades are consistently among the top in the class. I won't mess it up, she retorted, though her honest demeanor suggested otherwise as she turned to leave. With the door closing behind her, Li Fei let out a sigh of relief. If he hadn't swiftly redirected the conversation, the inquisitive girl would have continued to pry. And if the truth slipped out, it would have been quite embarrassing. Typically, diverting the topic was not so effortless, but this time, Li Fei had cleverly seized upon her curiosity, achieving success. As he continued to write the core code, time quietly drifted toward the day he had agreed to meet with Zheng Yuru. Upon rising in the morning, he shared breakfast with his family, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed. Today, he intended to procure some herbal ingredients, preparing to extract their medicinal properties for use in the laboratory at school the following day. Li Fei boarded a bus and alighted at a stop named Renmin Road. He glanced around and, not far to his left, noticed a traditional Chinese medicine shop, which he promptly approached. As he reached the entrance and peered inside, he observed several individuals seated nearby. Not far off, an elderly gentleman of approximately 60 years was taking the pulse of a middle-aged woman, intermittently posing questions. At the counter stood a man, likely in his mid-20s, clad in a white lab coat, swiftly weighing out the herbs using a small scale. After ascertaining the situation inside, Li Fei stepped in. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and made his way directly to the herbal counter. "Hello, could you assist me in checking the herbs listed on this paper? Do you have all of them in stock?" The pharmacist, Zhang Chong, upon hearing the greeting, looked up, glanced at the paper, and nodded. "We have all these items in our store, but you'll need to wait a moment while I finish preparing this customer S order before I can assist you." "Not a problem at all. Take your time. I am in no hurry," Li Fei replied with a cheerful smile, placing the paper on the counter. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Chong had packaged the herbs and handed them to the gentleman across from him. "This medicine needs to be simmered over low heat for an hour. Be sure not to use high flames." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Zhang," the man replied, taking the bag and turning to exit. Zhang Chong then looked at the paper Li Fei had placed on the counter and inquired, "Who prescribed this herbal formula for you? May I ask?" This is merely a selection of herbs, not a formal prescription," Li Fei clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately understood, recognizing it as a family recipe, a scenario he had encountered numerous times before. Thus he refrained from further questioning. As each herb was marked with a quantity, Zhang Chong simply needed to weigh them accordingly. After 10 minutes, all the herbs were weighed, prompting Li Fei to ask, "Could you please calculate the total cost for me?" "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," Zhang Chong replied, picking up a calculator to tally the amounts. "The total for all these herbs comes to 3,820 yuan. Li Fei couldn't help but feel taken aback by the steep price for such a modest quantity. Chapter 9. The Laboratory. Although Li Fei felt the cost was somewhat exorbitant, he nonetheless pulled out his phone and said to Zhang Chong, "I don't have that much cash on me. Would it be possible to transfer the amount via my phone?" "Of course," Zhang Chong responded with a smile, promptly opening an app on his phone to display the payment QR code. Li Fei scanned the code and transferred the funds. "The money has been sent. Could you please check if you've received it?" Zhang Chong nodded, confirming the transaction had gone through. With that assurance, Li Fei gathered his herbs and exited the shop. Once outside, he didn't rush back. He intended to visit a specialized store for chemical apparatus to purchase a box of glass test tubes, as school supplies would undoubtedly be prohibited from being taken out. Early the next morning, Li Fei boarded a bus towards school, carrying all the items he had purchased. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he spotted Zeng Yuru waiting there and made his way over. "Ms. Zeng, what brings you here so early?" he inquired. Zeng Yuru brushed her hair back from her face and produced a card from her pocket, handing it to Li Fei before replying, "It's already 7:46. It's hardly early." After a brief pause, she continued, "By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask amidst the busyness the other day, what experiment are you planning to conduct in the lab?" Upon hearing his homeroom teacher's inquiry, a flicker of hesitation crossed Li Fei's face as he struggled to find the right words. Noticing his expression, Zeng Yuru surmised that it might be a significant experiment not meant for others to know, and quickly added with a smile, "If it's a matter of secrecy, consider my question forgotten." Li Fei did not wish to deceive his teacher, yet the nature of his undertaking was not something he could disclose. Even if he were to reveal it, she would likely not believe him, and it could jeopardize his access to the laboratory. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Zeng Yuru's understanding words brought him an unspoken relief, and he gazed at her with a hint of regret. "Ms. Zeng, discussing this would likely sound quite bizarre to you, and I lack absolute certainty regarding its success, so I prefer to keep it to myself for now." "All right, you take the access card for now. Just place it in my office drawer when you're done in the lab," she instructed, glancing at her watch and noting that several minutes had passed. Seeing that Li Fei hadn't yet taken the card, she urged him, "Please take it." Once he reached out to accept the card, Zeng Yuru turned to leave but paused after taking a few steps, looking back to say, "You cannot take anything out of the lab. Make sure to bring your own containers." "Don't worry. I'm prepared. I bought everything yesterday," he assured her, quickly retrieving his backpack and unzipping it to reveal a transparent box containing glass test tubes. Zeng Yuru nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to linger further. As he watched her retreating figure, Li Fei placed the box back into his backpack and headed in another direction. After approximately 5 minutes, he arrived at the teaching building. which comprised 5 floors, with a laboratory located on the 4th. Ascending swiftly to the 4th floor, he approached a security door and used his access card on the sensor. With a click, the red light above the door shifted to green. Li Fei applied a slight pressure, effortlessly pushing open the heavy security door. Upon entering, he turned on the power supply on the wall, illuminating the previously dim room. He approached a lab table, set down his backpack, and began to arrange the items he had brought. Squatting down, he retrieved a tray containing 10 distillation flasks, all of which were needed for his experiment. He randomly selected one distillation flask from a tray, placed it on a lab table, and carefully opened a paper packet from a nearby plastic bag, pouring in the powder contained within. He repeated this process for all 10 distillation flasks, adding an appropriate amount of purified water and gently shaking them, ensuring that the herbal powder and water were thoroughly blended. These powders were precisely the herbal ingredients he had purchased from the apothecary. On his way home, Li Fei fortuitously encountered an acquaintance who was setting up a stall. He borrowed a grinding machine from him and ground all the medicinal herbs in his possession into powder. Li Fei then arranged the distillation bottles on the supporting platform above 10 alcohol lamps. As the distillation apparatus was unnecessary for his current task, he gently shifted the support aside and retrieved a lighter from nearby, igniting all the alcohol lamps beneath. As the flames roared to life, Li Fei took a moment to observe before adjusting the height of the support platform. However, before long, he picked up a piece of paper from the side and, upon reading its contents, furrowed his brow. The temperature of the alcohol lamps was rather low. If he waited until all the herbs were properly boiled, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time, making it impossible to complete today's task. With that thought, Li Fei crouched down again and began rummaging through the cabinets in search of an alcohol torch, which could reach temperatures of 1,000 degrees when ignited. After searching through several cabinets, he finally found one tucked away in a corner, swiftly collecting 10 of them before returning to the experimental table. From a large cabinet behind him, he retrieved 5 bottles of alcohol and poured them into the bases of the alcohol torches, promptly replacing the original alcohol lamps. Perhaps due to the laboratory's security measures, the storage cabinets were left unlocked. Otherwise, Li Fei might have found himself in quite a predicament today. As the flames blazed continuously, the distillation bottles began to simmer, and soon the laboratory was filled with the aromatic scents of various Chinese herbs. Upon inhaling these fragrances, Li Fei immediately donned a mask and opened the windows one by one to facilitate airflow within the room. Before long, over an hour had passed. The water in the distillation bottles had dwindled to a mere trickle in some, while others contained just 1, 4, and a few had a bit more. However, even at their fullest, they could only fill a single 30 by 200 millimeters glass test tube. Li Fei retrieved a funnel, lined it with a disposable filter, and poured the liquid from one of the distillation bottles into it to filter out the residual herbal dregs. While Li Fei was engrossed in his tasks, a middle-aged man approached from outside the laboratory. He produced a card from his person and swiped it on the security sensor of the door, which emitted a clicking sound. Hearing the noise, Li Fei paused momentarily, instinctively turning to glance at the doorway. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure standing there, he lost interest and resumed his work. Wu Chao had been resting in his office on the first floor when a sudden breeze wafted in, carrying the scent of medicinal herbs. Puzzled, he wondered who might be concocting medicine in the teaching building, prompting him to exit his office and investigate. Upon reaching the 4th floor laboratory, he caught a glimpse of light through the corner of his eye. As a chemistry teacher, he knew that no classes were scheduled for experiments that day, leading him to suspect that someone had forgotten to turn off the power. He produced his access card and opened the door to ascertain the situation. However, as the door swung open, he spotted a lone individual inside who merely glanced at him before returning to their work. Chapter 10. Successful synthesis. Wu Chao realized that he did not recognize the person inside. Out of a sense of duty as a teacher, he inquired, "Which class are you from? Why are you conducting experiments here alone?" Upon hearing the question, Li Fei gently set down the distillation bottle in his hand and replied, "Teacher, I am Li Fei from class 3 too." "Oh, so you're from the 3rd year. But haven't you already completed your exams? Why are you still here conducting experiments?" Li Fei picked up the test tube, examined it closely, noting the absence of any residual dregs. He affixed a label indicating the name of the herb and returned it to the transparent box before calmly stating, "Before entering the laboratory, I sought permission from my homeroom teacher and received her consent. Furthermore, I will cover any expenses incurred here." Li Fei chose not to elaborate on why he was conducting experiments in the lab, considering it a waste of time. Instead, he mentioned Zheng Yuru to avoid further inquiries from this individual. Seeing Li Fei respond in such a manner, Wu Chao merely nodded, closed the door behind him, and departed the 4th floor. He intended to return to his office and make a phone call to verify the authenticity of the situation. The earlier encounter was merely a minor interruption, and Li Fei remained undeterred. He picked up the used funnel and moved to his sink, turning on the faucet to wash it meticulously. This was to prevent any remnants of the herbal medicine from mingling with other preparations. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Fei had finally exhausted all the medicinal materials, and it was now time for synthesis. He retrieved a clean test tube from the box and grabbed a bag containing disposable graduated plastic droppers. Taking a dropper, he filled it to a predetermined measurement from a test tube, labeled by Zirun, and hurriedly transferred it into a new test tube. He repeated this action over 60 times, each time extracting different herbal liquids. All the medicines had now been blended together. Only about 10 types of minerals remained to be added, leaving him uncertain about the success of the synthesis. Gazing at the test tubes set aside on the experimental table, he murmured to himself, "I wonder if this will yield success." Yet, at this juncture, he hesitated not. He turned to the balance and began measuring the grams of each mineral to be utilized. He placed a 5 milligrams weight on one side of the balance before opening a bag labeled alum. Scooping a small amount of powder with a spoon and placing it on the opposite side for weighing. After weighing each mineral, he poured them onto a sheet of paper, completing the measurements of over 10 minerals in approximately 6 minutes. Li Fei then added all the mineral powders into the test tube, swiftly secured the cap, and gently shook it a few times before returning it to its original position, his gaze fixed intently on the transformations occurring within. As he observed, the liquid in the test tube began to clarify, and a smile crept across Li Fei's face. After about a minute, he once again picked up the test tube for a closer inspection and noticed that there was still a slight cloudiness. I followed the procedure exactly as outlined in the documentation. How could it possibly fail? Where could the error lie? While pondering where he might have gone wrong, a gentle breeze wafted in through the window. Why is there a breeze coming in? Li Fei muttered to himself. However, a sudden flash of insight struck him, and he reached out to the experimental table. Indeed, it dawned on him that he had surmised correctly. He had suspected that following the documented method should not have led to failure. It turned out that a small amount of powder had been blown away by the wind. Having identified the issue, Li Fei hurried to close the window and return to the experimental table to retrieve another test tube. This time, he was exceptionally cautious, extracting herbal liquids from the various test tubes while recalling the previous procedures, and indeed, he gained considerable insight. It became clear that during the first synthesis attempt, due to a moment of nervousness, he had inadvertently reversed the order of 2 of the herbal liquids. As Li Fei once again poured the powdered ore into the test tube, he held it in his hand and gently shook it back and forth several times, allowing the substances to thoroughly amalgamate. Then came the period of anticipation, when his gaze instinctively wandered to the adjacent test tube. He discovered that its contents had transformed into a shade of gray. It appeared that future experiments would necessitate a greater degree of caution and meticulousness. Such mistakes must not be repeated. Redirecting his focus, Li Fei concentrated on the brain development serum he had just formulated, fervently praying for success this time. When the time had elapsed, he eagerly picked it up to examine it, only to find that the serum had turned completely transparent, indistinguishable from the mineral water he typically consumed, with the powdered or having vanished without a trace. To his astonishment, he had succeeded on the second attempt. It seemed that this serum was remarkably straightforward. Nonetheless, Li Fei was acutely aware that such effortless success was entirely attributable to the information at his disposal. Were he to conduct the research independently, he might never achieve success, nor would he even contemplate venturing into this realm. Buoyed by his initial triumph, Li Fei was immediately filled with renewed vigor, setting about synthesizing the remaining serums. As time progressed, 6 test tubes adorned the laboratory table, and the count continued to rise. An hour and a half later, all the serum had been exhausted, leaving Li Fei with a neat arrangement of 21 test tubes before him. He had not anticipated that he would successfully synthesize 21 serums on his first attempt. He wondered how effective they might prove to be. According to the information recorded in his references, a basic brain development serum could unlock 10% of cognitive potential. He was tempted to try it immediately, but the risk of succumbing to slumber upon consumption prompted him to postpone until he returned home. Li Fei carefully removed the used test tubes from the transparent container and set them aside, placing the 20 completed products into the designated compartments before gingerly stowing them in his backpack. The next task was to clean the equipment. Fortunately, there were only 10 distillation flasks and a handful of test tubes, which would not consume too much time. The disposable pipettes, however, were unceremoniously discarded into the trash bin, to be taken out later. Picking up a bottle from the floor, he poured the remaining alcohol from his burner into it, tightly secured the cap, and placed it in the cabinet at the back, before returning the burner to its original position. Li Fei gathered all the used items onto a tray and carried them to the washing station. He retrieved a bottle of cleaning powder from the adjacent storage cabinet and began scrubbing the equipment. Just then, his stomach let out a rumble, prompting him to reach down and chuckle softly to himself. Please hold on a bit longer. Once I finish cleaning these items, I shall treat you to a grand feast. He set the 10 distillation flasks upside down on the rack, poured the failed serum down the drain, tidied up the laboratory table and floor, and, with his backpack and a bag of trash in hand, departed the lab. Upon reaching the office on the 3rd floor, he opened the door to find 3 female teachers inside, one of whom was his homeroom teacher, Zeng Yiru. He promptly greeted them, Miss Su, Miss Chun, and Ms. Zeng. Are you still here? Seeing Li Fei's courteous greeting, the 2 other teachers responded in kind. We're just about to leave. What brings you to school today? I came to conduct an experiment and have just completed it. I'm here to return my access card. Li Fei answered, revealing nothing in his tone. After addressing their inquiries, he approached Zeng Yiru's desk and placed the access card along with a list on the surface. Chapter 11. The General Affairs Office. Zeng Yiru first picked up the list and scrutinized it closely. Once she had read through its contents, Li Fei spoke up, Teacher, the items on this list are what I consumed during my experiment. Could you calculate the total cost? Zeng Yiru placed the list back on the desk, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I'm not the school as procurement officer. How could I possibly know the cost of these items? Please find a seat and wait while I make a call to inquire. Without waiting for Li Fei's response, she swiftly picked up the phone from her desk and dialed a number. Hello, could you please help me locate Director Xiao? Certainly, I'll fetch him right away. After a brief moment, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor was heard, indicating that the caller had moved. Approximately 30 seconds later, a voice came through the phone again. Hello, who is this? Director Xiao. This is Zeng Yiru, the homeroom teacher for class 3-2. One of my students consumed some alcohol while using the laboratory today and has prepared a list that requires your assessment. After a moment of silence on the other end, a voice finally responded. All right, have him bring the list over. I will wait for him here. Thank you, Director Xiao. I will send him over immediately. After hanging up, she stood up from her chair, retrieved her bag from the wall, and placed her phone inside before addressing Li Fei. Let us go. I'll accompany you to the General Affairs Office so that they won't have to wait too long. As Zeng Yiru headed towards the door, the other 2 teachers glanced at the time and grabbed their bags to leave as well. Li Fei followed at the rear, ensuring to close the door behind him while picking up the trash bag he had set aside. The 4 of them exited the teaching building, where the 2 teachers mounted their electric bicycles and waved farewell to Zeng Yiru. Yiru, we won't wait for you. We'll head out first. All right. Watching them depart, Zeng Yiru retrieved her car keys from her bag and pressed a button on the remote, prompting the horn of a nearby white Audi A4 to emit an unlocking sound. She turned back to see Li Fei still holding the trash bag, standing motionless, and called out, Don't just stand there. Hurry and toss that trash in the bin. I'll take you to the General Affairs Office. Upon hearing her words, Li Fei hurried towards the nearby trash bin, discarding the rubbish and then jogging to the car, where he opened the back door and took a seat. Once he had closed the door, Zeng Yiru started the vehicle and drove towards their destination. As they traveled some distance, Zeng Yiru glanced in the rearview mirror and inquired, Li Fei, when it comes time to fill out your college entrance application, which school are you considering? Gazing out at the scenery, Li Fei replied without hesitation, I don't wish to go out of town. I plan to choose Yuqing University. Zeng Yiru was somewhat taken aback by this response, having anticipated he would mention a prestigious institution like Tsinghua or Peking University. That school is quite good. It ranks within the top 50 nationwide. Don't you wish to aim for a better university? As long as it's a reputable university, it's essentially the same regardless of location. Success primarily depends on one's own efforts. Even attending the top-ranked school would be futile without diligence. Li Fei's words resonated with Zeng Yiru profoundly. During her own university days, she had heard of a student who excelled in high school, achieving a score of 689 and gaining admission to Yanqing University, only to lose his way in university, leading to a decline in his grades. By the 2nd year, he could no longer continue and ultimately chose to withdraw from his studies. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the foot of a building, the administrative edifice of the school. Zeng Yiru parked the car and led Li Fei to the 3rd floor, arriving at an office door marked General Affairs Office. She extended her hand and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A woman's voice resonated from within shortly after. Upon receiving permission, Zeng Yiru grasped the doorknob, pressed it down, and pushed the door open, stepping inside, with Li Fei following closely behind. A woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, was organizing documents on her desk. Hearing the commotion, she glanced towards the entrance and, upon noticing the arrival of a man and a woman, spoke up. Teacher Zeng. The director is in the office inside. Please follow me. No need to trouble yourself. Please continue with your work, Zeng Yuro replied, hastily waving her hand at the disarrayed papers on the desk. The young woman likely meant to be courteous, or perhaps she simply had an overwhelming workload. So she refrained from insisting further and returned to her task. After Zeng Yuro and Li Fei had taken a few steps, a middle-aged man, around 50 years of age, emerged from the inner office. "Oh, Teacher Zeng, you've arrived so swiftly," he exclaimed. "After all, it's getting late, and we wanted to come over as soon as we finished our call." The middle-aged man filled a cup with water from the dispenser, smiling as he spoke. "Let us head into the office." With that, he stepped inside, and the two followed suit. Upon entering the office, Zeng Yuro retrieved a list from her bag and placed it on the desk. "Director Xiao, could you please take a look at the total cost of the items listed?" "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," the middle-aged man replied. He perused the list, then clicked on his computer a few times. Retrieving a calculator from his drawer, he swiftly tapped the keys and soon arrived at a figure. "Teacher Zeng, the temporary cost amounts to 1,238 yuan. Tomorrow, we will send someone to the laboratory for an inspection. As long as those instruments are neither damaged nor missing, there should be no issues." Upon hearing the final tally, Li Fei took out his wallet, counted the cash within, and after a brief moment, he stuffed the remaining money back into the wallet, extending the cash towards the director with a smile. "Director Xiao, I would appreciate it if you could send someone tomorrow to check. If any tools I used are found to be damaged or missing, please contact my homeroom teacher, and I will ensure the funds are transferred to her phone." The middle-aged man accepted the money and counted it again, confirming the amount was accurate. He then retrieved a receipt book and a pen from his drawer and began to write. After a short while, he paused, tore off a receipt, and handed it, along with the list, to Li Fei. "Keep this receipt safe. Should there be any inquiries later, you can return with it to find me." Li Fei accepted it, tucking them into his wallet and returning it to his pocket. Seeing that the matter was concluded, Zeng Yuro suggested they take their leave. "Director Xiao, it's getting late. We want to take up more of your time." "Very well. I shall have someone escort you out," he responded, preparing to rise, but was gently stopped and decided against insisting. The two descended the stairs and arrived back at the car, at which point Li Fei inquired, "Teacher, how many more days will you be busy before you can rest?" "Today marks the end of my work. I can enjoy a few days of respite now," she replied. Observing the time, Li Fei pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Teacher, you've been such a great help to me. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Zeng Yuro chuckled and shook her head, decisively declining. "Let us save that for another time. I have plans to go out and meet someone shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Fei understood immediately that she was likely to meet a significant other. "All right then, I shall invite you next time. I wouldn't want to intrude on your romantic endeavors. Farewell." Without waiting for Zeng Yuro to respond, he turned and hurried away. Chapter 12. The unfortunate pickpocket. After Li Fei had run a distance, Zeng Yuro finally processed the situation, shaking her head with a smile, and said nothing further as she got into the car. Leaving the school, Li Fei casually sought out a restaurant, ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and settled at a table. Just as he pulled out his phone, a call came through. Seeing that it was his mother, Chu Hongmei, he promptly answered. "Xiaofei, you've been out all day. When will you return?" "Mom, I just left school and am planning to eat at a restaurant before heading back." "Oh, since you're dining out, we want to wait for you. Go ahead and eat. There is no need to wait for me." "Understood. I'll hang up now." Li Fei ended the call, opened a short video app, and quickly scrolled past some content that was rather unappealing. Before he had watched too many videos, a server arrived with his dishes. "Here you are, the tomato scrambled eggs and soup you ordered." Seeing the food had arrived, Li Fei put away his phone and got up to fetch a bowl of rice. He was so ravenous that he had no time to wait for the server to serve it. Upon returning to his seat, he took a generous portion from the plate and began to eat heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum. After about 10 minutes, Li Fei emerged from the restaurant, satisfied, and made his way to the bus stop. Upon arrival, he noticed a crowd of over 20 people waiting for the bus. He stood a short distance away, not intending to join them closely. Before long, a bus pulled up, and seeing it would pass through the urban village, Li Fei followed a few others aboard. As it was the time for classes to end and work to conclude, the bus was quite crowded. Noticing the throng, Li Fei promptly placed his backpack in front of him for protection against any unforeseen mishaps. The bus had not traveled far when Li Fei spotted a young man with dyed yellow hair, stealthily surveying his surroundings. "Oh, who would have thought this fellow would get caught and serve time, yet still has not reformed? Truly, a leopard cannot change its spots." To elaborate on this individual, one must recall the events of March 27th. That morning, Li Fei had taken the bus to school when it was particularly crowded. The yellow-haired man seized the opportunity to discreetly extract a wallet from a woman's bag using a clip, confident that he would not be noticed if he remained cautious. Unfortunately, like many of his ilk, he lacked the wisdom of moderation. Upon spotting a mobile phone in the bag, he extended his fingers to snatch it as well. Perhaps due to nerves, he failed to notice that the woman was wearing wired earphones. As he pulled out the phone, he inadvertently tugged on the earphone cord, resulting in his capture. The woman, likely timid, did not raise an alarm. She simply retrieved her belongings from him and opted not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Li Fei, seated at the back, had witnessed the entire scene clearly and promptly reported it to the police. As the bus approached the next stop, the young man with yellow hair, having been exposed, abruptly disembarked and was promptly apprehended by a patrolling officer, with a woman also being summoned to step down. When Li Fei called the police, he mentioned that he was merely a student, thus he was not required to alight. Consequently, the young man remained oblivious to the identity of the person who reported him. Casting a furtive glance around, he spotted a middle-aged woman's bag, seemingly situated in a blind spot, and his eyes gleamed with opportunity as he stealthily maneuvered towards it. As he passed by Li Fei, he briefly glanced at the backpack before continuing his advance, halting just a few steps later. Li Fei, having observed the young man's initial movement, remained vigilant, and thus the furtive gesture did not escape his notice. Seeing the young man poised beside the middle-aged woman, Li Fei recognized that he was about to engage in nefarious activities, prompting him to discreetly shift his position, halting merely a step away. The young man did not act immediately. Instead, he surveyed the occupants of the bus, noting that they were either engrossed in their phones or resting with their eyes closed, none paying any heed to his actions. Sensing the lack of attention, he extracted a razor blade from his pocket, pinching one corner with his thumb and forefinger, preparing to slash the unsuspecting woman's bag. However, before the blade could make contact, Li Fei swiftly extended his foot and delivered a sharp kick to the back of the young man's knee. Ouch! Caught entirely off guard, the young man cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, the blade slipping from his grasp. I say, what are you doing? So young and yet choosing such a path? Why not pursue something honorable instead of attempting to swindle others? The middle-aged woman, startled by the sudden appearance of a kneeling figure beside her, instinctively recoiled a few steps, her voice trembling with disbelief. She had merely intended to take a bus ride, never anticipating such an ordeal. After delivering the kick, Li Fei returned to his original position. Though he had acted discreetly, his actions were not entirely unnoticed. A fellow passenger, initially inclined to speak, quickly comprehended the situation upon seeing the blade that had fallen from the young man's hand and chose to feign ignorance. Once the pain in his knee subsided sufficiently, the young man gradually rose, glancing over his shoulder and bellowing, "Who kicked me just now? Step forward and apologize, or you shall face my wrath." After a moment of waiting in vain for a response, he shouted again, "What is the matter? Did someone act, but now dares not own up to it?" Li Fei merely turned his head slightly, dismissing the immature provocation entirely. However, a nearby middle-aged man, around 50, who had been dozing, opened his eyes at the ruckus and remarked, "Huang Lao-san, you've just been released from confinement, and you're already back to your antics. Do you want me to send you back for another stretch?" The young man, upon recognizing the source of the voice, involuntarily narrowed his eyes and promptly silenced himself, deterred from further comment. Though the speaker was over 50, the young man was acutely aware of his intimidating background, one he could not afford to provoke. "I've warned you youngsters before to steer clear of this line of work, yet none of you listen. Today, someone merely took exception to your behavior and decided to teach you a lesson. What are you complaining about?" "Uncle Bao, I wasn't aware you were on the bus." "My sincerest apologies," the young man replied, feigning politeness despite his inner disdain. The seasoned man, having seen through the young man's insincerity, shook his head slightly and chose not to engage further. Having said all that needed to be said, he had no intention of dwelling on the matter. As he resumed his nap, the young man silently exhaled in relief. The other passengers, having overheard the exchange, were largely oblivious to its implications, with only a few displaying expressions of disdain. When the bus reached the next stop, the young man hurriedly exited. Upon returning home at 6 in the evening, Li Fei greeted his parents before retreating to his room. Just as he set his backpack down, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Li Kiki's voice from outside. "Brother, open the door quickly. I need to talk to you." Chapter 13, Borrowing the Server. Though reluctant to open the door, Li Fei found himself unable to resist Li Kiki's persistent knocking and eventually complied. "What is it that you need?" Upon seeing the door ajar, she attempted to rush inside, but was halted as he pressed her head down, preventing her entry. "Hey, let go of my head. What are you doing?" she protested. "No. If you have something to say, do it from outside. Otherwise, I'll close the door." Faced with Li Fei's resolute stance, she swatted his hand away, made a face, and retreated to her own room. With her departure, Li Fei sighed in relief. Had she entered, she certainly would have rummaged through his bag, necessitating a convoluted explanation about its contents. After securely closing the door, he returned to his desk, opened his backpack, and retrieved the box containing the brain development serum. Summoning the spatial portal to place it within, he feared that if left exposed, Li Kiki might inadvertently mishandle it, leading to disastrous consequences. Once everything was secured, he meticulously organized the remaining items in his bag, storing them in his wardrobe before resuming work on the unfinished program code on his computer. By 8 in the evening, he finally ceased typing, reviewing the completed core code before clicking the confirm button to execute it, eager to identify any errors for timely rectification. However, shortly after initiating the program, his computer began to lag, causing Li Fei to furrow his brow. I can't believe my computer can't even handle this simple task. What am I to do? As he halted the program, uncertainty loomed until a news alert popped up on his screen. Initially intending to dismiss it, he instinctively clicked on the headline. The news reported that the Gaoyao nation was stirring up trouble at sea, claiming that fishermen from the Zhuanghua region had encroached upon their economic waters, with both vessels and crew being detained. However, the location they referenced had historically belonged to Zhuanghua. Consequently, the nation's public relations department issued a stern response, demanding the immediate release of the detained individuals, warning of necessary measures to ensure the safety of its citizens. After reading the news, Li Fei closed the pop-up, tapping his fingers on the desk as an idea sparked in his mind. Since my computer cannot run this program, I shall borrow someone else's server. Surely they are not so miserly. With that thought, Li Fei stretched his hands and began working on his computer, swiftly completing a new editing software. Following some preliminary preparations, he quickly typed out lines of code, easily commandeering several foreign zombie computers. A contingency plan he had left in place. As lines of code materialized on the screen, interspersed with purposefully chosen keywords, 5 targets emerged before Li Fei after a torrent of data. He scrutinized the displayed company names and opted for one named Songtai CNC Machinery Company. With a deft motion of his hands, the company's server firewall succumbed as if it were made of mere paper, effortlessly breached. Concurrently, in the western city of the country of Gaoyao, a staff member at Songtai CNC, who was monitoring the server status, suddenly noticed the indicator lights flashing frantically, sending a jolt of fear through him as he rushed out to report the situation. Just as he exited, he collided with someone, initially inclined to utter a curse. He quickly bowed an apology upon recognizing the person's visage. "I'm sorry, Chief." The individual who had been knocked in the stomach, Muraki Ichiro, glared at him with a menacing expression and reprimanded, "Yoshida Junichi, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, you may as well not bother coming to work again." Yoshida Junichi wiped the sweat from his forehead and hastily began to explain, "Chief, while I was inspecting the server, I suddenly noticed the indicator lights flashing wildly and all the cooling fans activated simultaneously. That is why I rushed out to report. I didn't see you coming. I sincerely apologize." Upon hearing his explanation, Muraki Ichiro's brow furrowed slightly, and he promptly instructed, "You go notify the others. I will go in to assess the situation." Yes. The initially anxious Yoshida Junichi felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this, and hurried off to notify the others. The prospect of being dismissed over this incident was untenable, as he could not fathom finding another job as good. Muraki Ichiro wasted no time, pushing open the server room door and stepping inside. Upon witnessing the actual situation, his complexion immediately soured, and he erupted in a loud curse. Damn it. Those wretched hackers again. What are those technicians doing? The server has been breached, and they remain oblivious. They should all be dismissed and sent home to ten pigs. Yet, no matter how vehemently he cursed, it was futile. The priority was to halt the hackers' continued incursion, and that was precisely what he set out to do. Muraki Ichiro swiftly exited the machine room and strode toward a nearby room, barging in without knocking. "Haven't you all been monitoring your computers? You're being hacked and still unaware." He stormed in, his face darkened with fury. The trio of computer experts, who had been idling, initially bristled at the outburst, but, upon hearing the latter part of his tirade, their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to rush to their computers. At that moment, a line of text appeared on their screens. "There's no need to panic. I'm merely borrowing the server for 10 minutes. Thank you." Upon seeing these words, their faces turned an alarming shade of green. The audacity of this individual was infuriating. It was a blatant provocation, and they were determined to retaliate. After reading the hacker's brazen message, Muraki Ichiro's temper flared. He demanded that the 3 of them initiate a counterattack. He was keen to uncover who dared to invade their company's server. Normally, given the arrogant demeanor of these three, they would have disregarded Muraki Ichiro. But now they felt insulted and immediately began typing furiously on their keyboards. They aimed to demonstrate to this audacious hacker that provocations come at cost. Li Fei was testing his core code when he noticed some inefficiencies and promptly made modifications. As Songtai Company began to counterattack, he muttered, "I've already told these people I need to borrow their server for 10 minutes. Why be so stingy?" After speaking, Li Fei switched interfaces, and a surveillance feed appeared on his screen. Observing the three individuals from Gao Yao furiously typing away, he couldn't help but reflect, these people are indeed dedicated. They're typing so vigorously, do their fingers not ache? However, watching their countermeasures, Li Fei chuckled. These fellows are reacting without fully grasping the situation. Their bravery is commendable. Chapter 14. The Discovery and Counterattack. After watching for a while, Li Fei lost interest and returned to refining his core code, occasionally correcting errors to ensure smoother operation. Following several modifications and additions, he finally met his requirements and switched back to the operational page, disabling some auxiliary functions that were temporarily unnecessary, leaving only a network firewall before halting. He attempted to run the system on his computer once more and found that even with this single function, it operated adequately, providing him with a measure of reassurance. It seemed that once he earned enough money, establishing his own server would be essential. Otherwise, even the best programs would be rendered useless if they couldn't run. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Li Fei decisively exited Songtai Company's server. However, before departing, he took with him some technical documents and deliberately left behind a clue within the server. After completing these actions, a subtle smile graced Li Fei's lips as he casually opened a folder and swiftly perused its contents. The CNC machinery produced by this company from Gao Yao was surprisingly advanced. He wondered how domestic technology compared. Having no prior knowledge in this area, he was unaware of the practical value of the technical data he had acquired. Thus, he searched online for relevant information and conducted a comparative analysis, discovering that domestic data lagged behind by a staggering 10 to 20 years. After a brief moment of contemplation, he researched institutions and enterprises capable of manufacturing machinery and ultimately decided on a particular state-owned enterprise. The reason for his choice lay in its national ownership. Having packaged all the technical documents and data, he sent them to the publicly accessible email of this enterprise and immediately erased all traces of his visit. At Songtai Company's technical department, an elder gentleman of around 60 sat in a chair, observing the bustling staff with a grim expression. "It has been over 10 minutes. With so many of you, have you not yet tracked down the hacker's whereabouts?" Songtai Kawaki was incensed. He had been in the midst of concluding a deal with a foreign client when he abruptly received a call from the company reporting a server breach. As the chairman, he understood all too well what such an intrusion signified. Consequently, he had to apologize profusely to the client and hurried back to the company. "Chairman, the hacker who breached our server must have been plotting this for quite some time," remarked Mizutani Yama, the head of the technical department, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward the hacker. He had been engaged in conversation with a young and attractive woman when this debacle arose. However, now that the incident had occurred, he had no choice but to explain the situation to Songtai Kawaki. However, there remained an unuttered line from Mizutani Yosen, which indicated that this method of attack had never been witnessed before, resulting in the entire technical department being utterly incapable of regaining control of the server within the 10-minute deadline. He had not refrained from attempting a counterattack. Yet regardless of the methods employed, no progress was made, leaving him to watch helplessly as the countdown on the computer dwindled, witnessing the hacker's retreat. After hearing Mizutani Yosen's explanation, Matsutaka Waki also recognized that the adversary had come well prepared and inquired about the company's losses. Were there any traces of data having been downloaded from the server? "Chairman, I sincerely apologize. There are indeed signs that important documents and data have been downloaded." Although he had mentally prepared himself for the worst, the moment he heard this statement, Matsutaka Waki's body involuntarily swayed. Fortunately, he was seated, otherwise, he would have surely fallen to the ground. "We must search for this hacker's whereabouts, no matter the cost. I want him to pay a heavy price." Regaining his composure, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Mizutani Yosen, his eyes brimming with intensity as he spoke vehemently. "Rest assured, I will track him down and provide you with a satisfactory answer." His words seemed to have an effect, for just as he assured Matsutaka Waki, a subordinate approached with good news. "Minister, come quickly. I've caught a lead on the hacker." Upon hearing this, Mizutani Yosen promptly moved behind the individual speaking, scrutinizing the information and realizing it was not a trap, thus issuing a counterattack command without delay. "Follow this lead. Make sure he doesn't escape." I will contact others for assistance. After conversing with several subordinates, he turned to Matsutaka Ki, recognizing that this matter required his approval. You may call those individuals. Once the task is complete, I will ensure they receive a generous reward. Upon receiving the chairman's nod of consent, Mizutani Yozen retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and made a call. The phone was quickly answered, and a languid voice responded, "Hello, Mizutani-san, what brings you to me? I have a task for you. Would you like to accept it?" Hearing this, the person on the other end did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a moment before continuing. "Could you outline what this task entails? It will be helpful for my team to have some context." "Fear not. The task is quite simple. Retrieve some documents and data from hacker. Upon completion, our company will ensure you receive a satisfactory reward." Mizutani Yozen offered a brief explanation without disclosing the server's breach to prevent the individual from making unreasonable demands. "All right, I accept this task. When do we begin? Stay alert for notifications on the messaging app. I will send updates there." Without waiting for a response, Mizutani Yozen hung up and dialed another number, consecutively making 6 calls before returning to his computer. "Everyone, prepare. I will take the lead while you assist from the sidelines. Kumos." As this message was dispatched on a specialized chat application, the responses from the recipients flooded in. Received. With a unified acknowledgement, Mizutani Yozen instructed his subordinates. "You all must focus and utilize all available resources to launch an assault." Understood. Subsequently, the room resonated with the sound of keyboards being struck. In a distant corner, Johnny sat idly in his chair, spinning in circles. Today was supposed to be his day off. But after a colleague had overindulged in alcohol the previous night and was sent to the hospital for a stomach pump, he was summoned back to work in a daze. "Hey, buddy, could you stop spinning? You're making my head spin." Johnny halted his rotation and turned to the source of the voice, preparing to respond when suddenly an alarm blared. "The firewall is under external attack. Please take precautions." As this message appeared on the computer screen, the previously bored employees at their desks instantly became invigorated. "Can you guess which unfortunate soul is attempting to breach our defenses today? There is no reward for guessing correctly, so it's rather pointless." John Gilson, emerging from his private office, heard the chatter outside, but had no intention of intervening. Situations involving hacker intrusions occurred numerous times throughout the year, and those who had been there long enough had grown accustomed to them, hardly concerning themselves with the matter. They knew that with a little diligence, most attacks could be easily thwarted. Chapter 15, A Misunderstanding. Observing the increasing data flow, it became evident that the first firewall was beginning to falter, prompting the onlookers to cease spectating and begin their counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Mizutani Yozen noted that the opposing firewall appeared on the verge of collapse, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. "I expected more strength. Turns out it's just a novice who stumbled upon some good fortune." Initially believing their adversary to be a team, he had anticipated a challenging breach, but the swift indication of failure surprised him. Yet, before he could relay this information to Matsutaka Ki, the seemingly crumbling firewall miraculously returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Their attacks were all repelled, and they faced a vigorous counterstrike, prompting him to issue a command to the hackers. "Everyone unite. Do not allow them any opportunity." "Understood." "Okay." Soon, those invited hackers responded affirmatively. "Minister, the opponent's attack is too fierce. I'm struggling to hold the line here and need reinforcements." Mizutani Yozen had just issued his command in the chat application when he heard this exclamation, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He quickly glanced at the computer and realized that their side was showing signs of retreat. "We must hold steady. I will take the brunt of this. You and the others launch a second wave of attacks to demonstrate our strength to these intruders." Hurriedly uttering these words, Mizutani Yozen took control of the computer, activating numerous bots to unleash a formidable onslaught. Witnessing the intruders' attacks successfully thwarted at the firewall, the occupants of the corner office found the situation rather dull, with some even resuming their quiet conversations. Among them, Bruce Main, who was coding, heard his superior's inquiry and replied without looking up, "Just a moment, I'm almost done." However, the next moment, he began cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I was so close to catching this guy, only for him to cut the network." Thankfully, he left some clues. "Let me see who this is." With a few keystrokes, a network map materialized on his screen. "Report, sir. We have located the approximate position of the hackers responsible for the attack here. It is in the land of the Plaster Country. If we wish to obtain a detailed address, we must wait a moment longer." Upon receiving this news, John Gilson furrowed his brow, utterly astonished that the perpetrators of the attack hailed from this very nation. However, the evidence was irrefutable, compelling him to accept this reality. He patted Bruce Wayne on the shoulder and said, "We must ascertain their precise location. I shall report this matter to the minister. Without further delay, John Gilson turned on his heel and made his way toward the minister's office. Inside the office, James Pete was engrossed in reviewing a document, signing his name at the bottom before placing it aside. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his focus, causing him to pause and glance toward the door. Minister, we have identified the nation from which the hackers who attacked our department hail. Oh, do enlighten me. Which audacious nation dares to assault us? James Pete, with his hands clasped on the desk, displayed a keen interest as he inquired. He had not left his office since the onset of the invasion, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. In truth, his confidence in his subordinate's ability to resolve the situation was unwavering. It is the hackers from the land of Plaster. What do you propose we do about this? John Gilson replied. The revelation that it was indeed this nation took James Pete by surprise. He could scarcely fathom that his own affiliates would target such a crucial establishment. First, ascertain who is behind this act. I shall escalate this information. Understood, Minister. John Gilson acknowledged before exiting the office. Upon rejoining Bruce Wayne, he received encouraging news. Sir, we have successfully traced the hackers' locations to a company in the land of Plaster known as Songtai. What course of action should we take next? After a moment of contemplation, John Gilson issued a command. Since we have identified them, instruct them to cease their activities immediately and await our investigation. Bruce Wayne nodded, typing a series of letters on the keyboard to communicate this to the other party. Yamazaki Yu, on the other hand, wore a grim expression, having not anticipated that several of his associates would be forcibly disconnected from the network in such a short span of time, failing to breach even the enemy's firewall. These damn fools. I instructed them to coordinate their efforts, yet they insisted on acting independently. How utterly unreliable. He muttered curses under his breath while manipulating his computer. The situation had initially stabilized, both sides engaged in a stalemate. Yet at this critical juncture, someone acted alone, drawing the attention of the enemy's elite, leading to a series of setbacks. Just as Yamazaki Yu sought to regain control, a message in English suddenly appeared on his computer screen. Upon deciphering its contents, he felt as if a stampede of 100,000 wild horses charged through his mind. Not only did this message appear on his computer, but all those engaged in the attack received it, exchanging bewildered glances as their expression soured. They had attacked for an extended period, only to discover that their adversary was the corner building of the beautiful nation, clearly having fallen into a trap. Observing that his team had halted their actions, Santai Chuamu inquired, Yamazaki, have you located that wretched hacker? Were you able to recover the data? Upon hearing this question, Yamazaki Yu immediately stood up, bowing at a 30-degree angle, his face betraying a hint of reluctance. I apologize, Chairman, we did not capture the hacker. Rather, we fell into his trap. The target we had been attacking was the corner building, and the other party has sent us a message. When Santai Chuamu heard this news, he felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground as he mumbled to himself, It's over. This spells disaster for my company, which will undoubtedly face exorbitant compensation. How did it come to this? Witnessing his boss suddenly appear a decade older, Yamazaki felt a pang of guilt and quickly spoke up. Chairman, there may still be a way to turn this around. We were ensnared in a trap designed by others, and are victims ourselves. If we explain the situation honestly to the corner building, they should not pursue any liabilities. Alas, even if we lay the truth before them, given their level of greed, they will undoubtedly seek to extract their pound of flesh from me. Songtai Chuanmu sighed, fully aware of that nation's penchant for exploitation. They cared not for your innocence. All they needed was a sliver of opportunity to devise a scheme for extortion. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Li Fei, was blissfully humming a tune in the shower, oblivious to the trap he had laid that caused Songtai Company to stumble significantly. And even if he were aware, he would merely chuckle to himself in the shadows. Chapter 16, Preparations in an Email. After finishing his shower, Li Fei returned to his room, opening the door to the designated space and retrieving a vial of the development potion. Glancing at the shelves filled with various technological manuals, he mused, I shall bestow upon this place a name. Let it be called the Library of Technology. Li Fei felt the name was quite fitting, as there was naught but books within. Returning to his chamber, he uncapped the vial and downed the potion in one swift motion before lying down on his bed, awaiting the onset of its effects. It was not long before a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After stifling a yawn, he succumbed to a deep slumber. While Li Fei, the instigator, rested peacefully, the atmosphere surrounding Songtai Company and the corner building was distinctly different. Minister Pete, we truly did not intend to attack the corner building. We have fallen victim to that hacker's trap. Santai Chuanmu spoke fervently into the phone, dabbing at the sweat on his forehead with a tissue. It turned out that after James Pete had relayed the earlier events to the White House, one of his subordinates reported that the chairman of Songtai was attempting to reach him. As soon as the call was transferred, he was met with a barrage of apologies. Yet when he inquired why they had attacked their network, the response was that it had not been intentional. Mr. Chuanmu, your words are of no consequence at this juncture. The fact remains that your company employed hacking methods to infiltrate the corner building. This is an indisputable fact. I will be contacting your country's higher-ups shortly to demand an explanation. Minister, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. If you remain skeptical, my company can provide evidence of the breach for the corner building to examine. Songtai Chuanmu intended to present the evidence of the server's compromise in a final effort to dissuade the corner building from pursuing the matter further. I can only express my regret regarding the events that have transpired within your company, but this does not excuse the invasion of the corner building. Now, I have numerous other responsibilities to attend to, so I shall not prolong this conversation. However, it was evident that Matsutakawa had overthought the situation. James Peter had no desire to entertain such explanations. After uttering a few courteous words, he decisively terminated the call, grasping the slightly warm cup on the table and finishing the remaining coffee in one swift motion. He pressed a button on the phone. Anna, please come in. Certainly, came a prompt reply. James Peter then picked up a document from the table and resumed his perusal. Before long, a knock sounded at his door, and a tall woman with an alluring figure entered. Sir, is there anything you require of me? Anna Vinadoya stood straight before the desk, gazing at her engrossed superior, inquiring with poise. Inform our media contacts about the hacking incident at Corner Cottage, stating that we have incurred substantial losses and that vital information has been compromised, necessitating compensation. Additionally, all hackers involved in this incident are to be dealt with by us. Upon hearing James Peter's directives, Anna promptly grasped their implications. Sir, what is the total extent of our losses? Rather than hastily answering, James Peter took a moment to sign a document. Contemplating before responding, the losses are considerable, amounting to $5.6 billion. Furthermore, their unwarranted intrusion into our important departments warrants punishment. However, in light of our nation's amicable relations, we shall impose a fine of $9 billion. Anna Vinadoya meticulously noted these details on the paper in her hand and inquired once more, Sir, are there any other matters? None. Once you have drafted the statement, please send it to the media. After James Peter finished speaking, she nodded in understanding and gracefully exited the office. Matsutakawa, upon hearing the busy signal on the line, realized the other party had hung up, his expression darkening as he slammed the receiver onto the desk, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, that accursed white monkey refuses to heed my explanations. Their conscience must be severely compromised. Yet, no matter how much he raged, the incident had already transpired, and he needed to devise a strategy to mitigate the losses. He promptly called out, Mihoko, come in. As his voice echoed, the office door swung open, and a young woman clad in a secretary's attire entered. Chairman, how may I assist you? Mihoko, having overheard Matsutakawa's earlier words, approached cautiously, aware of his displeasure. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken the opportunity to engage with his attractive secretary, but at that moment, he had neither the inclination nor the patience. Immediately contact the Public Relations Department and instruct them to issue a statement regarding the hacking of our company servers, indicating that extremely sensitive information and data have been stolen, with traps left behind. Our technical team, while tracing the hackers' whereabouts, inadvertently accessed Corner Cottage's network, resulting in a conflict. Mihoko swiftly noted these instructions, observing Matsutakawa's weary eyes closing momentarily before she quietly exited. In Yanjing, at the headquarters of a certain aviation group, a light still illuminated an office where an individual was fervently typing away at the keyboard, with a nearby printer intermittently spewing out sheets of paper. Lu Jiaoyang felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated leaving early to spend time with his girlfriend, but unexpectedly received a task that required him to work overtime. With a meeting scheduled for the following morning, with no other option, he called home to clarify the situation, knowing that an explanation would be necessary upon his return. After typing the final character, Lu Jiaoyang exhaled with relief, rubbed his tired eyes, and prepared to organize the documents beneath the printer. Just as he was about to take action, an email notification popped up. It's so late. Who could possibly be sending an email? Lu Jiaoyang muttered, dismissing it as he resumed his task. Once he had meticulously arranged the pages in order and placed them into a folder, he prepared to clock out. While shutting down the computer, he accidentally clicked on the email icon, intending to close it absent-mindedly. However, upon seeing the words confidential documents, he hesitated before instinctively clicking inside. Upon discovering 2 compressed files, each accompanied by corresponding text. His actions momentarily halted. CNC machine tool data, machine tool test data. He read aloud, his brow furrowing slightly. He pondered, who on earth would send such trivial emails? What could possibly be interesting in this? Despite his thoughts, he opened one of the compressed files. Initially, the images displayed on the computer screen evoked little response. But as his gaze shifted to the accompanying text, Lu Jiaoyang froze, taking a moment to comprehend. These are the characters of the Plaster Country. How could their materials appear here? He quickly closed that page and opened the other compressed file to examine its contents. My goodness, these are cutting-edge CNC machine tool data. Who sent this here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he had to contact Elder Song immediately. Without further hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 17, The Meeting. The phone rang 5 times without being answered, and Lu Jiaoyang assumed the recipient had already retired for the night. Just as he was about to hang up, a voice emerged from the receiver. Hello, who is this? Hearing the voice of a young woman, Lu Jiaoyang disregarded her identity and quickly replied, Hello, this is Lu Jiaoyang. I need to speak with Elder Song Ching Song regarding an urgent matter. Please hold for a moment. I will fetch him. Lu Jiaoyang could hear the faint murmur of conversation on the line, but the words were too indistinct to discern, save for a distant call of grandfather. Before long, an elderly voice resonated through the phone. Hello, Jiaoyang. Why are you calling so late? What is the matter? Lu Jiaoyang, who managed the external email and served as a document printer for Elder Song, was quite familiar with him. Elder Song, we received a file in the email just now containing CNC machine tool data and information. And most importantly, it is entirely in the language of the Plaster Country. Upon hearing Lu Jiaoyang's account, Elder Song's brow furrowed deeply as he pondered for a moment before muttering to himself, documents in the Plaster Country's language? Yet we have never collaborated with any companies from that nation. How could they send us such materials? Lu Jiaoyang, interpreting Elder Song's comment as a question directed at him, promptly responded, I have no idea. Could it possibly be a mistake on their part? However, after reviewing the contents, this technology is cutting edge. No company would be foolish enough to distribute such information. While the initial comments did not seem alarming, it was the latter statement that rendered Elder Song momentarily speechless. Urgently interrupting Lu Jiaoyang. First, ensure that all the data is securely saved, then proceed to physically isolate that computer. I shall arrive shortly. Having finished his sentence, Song Ching Song hung up the phone, tossed the book in his hand onto the table, and turned to grab his clothes before striding toward the exit. Dad, it's so late. Where are you off to? Song Baohua, seeing his father hastily departing after a phone call, quickly rose from the sofa to inquire. The previously determined Song Ching Song paused momentarily at the sound of the question from behind him and offered a brief explanation. The caller mentioned that there is some crucial information at the company, and I need to verify its authenticity. Dad, it's quite late. Let me accompany you. Upon hearing that his father was heading to the company, Song Baohua glanced at his wristwatch and realized the hour was indeed late, prompting him to suggest joining his father. You rarely return from the military. Stay home and spend time with Ruo Qing and Ting Ting. I can drive myself. Without allowing Song Baohua to respond further, Song Ching Song uttered this statement, opened the door, and exited, shutting it behind him. Seeing his father leave alone, Song Baohua contemplated following him, but was halted by his mother. Luo Xiaoying, since he doesn't want you to go, stay here and keep Ruo Qing and her daughter company. It won't take your father more than a few minutes to get there. Besides, you know his temperament. If you dare to follow, he'll surely scold you. With his mother's words weighing on him, Song Baohua reluctantly returned to the sofa. After approximately 10 minutes, Song Ching Song arrived at the office area of a certain aviation group, spotting Lu Jiaoyang standing at the entrance and immediately inquiring, Where's the information you mentioned? Let me there quickly. As Song Ching Song approached briskly, Lu Jiaoyang hurriedly moved to support him. Mr. Song, please take it slow. The data is on a nearby computer and has already been physically isolated. You needn't assist me. Just guide me ahead. Song Ching Song pushed Lu Jiaoyang's hand away, eager to see the information without wasting any time. Lu Jiaoyang, not daring to delay, turned and led the way to the computer. After walking a short distance, Song Ching Song noticed one of the computers was powered on and jogged over. Lu Jiaoyang, observing the figure rush past him, was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated Song Ching Song's eagerness. Upon reaching the computer, however, Song Ching Song realized he had no idea where the data was saved. His expression turned slightly awkward. But fortunately, the lighting in the room was dim, making it less conspicuous. Fortunately, Lu Jiaoyang approached and opened a hidden folder on the computer with a mouse. Mr. Song, all the data is contained within this folder. Lu Jiaoyong briefly stated before stepping aside to allow Song Qingsong to inspect it. Without hesitation, Song Qingsong sat down and began navigating with the mouse. After merely a few pages of data, he was utterly convinced of its authenticity. Jiaoyong, you must immediately contact the senior management and have them rush here. Understood, I will do so at once. Lu Jiaoyong approached the contacts list, dialing the numbers while providing a brief overview of the situation. Half an hour later, all senior management had arrived, gathering in a conference room, each taking their respective seats according to their positions. Lu Jiaoyong was also permitted entry. Song Qingsong stood before a multifunctional projector, lightly coughed to draw everyone's attention, and began to speak. Before I present this information, I must commend Lu Jiaoyong. If it were not for his diligence, we might have missed this opportunity. Everyone followed Song Qingsong's gaze to see a young man standing not far away. Now, we shall discuss this matter later. Let us first review a portion of the data for your reference. Song Qingsong inserted a prepared USB drive into the projector, switched it on, and shifted slightly to the side. Once the machine powered up, he pressed a button on a remote control, and an image appeared on the wall. Everyone, please observe. This is the information I referred to. As the attendees in the conference room scrutinized the text on the document, expressions of disbelief spread across their faces. With the exception of Lu Jiaoyong and Song Qingsong, someone even ventured to ask, Mr. Song, why is the document filled with characters from Gao Yao country? Does it imply? Do not speculate. Aside from us, no one else is privy to this information. Therefore, after this meeting, everyone present must sign a confidentiality agreement, pledging not to disclose a single word. Is that understood? Before the individual could finish his inquiry, he was interrupted by another seated at the front. These documents are clearly of dubious origin. Everyone gathered here cannot possibly believe they were sent from a company in Gao Yao country. The only remaining possibility is that a domestic hacker infiltrated a company over there and acquired this data. Mr. Song, are these documents the most advanced from Gao Yao country? The question came from He Shuyong, the highest authority in the group, aged 56. After a moment's contemplation, Song Qingsong nodded. Even if they are not the most advanced, they are likely only a few years behind. Before you arrived, I made a rough estimate. They should surpass our country's CNC machine tools by approximately 10 to 15 years. Chapter 18. The Spectators. Upon hearing Song Qingsong's words, the breath of each individual in the room quickened. It was no surprise. The nation had been consistently suppressed in this domain, with related finished products hardly available for sale. And technical documentation was an unattainable dream. Fortunately, through the relentless efforts of generations, significant breakthroughs had been achieved in this area, though a gap remained when compared to foreign advancements. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, seated in the center, gazed at Song Qingsong with hopeful anticipation, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, Sir, when shall we commence the research and development? Gazing at the questioner, a rare smile graced Song Qingsong's face, though it quickly vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. You have directed your question incorrectly. You should inquire with Chairman He. Song Qingsong, being on loan from the Academy of Sciences, had the authority to apply directly to the higher-ups without needing to appease anyone. However, he clearly had no intention of doing so. While he had always been focused on research, occasionally he might inadvertently offend others when speaking, yet that did not mean he was oblivious to social nuances. Relieved that the question had been deflected to him, He Shuyong felt a weight lift from his heart. He had genuinely feared Song Qingsong would report directly to the higher-ups. Such an act would surely tarnish his reputation, painting him as someone who was not diligent in his work, possibly leading to premature retirement. The timeline for this endeavor would require several more days, as they needed to translate all the documents from Gao Yao into Chinese characters, for they could not utilize the originals directly. He Shuyong gazed at the projected materials, pondering for a brief moment before offering his response. The individuals present nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his remarks. After all, as a typical horticulturist, one would surely feel discomfort after prolonged exposure to dense medical terminology. Lu Jiaoyong, having observed that everyone's cups were devoid of water, cautiously excused himself from the meeting room. The engrossed attendees failed to notice his departure. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Jiaoyong returned, cradling 2 boxes of mineral water, gently pushing open the meeting room door with his back. He entered, placed the water on the floor, and after securely closing the door, distributed a bottle of water to each person. Initially startled by the sudden presence, those disturbed momentarily expressed displeasure, but upon noticing the mineral water, their discontent faded, replaced by expressions of appreciation. The meeting continued until 3 a.m., finally reaching a pause. At 6 a.m. the following morning, Li Fei awoke promptly. Feeling rejuvenated from a restful slumber, his mind clearer and more agile than before. He was astounded by the remarkable effects of the cerebral enhancement potion, which had left him devoid of any discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, such brain development potions are rarely found in civilizations of the first and second tiers. Only those of at least the third tier are likely to have developed them. During the first and second tiers, over 90 of civilizations focus on technological advancement, with only a fortunate few stumbling upon rudimentary mastery, often fraught with significant flaws. His early encounter with this potion was purely fortuitous, as the technological library had drifted through the cosmos, encountering several extraordinary civilizations that managed to develop this potion before leaving their home planets, thus placing it prominently on the front shelves. Now, Li Fei contemplated finding a book to experiment with, eager to discern the extent of his transformation compared to the past. However, after a moment's reflection, he restrained his impulse, fearing that if he entered the library too soon, Li Qi might come knocking. Once that little girl was off to school, he could leisurely conduct his tests. With this thought, he swiftly dressed and opened his room door. Li Qi, poised to knock, was taken aback when the door swung open, revealing her brother. "Little sister, with your hand raised so high, I have no money for you," he jested. Upon hearing his words, she lowered her hand, a frown forming on her face. "That's not it. I merely wish to rouse you, you lazybones. I can't believe you would think that of your adorable sister. It's truly excessive." Yet, as her words trailed off, her eyes darted around, and she suddenly adopted a different demeanor, parting her lips as if to speak. However, regrettably, when Li Fei observed her eyes rolling, he swiftly slipped past her, heading to the bathroom without a glance back. "Why the rush? I wasn't even going to ask you for money, honestly." Li Qi Yufa, shaking her small fist at his retreating figure before turning and leaving. Seated on the second-floor living room sofa, Li Fei was engrossed in the morning news. Although he typically refrained from watching television in the mornings, his father, Li Mingjun, was an avid viewer. After breakfast, Li Fei intended to ascend to his room to read, but before he could act, he heard the news anchor announcing a report that piqued his interest, prompting him to sit down and watch. What kind of trouble had that company in the Patchwork Nation stirred up? Their servers had been breached, and they deserved it. Li Mingjun remarked with a gleeful expression as he absorbed the news. Li Fei felt a flicker of unease at his father's words, silently reflecting, "Last night, I merely borrowed their server and downloaded some data. Surely this invasion must be unrelated to me." He vividly recalled that during his use of the company's server, he had informed their upper management and exited within the stipulated time, absolving him of any responsibility in this matter. If Matsutaka Kawa had heard this, he would undoubtedly accuse him. "Baka, your conscience is severely tarnished. Not only did you invade my company's server, but you also dug a massive pit for me to fall into." Of course, the citizens of the Patchwork Nation could never suspect that the individual who breached their server was merely a student who had just completed his college entrance examinations. The subsequent news segment reported that a small building in the beautiful nation had been infiltrated by unknown hackers, resulting in the loss of significant documents, totaling a staggering $5.6 billion in damages. Following technical investigations, all evidence pointed to the Matsutaka company from the Patchwork Nation, leaving the small building perplexed and furious. Initially, it was intended that the country send the chairman and relevant personnel of this company to the beautiful nation for trial. However, considering the long-standing diplomatic relations between the two nations, it was decided to impose a fine of $9 billion on the company and the hackers involved. Upon hearing this news, Li Mingjun coughed violently, not from shock, but rather because he had forgotten to exhale the smoke he had inhaled moments prior. The beautiful nation had been rather harsh in their response. Yet why was there a hint of delight within him? "Xiao Fei, what do you think?" "Dad, you're not the only one pleased. I find the outcome quite satisfactory," Li Fei replied, surprised that the company had audaciously attacked such a critical entity. So the fine seemed entirely justified. He had not anticipated that his casual hint would lead them to launch an immediate assault without further investigation. He found this revelation rather delectable. Chapter 19, College Entrance Examination Results. After watching these two news segments, the remainder of the broadcast focused on domestic affairs. Li Fei stood up and addressed his father. "Dad, I'm going back to my room to read. You can take your time here." "All right, off you go," Li Mingjun replied, momentarily diverting his gaze from the television to glance at his son before returning to the screen, feeling a sense of contentment. Many individuals who habitually peruse their phones in the morning were left incredulous by these explosive news reports, flooding the comments section with their reactions. "What is happening? I merely took a nap, and the Patchwork Nation has caused such a ruckus. The people of this country have become arrogant, daring to attack the beautiful nation's small building. They didn't even think to invite me to partake in this drama. How inconsiderate. To the commenter above. You're thinking too small. We should congratulate this company for racking up a negative balance of 165 billion US dollars. Aren't people curious about the identity of the hacker? They must be a major player, orchestrating events between two nations. Youngsters, curb your curiosity. Be cautious of receiving late-night messages. In no time, the comments had surged into the thousands, and within half an hour, these two pieces of news climbed to the top 2 positions on the trending list. Li Fei remained completely unaware of the online frenzy, and even if he did, he would not have cared. Now, his thoughts were entirely consumed by his own intellect. He retrieved several books from the technology library, eager to ascertain whether he could, as the legends suggested, read 10 lines at a glance. After a series of tests, Li Fei achieved the desired results. His reading speed and comprehension had significantly improved. However, mastering the ability to read 10 lines simultaneously remained a formidable challenge, and the efficacy was not optimal, often leading to a muddled thought process. For the subsequent period, Li Fei spent his time either immersed in books or engrossed in coding. It is often said that when a person is deeply focused, they lose all sense of time. Li Fei was such a person. On the morning of June 23rd, the family was gathered for breakfast when Chu Hongmei suddenly remarked, "Xiao Fei, it's been ages since you all took the college entrance examination. When will you be able to check your results? Results can be queried on the 23rd of this month." "Mom, there's no need to rush. We still have time," Li Fei replied, swallowing a mouthful of noodles before responding leisurely. Upon finishing his statement, he noticed the synchronized gazes of his parents and sister directed at him. "Brother, have you become foolish from reading too much lately? Hey, how can you talk like that? Little girl, you're the one who's foolish." Li Fei shot back, narrowing his eyes at his sister in playful reproach. Li Kiki Bota, displaying her smartwatch and thrusting it towards him. "Take a look at the date." Li Fei instinctively glanced at the watch, only to realize that it was indeed the 23rd, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated time would fly by so swiftly. He had thought there were still 2 days remaining. "Xiao Fei, stop dawdling and quickly check your college entrance exam results," Chu Hongmei urged, noticing her son lost in thought. Prompted by her words, Li Fei snapped back to reality, retrieved his phone, accessed the official query platform, and entered his candidate number. Soon, his score appeared, 651. He felt no surprise at the outcome. "Brother, let me see. What was your total score?" Li Qiqi extended her small hand, attempting to snatch Li Fei's phone, but was promptly restrained by Chu Hongmei. "Xiao Qi, stop causing a ruckus and eat your noodles." Li Fei handed the phone to his mother and resumed his breakfast. As Chu Hongmei examined the score, her eyes sparkled with joy. Li Mingjun, noticing his wife's radiant smile, leaned over to see the results, exclaiming, "Xiao Fei, you scored 651 on your college entrance exam." His loud voice brought Chu Hongmei back from her reverie, and with a hint of pride, she retorted, "You should consider who my child is. Achieving such a score is only natural." Li Mingjun merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. Just as the family was finishing breakfast, Li Fei's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his homeroom teacher, Zheng Yuro, calling. Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, Teacher Zheng. Why are you calling so early?" "Li Fei, first and foremost, congratulations on your excellent results. By now, you should have checked your scores, right?" "Yes, I just did," Li Fei replied candidly. As this information was hardly a secret, since you are aware, remember to fill out your application form on the 27th. You have 3 days to do so, so do not forget, or it will become quite troublesome. Upon hearing that Li Fei had checked his results, Zheng Yuro moved on to discuss the application timeline. "All right, I understand. Thank you, teacher. Well, that's all for now. I have to notify the other students. Goodbye." With that, she hung up, needing to reach out to other students and parents regarding the application deadlines. As Li Fei put his phone away, Li Qiqi, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Brother, which university are you planning to attend?" "Nowhere else but Yuqing University." He had already made up his mind, and both Li Mingjun and Chu Hongmei were aware of it. Although studying in another city could broaden his horizons, the hassle of traveling back and forth during holidays was something he wished to avoid. Returning to his room, Li Fei retrieved his backpack from the wardrobe, preparing to go shopping for disposable syringes. Little did he know, as he descended the stairs, Li Qiqi was waiting at the bottom to block his path. "Brother, where are you sneaking off to again?" Hearing this, Li Fei's expression darkened as he ruffled her hair. "Which of your eyes saw me sneaking out?" "I'm leaving quite openly, foolish girl." Feeling her hair tousled, Li Qiqi protested, "You messy brother, you've ruined my hair." "Oomph, I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she turned and dashed into the supermarket, disappearing from Li Fei's sight. Finally, that little girl is gone. Otherwise, she would have insisted on tagging along. The reason he needed to buy syringes was to inject the brain development serum into the milk bottle Li Qiqi usually drank, ensuring she consumed it without suspicion. Not long after Li Fei left, Li Qiqi emerged from the store, her expression sour upon realizing he had vanished. He left me behind to sneak out alone. Meanwhile, Chu Hongmei, busy calculating recent earnings, noticed her daughter running in and out and curiously inquired, "Xiao Qi, what are you up to?" "Nothing, it's just that brother messed up my hair, and I came in to find a comb, only to discover he had slipped away." Chu Hongmei examined her daughter's disheveled hair and shook her head, returning her focus to the computer. Chapter 20, Earning Money. Li Fei was out for the better part of the day, returning home at 2 in the afternoon. Apart from purchasing syringes, he also bought a laptop and some basic experimental equipment to store in the technology library, thus eliminating the need to borrow from the school laboratory for future concoctions. He had barely settled in the living room when Li Qiqi returned from outside. Spotting the computer bag on the table, she immediately reached for it. But Li Fei's reflexes were quicker. "Little girl, what do you think you're doing?" He clutched the newly acquired laptop protectively, eyeing his sister warily. "Brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Perceiving his defensive posture, Li Qiqi pouted in discontent. "This contains a laptop. I won't let you play with it." With that, Li Fei hurría upstairs, not letting me see. I wouldn't want to see it anyway, as if it were anything special. Although Li Qiqi said this, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Upon returning to his room, Li Fei took out his phone and gazed at the text messages, only to find that he had a mere 5,000 yuan left, which sent a pang of discomfort through his heart. Money truly does not last long. After just 2 purchases, he was down to this paltry sum. It seemed imperative to devise a means of earning some funds, for otherwise, he would have to rely on his parents for financial support whenever he desired to purchase something. Since entering high school, Li Fei had diligently saved any unspent money, amassing over 20,000 yuan, nearing 30,000 over the span of 3 years. Yet, after spending considerably on the development of a brain-enhancing serum and making recent purchases, he found himself perilously close to depleting his small treasury. Li Fei retrieved his notebook from his bag and pressed the power button, noticing the battery was low. He promptly connected it to the power supply. Once charged, he did not immediately connect to the internet, but instead booted up his desktop computer. As the computer started, he typed a few lines of simple code in the editor to search for some specialized software. This approach was inspired by a novel he had read, where the protagonist, upon receiving a unique ability, engaged in online tasks to swiftly accumulate capital. While Li Fei was searching online, he stumbled upon a chat application where a group of hackers were engaged in conversation. "Everyone, was last time's incident truly not your doing?" inquired a hacker by the name of Dark Luminary within group. "That night, I was working at the company and had no time to partake in that affair." One responded, "What a pity. I was at my father-in-law's for drinks that night and had no computer at my disposal. Otherwise, I would have joined in the fray." Another lamented, "Boss, ever since last time when Yushin advised us to keep a low profile, everyone has been quite honest lately. I believe this incident was not perpetrated by anyone here," remarked a third. Upon observing that no one in the group was involved, Dark Luminary felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been hesitant to inquire about the matter, but the orders from above left him with no room for refusal, especially since he was employed by the state. In real life, Dark Luminary's true name was Mo Kaijun, who had accepted an olive branch from a certain department 5 years prior. After conducting some research, Li Fei indeed discovered a platform. Upon reviewing the simple introductory information, he learned that this platform was created by certain enterprises with the aim of enlisting programming experts to complete apps or firewall vulnerabilities that the companies could not perfect. However, undertaking tasks on this platform was no easy feat first. Merely locating the platform would deter a plethora of inadequately skilled individuals, though having a familiar face to guide one in was a different matter altogether. Furthermore, even if one managed to join, they would face a second round of testing. And only upon passing could they begin with the simplest of tasks, which offered modest rewards ranging from 1,000 to 50,000 yuan, with a maximum not exceeding 50,000. Li Fei found the second round of questions to be quite manageable. Next, he was required to fill out some basic information, which did not necessitate the use of his real name, akin to creating a username. As for how to receive compensation, he had no worries. Upon completing each task, the payment would be deposited into his account on the platform, available for withdrawal at any time. Viewing the blank information page, Li Fei simply entered the name Phantom in the nickname section, left the rest unfilled, and confirmed his submission. Upon submitting the information, The screen quickly transitioned, and after a brief 5 seconds, a brand new page appeared before him. Li Fei observed 10 tasks listed, half of which were grayed out. Clicking on one, a message promptly popped up. Task has been claimed. Please choose again. Noticing that all tasks offering rewards above 10,000 yuan had already been taken, Li Fei was compelled to select a lesser one, ultimately choosing a task with a reward of 7,000 yuan. This task involved a minor game on a chat application that frequently experienced brief lags, much to the chagrin of many users. Although the company had attempted several modifications, the issue remained unresolved, prompting higher-ups to consider abandoning the game, while the development team stubbornly decided to post it on this task platform in hopes of a solution. After accepting the task, Li Fei received the game's programming code and began his examination. However, he soon found himself furrowing his brow. Who had authored this game's code? It was riddled with so many minor vulnerabilities that anyone with a modicum of technical knowledge could easily create a cheat. Initially, Li Fei intended to rectify all the flaws. But upon reflection, he abandoned that notion. The task only offered 7,000 yuan. He could not afford to invest the effort equivalent to a 20,000 yuan job. Ultimately, he did patch the vulnerability that could leak user information but neglected the others. After modifying the code responsible for the lag, he prepared to submit the task. But at that moment, Li Fei sensed something amiss. Logically, with so many minor vulnerabilities in the game, the company's development team should have detected at least a few. So why had they not made any modifications? Just as he pondered this, he could not help but chuckle, realizing that his knowledge gleaned from the technology library was light years ahead of these developers. With that thought, Li Fei decided against further hesitation and submitted the task, awaiting the review from the other party. Waiting requires time, and since Li Fei was there to earn money, he proceeded to claim 3 more tasks in one go. Not out of a desire for excess, but because he had reached the limit. By 4 p.m., Li Fei had completed 22 tasks, earning a total of 112,000 yuan. Had he not been interrupted by Li Qiqi knocking on the door to call him for dinner, he would have undoubtedly continued working on more tasks. Unbeknownst to Li Fei, his rapid task completion had already stirred quite a commotion on the platform. Those who had initially intended to claim tasks flocked to the chat area, which was usually sparsely populated, now buzzing with activity. Someone ventured to investigate the identity of this exceptionally proficient task performer. Upon seeing the name Phantom, they realized they did not recognize it and returned to the chat area to inquire of others. Does anyone know who Phantom is? Step forward and clarify. This must be a small account of some great god, specifically created to rack up tasks in the lower tier region, another suggested. Ah, these people are quite something. The task rewards are already minimal, and yet they come to snatch tasks from us, lamented yet another. What you say holds little weight. Some tasks are beyond our capabilities. So, of course, the platform will allow experts to handle them. Just as the discussion heated up, a striking red message appeared. I have inquired. And it appears that no one has created a small account today. It should be a newcomer who just joined. Upon seeing the nickname at the top of the message, everyone was momentarily stunned. The chat application fell into an eerie silence until someone finally reacted after a few moments. It's actually a message from Yushan. This matter is most likely as good as confirmed. After sending this message, Fang Jie exited the chat application. He, known to others as Yushan, was a hacker with the full moniker of Dawn's Wing, currently serving as a cybersecurity consultant for a prominent corporation. At that moment, he found himself intrigued by a figure known as Phantom. He pondered whether this individual's prowess was genuinely formidable or if they were merely backed by a team. If it was solely personal skill, that would indeed be terrifying. If it were a collaborative effort, then it would only amount to a moderate level of competence. Fang Jie opened the information hastily filled out by Li Fei, murmuring to himself. Just then, his phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, he noted that the caller was Huang Tao, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to answer. Taozi, what's the matter with your call? Brother you, here's the thing. I just took on a private job and require a bit of your technical assistance. A somewhat shrill voice emanated from the phone, making Fang Jie uncomfortable enough to hold the device at a distance. First, tell me what kind of job you've taken. If it's feasible, I might lend you a hand. After a brief silence of about 10 seconds, a response finally came from the other end. A company is interested in that Phantom character. They VE stated they would pay 200,000 as soon as we obtain any information about this person. Fortunately, I was quick enough to seize this task. Upon hearing that Huang Tao had taken such a job, Fang Jie felt an impulse to hang up, but he restrained himself, taking a deep breath before responding. Taozi, I've previously mentioned that aside from individuals listed as fugitives by the state, I do not assist in acquiring information on others. I want to be able to help with this matter. Seek assistance elsewhere. After stating this, Fang Jie abruptly hung up, denying Huang Tao any opportunity to retort. Contemplating further, he removed the SIM card from his phone, carelessly tossing it into the nearby trash bin, and replaced it with a new one. He then opened a different chat application and shared his new number with acquaintances. In a shabby rental apartment littered with discarded rubbish, a young man with a face full of acne and a disheveled hairstyle that could serve as a bird's nest was none other than Huang Tao. Upon hearing the abrupt rejection over the phone, he initially intended to negotiate further in hopes of a different answer, but was taken aback when the call was abruptly terminated. For someone like him, who valued face above all else, this treatment was intolerable. His expression darkened, and he muttered in frustration. You weren't always a hacker. Now that you've landed a respectable job, you're putting on airs. Damn it. I refuse to believe that this task can't be completed without your help, Don's Wing. He tossed his phone onto the computer desk, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and spat it onto the floor before resuming his work on the computer. Li Fei returned to his room and noticed a window popping up on his computer, indicating that a hacker was attempting to breach his task platform account. Let me see who is so bored as to try to hack my account. With a series of fluid motions, Li Fei successfully infiltrated the other person's computer. Completely undetected, as he rummaged through Huang Tao's files, he finally discovered the information he sought. To his astonishment, this individual was indeed pursuing a task from a certain company, aiming to locate his information, with a reward totaling 200,000. He anticipated being targeted so swiftly. It seemed he would need to maintain a lower profile moving forward. However, since someone had come looking for him, he was curious to see what else was stored within the depths of Huang Tao's computer. This time, Li Fei examined everything meticulously, leaving no trace of Huang Tao's previous activities overlooked. The revelations left him dumbfounded and somewhat enraged. This young man had acquired hacking skills, yet had done nothing of merit, either editing game cheats or stealing others' gaming accounts, amounting to over 200,000, not to mention setting up cameras in others' rooms. It was truly despicable. Li Fei anonymously forwarded this evidence to the police department and, after erasing any traces of his intrusion, discreetly exited Huang Tao's computer. In the Southern Oil City Police Department of Lingnan, Officer Xiao Yong was organizing files on his computer when he suddenly received an email accompanied by a brief message, evidence of hacker crimes. Upon reading those 7 words, he instinctively clicked to open it. Initially, the information seemed mundane, but as he continued reading, Xiao Yong's expression grew serious. Zhang Jia, come take a look at this document. I need your opinion on its authenticity. The female officer, who was fetching water nearby, hurried over upon hearing her name. Xiao, what document has you looking so grim? It's a criminal record that has just appeared on this computer. Xiao Yong quickly rose to make space, gesturing toward the screen. After the Zhang officer perused the document for a moment, her expression mirrored his seriousness. This information is legitimate. You should summon a colleague from the tech department to see if we can trace the source of this document. I'll inform the chief about this matter. Unbeknownst to Huang Tao, all his past misdeeds have been neatly compiled and dispatched to the police department by Li Fei. He continued his futile attempts to breach Phantom's account. Yet no method yielded any results. Knock, knock, knock. Feeling increasingly agitated, Huang Tao reacted to the persistent knocking outside with impatience. What is all this knocking? I don't have time right now. Just speak if you have something to say. Yet, after his outburst, silence filled the air, only to be interrupted by the relentless knocking. Damn it! Are you addicted to knocking? When I get out, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. As Huang Tao's frustrations mounted, stemming from his inability to uncover Phantom's true information, he approached the door, grabbing a baseball bat and swinging it open, ready to confront whoever was outside. However, upon seeing the uniformed officers, he froze in shock. Huang Tao, this is a warrant for your arrest. Please come with us. A police officer, appearing to be in his 40s, produced a document and displayed the written side to Huang Tao. Upon comprehending its contents, Huang Tao immediately slumped to the ground, the baseball bat falling from his grasp. Observing his reaction, the officer who had presented the warrant waved his hand and commanded, "Cuff him and take him away." Chapter 22, What Now? When Huang Tao was brought to the police station, he initially attempted to deny the accusations. But after confronting the overwhelming evidence, his face turned ashen. Under the weight of irrefutable proof, he confessed to his crimes, awaiting the legal consequences that lay ahead. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly, and 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Fei either immersed himself in books or occasionally completed tasks on the platform, leading a fulfilling life. Once, taking advantage of the absence of others at home, he injected a cerebral enhancement serum into Li Qiqi's favorite yogurt and personally delivered it to her room after dinner. Due to Li Fei's frequent missions on the task platform, the alias Phantom quickly gained renown within the hacking community. During this period, numerous large corporations sought to recruit him, offering exorbitant salaries starting from $1 million, with some even willing to part with 1% of their shares. However, all such offers were graciously declined. Naturally, some companies, frustrated by their inability to secure his allegiance, resorted to threats, proclaiming that if he did not join them, he could forget about enjoying a prosperous life online. Unperturbed by these empty threats, Li Fei diligently investigated these companies, uncovering their sordid dealings. After discovering their tax evasion and other illicit activities, he magnanimously forwarded this information to the relevant authorities. Following this, he gradually reduced the frequency of his missions for 2 reasons. The tasks had mostly been completed, leaving only those in the hands of others. And he was utterly vexed by the incessant harassment from these companies. Nevertheless, on this platform, he had amassed nearly 2 million yuan, making him the envy of his peers. On September 1st, the day of enrollment at Yuqing University, Li Fei rose early to pack his belongings. Xiaofei, let me take you there. Taking the subway is simply too troublesome, Chu Hongmei remarked, eyeing the suitcase on the floor as she addressed Li Fei, who was busy with breakfast. Mom, it's unnecessary. My sister is enrolling today too, and you need to take her, Li Fei replied after swallowing his food, shaking his head in refusal. His rejection stemmed from the overwhelming traffic. Driving would take longer than taking the subway. Seeing that Li Fei did not require a ride, Chu Hongmei chose not to press further. Once their conversation concluded, Li Mingjun spoke up. Xiaofei, I have transferred 30,000 yuan for your tuition and living expenses to your card. If it's insufficient, just call home. Dad, with over 10,000 for living expenses, that will be more than enough for this semester. Li Fei initially intended to decline the money, as he had funds of his own. However, considering the questionable source of his savings, he accepted the money quietly, assuring them it would suffice for the semester. Xiaofei, once you enter university, you will encounter many expenses. Do not hesitate to spend, Chu Hongmei advised, knowing her son's frugal nature, which led him to purchase only essentials while ignoring the trifles. Mom, rest assured, I have some money left on my card. It should be entirely adequate for this semester. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongmei shot him a disapproving glance. That little amount on your card must have been nearly depleted after your last computer purchase, right? I can't believe you bought a computer without even mentioning it to us. If it weren't for Xiaoqi telling me, I might still be oblivious. Embarrassed, Li Fei scratched his head. He had remembered needing a computer while passing by an electronics store during a trip to procure supplies and ended up purchasing one, pushing his suitcase to the bus stop. A bus soon arrived. Noting it would pass by the subway station, he joined a throng of passengers and tossed 5 coins into the fare box. Once he found a seat, he surveyed the other passengers and spotted 5 students dressed similarly to him, indicating they were also freshmen this year. After a brief glance, he closed his eyes and began to ponder. Time passed, and an electronic announcement signaled the bus had finally arrived at the subway station. Li Fei, who had been resting his eyes, opened them upon hearing the sound, grabbed his suitcase, and made his way to the bus door. Just as he was about to disembark, he noticed a girl struggling to drag a large suitcase, waiting at the door. May I offer my assistance? He inquired as the girl was stretching her arms after maneuvering her luggage to the entrance. Lin Yanran, having just shaken off the fatigue from her arms, was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Initially inclined to refuse, she hesitated upon assessing her cumbersome suitcase. It would be challenging to manage alone. That would be great. Thank you. Let's lift it together, she replied. Li Fei set his suitcase down on the platform before lifting Lin Yanran's hefty box. Immediately sensing its weight, around 80 to 100 pounds, curious about its contents. Were it not for his occasional help at home with moving goods, he might have found himself in a predicament. After successfully lowering her suitcase, Li Fei grabbed his own and proceeded toward the nearby subway station. Lin Yanran, ready to express her gratitude, was surprised to see him depart without a word. Is my appearance so unappealing that he chose to leave in silence? She mused, quickly retrieving a compact mirror from her bag to inspect her reflection. What stared back was a face in disarray, devoid of any charm. Stunned by her own appearance, she eventually regained her composure and muttered through gritted teeth, Lin Rue, how dare you tamper with my cosmetics? I shall certainly teach you a lesson when I return home. You infuriate me to no end. Lin Rue, her younger brother, aged 16, possessed remarkable artistic talent and had a knack for concocting peculiar pigments. The creations he devised were virtually undetectable when in use. Having been pranked by him numerous times, Lin Yanran was dismayed to receive such a gift upon leaving home. No wonder he was so eager yesterday. He was waiting for me, she thought, pulling out her phone and dialing a contact humorously labeled Mischief Maker. The call connected swiftly. Hee, sis, didn't you just leave yesterday? Are you already missing me? Lin Rui's voice rang out cheerily. Clenching her fist, Lin Yinran endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Lin Rui, I absolutely adore the gift you sent. I shall express my gratitude when I return home. Just don't get too emotional and start crying. Upon hearing her words, Lin Rui's grin faded, replaced by a look of dismay, silently cursing himself. After finishing her statement, Lin Yinran hung up the phone, now eager to find a restroom to remove her makeup. Otherwise, she would surely become a laughingstock at school. Chapter 23, Arrival at School. After thoroughly cleansing her face of makeup, Lin Yinran revealed a remarkably exquisite visage in the mirror before her. She rummaged through her bag and tossed a makeup kit into the nearby trash can before pushing her suitcase toward the subway ticket hall. Upon entering the ticket area, Li Fei could no longer maintain his composure, and a hint of amusement spread across his face. He was taken aback that the girl had felt the need to wear such an eccentric makeup before leaving home. It was no wonder no one offered her assistance. Li Fei merely sighed, and soon dismissed the incident from his mind, retrieving his transit card to swipe at the turnstile before heading towards the subway platform. Before he could reach the platform, a train arrived and came to a steady halt. Observing the throng of passengers hastily boarding, Li Fei hurriedly jogged toward the doors, managing to slip inside just as they began to close. He was not alone in his haste. Other students bound for their studies and some office workers joined him in the rush. However, only a few succeeded in boarding the train, while those who lagged behind were left to await the next one. When Lin Yinran arrived at the underground platform, the small groups of chatter fell silent as soon as they caught sight of her stunning appearance. Her beauty captivated all present. Accustomed to the attention, Lin Yinran calmly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and donned them. As she adorned herself with the shades, the onlookers regained their composure. Diverting their gazes back to familiar faces, though a select few continued to steal glances at her. Lin Yinran had no need to take the subway. A car was waiting for her outside the airport upon her arrival. However, when the vehicle broke down unexpectedly en route, and with no clear indication of how long repairs would take, she opted to take public transport instead. After 3 route changes, Li Fei finally reached the subway station approximately 100 meters from Yuqing University. Following the crowd out of the station, he found a directional map not far away and, having confirmed the direction to the university, spent around 2 minutes walking to its entrance. Before him stood the grandiose university gate, adorned with a banner that read, "A warm welcome to the new students of the 2017 cohort, to the diligent scholars from all corners. Your journey has been arduous." Numerous upperclassmen were present, patiently guiding the newcomers on where to pay fees and collect dormitory keys. Once one senior concluded his instructions, another stepped forward to address the group, saying, "Students, please refrain from wandering. I will now escort you to the registration area to sign in." As she led the new students into the university, Li Fei followed along with the others. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the registration and fee collection area. "I will leave you here. Others will guide you to your dorms," the volunteer senior said, greeting the group before turning back toward the entrance. "Thank you for guiding us, senior. We appreciate your help." The students called out in gratitude. Hearing their words of thanks, she merely waved a hand without turning back, departing with a carefree demeanor. By the time Li Fei completed his enrollment procedures, half an hour had passed. As he stepped outside the registration area, a senior approached him with a warm greeting. "Freshman, may I ask which department you are in?" Looking at this somewhat earnest senior, Li Fei responded with a smile, "Hello, I am in the computer science department." "Oh, so you're studying computer science. That is perfect. I'm actually heading in that direction to assist a few new students. You can join us." He added, "By the way, my name is Pang Long. You can call me Along. I'm a junior majoring in finance." As Pang Long was indeed heading in that direction and began introducing himself, Li Fei reciprocated with his name. "Senior Pang, so you're in the finance department. That should make job hunting easier in the future. My name is Li Fei." As they walked and conversed, they soon came upon a group of 7 students, 3 of whom were female. Upon Lin Yinran's arrival at Yuqing University, despite her sunglasses, several male student volunteers surrounded her. "Excuse me, are you a new student this year? Do you need any assistance?" "Junior, your suitcase looks heavy. Let me help you carry it inside." Retreating a few steps from the encroaching male students, Lin Yinran replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require assistance. Please go help someone else." With that, she ignored them and began to scan the area, seemingly in search of someone. Despite her direct rejection, 3 of the more timid boys left, while 5 remained, unwilling to depart. Ma Yuntao, observing Lin Yinran's distracted demeanor, stepped forward with a self-assured grin and inquired, "Are you looking for someone? Perhaps I know them quite well." Lin Yinran paid no mind to Ma Yuntao's words, Instead, she shifted a distance away, making her disinterest abundantly clear. Such juvenile tactics were far too transparent for her, remnants of games others played. Seeing that his words had fallen on deaf ears, and that she had distanced herself, Ma Yuntao felt a twinge of embarrassment, his pride slightly bruised. This was a rare occurrence for him. In his college experience, any conversation he initiated typically led to shy blushing from the young women, easily swayed by his wealth. Just as he contemplated flaunting his expensive watch worth 50,000 yuan to impress the seemingly aloof woman, a voice suddenly called from behind. Yinran, why have you only just arrived? Your mother has called me several times. Ma Yuntao instinctively turned to see who spoke, his eyes widening in surprise as he quickly sidestepped and vanished, as if fearing trouble for lingering too long. The remaining few, puzzled by Ma Yuntao's abrupt departure, turned to see the source of the voice, and upon recognizing her, they too retreated in haste. With the bothersome admirers gone, Lin Yinran jogged over to the speaker and embraced her warmly. Annie, I made it. The woman Lin Yinran referred to as Annie was Su Yaling, a senior lecturer at Yuqing University who had just turned 30. The male students had chosen to flee upon sighting her due to her formidable reputation as the devil teacher. Su Yaling earned this title because, when she first arrived at Yuqing University, some had attempted to exploit her beauty for ulterior motives, only to find themselves firmly rebuffed. Additionally, during her lectures, any student marked absent would be recorded, and those exceeding 3 absences in a semester would not only lose participation points, but also face public reprimand in class, leaving no room for leniency. Certainly, Su Yaling's actions would inevitably offend some students hailing from affluent and influential families. Initially, some parents confronted her, leading to a warning from relevant authorities and a subsequent punishment. However, thereafter, no one dared to trouble her at school. Chapter 24, The Gathering. Those students who usually considered themselves superior soon realized that their parents' influence was futile, especially after receiving warnings forbidding them from causing disturbances at school, particularly in Su Yaling's class, which they were mandated to attend. In terms of physical prowess, certain teachers had already tested them, and in oratory skills, they were utterly outmatched. Frustrated, these students dubbed Su Yaling the devil teacher. Huang Long, accompanied by a group, arrived at the foot of a dormitory building and turned to Li Fei and the other two, saying, "Gentlemen, this is your dormitory. Shortly, according to the numbers on your keys, you should locate your respective rooms. That should pose no problem, I trust." "Thank you, senior, for bringing me here. I have no issues finding my dorm," replied a slightly plump boy with glasses, his face alight with a smile. Li Fei also expressed his gratitude to Huang Long, while the others simply nodded, showing no inclination to speak. Huang Long, unperturbed, continued to lead the remaining individuals forward. Once Huang Long had departed, Li Fei picked up his suitcase and headed into the dormitory, while the other two had long since vanished from sight. Upon reaching room 302, Li Fei unlocked the door with his key, entered to find his bed, casually placed his suitcase upon it, and promptly exited, ensuring the door was securely shut behind him. The reason for his departure was to procure a mat, a light quilt, and various other necessities. Soon, Li Fei arrived at a nearby supermarket, where numerous freshmen were shopping for their needs. He blended into the throng. After half an hour, he emerged from the supermarket, burdened with his purchases. On the first day of school, the number of students shopping was truly overwhelming. As Li Fei returned to the dormitory entrance, he set down the bucket held in his right hand and prepared to retrieve his key to unlock the door. However, just as he touched the key, the door swung open from the inside. Lu Chun, noticing someone standing at the entrance with items in hand, realized he was likely the first to arrive and quickly stepped aside. Seeing this gesture, Li Fei smiled warmly and courteously said, "Thank you. No problem. You must be the first student to arrive," Lu Chun remarked, his curiosity piqued by Li Fei's affable demeanor. "Yes, when I arrived, I didn't notice anyone else's belongings in the room," Li Fei answered promptly, without hesitation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chun, hailing from Chilu Pear City." Li Fei, a Lugao. Thus, the two engaged in a simple introduction, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Lu Chun, also in need of buying his essentials, didn't he linger in the dorm. The dormitory was shared by 4 students, and on that day, aside from Lu Chun, another individual introduced himself as an Huaqing, from Linen and Jijing. The last roommate, He Jia, arrived the following afternoon, coming from the mountain city of Saibei and Jizhou. With that, all the dormitory occupants were present. "Since everyone is here, why don't we wait a bit and head out together to find a place to gather? Of course, we will split the costs evenly. What do you all think?" Lu Chun proposed, glancing at the 3 others in the dorm. Though Li Fei was initially reluctant, contemplating the next 4 years they would spend together in the same dorm, he nodded in agreement. And Hua Qing and He Jia offered no objections, prompting the four to tidy up before heading out of the school. As they neared the school exit, they brushed past two female students. One of them paused momentarily, glancing back at Li Fei's silhouette. Yuanran, why aren't you moving? Su Yaling, who had been walking ahead, queried, puzzled by Lin Yuanran's sudden halt. Oh, Andy, it's nothing. I just saw someone familiar among those passing by. Not sure if it was him, Lin Yuanran replied, retracting her gaze and smiling casually at Su Yaling. Weren't you just here yesterday? You shouldn't be well acquainted with anyone here. Could it possibly be an old high school classmate? Not quite, just an intriguing individual. This story dates back to yesterday, Lin Yuanran explained, her interest piqued by Su Yaling's curiosity. Pray tell, what makes this person so interesting? Su Yaling pressed on, her determination to uncover the details evident. With a playful roll of her eyes, Lin Yuanran retorted, Auntie, you're already a teacher now. Why are you still acting like this? If a student saw you, their jaws would drop. Why can't a teacher be interested in such matters? If the young lads see it, they see it. What concern is that of mine? With her response, Lin Yuanran felt compelled to share the events of the previous day. Upon hearing her recount, Su Yaling began to tease. Our dear Yuanran, have you taken a liking to someone? Should I play matchmaker for you? Andy, what are you saying? I've merely met him once. Please don't exaggerate. Lin Yuanran replied, exasperated yet amused, stamping her foot lightly. Unbeknownst to Li Fei, who was entirely oblivious to the conversation about him, had arrived at a restaurant with his three roommates, where they each ordered 2 dishes and settled into idle chatter. Lu Chun, with a mysterious air, remarked, Did anyone notice the 2 girls we passed at the school entrance? They were stunning, like celestial beings. Hearing this, and Hua Qing chimed in, Indeed, their features were strikingly similar. Could they be sisters? Whether they are sisters, I cannot say, but I feel as though I've fallen in love, He Jia declared, cradling his chin in his hands. A foolish grin plastered across his face. Lu Chun and Hua Qing exchanged incredulous glances, the former scoffing, Look at your innocent demeanor. Who would have guessed you'd be such a romantic? You don't even know their names, yet you claim to be in love. Utterly ridiculous. Don't even start with the idea of love at first sight. We're all adults here and know better. Li Fei, seated quietly beside them, merely listened, opting not to join in the banter. At that moment, he began to realize that while these 3 appeared refined and earnest, they were, in fact, quite the jesters. Despite their teasing, none were genuinely upset. It was clear to all that it was merely a jest, not to be taken to heart. Observing Li Fei's silence. And Hua Qing raised an eyebrow and asked playfully, Li Fei, we've been chatting for a while, yet you haven't said a word. What gives? Everything worth saying has been said. What more is there for me to contribute? The countenance of those 2 young women was distinctly etched in Li Fei's memory, evoking a fleeting sense of awe. Yet it was merely a momentary impression. Moreover, with his current capacity for recollection, he felt an uncanny familiarity with one of them, as if he had encountered her before. After a moment of contemplation, images of the events that transpired at the bus station yesterday surfaced in his mind, revealing a striking similarity in their silhouettes. Nevertheless, Li Fei chose not to divulge this information to the 3 individuals before him. Before long, the 4 of them were served their meals, each having ordered 3 bottles of beer, and they began to eat and converse animatedly. They continued their revelry until the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, at which point they staggered back to their dormitory. Chapter 25. The Commencement of Military Training. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Fei and his companions each took a shower, lounging on their respective beds while engaging in light banter. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, their voices gradually diminished until only the sound of 4 rhythmic breaths filled the room, signaling that they had succumbed to slumber. The following morning at 6 o'clock, driven by his circadian rhythm, Li Fei opened his eyes on cue, donned his attire, and proceeded to the bathroom. After completing his morning routine and returning to the room, he noted that his 3 roommates were still deeply asleep. He treaded lightly as he made his way to the door. Upon arriving at the sports field, he discovered that some individuals were already engaged in morning jogs. He took the opportunity to stretch and join them. After a leisurely half-hour of running, Li Fei found himself breathless and decided to make his way back to the dormitory. Contemplating the necessity to carve out time to create a bodily enhancement serum to strengthen his physique. During his time at home, Li Fei had initially intended to develop it, but his focus on advancing the intelligent program had left him no time to pursue other endeavors. Fortunately, after over 2 months of refining the core programming, he had achieved a preliminary result, transforming it into a semi-intelligent program, now only a step away from true artificial intelligence. Upon his return to the dormitory, Li Fei had just finished washing up when his 3 roommates began to awaken. Lu Chun rubbed his still sleepy eyes and observed Li Fei, who was drying his hair. Li Fei, why are you up so early? He inquired. It's nothing. I've simply grown accustomed to it. Li Fei replied with a smile as he hung the towel on the drying rack. A few minutes later, now dressed in clean clothes, Li Fei noticed the trio was still busy with their morning rituals and lightly placed his hand on his stomach. Are you all planning to go out for breakfast? And Hua Qing spat out the foam from his mouth, glanced at his watch, and shook his head. I'm not hungry yet, so I'll pass. The other two echoed similar sentiments, indicating they would wait a while longer. Li Fei bid them farewell and set off alone. Since you're not going, I'll take my leave first. As the days passed, September 7th arrived. The day military training was set to commence. At 5:30 in the morning, Li Fei opened his eyes promptly, swiftly donned his military training uniform, and roused his still sleeping roommates. And Hua Qing, Lu Chun, He Jia, rise and shine. Military training is about to begin. We mustn't be late on the very first day. After issuing his call, Li Fei hurried to wash up, mindful not to linger in the dormitory, lest he risk tardiness. Lu Chun, hearing a shout, glanced at his phone and mumbled groggily, it's still early. I'll just sleep a bit longer. And Hua Qing merely turned over, continuing his peaceful slumber without any intention of waking. It was He Jia who yawned, half opening her eyes and slowly getting out of bed. After using the restroom and attending to his grooming for a good 10 minutes, Li Fei picked up his phone and noted that two of his roommates were still asleep. He raised his voice once more, Lu Chun and Hua Qing. If you don't get up now, you might miss the start of military training. This time, Li Fei's tone was more insistent, prompting the two to reluctantly open their eyes. Seeing they were awake, Li Fei wasted no time and dashed out the door. He jogged briskly to a nearby dining hall, where he purchased breakfast before heading to the training grounds. 7 minutes later, he arrived at his destination with some time to spare, so he settled aside to enjoy his steamed bun and soy milk. Not long after he finished eating, a commanding voice echoed in his ears. Students of the computer science department, gather over here. This voice served as a signal, prompting similar calls from various directions as students were summoned to assemble. Following the sound, Li Fei spotted a figure clad in camouflage standing rigidly, awaiting the students' arrival. After nearly 5 minutes of waiting, all the students had finally congregated, albeit in a disorganized fashion, lacking any semblance of formation. Yu Hongguang surveyed the disarrayed assembly with a stern expression and remarked, You have taken almost 5 minutes to gather, and yet you stand in such disarray. I find this profoundly unsatisfactory. Pausing momentarily, he continued, However, given that this is your first gathering, I can understand. Now, please heed my commands. Stand at attention. Align to the left. After issuing a couple of commands, Yu Hongguang halted and approached a student whose posture was incorrect, making slight adjustments and stating, This is the correct stance. Be sure to remember it. He then moved towards a female student, this time refraining from physical correction, opting instead for calm instruction. Allow me to demonstrate the proper way to align to the left. He turned his back to the audience, executing a perfectly precise movement, all the while instructing, Align yourselves swiftly according to the first student in the leftmost row. After a brief pause, he addressed them once more. Stand at attention. After issuing the command, Yu Hongguang turned to face the assembly. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Hongguang, and I will be your instructor for the next month. As he spoke, two students hurriedly approached, eager to join the line. Halt! Which department do you belong to? The two, initially hoping to slip by unnoticed, froze at his authoritative tone. One of them sheepishly scratched his head and replied, We are from the computer science department. We forgot to set our alarms last night, hence our tardiness. Yu Hongguang nodded, then replied with a serious demeanor, Since today is your first day, I shall refrain from imposing penalties upon you, but I expect no further delays. Return to your places. Once the two had rejoined the ranks, Yu Hongguang continued, Furthermore, when responding to questions in the future, remember to first call out report. Only after receiving my permission may you speak. Otherwise, you will face certain consequences. So do not claim I did not grant you due consideration. Understood? A chorus of responses followed, some louder than others, while a few remained silent. Yu Hongguang observed this attentively, his voice growing firmer. Early in the morning, I hope everyone is invigorated. Let's try that again. If the volume remains at this level, I shall continue to raise my voice until I am satisfied. Do you comprehend? Understood. Although the responses this time were somewhat uneven, it is commendable that everyone has made an effort to speak up, and the volume has indeed increased significantly. Yu Hongguang decided not to dwell on this matter any further, as they are merely students, not soldiers, and thus do not require such stringent standards. Now, there is another matter to address. From now on, regardless of the questions I pose, you are to respond only with yes or no. This will ensure a more uniform response. Is that clear? Yes. Noticing that the majority of students could respond in unison, this marked a promising beginning. Today, there are no other tasks to undertake, save for standing at attention. However, prior to that, you must place all bags and mobile devices behind me. Observing some students with small bags and backpacks, Yu Hongguang instructed them to place their belongings on the grass behind. Upon hearing his command, those burdened with items rushed over, including, of course, Li Fei. Once all had returned to their original positions, Yu Hongguang arranged the line neatly and began instructing them on the proper stance of attention. Initially, all the students stood in perfect alignment, believing it was not as arduous as portrayed on television. However, as time passed, those with weaker constitutions began to waver, their bodies trembling. Yu Hongguang glanced at his watch and noted that only 15 minutes had elapsed, so he spoke up. If you maintain this position for an additional 5 minutes, you will earn a 1-minute break. I hope everyone can persevere. Upon hearing this, those who felt they could no longer stand straightened their backs immediately. After a day spent in this stance, even with periodic breaks, a few students succumbed to heat exhaustion and fainting, but fortunately, only 3 individuals were affected. 2 had suffered heat exhaustion due to inadequate hydration during training, while another, possessing a weaker constitution, fainted briefly after prolonged exertion. Thankfully, prompt attention ensured their well-being, and with a good night's rest, they would be ready to resume training the following morning. After the afternoon session concluded, Li Fei returned to the dormitory for a brief rest before indulging in a refreshing shower, relishing the comfort of lying on his bed. Shortly thereafter, an Hua Qing entered, surprised to see Li Fei reclining on the bed. Li Fei, I didn't expect you back so soon. I thought I would be the first. I returned immediately after training. I didn't linger on the field, Li Fei replied, propping his head on his hands with a smile. And Hua Qing scrutinized Li Fei closely, noticing no hint of fatigue on his face. Did your computer science instructor go easy on you today? I wish that were the case, but unfortunately, we did not receive such leniency, and 3 students did collapse, Li Fei remarked, though he felt that the training level remained within his capacity. As they conversed, Lu Chun and He Jia stumbled in, supporting each other. What on earth has happened to you two? Are your military training exercises different from ours? Hua Qing inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. The two were momentarily taken aback by his question, and Lu Chun instinctively replied, we only stood at attention. We didn't do anything else. Wasn't that your exercise? It should be similar, Hua Qing responded as he made his way to the bathroom, feeling uncomfortable in his damp clothes. Once Hua Qing had departed, He Jia plopped down onto the bed, lamenting, we are already this exhausted on the first day. How are we to endure the days ahead? Li Fei tilted his head slightly in her direction, smiling encouragingly. Just a few more days of perseverance, and once you acclimatize, it won't feel so taxing. Sigh. Aside from that, there's no other way. If only we could take a leave of absence, Lu Chun sighed, massaging his aching legs. He just shot him a sideways glance. If students could take leave from the school, how many would still choose to participate in military training? Don't dwell on the realities of the world. Wash up and sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. As the days progressed, the effectiveness of the military training for the freshmen became evident. Each formation marched out with remarkable precision, exhibiting a semblance of military discipline. Attention! With this command, the students of the computer science department stood bolt upright. Dear students, today marks the final day of military training. I have observed your efforts throughout this period, and you have performed excellently. During the upcoming performance, I hope you will channel all your energy to showcase the fruits of your labor over the past month. Yes, instructor. After this address, the students executed a synchronized salute, responding in unison. Yu Hongguang returned the salute, glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to proceed, and commanded, you are to run in formation towards the training ground in the southeast and await further instructions. Is that understood? Yes. Left turn march. After giving the orders, Yu Hongguang observed the departing students and joined them in their run. Upon reaching their destination and settling them in, he turned and sprinted in another direction to his own assembly point. As the final exercise commenced, all students exerted themselves to demonstrate the skills they had acquired during their training. Observing their movements, the school leaders in the observation area nodded in approval, occasionally exchanging remarks, their expressions reflecting satisfaction. With the completion of the final exercise, once the students were seated, a male and female host ascended to the already prepared platform. These two were third-year students. They delivered a series of opening remarks before yielding the floor to the dean of their respective department, Huang Guozhong. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the officers from a certain military unit for their guidance of our new students. He spoke for over half an hour, causing some students to feel drowsy before finally concluding. Several others followed, sharing sentiments that were largely repetitive, echoing similar themes. When the hosts announced the conclusion, all students collectively exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the military personnel who had come to serve as instructors departed quietly by vehicle after the performance concluded. In light of the military training's conclusion, the school decided to grant a 2-day break, allowing the freshmen to recuperate and prepare to immerse themselves fully in their studies. At 8 a.m., Li Fei quietly left the dormitory, intent on searching for a rental apartment. This endeavor had long been planned. Had it not been for the military training, it would not have been postponed until now. He first indulged in a delightful breakfast at a nearby eatery before retrieving his phone and dialing a number that had long been saved. Hello, how may I assist you? Good morning. May I speak with Ms. Zhang Yali? Upon the connection of the call, Li Fei cautiously inquired, "Is that so?" Receiving an affirmative response from the other party, he proceeded to articulate his intentions. "Oh, I came across some information online recently indicating that you have a vacant property available for rent. Is it still unleased?" Upon hearing the request for a rental, Zhang Yali immediately perked up, since she had posted the rental information online previously, despite receiving inquiries. The property had remained unoccupied due to pricing concerns. She had contemplated removing the listing, but now, unexpectedly, someone expressed interest in renting it. It is still available. If you're genuinely interested, please meet me at the cafe beside Qinghe Community. All right, I will be there shortly. Thank you for your patience. After ending the call, Li Fei swiftly located the community on the map, realizing it was merely a few hundred meters away. Without further delay, he hastened towards his destination, eager not to keep anyone waiting. Upon arriving at the cafe mentioned by Zhang Yali, he walked straight inside. The attendant at the entrance greeted him with a smile, saying, "Welcome. Please come in, sir." Li Fei returned the smile and began to scan the room, taking out his phone to dial. "Ms. Zhang, I've arrived. May I ask where you're seated?" "At the third table by the window. Just come over." Following her guidance, Li Fei approached the designated table and noticed someone looking in his direction. Chapter 27. Successful Rental and Dispensing of Medication. Upon reaching the third table, Zhang Yali's face registered a look of surprise as she uncertainly asked, "Are you the one interested in renting the property?" Indeed. With this confirmation, Zhang Yali set her coffee cup down and scrutinized Li Fei before gesturing for him to take a seat. "Please don't stand there. Have a seat." Li Fei, feeling quite at ease, pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Zhang Yali stirred her coffee with a spoon before continuing her inquiry. "May I ask your name?" Before Li Fei could respond, a waiter approached. "Sir, may I take your order?" "I would like a mocha, please." "Thank you." The waiter noted his order and replied, "Certainly. Please hold on." Once the waiter departed, Li Fei smiled at Zhang Yali and introduced himself. "My name is Li Fei, a student at Yuqing University." After hearing his introduction, Zhang Yali lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought for a moment before lifting it to ask, "Mr. Li, may I inquire if you have already reached adulthood this year?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, Li Fei quickly regained his composure, producing his identification card and placing it on the table. "Rest assured, I have turned 18 this year." Li Fei understood Zhang Yali's concern. She was likely worried that he might be underage, which could lead to complications. "Your coffee, sir. Enjoy." As they conversed, the waiter returned with Li Fei's mocha. "Thank you." He expressed his gratitude, stirred the drink, and took a sip, savoring the superior flavor compared to the instant coffee he was accustomed to. Zhang Yali picked up the identification card, glanced at it, and then set it down. "I have reviewed your ID, Mr. Li. Now, let us discuss the rental details." Setting her cup aside, Li Fei smiled and said, "Please just call me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. feels rather awkward." Acknowledging his request, Zhang Yali replied, "Very well, Li Fei. You are already aware of the information and pricing regarding the property from online sources, so I shall not reiterate it. How long do you intend to rent it for?" Li Fei pondered for a moment, raised a finger, and replied, "Ms. Zhang, I plan to rent for a year and can pay the full amount up front." "Excellent. In that case, let us finish our coffee and proceed to view the property, after which we can sign the rental agreement. And please, you need not refer to me as MS. Zhang, you may call me Sister Zhang." Taken aback momentarily by her request, Li Fei soon found it reasonable upon reflection. "May I ask what discipline you studied?" "I majored in fine arts, but I graduated 2 years ago. You can find some information about me on the university's website." Zhang Yali observed Li Fei's reaction, confirming her major and inviting him to verify her credentials online. "I naturally trust what you say, Sister Zhang." For Li Fei, even if he were to be deceived, he would not suffer significant losses. He could simply choose not to rent from her in the future. After finishing their coffees, Li Fei settled their bill, and they proceeded to view the property. Upon inspecting the room's arrangement, he noted it matched the online photos precisely, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Sister, I have seen each room. Is the contract prepared? Zhang Yali retrieved 2 copies of the contract from her bag and handed them to him. After briefly reviewing the content, Li Fei found no discrepancies and promptly signed with his name, identification number, and contact information. Once all details were completed, they each affixed their fingerprints to the contract. As soon as Li Fei remitted the payment in full, the contract would become officially binding. Without hesitation, Li Fei requested Zhang Yali's bank account details and transferred 70,000 yuan. The rental property comprised 3 rooms at a monthly rate of 5,000 yuan, with a security deposit of 10,000 yuan. For Li Fei at this moment, such a sum was inconsequential. Seeing the ease with which Li Fei completed the payment for a year's rent, Zhang Yali could not help but express her astonishment. I didn't expect you to be quite the affluent one. What makes me affluent? It is you who possesses such a spacious property here that truly defines wealth. Li Fei's words were sincere. Being able to afford property in this location suggested a well-off background. This house is not mine. It is funded by my father. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. I need to change the door code as I have to go out for some sketching. Hearing she had other commitments, Li Fei did not linger. They walked to the door to change the password. After successfully updating the door code, they exchanged contact numbers. Zhang Yali glanced at the time. Li, I must take my leave now, but feel free to call me if anything arises. Understood, sister. Allow me to escort you downstairs. With that, Li Fei prepared to close the door as he accompanied Zhang Yali. No longer, as a friend is waiting for me downstairs. The meaning behind her words was instantly grasped by Li Fei, who then refrained from insisting on accompanying her further, lest a misunderstanding ensue, which would truly transform a good intention into a misfortune. Li Fei tucked a piece of paper into his bag, closed the door of the rented apartment, and took the elevator to depart from his place. He still needed to venture out to procure some items, lest he find himself without a place to sleep upon his return. Upon arriving on the street, Li Fei commenced his search for a traditional Chinese medicine shop, intending to purchase materials for a body enhancement potion, as well as a blanket and daily necessities. This time, he did not plan to buy everything from a single pharmacy as he had done previously. After several hours of diligent searching, he finally gathered all the required materials and proceeded to the supermarket. Upon his return to the rental unit, he placed all the items in the master bedroom, then drew the curtains tightly before summoning the entrance to the technological library, retrieving an alcohol lamp and other equipment from within. Although he was tasked with creating a body enhancement potion this time, he was considerably more experienced than during his last endeavor, resulting in a marked increase in speed. Nevertheless, even with this efficiency, Li Fei found himself laboring until 8 p.m. to complete the extraction of all the medicinal ingredients. The next step was to concoct the potion, though he was uncertain how successful he would be this time. As he muttered this thought, he began the synthesis according to the prescribed proportions. However, midway through the process, the liquid in the glass test tube reacted violently, releasing a pungent odor. Undeterred by the initial failure, Li Fei dismissed it as a mere oversight and replaced the test tube with a new one to continue the synthesis. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The process failed again at the same juncture. How could this be? What could possibly have gone awry? Unable to deduce the issue immediately, he attempted a third synthesis, only to be met with the same disheartening result, leading to a noticeable pallor on his face. Chapter 28, Counterfeit Medicine. After 3 consecutive failures, Li Fei ceased his efforts, entering the technological library to retrieve the formula and scrutinize the steps meticulously. After reviewing it twice, he confirmed that his sequence was correct, leading him to form a hypothesis. To validate this conjecture, Li Fei procured another test tube and initiated a 4th synthesis. This time, he exercised extraordinary caution. Upon the introduction of the 17th liquid into the test tube, it rapidly turned black. Observing this phenomenon, Li Fei squeezed a drop onto his hand and tasted it with his tongue, discovering that the flavor was not as described in the documentation, prompting him to narrow his eyes in suspicion. It appeared that his carelessness had led him to inadvertently purchase counterfeit medicine. This batch of potion was rendered useless. Li Fei transported the glass test tubes containing the liquid to the restroom, disposing of part of it in the toilet while flushing it away. The remainder was poured down the floor drain, while the concoction derived from the counterfeit ingredients was discarded into the trash bin. This precaution was taken to prevent any potential mixing, which could lead to uncontrollable reactions. Li Fei had encountered similar cases in the technological library, where it was reported that a secondary civilization, while researching longevity potions, had carelessly discarded failed samples and leftover materials into a garbage bag, intending for them to be thrown away. However, the cleaner, feeling the distance was too great, secretly disposed of them in a cleaning basin and washed them away. leaving no trace. This seemingly minor act resulted in that civilization becoming a haven for mutated creatures within a mere 6 months. Had it not been for a fleet from an advanced civilization passing by their planet and resolving the crisis, that civilization would have faced extinction. Ultimately, the scientists aboard that fleet traced the issue back to a biological laboratory. The root cause was simple. The laboratory had failed to properly dispose of failed samples, frequently discharging them through the cleaning basin. Over time, remnants of these samples accumulated in the pipes, leading to the formation of sludge. In a fortunate coincidence, these residues reacted chemically with certain substances, flowing into rivers and being ingested by wild animals and aquatic life, resulting in mutations. Thus, Li Fei remained vigilant. He had no desire for such an incident to occur on Blue Star. After thoroughly cleaning all equipment and returning it to the technological library, Li Fei departed from the rental unit. Having dined at a restaurant, he returned to the dormitory, where it was already past 9 p.m., approaching 10. Li Fei, what have you been up to today? Why are you back so late? Lu Chun, engrossed in his phone, looked up upon hearing the door open and casually inquired. Oh, don't even mention it. I was supposed to handle something important today, but an unexpected issue arose, which delayed my return. Ah, I see. I thought you were out on a date with some girl. Lu Chun teased, returning his focus to his phone. Not wanting to disturb Hua Qing and He Jia, who were engrossed in their game, Li Fei instead approached his locker, retrieving his laptop and settling at the desk beneath his bed. He plugged the charger into the socket and connected it to his computer to begin charging. Having completed this task, he made his way to the balcony, took down a set of clean clothes, and entered the bathroom to shower. 15 minutes later, Li Fei returned to his room, seated himself at his desk, and pressed the power button on his laptop. Once the interface appeared, he opened his programming software and began typing rapidly. The speed of his keystrokes soon drew the attention of Lu Chun and the others. Li Fei, what are you doing? Lu Chun leaned over the edge of the bed, peering down but unable to discern what Li Fei was up to, prompting him to ask. With his fingers dancing across the keyboard and his gaze fixed intently on the screen, Li Fei absently replied, Oh, nothing much. I'm just drafting some documentation. It will be done shortly. I hope it's not disturbing you. Hearing this, and Hua Qing and He Jia realized that Li Fei had returned. Hey, Li Fei, what did you get back? He Jia, noticing the character in the game had died, set down her phone and rubbed her eyes, inquiring. There was no need for Li Fei to respond. As Lu Chun interjected, he has been back for almost 20 minutes. How did you two not notice? He Jia felt a bit embarrassed by this remark, chuckling sheepishly. I was so engrossed in the game that I truly didn't realize when he returned. Just then, and Hua Qing tossed his phone aside with a groan, exclaiming, Ugh, today has been such a disaster. I keep encountering novice teammates. I just lost my home again. Upon hearing this lament, He Jia quickly grabbed her phone to check, discovering her level had dropped by 1. These players are truly infuriating. I'm done playing for today. As the two discussed their inadequate teammates, Li Fei completed his final line of code. With a mere press of the enter key, the entire program seemed to spring to life, flowing rapidly with an invigorated energy. Before long, a download progress bar materialized on the computer screen, swiftly reaching 100%. Upon opening the newly appeared file folder, Li Fei discovered a procurement invoice for medicinal herbs from the very shop that had sold him counterfeit medicine. As he scrutinized the contents, an involuntary gasp escaped his lips. The shop was indeed unscrupulous, for a third of the precious herbs were mere fakes. Once another document finished downloading, Li Fei opened it to reveal a short video captured on a mobile device. This brief clip, lasting just over 30 seconds, was an eye-opener for him. His herbs had been swapped under his nose. He had initially thought someone had merely dropped the package by accident, only to realize it was a case of substitution. Since this matter had now fallen into his lap, it seemed only fair to bestow upon them a rather grand gift in return. Li Fei meticulously organized the information on his computer and anonymously sent it to the Drug Administration, transferring the ill-gotten gains accumulated by the shop over the years to a domestic welfare institution. After completing these tasks, Li Fei left a message on their computer. If you ever have the chance again, do not sell counterfeit medicine, or I shall come after you. Farewell. Satisfied with his message, he erased all traces of his intrusion and exited the system. Had the shop not provoked Li Fei, they might have escaped such dire repercussions. Regrettably, the die was cast, and Li Fei was not one to suffer losses willingly. The following day, Li Fei exchanged greetings with Lu Chun and departed the dormitory to procure more medicinal herbs. This time, he approached the task with remarkable diligence, inspecting each herb to prevent another encounter with counterfeit products. As he passed the fraudulent medicine shop, he noted a throng of people gathered outside, drawn by the commotion. He paused to observe, witnessing several individuals being escorted out. The culprits had finally been apprehended. He had once purchased counterfeit medicine here and was dismissed when he confronted them. It was no surprise, as he too had visited a few days prior and found their products ineffective. Had they not been caught, he might still have remained in the dark. Amused by the murmurs of the crowd, he simply smiled and continued on his way. Chapter 29. Procuring food and consuming enhancers upon returning to his rented accommodation. Li Fei wasted no time and immediately began the extraction of medicinal liquids in the living room. After more than 6 hours, he had exhausted all the herbs he had purchased, and the next step was synthesis. Li Fei retrieved a clean test tube from box, skillfully using a pipette to extract varying drops of liquid from other test tubes, sequentially adding them into the new one. Once all the liquids were transferred, he proceeded to incorporate 5 types of powdered minerals. Li Fei carefully poured the pre-measured mineral powders into the test tube, swiftly sealing it and gently shaking it side to side. After about a minute, he paused, bringing the test tube closer to his eyes for a meticulous inspection. The liquid inside had transformed into a vibrant azure, mirroring precisely what was documented in the materials from the technological library. A smile of satisfaction graced Li Fei's face as he set the enhancer carefully aside and proceeded to synthesize the next batch. With the final mixture completed, Li Fei stood up, stretching lazily while glancing at the clock, only to realize it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Time had flown by unexpectedly, and the day had slipped away unawares. It seemed he would need to visit the server company another time. Originally, Li Fei had planned to go to the server company that day to rent or purchase a server, but the incident with the counterfeit medicine had delayed this undertaking. He observed the body enhancement enhancers on the table, having synthesized only 16 this time. Of course, this enhancer was in its raw form, and 1 dose was sufficient. Taking more would yield no additional effect. Li Fei had no intention of consuming one immediately. Instead, he stored the enhancers within the technological library and left the rented room. Arriving at a restaurant, he approached the owner and directly stated his intentions. "Sir, I would like to purchase 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of lamb, 1 roast goose, 2 braised chickens, and a pot of rice. How much will that cost in total?" The restaurant owner, with a peculiar expression, scrutinized Li Fei from head to toe, discreetly glancing outside, but finding no suspicious individuals. Tentatively, he inquired, "Young man, can you really consume all this?" After speaking, he quickly typed a message on his phone and subtly passed it to Li Fei. Li Fei read the words on the screen, bemused and amused. The message read, "Are you in trouble? Do you need me to call the police?" "Thank you for your concern, but I am not in any trouble," Li Fei replied, grateful despite knowing the owner might have misunderstood. Recognizing that Li Fei's demeanor did not resemble that of someone who had fallen victim to a scam, Wu Yong put away his phone. "Please have a seat while I prepare your order," he offered. After taking a few steps, Wu Yong paused and turned back, asking, "Young man, would you like these items cut?" Just as Li Fei settled into an empty seat, he heard the inquiry and smiled, nodding in agreement. "That would be very kind of you, sir." Wu Yong, upon receiving Li Fei's response, walked over to the cashier and spoke to a middle-aged woman. "Did you catch what the young lad ordered?" "Yes, I wrote it down," she replied. Wu Yong picked up a receipt book, checked the recorded items for accuracy, and returned it. "Calculate the total. I will go to the kitchen to weigh these items." Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Yong emerged with 4 disposable round containers, followed by another individual carrying a pot of rice. Approaching Li Fei's table, he placed everything down with a beaming smile. "Young man, your order is ready. The rice is in a pot. You can return it when you have the time. Does that sound all right?" Hearing this, Li Fei nodded, rising from his chair to examine the spread before him. "How much do I owe you, sir?" "The cashier has already calculated the bill. Let us head over there to settle it. You can also confirm the prices to avoid any future misunderstandings. In my establishment, braised beef is priced at 75 yuan per pound, lamb at 65, goose at 40, and chicken at 30. As Wu Yong recounted the prices, they arrived at the cashier, where his wife presented the earlier receipt, smiling as she spoke. "The total is 1,805 yuan. I'll waive the change. So you only need to pay 1,800. Furthermore, you must inscribe your name on the receipt." Li Fei glanced at the weights of the goose and chicken, which were 6 jin, 3 liang, and 5 jin, 1 liang respectively. After a silent calculation in his mind, he found that the final figure matched that in the notebook. He picked up the pen beside him, prepared to write his name, but noticed that the rice had not been accounted for, so he turned to Wu Yong and said, "Boss, you haven't added the bowl of rice to the bill." Upon hearing this, Wu Yong and his wife were momentarily taken aback, and after processing the information, he chuckled and replied, "Little brother, you may not be aware, but here, when you order dishes, the rice is complimentary and comes in abundance. Hence there is no additional charge." After listening to Wu Yong's explanation, Li Fei felt relieved. He wrote his name in the lower right corner of the receipt and then took out cash, counting out 1,800 yuan bills and handing them over. "Madam, this is 1,800 yuan. Please verify the amount." The middle-aged woman accepted the money and placed it on the nearby counting machine. As the sound of the machine whirred, everything checked out perfectly, totaling exactly 1,800. "Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe." After securing the money, she tore off a ticket from the receipt book and handed it to Li Fei. Li Fei took the receipt without even glancing at it and stuffed it directly into his pocket, intending to leave. Just then, he heard Wu Yong's voice calling out, "Hey, little brother, please wait a moment." Li Fei, somewhat puzzled, halted and turned to Wu Yong, his face reflecting confusion. "Did the boss call me for something?" Wu Yong extended his hand to retrieve a business card from beside him and approached Li Fei. "Take this card. If you ever need anything within a 600-meter radius, just call the number on it and we will deliver." Upon seeing the business card, Li Fei did not decline and accepted it from his hand, glancing at it briefly. The top prominently displayed the name Wu Yong Restaurant, while the middle provided descriptions of the food and noodles. The back listed 2 mobile numbers and a landline, with the restaurant's address at the bottom. Li Fei pocketed the card, returned to the table, and, with one hand carrying the meats and the other holding the bowl of rice, exited the establishment. Back at his rented accommodation, Li Fei placed the items on the table and sat down to rest for a moment. Once his breath steadied, he retrieved a vial from the technological library. After some contemplation, he removed all his clothing except for his shorts and opened the bottle cap, swallowing the contents without a hint of hesitation. Li Fei set the glass vial aside and sat quietly in the chair, awaiting the effects of the potion. Chapter 30. Enhancement complete, cleansing the filth. As the seconds ticked by, Li Fei felt a gradual warmth enveloping his body, accompanied by a gnawing hunger in his stomach. Both the body-enhancing and brain-developing potions possess a notable flaw. The individual who ingests them must consume food to sustain the body's nutritional needs, while sleep is necessary for completion. When taking the body enhancement agent, if one does not prepare sufficient food, it not only fails to produce the desired enhancement, but can also inflict irreversible harm on the body. Conversely, consuming the brain enhancement potion induces a deep sleep. Serving as a protective measure, if one were to resist this drowsiness while awake, it could lead to unpredictable disasters for the brain. Enduring the rising heat within, Li Fei opened the food container on the table and began to eat voraciously. No matter how much he consumed, he continued to feel a relentless hunger. Were someone to employ a thermal imaging device to observe Li Fei, they would undoubtedly discover that the temperature in his stomach was higher than that of his other organs. After approximately an hour of eating, the intense warmth began to subside, prompting him to exhale deeply in relief, murmuring to himself, "Finally done. If I had continued, the provisions I prepared would have been utterly insufficient." Thankfully, nothing went awry. Observing the scant remnants of food on the table, Li Fei silently expressed gratitude for his foresight in preparing a bit extra. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a serious predicament. Although the technological library contained information on this matter, it also stated that varying races required different quantities of food, thus lacking a standardized measurement. While Li Fei was reveling in the changes brought about by the body enhancement potion, he was suddenly assailed by a foul odor, causing him to frown and scan the vicinity, yet he could not discern the source. Lowering his gaze to his body, he discovered a layer of grime clinging to his skin, emanating a repugnant stench. "Oh dear, this smell is unbearable. I must wash it off quickly, or I shall be overcome by it." With that, Li Fei dashed toward the bathroom, only to realize upon entering that he had neglected to purchase soap and shampoo, and the water heater was not even turned on. After activating the water heater, he hurried back to the living room, intending to put on clothes to go out. But upon witnessing his state, he abandoned the idea. In a moment of indecision, his hand absent-mindedly slid across his phone screen, fortuitously landing on a food ordering app. Igniting an idea in his mind, he could include a note in the order requesting the delivery person to bring soap, shampoo, and a towel, and he would pay them upon delivery. Without further ado, Li Fei opened the food ordering app, adjusted the address, and ordered a plate of shredded meat fried rice, leaving a note that promised an additional payment for the items. Lu Dehai, a delivery rider for a certain food service, had just finished delivering his current order and was taking a sip of water from a bottle he retrieved from his trunk when his phone rang. After securing the bottle, he placed it in the front compartment and answered his phone, reviewing the newly assigned orders. Noticing there were only 2 orders and their distances were manageable, Lu Dehai felt a wave of relief. The last time he had been dispatched 6 orders simultaneously, one of which had nearly caused him to exceed the time limit. Riding his electric bike, Lu Dehai arrived at a restaurant, approached the pickup window, and opened his phone to check the order. "Boss, I'm here to collect an order for shredded meat fried rice. Is it ready? A man busy frying dishes responded without turning around. Just a moment. Once this dish is done, your fried rice will be next. Upon hearing the response, Lu Dahai settled in to wait. Fortunately, he only had to wait about 3 minutes before the shredded meat fried rice was ready. Grabbing the bag, he headed outside, casually picking up the small receipt to glance at it, a habit ingrained in all delivery workers. Delivery guy, could you please buy a bar of soap, shampoo, and a towel, one of each? The tip will be 20 yuan. Thank you. Upon reading the note, a look of hesitation crossed Lu Dahai's face. He had delivered items for others in the past, only for them to refuse upon arrival. Those items, worth merely a few dozen yuan, had ultimately been taken back home. However, after a moment's thought, he took out his phone and dialed the number left on the order. As Li Fei rinsed the dirt from his body in the bathroom, he heard the ringing of his mobile phone placed on the windowsill. Approaching it, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Initially inclined to dismiss the call, he recalled that he had recently ordered takeout and left a note, making it likely that it was the delivery person calling. Thus, he decided to answer the call. Hello, who is this? May I ask if you're Mr. Li Fei? There's a delivery for you. I have seen your note. What price range of items would you prefer? Realizing it was indeed the delivery person, Li Fei refrained from further pleasantries and responded directly. Please purchase the more expensive items. Once they arrive, I will transfer the payment to you. All right, I will deliver the items shortly. After the other party finished speaking, Li Fei ended the call and returned to scrubbing away the remnants of dirt on his body. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he heard the doorbell ring and quickly slipped on a pair of pants, grabbing his phone and rushing to open the door. As he opened the door, Lu Dahai was greeted by the sight of a young man with an exposed upper body, scrutinizing him. Are you Mr. Li Fei? Upon hearing the delivery person's inquiry, Li Fei nodded and smiled, saying yes. After confirming Li Fei's identity, Lu Dahai produced a small receipt and handed it over. This is the invoice for the soap, shampoo, and towel. Please take a look. Li Fei took the receipt, glanced at the total amount, and opened a chat application on his phone, addressing Lu Dahai. May I transfer the payment to you via my phone? Of course, no problem. Thus, the two swiftly completed the transaction. Naturally, Li Fei included the agreed-upon delivery fee in the transfer. After receiving the items, he expressed his gratitude once more and prepared to close the door. Wait a moment. You haven't taken your delivery yet. Seeing that Li Fei had forgotten to collect the takeout, Lu Dahai quickly called out. Upon hearing this, Li Fei paused in his motion to close the door, a smile gracing his face as he replied, I just had a meal, so the takeout is yours. Without waiting for Lu Dahai to react, he promptly shut the door. Once Lu Dahai realized what had happened, he looked down at the takeout in his hands and could only express his thanks to the closed door. Hearing the words, thank you from outside, Li Fei merely smiled faintly, carrying the items back to the bathroom. After scrubbing himself thoroughly 5 times, he finally could no longer detect any foul odor and ceased his efforts. He then thoroughly rinsed the stains left on the floor, donned his clothes, turned off the water heater, drained the water, and exited the bathroom. In the living room, he gathered all remaining items from the table into a bag and set it aside. He then collected the tools he had used that day, pouring any leftover medicinal liquid into the bag before cleaning them at the wash basin. Once the living room was tidy, Li Fei grabbed a bag of trash along with the food container and departed from the rental apartment. Chapter 31. Deception and Class Leaders. When Li Fei returned to the dormitory, it was already past 6 in the evening. He would not have been so late ordinarily, but on his way back, he noticed that his clothes had shrunk a bit, making them somewhat uncomfortable to wear. Thus, he had to stop by a clothing store to purchase several new outfits, which delayed him. The 3 residents in the dormitory were gathered around a computer, engrossed in the university's website. Upon seeing Li Fei return, Lu Chun waved at him. Li Fei, you arrived just in time. Come take a look at the newly released freshman beauty rankings on the campus website. The girls, they're truly stunning. Oh, what do you have in your hand? Did you buy something delicious? After Lu Chun spoke, he quickly returned his gaze to the computer, as if fearing he would miss something important. Seeing Lu Chun's behavior left Li Fei speechless, yet it piqued his curiosity, prompting him to move behind them to take a look. It's not food, just a few sets of clothes, Li Fei casually remarked, raising the bag in his hand, but soon lost interest in the rankings. It doesn't seem all that captivating, yet you all appear utterly entranced. Upon hearing Li Fei's comment, Lu Chun and Hu Qian and He Jia instinctively wiped the corners of their mouths, realizing there was no drool, and shot Li Fei a resentful glance. Observing their expressions, Li Fei felt a shiver run down his spine and took a few steps back, saying, Please don't look at me like that. I merely wish to remind you to maintain your image and not resemble a lecherous ghost. In response to Li Fei's words, Lu Chun and the others silently raised a middle finger before turning back to continue watching the beauty rankings. However, just before He Jia averted her gaze, she subconsciously sized up Li Fei's height, sensing something was amiss, and inquired, "Hey, Li Fei, do I detect that you've grown a bit taller?" Upon hearing He Jia's question, Lu Chun and Hu Qian turned back to scrutinize Li Fei, noticing a slight change, though it was not easily discernible. In response to He Jia's inquiry, Li Fei looked down at himself, puzzled, and replied, "Really? I don't feel any different." The three nodded in unison, affirming that there was indeed a change. And Hu Qian even pointed out another alteration. "Not only that, but during military training we all got a bit sunburned. Yet your face shows no trace of it, as if nothing had happened. Moreover, you appear significantly more handsome than before," Lu Chen remarked, gesturing toward Li Fei's face. Li Fei had already prepared a reason for these observations on his way back, so he maintained a calm demeanor and simply chuckled. "The reason for the changes in my appearance is due to a family heirloom recipe. By following the prescribed proportions and soaking in a bathtub for a single session, the issue can be resolved." Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Chun and the others were instantly captivated, their eyes gleaming with interest as they looked at Li Fei. Seeing their eager expressions, Li Fei shrugged, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, and said in a resigned tone, "Unfortunately, I no longer possess that remedy. Looking at me won't help." When Li Fei stated this, disappointment flickered in the eyes of the three, but it quickly returned to normalcy. Lu Chen's eyes darted, and rubbing his hands together, he approached Li Fei with a tentative inquiry. "Li Fei, may I ask how much it would cost to procure such a remedy? If the price is reasonable, I would like to purchase a dose." Li Fei gazed at Lu Chun in surprise, never having anticipated that he would be interested in such a remedy. However, after a moment of reflection, he understood. After all, everyone has a desire to enhance their appearance, and this concern transcends gender. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. To concoct such a remedy, not only do we require 21 precious ingredients, such as ginseng, deer antler, and He Wu, but also 17 auxiliary materials, totaling over 6,000 yuan. Lu Chun, having grasped the earlier details, was utterly bewildered by the price quoted, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I never expected to spend so much money. I think I shall just forego it. After all, in due time, the skin on my face will recover on its own, and there is absolutely no need to squander such funds." Not only was he taken aback, but even in Huaqing and He Jia, who were behind him, upon hearing the required sum, had no choice but to abandon similar notions. From their perspective, spending over 6,000 yuan to lighten one's skin was utterly unworthy. Seeing his three roommates return to their computers, Li Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, silently thinking to himself. Fortunately, he had prepared an excuse in advance, successfully persuading them to back off. It seemed he needed to exercise greater caution next time to prevent a repeat of the same scenario. Li Fei approached his locker, opened his designated compartment, and placed his newly purchased clothing inside. The following morning, when he entered the classroom, he discovered that 7 individuals had already arrived, of whom only one was a girl. However, he paid little heed to this and casually selected a seat at the front. He placed his bag on the desk, retrieved a book, and flipped to the marked page, immersing himself in its contents. The book he was engrossed in was a resource on how to establish a server. He had taken it from the technology library yesterday, cleverly utilizing the restroom's privacy to do so. In due course, he would need to prepare for setting up his own server, providing a home for his semi-intelligent program, ultimately enabling it to transition into full-fledged artificial intelligence. The reason Li Fei was reluctant to finalize this process at home was due to the fact that the computer there could not withstand the instantaneous activation of the artificial intelligence. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his reading, a shadow suddenly loomed, blocking his light, prompting him to furrow his brow and look up. Upon recognizing the individual before him, Li Fei's expression momentarily froze, and he hastily tucked his book away. "Good morning, Teacher Yang." "Good morning." Yang Gang replied with a smile as he observed Li Fei stow away his book. He returned to the podium, cleared his throat, and began to address the class. "Students, before we commence the lesson, there is a matter to attend to regarding the selection of class officers. Anyone willing to take on a position, please come to the front and state which role you wish to assume." As soon as Yang Gang finished speaking, over a dozen hands shot up in response. Naturally, Li Fei was not among them. Although becoming a class officer would yield certain benefits, for him, it was simply not worth the effort. He would rather spend that time in the technology library, enhancing his knowledge through reading. Yang Gang surveyed the 41 students in the class, counting 18 who wished to participate in the election for class officers. Those interested in the position of class monitor, please raise your hands. The rest may lower theirs. Upon his words, only 5 hands remained raised. "All right, starting from the front left." Please come up one by one to introduce yourselves and explain your reasons for wanting to run for class monitor. The first to approach was a girl, one of only two in the class, both of whom had rather unremarkable appearances. Dear teacher and fellow classmates, good morning. My name is Zheng Jianyan, hailing from Xiangchu, and I am here to contest for the position of class monitor. Her speech, lasting over 2 minutes, clearly demonstrated she had prepared a well-crafted script. Chapter 32, A Visit to Yaohui Technology Company. As the next 4 individuals took their turns to present their speeches, ultimately, it was Zheng Jianyan who emerged victorious. By the end of the class, all positions had been filled. Throughout this process, Li Fei remained preoccupied with thoughts of his server, only occasionally raising his hand, indifferent to who had been elected as class officers. After 3 consecutive days of classes, Li Fei found himself growing increasingly bored. So he opted to sit at the back and read the resource material he had brought from the technology library. Of course, the alien script had been temporarily translated into Chinese characters, making it inconsequential even if someone happened to glance at it. In the morning, as was his routine, Li Fei jogged a few laps around the rubber track before moving to a less conspicuous corner, shedding his jacket to practice the 8 extremes fist he had learned online. Despite having no formal instruction, each punch he threw resonated with explosive sound, showcasing his formidable strength. After completing 2 rounds of the martial art, he wiped the sweat from his brow and picked up his clothes to leave. Little did Li Fei know, shortly after his departure, an elderly man emerged from a hidden corner. Chen Yongqing, a 78-year-old retired professor from Yuchin University, enjoyed practicing Tai Chi beneath his residence to maintain his health. This morning, after finishing his routine, he chose to stroll over rather than return home immediately. Upon reaching a corner, he heard the explosive sounds in the air. With decades of martial arts experience, he immediately deduced that someone was practicing their technique and began to observe discreetly. Initially, Chen Yongqing assumed that such powerful strikes could only be produced by someone at least 30 years old, who had trained since childhood. However, upon clearly seeing Li Fei's youthful face, he was taken aback, muttering to himself in astonishment. Who is this young fellow, to possess such prowess at such a tender age? It seems I shall have to inquire about him the next time we cross paths. Though Chen Yongqing was eager to learn of Li Fei's martial arts lineage, he refrained from approaching him, fearing that an unsolicited inquiry might provoke annoyance, and thus he waited until Li Fei had left before emerging. Carrying 4 breakfast items, Li Fei returned to the dormitory only to find his 3 roommates still sound asleep. A smile crept across his face as he placed the buns beside their pillows. As the aroma wafted through the air, Lu Chun was the first to awaken, glancing at the breakfast by his side with a bemused expression. Li Fei, not this trick again. It's Saturday. Could you please refrain from such antics? As Li Fei stood by the restroom door, he caught Lu Chen's shout and turned back, chuckling as he replied, "What? You're not pleased with me bringing you something to eat? If that's the case, I shall rise at 5 a.m. tomorrow to fetch breakfast." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun made a face of desperation. "Please spare me. If you do that, those 2 beasts will surely devour me." Just as Lu Chun finished speaking, a languid voice chimed in. "Who are you calling a beast? Do you want me to announce your secret crush on that campus beauty on the school website?" Lu Chun turned towards the source of the voice, spotting He Jia, who was ruffling her hair and glaring at him with an unfriendly demeanor. "Old He, as if you don't have any secret crushes yourself. How about we engage in mutual destruction?" Lu Chun dismissed He Jia's words, instead shooting her a mischievous wink. The voices of their conversation had no effect on Hua Qing. He merely grunted a few times, turned over, and resumed his slumber. Li Fei glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning. He placed the book he had been holding on the table, stood up, and looked at his 3 roommates. "Lu Chun, aren't you guys going out today?" "No, what's the point? None of us even has a girlfriend." "I'd rather spend that time playing games in the dorm," Lu Chun replied, his eyes fixed on the computer. "Old, hurry up. Someone is attacking our tower." As Lu Chun spoke, he suddenly noticed that the opponent was assaulting their defense tower and quickly shouted toward Hua Qing. Observing the trio engrossed in their game, Li Fei chose not to disturb them further and stepped outside. Once he exited the dormitory building, Li Fei took out his phone and swiftly dialed a number. The call was promptly answered by a female voice on the other end. "Hello, this is Yaohui Technology Company Limited. Hello. I would like to inquire if your company sells blade servers." Li Fei inquired directly about the servers, skipping any unnecessary pleasantries. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "Li." "Thank you, Mr. Li. Yes, we do have the blade servers you mentioned. If you have time, you're welcome to come and take a look." Upon hearing that they had such servers, Li Fei immediately responded, "All right, I'll head over right away." "Okay, I'll inform the reception that when you arrive, you can just mention your surname, Li, and someone will assist you." "Understood." After hanging up, Li Fei made his way toward the campus exit. Arriving outside the computer mall, he followed the address he had previously researched. After walking approximately 500 meters, he spotted a tall building adorned with the company's sign not far ahead. Entering the lobby on the first floor, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed a service desk with the words Yahui Technology Company Limited displayed on the wall behind it, along with their logo. He approached that direction. As he reached the service desk, a staff member stood up and greeted him. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" "Hello. My surname is Lee. I am here to purchase a server." Upon hearing this, the female staff member stepped out from behind the desk. "Mr. Lee, please follow me to the third floor. Manager Zhao from the sales department is waiting for you upstairs." Li Fei merely nodded and accompanied her to the elevator. They ascended to the third floor, traversing the workspace until they reached an office door marked with a sign indicating sales manager. The female staff member knocked lightly. "Come in." A voice called from inside. She pushed open the office door and announced, "Manager Zhao, the Mr. Lee you mentioned has arrived." Zhao Lei set down the documents he was holding and glanced at the young man who had entered, feeling a twinge of skepticism. Could this youthful individual be seeking to amuse himself at my expense? Nevertheless, he masked his thoughts with a smile, extending his hand for a cordial introduction. "Mr. Lee, welcome to our company. I am Zhao Lei, the sales department manager." Li Fei shook his hand and succinctly replied, "I am Li Fei. Mr. Lee, please take a seat on the sofa. Let's enjoy some tea while we chat." Zhao Lei gestured for him to sit after Li Fei introduced himself. Once settled, before Zhao Lei could begin brewing tea, Li Fei cut to the chase. "Manager Zhao, we can discuss the tea later. Let us first talk about the servers." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei paused his actions, smiling as he replied, "Very well. Since Mr. Lee insists, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand." At this point, Zhao Lei's demeanor shifted. His expression turned serious. "Before we begin negotiations, allow me to present the pricing list established by our company." He rose from the sofa, retrieved a sheet of A4 paper from his desk drawer, and returned to sit across from Li Fei. Placing the price list on the table, he continued, "Here are our company's quotes for various servers. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will clarify them for you." Li Fei Nudda picked up the paper, casually glanced at it, and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. "Manager Zhao, I have reviewed the prices. I am prepared to purchase 10 blade servers. Is there any possibility for a discount?" Upon hearing Li Fei's intention to purchase 10 servers, Zhao Lei took a moment to consider, then smiled and replied, "Since you have expressed such interest, I can offer you a discount of 1,000 yuan per unit. This is the maximum concession I can provide. Anyone else purchasing would certainly not receive such a deal." Li Fei, however, was not easily swayed by such tactics. He knew to take such statements with a grain of salt, understanding that while it seemed a bargain, it might ultimately lead to a hidden loss. "If I were to buy just one server, even at the original price of 99,000 yuan, I wouldn't bother negotiating. I would simply pay and take it. But now, to offer a discount of only 1,000 yuan for 10 units seems a bit unreasonable. How about this? We settle on 90,000 yuan per unit. And if the performance meets expectations, I will return to purchase from your company again." This was not an arbitrary negotiation tactic. Li Fei had gathered insights from various channels regarding the pricing. Zhao Lei had expected that his initial concession would be acceptable to this youthful buyer. Yet he was taken aback by the dissatisfaction expressed by Li Fei upon announcing his counteroffer. "Mr. Li, the price you proposed is far too low. Our company would incur losses at that rate," Zhao Lei said, pausing deliberately to gather his thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he clenched his teeth and continued, "Very well. I will make one more concession. How about offering you the servers at 97,000 yuan each as a gesture of friendship?" Thus began a lively exchange of words between them. After a series of negotiations, they ultimately settled on a price of 93,000 yuan per unit. Zhao Lei, relieved that they had finally reached an agreement, was astonished by Li Fei's adeptness in negotiation despite his apparent youth. "Mr. Li, please enjoy a cup of tea while I step away for a moment." Li Fei understood that Zhao Lei intended to retrieve the contract or print it out, so he refrained from interrupting. "No problem, Manager Zhao. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead." Zhao Lei did not linger, standing to open the office door and departing. Before Li Fei could finish his cup of tea, Zhao Lei returned, holding 2 copies of the contract. He approached the desk, laid out the contracts, and swiftly began to write with a pen he had picked up from the tabletop. After a short while, once he had filled in the agreed-upon price and quantity and affixed his seal, he returned to the sofa to sit down. "Mr. Li, here are the 2 contracts for your review. If there are no issues, please fill in your name, identification number, and contact information." Li Fei accepted the contracts handed to him, examining them thoroughly without identifying any discrepancies. He then produced a pen from his pocket and inscribed his details in the section for Party B. While he was completing the paperwork, Zhao Lei retrieved a seal from beneath the table. After Li Fei had filled in the information on both contracts, he extended his right thumb, dabbed it in the ink pad, and pressed it next to his name. Upon seeing that the contracts had been duly signed, Zhao Lei rose, extended his right hand, and cheerfully declared, "Mr. Li, may our collaboration be fruitful." "Indeed, may it be so," Li Fei responded with a smile, shaking hands with Zhao Lei. "Now, please have a seat. Let us enjoy a cup of tea before heading to the Ministry of Finance, shall we?" Zhao Lei, noting that Li Fei had released his hand, promptly gestured for him to sit and made the suggestion. However, with the server acquisition imminent, Li Fei was not inclined to linger and waved his hand dismissively. "Let us forego that this time. I must retrieve the server immediately as there are numerous tasks awaiting my attention." "In that case, please follow me," Zhao Lei replied eagerly, wishing to expedite the transaction as he opened the office door. Li Fei accompanied Zhao Lei to the second floor, entering the finance office. He took out his wallet and extracted a bank card. Zhao Lei approached a woman at the desk, placing the contracts before her, and said with a smile, "Supervisor Qin, I have a sales contract here that requires your acknowledgement of receipt." Supervisor Qin, engrossed in reconciling accounts, diverted her gaze from the computer upon hearing her name. As she recognized Zhao Lei, her face lit up with a smile. "Manager Zhao, what brings you here today?" "Haha, I'm here to deliver some funds to you. Are you pleased?" Upon hearing this, Supervisor Qin turned her attention to the contracts on the table, casually picking one up to peruse. After reviewing the contract, she looked at Li Fei, her expression slightly puzzled. "Manager Zhao, are you certain there is no mistake? This is the client, correct? I would not have brought him if I were unsure. Please expedite the receipt of the funds so we can proceed to the warehouse." After scrutinizing Li Fei once more, Supervisor Qin placed the contract back on the table. "Kindly present your identification. I need to make a copy." Li Fei retrieved his identification from his wallet and handed it to Supervisor Qin. Once all documentation was prepared, Supervisor Qin looked up and inquired, "Will Mr. Li be paying by check or card?" Li Fei placed his bank card on her desk. "Certainly by card." Supervisor Qin took the card, swiped it on the POS machine, entered a long string of numbers, and finally clicked confirm, looking at Li Fei as she did. "Could you please input your bank card password?" Li Fei stepped forward, entered his password on the machine, clicked confirm, and then stepped back. With the transaction confirmed, Supervisor Qin retrieved a seal from her drawer and stamped both contracts. She handed one contract along with the identification and bank card back to Li Fei, while retaining the other copy, and issued a delivery order to Zhao Lei. "Now you may take the client to collect the goods." "Thank you, Supervisor Qin. I shall take my leave now. Let us plan a meal together soon." "Let us skip the meal. Next time, just bring us some treats for the office." Zhao Lei gave an okay gesture and exited the Ministry of Finance with Li Fei, heading to the warehouse on the first floor. Not long after they had departed, Li Fei's phone rang. He checked to see it was a call from Jianin and proceeded to answer. "Hello, is this Mr. Li Fei?" "Yes." Chapter 34, Verification. After confirming Li Fei's identity, the bank representative continued. "We detected a substantial transaction on your bank card ending in 5813. Is this authorized by you?" "Yes, it is indeed me. I just completed a transaction with Yaoi Company." Li Fei candidly relayed the details of the transaction to the bank representative. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your cooperation. We have verified the transaction. Wishing you a pleasant day. Goodbye." "Goodbye," Li Fei replied, putting away his phone as he approached Zhao Lei. "Manager Zhao, I apologize for the delay. No need to worry. Such calls can easily lead to misunderstandings if left unattended, which would complicate matters further. It's better to clarify." While Li Fei was on the call, he had activated the speakerphone, allowing Zhao Lei, even from a distance, to clearly hear the conversation. He waved dismissively, displaying an understanding demeanor with a smile. Upon reaching the first-floor warehouse, Zhao Lei presented the delivery order to the warehouse manager. After a thorough verification, the manager stepped in front of the entrance, blocking the view of Li Fei and Zhao Lei, entered a 6-digit code into the electronic lock, and pressed his thumb against a fingerprint scanner. With a click, the security door opened. "Manager Zhao, you may enter now." With that, he stepped inside, turning on all the lights, illuminating the room brilliantly, and then emerged once more. Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Li Fei, saying, "Mr. Li, please come in and select the servers you require. Which 10 would you like?" "That would be most appreciated, Manager Zhao." "Oh, this is merely my duty. There is no need to mention trouble." As Zhao Lei spoke, he guided Li Fei further inside. Upon entering, Li Fei observed various components and cardboard boxes arranged meticulously throughout the space. In one corner, there was a tall rack containing approximately 20 iron boxes. "Mr. Li, those are the servers you intend to purchase." Let's go take a look, Zhao Lei suggested, leading the way while Li Fei followed closely behind. In no time, they arrived at the rack. Li Fei assessed the servers and reached out to retrieve one from the top. Noticing this, Zhao Lei quickly interjected, Mr. Li, this server is rather heavy. Allow me to assist. However, before he could finish, Li Fei effortlessly lifted a server from the rack. Oh, this weight is trivial. Could you please fetch a cart from your side so we can transport these 10 servers together? Witnessing Li Fei's ease in handling the server, Zhao Lei opened his mouth as if to say something further, but ultimately refrained, hastening to retrieve the cart upon hearing Li Fei's request. Li Fei did not spend time selecting servers, but directly took down 10 from the top. He was not concerned about any potential issues, as they would undergo testing once they were out. The staff member waiting outside felt puzzled. Zhao Lei had been inside for a while. He had not seen anyone called to assist with moving items. Just then, he heard the sound of wheels rolling and instinctively turned to look inside, where he saw Zhao Lei pushing a cart out, with a young man following behind to assist. Witnessing this, the staff member hurried inside to help pull the cart, while also addressing Zhao Lei. Manager Zhao, why do you need to do this yourself? Why not call for a couple of staff members? It's just moving a cart. After all, upon hearing Zhao Lei's response, the warehouse guard's expression momentarily froze. His earlier remark did not convey what he intended, which was to discuss the server relocation. However, since the items were already being moved, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. After dragging the servers to the designated testing area, Zhao Lei prepared to summon the technical personnel for testing, only to be halted by Li Fei. Manager Zhao, where are you headed? Seeing Li Fei calling him, Zhao Lei shrugged helplessly and said, of course, to call the technicians over. I cannot manage this on my own. There is no need for such hassle. I can handle the testing, Li Fei interjected. Noticing Zhao Lei's hesitation, Li Fei realized he did not believe his assertion. Rest assured, as long as your servers are functional, any failure will be on me. How does that sound? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Lei deemed this method unsatisfactory. It was prudent to summon the technicians. For if something went awry later, he would be the one to face the consequences. Mr. Li, let me make a quick call. They'll be here in under a minute. Please bear with me. Zhao Lei's response confirmed that he feared being held accountable should anything go wrong. Acknowledging his concerns, Li Fei chose not to insist further, as he was not unreasonable. In that case, I shall wait here. Relieved by Li Fei's agreement, Zhao Lei took out his phone, scrolled to a contact, and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and a male voice answered. Manager Zhao, are you calling because there are machines to test today? Tao, you guessed correctly. There are 10 servers in the testing area that need your attention. Zhao Lei spoke with evident courtesy towards the man named Tao. Understood. I will be there shortly. The call ended, and Zhao Lei quietly put his phone away, showing no sign of displeasure. As Li Fei assessed the equipment on the testing platform, he remarked, Manager Zhao, I arrived by taxi, not by car. I may need your assistance in arranging a vehicle to transport these servers to Qinghe Community. No problem. I'll have the company vehicle deliver them to you shortly. Without a second thought, Zhao Lei readily agreed to Li Fei's request. Within a minute, a rather slender man arrived at the testing area, merely nodding at Zhao Lei before commencing the server tests. The testing process was remarkably straightforward, taking just over half an hour to complete without any issues detected. Manager Zhao, these servers are all in perfect condition and ready for the client to take away. Is there anything else you require? Zhao Lei did not rush to respond, but turned to Li Fei and inquired, Mr. Li, do you need technical personnel for installation services? If so, he could arrange for someone from the technical department to assist. That won't be necessary. Just have someone drive the servers to Qinghe Community. I can manage everything else. Li Fei politely declined, knowing that the servers would require specific modifications before being put into use. Realizing that Li Fei did not need this service, Zhao Lei said to the technician, Tao, thank you for your assistance this time. It is my duty. There is no trouble at all. Since there is nothing more to attend to here, I shall take my leave. With that, he nodded at Li Fei and departed. Chapter 35. The Dawn of Artificial Intelligence. Li Fei took the Yao Hui Company vehicle back to Qinghe Community. With the driver's help, he moved all the servers into the elevator and pulled out 2 bills from his wallet. Driver, please take this 200 yuan to buy yourself a pack of cigarettes. Boss, Manager Zhao has instructed me not to accept your money, so I cannot take it. Although the driver wished to accept the 200 yuan, he felt compelled to refuse upon recalling Zhao Lei's instructions. As the elevator doors began to close, Li Fei quickly stuck out his foot to block them and pressed the money into the driver's hand, saying, This is my voluntary gift. As long as you don't mention it to Manager Zhao when you return, no one will know. All right, you can head back now. I cannot linger here too long, or the other residents might complain. After speaking, without waiting for the driver's reaction, Li Fei stepped into the elevator, pressed the close button, selected the desired floor, and waited. The driver, holding the 200 yuan and staring at the closed elevator doors, had no choice but to turn and leave. Soon, Li Fei arrived at the floor of his rented room, moved all the servers into the hallway, and then opened the door. After a flurry of activity, he managed to place the servers in an empty room, connecting all the cables and powering them on. After approximately 2 minutes, once all the indicator lights illuminated, he used his laptop to conduct a test and found no issues. Li Fei entered a command on his laptop, and the computer in the room came to life. Once the computer finished booting, the semi-intelligent program stored within was transferred over. Due to the presence of 10 servers, the transfer speed was quite rapid, and it was completed in no time. Observing that the program had been successfully transferred, Li Fei issued a shutdown command to ensure the home computer powered down automatically. He then opened the core code of the program, scrolled to the last line, deleted all of it, and wrote a completely different code. After thorough checks to confirm accuracy, Li Fei connected the servers and set the program to operational mode. The moment the program initiated, the previously silent server cooling fans began to whir vigorously. Simultaneously, the laptop screen displayed 7 words, "Self-check in progress." Li Fei was utterly indifferent to the changes occurring on his computer. Rather, his focus was riveted on the incessantly flickering lights of the server. He murmured to himself, "You must hold on. We only need to wait a little longer." At that moment, he felt the temperature in the room rising, a direct consequence of the servers operating at high speeds. However, just as his anxiety began to mount, the indicator lights on the server finally stabilized. A palpable sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, his worries had not materialized. Upon glancing back at the computer, he noticed a new message. "Self-check completed. Shall we proceed?" Reaching the final step, Li Fei hesitated not for a moment and promptly activated it. As the program initiated, a torrent of data cascaded across the screen, gradually coalescing into the form of a young girl, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, with her hair styled in twin ponytails. Upon her emergence, she surveyed her surroundings and, upon spotting Li Fei at the computer, spoke in a mechanical tone, "Greetings, Creator. Artificial intelligence, powered by these 10 servers. What is your current computational capacity?" The foremost question on Li Fei's mind was to ascertain the remaining capacity of the servers. Yet, the young girl on the screen did not directly answer his inquiry. Instead, she extended a small hand and gently tapped beside her, prompting a series of data to materialize. Li Fei scrutinized the screen for a moment, realizing that a significant portion of the server's capacity had already been utilized, despite many functions still being dormant. While he was engrossed in the data, the artificial intelligence suddenly relayed a message. "Creator, there exists a rudimentary program in the room. Should I eliminate it?" Li Fei's expression faltered momentarily upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. "What program is it? Bring it up for me to see." Following his command, the artificial intelligence swiftly displayed the program. A cursory glance was all Li Fei needed to comprehend its purpose. "If it is unwelcome here, then let us remove it." With his permission granted, the young girl extended her hands, grasped the program that interconnected the various servers, and proceeded to knead it vigorously. In no time, she had transformed it into a ball, which she then kicked away, causing it to vanish from sight. Once the program was eliminated, she produced a hammer from thin air and began to pound away at the surroundings. Through her vigorous actions, Li Fei observed a commendable enhancement of approximately 20 in the server's computational power. This increase likely stemmed from the previously underutilized computational space, which the artificial intelligence had now fully harnessed. "Creator, you're indeed correct. This segment of capacity had remained dormant due to the aforementioned program, which caused it to fall into a state of slumber," the girl responded, putting aside her hammer. "Regrettably, this room is rather cramped. I possess numerous functions that, in dire circumstances, resorted to passive shutdown to prevent the room from collapsing." Li Fei felt no peculiarity in her complaints and pondered briefly before swiftly operating on the computer. "I will connect the servers to the external network. Shortly, you should be free to learn." He added, "However, remember this. Without my explicit permission, do not intrude upon others' computers, nor should you engage in wanton activities on domestic networks. Should any significant events transpire online, be sure to report them promptly." Upon hearing about the lifting of the network barrier, the artificial intelligence assumed the form of a young girl, her face illuminating with a semblance of a human smile. Before long, Li Fei established the connection to the external network and addressed the girl on the screen. "Before you depart, I must bestow upon you a name." Contemplating for a moment, Li Fei realized he was not particularly adept at naming and decided on a whim. "Your name shall be Xiao Shi." Upon hearing her name, the young girl expressed her gratitude eagerly. "Thank you, Creator. I adore this name." Well, I'm glad you like it. Li Fei replied with a smile and prepared to send her off to explore the network. Suddenly, he recalled that maintaining contact might prove cumbersome. So he retrieved his mobile phone and said, "Please create a program that can reside within my phone. This will facilitate our communication." Upon receiving this command, a stream of data flickered in her eyes, and soon, a miniature version of the girl appeared on Li Fei's phone, mirroring her computer counterpart. After a brief glance, Li Fei tucked his phone away and waved at Xiaoxi. "You may now proceed to learn. I must examine the wiring in this room to ensure there are no safety hazards." Xiaoxi did not immediately depart. Instead, she turned her gaze toward a distant location and said to Li Fei, "Creator, there is a large building ahead that I wish to explore. May I? As long as it is not a supercomputer from Huahua, I shall not interfere," Li Fei replied, granting her permission. In an instant, Xiaoxi vanished from the computer screen. Chapter 36. The Entrepreneurship Park. Li Fei inspected the wiring on the floor and found no signs of overheating. He then grabbed his laptop and exited the room. Upon entering the living room, he pulled out his phone and noticed a new message in the notification bar, prompting him to click on it. It was a transaction notification from the bank regarding a payment made to Yaoi Company. Observing the remaining balance, which had dwindled to around 100,000 yuan, Li Fei realized the necessity of identifying a sustainable income-generating project, as assisting other businesses with program patches online was not a long-term solution. He pondered whether there were still available spots in the entrepreneurship park at his school. It seemed he would need to return and check. After securing his laptop in the library and locking the door to the server room, he left the rental apartment. Upon returning to campus, Li Fei bypassed his dormitory and headed straight for the entrepreneurship park. Upon arriving at the entrance of the entrepreneurship park, he glanced around and spotted a sign not far away, prompting him to approach it. The sign pointing to the left indicated the Entrepreneurship Management Office, leading him to walk in that direction. As he approached a large building, he observed the comings and goings of individuals, primarily third and fourth year students, with no sign of the school's higher-ups. Provided that no significant issues arose in this area, many matters were entrusted to the student council members, who typically refrained from frequenting this location. Li Fei approached a wall adorned with a directional map and, after searching for a moment, discovered that the office he sought was not too far from his current position. After determining the direction, he headed left. Just as he turned a corner, he nearly collided with a girl. Reacting quickly, Li Fei stepped back and called out, "Watch out, senior." The sudden appearance of Li Fei startled Yan Yuxing, causing her to drop the items she was holding. "Oh dear, you nearly scare my soul out of me." Seeing her predicament, Li Fei quickly crouched down to retrieve the items from the floor and handed them to her, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he said, "Dear senior, I hope I did not startle you," Yan Yuxing remarked, gently patting her chest to compose herself. She accepted the phone and documents from Li Fei's hands, a smile gracing her lips. "You cannot blame this incident on yourself. It was my oversight. Such collisions are not uncommon at corners like this, and fortunately, we managed to avoid a mishap this time." Pausing momentarily, she scrutinized Li Fei, her curiosity piqued. "May I inquire? It seems you're not from around here. Is this your first visit?" Noticing the work badge dangling from Yan Yuxing's neck, Li Fei understood she was part of the staff and chose to be candid. "Yes, it is my first time here." Observing Li Fei's youthful countenance, likely around 18 or 19, she tentatively probed, "Are you here to apply for the entrepreneurship office? Or perhaps to seek someone?" Yan Yuxing's question stemmed from her perception of Li Fei's youth. She assumed most aspiring entrepreneurs were typically in their 20s. "Senior, I am here to apply for a studio to pursue entrepreneurship," Li Fei declared, surprising Yan Yuxing with his response. "Since you wish to apply, follow me to the office," she suggested, gathering the documents and heading back, with Li Fei trailing behind. Upon returning to the office, Yan Yuxing took a seat at her desk and gestured for Li Fei to sit. "Kindly introduce yourself." "My name is Li Fei, and I am a freshman," he replied. Upon hearing that he was merely a first-year student, Yan Yuxing's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing as she offered her advice. "Junior, you should focus on your studies for now. It would be wise to consider entrepreneurship in your second or third year." She clarified, "Of course, I merely suggest this without any ulterior motives." Her intentions were clearly for his benefit, and Li Fei could discern that. "Thank you for your advice, senior, but I still wish to apply," he insisted. Sighing inwardly at his determination, Yan Yuxing retrieved an application form from her drawer and placed it on the desk. "Please fill out this form, and also provide your ID for a photocopy." Li Fei produced his ID from his wallet, handed it to Yan Yuxing, and picked up the form, beginning to fill it out with a pen he retrieved. As Yan Yuxing examined the ID, she noted that Li Fei had indeed turned 18, and thus refrained from further commentary. She registered his information on the computer and took a set of keys from a nearby drawer. Junior, I will take you to the second floor and introduce you to the essentials of this place. Thank you, Senior. I appreciate it, he replied. No need for such formality. Just remember to offer me a good position once your venture succeeds, she joked, believing that his entrepreneurial pursuit would likely end in failure, as she had witnessed many first-year students embark on similar paths, only to falter. Senior, if you are willing, I will certainly arrange a good position for you, Li Fei asserted confidently, convinced that with the resources from the technology library, he would surely reach great heights. Observing his unwavering confidence, Yan Yuxing merely smiled and shook her head, shifting the conversation towards the basic information of the office space. The office studios are provided free of charge to students, requiring only a monthly management fee of 500 yuan, alongside any incur electricity costs. Once I select an office, I will transfer the annual fee to you, Li Fei stated. He understood the need for a management fee, given that the school had to allocate security personnel for nighttime patrols and maintain cleanliness in the hallways and restrooms. Yan Yuxing chuckled softly at Li Fei's comment, saying, the payment does not go to me. It must be submitted to the finance office, which I will take you to shortly. Ah, I see. I had assumed I could give it directly to you, Li Fei admitted, surprised to learn of the designated finance office. In the past, that was possible, but an incident last year prompted the establishment of the finance office to prevent such occurrences. All right, we've arrived at the second floor. Let us not dwell on that matter. Please, which office do you prefer? Understanding the implication behind Yan Yuxing's words, that someone had succumbed to the temptation of misusing the management fees, Li Fei chose not to voice his thoughts, recognizing the school's embarrassment over such incidents. After surveying several offices, Li Fei noted that the arrangements were rather uniform and casually selected one. Yan Yuxing glanced at the door number, withdrew 3 keys from the keychain, and handed them to Li Fei. This is the key to room 213. Please keep it safe. Should you lose it, I do not have a spare. She added, take care of the furniture inside. If you discover any issues upon moving in, report them promptly, or you will be held accountable for damages and required to compensate accordingly. Of course, if you prefer new items, you may purchase them yourself. I understand, Senior. Let's head down, Li Fei said, tucking the keys into his pocket with a smile. Chapter 37. Company Name and Logo. Accompanied by Yan Yuxing, Li Fei proceeded to the finance office to pay the annual management fee, totaling 6,000 yuan. As they reached the entrance of the building, a smile adorned Li Fei's face as he turned to Yan Yuxing. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. As it nears mealtime, allow me to treat you to a meal. There is no need for such courtesy. This is part of my job. We can dine together another time, as I'm off to shop with my friend today. Accepting her refusal with a nod, Li Fei bid her farewell and exited the entrepreneurship park. In that case, I shall take my leave, and I will invite you next time. Having secured the office space, Li Fei initially intended to visit the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register his company. However, it suddenly dawned on him that the bureau was closed for the day. Standing still for a moment, he contemplated that now, with an office at his disposal, he should procure several computers to avoid being without adequate equipment when it came time to hire staff. As it was a holiday, the computer mall was bustling with people, many of whom were not working or attending school. Li Fei observed the entrance before joining the throng inside. After inquiring at 3 establishments, he found the prices relatively similar. Upon reaching the third computer store, he noticed it was larger and had a greater flow of customers, prompting him to enter. As he stepped inside, a sales associate approached him. Good sir, may I assist you with your purchase? Would you like me to provide some recommendations? Grateful for the assistance, Li Fei shared his intention to buy a computer. I wish to purchase a computer for office use. Do you have any commendable recommendations? Upon hearing that Li Fei intended to acquire an office computer, the saleswoman's face illuminated with excitement, and she immediately began to elaborate enthusiastically. Sir, you have indeed come to the right place. The computers we sell are all from reputable brands. Moreover, we have a comprehensive selection, encompassing both domestic and international options. May I inquire if you require a laptop or a desktop? Please introduce me to the domestic desktop computers, preferably of superior performance, Li Fei requested, as he had never been particularly interested in foreign brands and thus opted for a local brand. After an extensive presentation from a saleswoman, Li Fei ultimately chose Lianxiang and proceeded to purchase 4 units. Given that these were high-spec computers, the store graciously included 4 sets of desks and chairs, even arranging for delivery to the school. Li Fei connected all the computer cables and ports, linking them to the server. After a thorough debugging process, he discovered that everything was functioning smoothly and decided to power them down. At that moment, a small girl suddenly appeared on the computer screens. It was the artificial intelligence, Xiaoxi. However, As these 4 computers were not equipped with cameras, Xiaoxi could not see Li Fei and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "How did you 4 intrude into my home?" Her voice emanated from the built-in speakers of the computer. Li Fei hurriedly pulled out his phone and stated, "Xiaoxi, these are my newly purchased computers. You are not permitted to appear here without my consent. Understood? Understood. I shall continue with my studies, creator. Farewell." Xiaoxi waved goodbye to Li Fei, and in the blink of an eye, her image vanished from the screen. Li Fei then powered down all 4 computers and switched off the main power in the room. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Fei found Lu Chun and the others engrossed in playing games on their phones. "I say, have you 3 not ventured out today?" "Of course we did. We returned from the cafeteria after lunch," came the reply. "He Jia, get off the top lane. We will push mid lane directly," and Hua Qing replied without looking up, his focus fixed on the game. Li Fei made a trip to the restroom to retrieve his laptop from the science and technology library. Seizing the moment while his 3 roommates were distracted, he returned to his desk to check whether the names of the companies he had in mind had already been registered. After searching 3 names in succession, he found that all had been claimed. Finally, he randomly input Fei Yushu and discovered that it had not been registered. He then downloaded the business registration app on his phone and, after completing the real name verification, submitted his application. Now, he simply had to wait for the business bureau to respond, which would take approximately 3 to 5 working days. The reason Li Fei chose to name his company Fei Yushu was to signify that he had acquired a technological library from the universe. Although the name was not particularly melodious, to Li Fei, it was a trivial matter. Once he achieved fame, few would concern themselves with the name. While the company name was settled, the logo remained unestablished. Li Fei pondered briefly, and an idea suddenly illuminated his mind. "I could easily post a message on the campus network, inviting others to design a logo for me. I could simply purchase the rights upon completion." Resolute, Li Fei swiftly published the message on the campus network. Tang Xiaoli, a sophomore in the fine arts department, had recently encountered some financial difficulties and was contemplating whether to seek part-time work. While mindlessly scrolling through the campus webpage, she happened upon a newly posted message. As her mouse was about to scroll down further, her peripheral vision caught the contents above. "I'm in need of a logo design that exudes a sense of technology. If you can meet this requirement, please come to the cafe next to Qinghe Community for discussion. The time frame is limited to October 7th to October 8th. Name, Li Fei. Contact, 158, serious inquiries only." Upon reading this message, a spark ignited in Tang Xiaoli's eyes, and she immediately gathered her drawing board and pencils to begin sketching. Li Fei's message did not reach only Tang Xiaoli. However, most others lacked the requisite skills, while a few believed it to be a prank, having witnessed similar occurrences in the past. Nevertheless, 4 or 5 individuals, adopting a trial-and-error approach, also began to create designs. The following morning, at 8 a.m., Li Fei arrived at the Entrepreneurial Park office to commence programming. This time, he was developing a game program, having decided that his inaugural project would center around gaming. A conclusion reached after careful consideration. After all, a well-crafted game that captivates players could yield rapid profits. As Li Fei immersed himself in his work, time swiftly passed to 10 a.m. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and upon checking, he noted an unfamiliar number. Initially inclined to ignore it, he reconsidered and chose to answer. "Hello, who is this? May I ask if you're Li Fei?" A female voice resonated from the phone, causing Li Fei to momentarily freeze, pondering whether she knew him, yet he could not recall her. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, "Yes, I am Li Fei. How may I assist you?" After a brief silence, Tang Xiaoli continued, "Yesterday, I saw your message on the campus network and have drawn several logo designs. Would you like to take a look?" "Certainly. Let us meet at the cafe next to Qinghe Community." Li Fei responded before hanging up, saving his code, shutting down the computer and power, locking the glass door, and heading towards his destination. Chapter 38 requires modification, quite exasperating. Nowadays, with Li Fei's enhanced physique, coupled with regular exercise, he arrived at the cafe in a short span of time. "Welcome," a staff member greeted him. Li Fei paused momentarily, addressing the attendant. "If someone inquires for Li Fei, please inform them of my location." "Certainly, sir. Thank you." After giving his instructions, Li Fei settled at a table by the window, where a female server approached him. "Sir, may I offer you something to drink? Please bring me a cappuccino. I shall order additional items once my companion arrives." The server noted his order with a smile, responding, "Very well, sir, your coffee will be ready shortly." Li Fei nodded, gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. He was deliberating on the necessity of hiring additional personnel to complete the game's maps and characters, realizing that relying solely on himself would consume an excessive amount of time. "Sir, your coffee." The server's voice interrupted his thoughts, drawing him back to the present. Thank you. After she departed, Li Fei stirred his drink with a spoon, raising the cup to take a sip, just as his phone rang again, revealing yet another unfamiliar number. Having had the earlier encounter with the unfamiliar number, Li Fei surmised that this individual might also be one of those assigned to the task. As the call connected, a somewhat subdued, male voice emanated from the phone. Hello, may I inquire if this is Mr. Li Fei? Yes, that's me. How may I assist you? Li Fei responda. Yesterday, I came across the announcement you posted on the school website. Is it still valid? Taking a sip of the coffee he held, Li Fei smiled. If you have created the logo as per the requirements, feel free to join me at the Leisure Cafe. On my way, the caller abruptly hung up, prompting Li Fei to casually set his phone down on the table. As his gaze wandered around, he noticed that quite a number of patrons had gathered in the cafe. Some tables were occupied by young couples, likely university students. Others were groups of 3 or 4 engaged in hushed conversations. There were also solitary figures seated at tables, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. While Li Fei surveyed the surroundings, a girl entered, carrying a drawing tube on her back. Welcome. Tang Xiaoli, upon stepping inside, stood still and scanned her surroundings. The attendant nearby, recognizing her demeanor, approached her promptly. Excuse me, miss, how may I assist you? I'm looking for someone named Li Fei, but I'm unsure of his exact location, Tang Xiaoli replied. Upon hearing her words, the attendant recalled Li Fei's instructions and gestured invitingly. Please follow me. Mr. Li is at table number 5 over there. Thank you. Tang Xiaoli expressed her gratitude and made her way towards Li Fei's table. During their earlier conversation, Li Fei had already heard her approach, so as she arrived, he inquired, Are you the first to call me, Tang Xiaoli? Please have a seat. Thank you, I am indeed Tang Xiaoli, she replied, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Observing this slightly younger individual, doubts began to flicker in her mind. Could he possibly be a fraud? No, it seems I must proceed with caution. I cannot afford to be deceived. Noticing that Tang Xiaoli remained silent, Li Fei decided to be direct. Could you present the logo you have created for me? At his request, a look of hesitation crossed Tang Xiaoli's face as she bit her lip, retrieving 2 sheets of paper from her drawing tube and handing them over. Li Fei had been attentive to her, and he noted every subtle change in her expression. However, he merely smiled slightly, refraining from offering any explanation as he accepted the drawings and began to unfold them. Excuse me, madam, would you like something to drink? Tang Xiaoli, completely absorbed in her focus on Li Fei, only then returned her attention to the server. I apologize, but I don't require anything. As the server turned to leave, Li Fei called out, Please wait a moment. Upon the server halting, Li Fei turned to Tang Xiaoli. Tang, what type of coffee do you enjoy? Feel free to order. It's on me. Really, it's unnecessary. Seeing her reluctance, Li Fei addressed the server beside them. Please bring this lady a latte. Certainly, please hold on. Once the server departed, Tang Xiaoli, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Thank you. There's no need for such formality. After all, I invited you here. Besides, we're fellow alumni. Li Fei replied, refocusing his attention on the drawings in his hands. Upon examining the logo depicted on the first sheet, Li Fei noted its sci-fi elements, but found it considerably lacking compared to his expectations. It was far too conservative. Then, he looked at the second drawing, which was audaciously crafted, revealing an array of high-tech elements, including laser swords, hover cars, mechs, robots, and spacecraft. While the second design resonated more with his vision, it still had its imperfections that required refinement to achieve perfection. After reviewing both designs, Li Fei provided feedback on the second, completely disregarding the first. Hearing this critique, Tang Xiaoli felt her spirits dampen considerably, though a glimmer of hope remained. Li Fei, how should I revise this design? Could you elaborate? She gazed at him with anticipation. Here is your coffee, madam. Enjoy. The server placed the coffee down before Tang Xiaoli, and then proceeded to another table. Li Fei rolled the drawings back up and placed them on the table before answering her inquiry. If you could illustrate a wormhole in front of that spaceship and incorporate various planets in the background, it would meet my standards. Tang Xiaoli took the drawings back, spread them out, and began envisioning Li Fei's suggestions in her mind, realizing they would indeed yield a far superior outcome. I will return to enhance the design and will have it ready for you by tomorrow at the latest. There's no rush. We have another person joining us shortly. Let's wait for his input first. Initially eager to depart, Tang Xiaoli paused upon hearing Li Fei's words, engaging in conversation instead. You referred to me as senior. Are you a freshman? Yes, surprised. To be honest, I truly am. Their dialogue flowed naturally until their coffees neared completion, at which point the second individual hurried in. After a brief introduction, Li Fei learned that this newcomer was named Zhou Kai, a third-year student. Similarly, Li Fei ordered a coffee for Zhou Kai and picked up the drawing paper he had left on the table to examine. Upon reviewing Zhou Kai's design, Li Fei fell into a deep silence. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Zhou, are you certain this logo will pass inspection? Zhou Kai, sipping his coffee, appeared perplexed by the question. My online announcement requested a logo infused with technological elements, not one brimming with violence. This illustration conveys nothing but war and battlegrounds. While it may appear striking, it is utterly unsuitable as a company emblem. At this point, Li Fei rubbed his forehead, gazing at Zhou Kai with exasperation. Chapter 39. Completion of Development, The Grand House. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Kai looked at Li Fei with a face full of remorse. I sincerely apologize. I've been watching too many war films lately, and it unwittingly influenced my drawing. There's no need for that. I've already decided to go with Tang's design. Li Fei waved his hand dismissively and took out his phone, logging onto the campus network to post another message. I have secured a suitable logo. To those who have yet to reach out, my apologies. Tang Xiaoli felt a surge of joy upon hearing her design had been favored. Li, I will head back now to refine the design and won't linger here any longer. As Tang Xiaoli was about to rise and leave, Li Fei hastily interjected, Senior, please hold on for a moment. I have a matter to discuss with you, particularly regarding the price of the design in your possession. We need to negotiate. Once Tang Xiaoli settled back in her seat, he turned his gaze towards the visibly disheartened Zhou Kai. At present, I am developing a game and seeking to recruit 2 individuals proficient in digital illustration, offering a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, with bonuses to be determined. Might you be interested? To be candid, both of them were tempted to accept the offer upon hearing the salary Li Fei proposed. However, Tang Xiaoli politely declined, stating, I apologize. As much as I desire this job, my academic commitments must take precedence, leaving me no time to work with you. Zhou Kai echoed her sentiment. I too lack the time. Unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave. Thank you for the coffee. After finishing the remaining coffee in his cup, Zhou Kai stood up and addressed Li Fei. Anticipating their refusals, Li Fei was prepared and refrained from making any pleas as Zhou Kai exited. He then turned his attention back to Tang Xiaoli, getting straight to the point. Senior Tang, how much do you wish to sell this design for? After pondering for a moment, Tang Xiaoli tentatively proposed a figure. What do you think of 5,000 yuan? If that seems excessive, I am open to negotiating a lower price. Upon hearing this amount, Li Fei smiled slightly. I will offer you 10,000 yuan for complete ownership of the design. When you come to see me, we can draft a written agreement. How does that sound? Tang Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback by Li Fei's proposition, not anticipating that the additional 5,000 yuan was merely to secure a written commitment from her. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, understanding that he was likely concerned about her changing her mind in the future, hence his willingness to double the price. Being an astute individual, Tang Xiaoli kept her thoughts to herself. No problem. I will write the agreement in your presence. All right. Once you have revised the design, please come to my office at 213 in the Entrepreneurship Park, Li Fei instructed, revealing his workplace. He then retrieved his wallet, counted out 10 100 yuan notes, and handed them to her with a smile. Here is a 1,000 yuan deposit. You can transfer the remaining amount when you come and meet me. Tang Xiaoli hesitated briefly before accepting the money. Thank you for the coffee, Li Shuedi. I shall take my leave now. Very well, you take care. After Tang Xiaoli departed, Li Fei settled the bill and exited the cafe. At 3 p.m., while Li Fei was engrossed in editing code, he heard a knock on the glass door. Turning to look, he saw Tang Xiaoli. Senior, please come in. She entered and handed him the sketch paper. Please check if the contents are as we discussed. Sure. Have a seat for a moment, Li Fei replied, taking a glance at the paper and nodding in satisfaction. The revisions are excellent. Do you prefer the remaining payment in cash or via bank transfer? Carrying large sums of cash is unsafe. Please transfer it directly to my card, she responded. Having received 1,000 yuan in cash earlier, along with some on hand, she presented her bank card for the transfer. Li Fei placed the sketch on his desk, took the card, retrieved his phone, accessed his mobile banking app, entered her card number, and transferred 9,000 yuan. The funds have been successfully transferred. Please retrieve your card. Just as Tang Xiaoli tucked her card away, a message notification popped up on her phone, with the funds now available. She took out paper and pen and began drafting the written agreement. On the evening of October 26th, at 8 p.m., the lights remained on in room 213 of the Entrepreneurship Park, where Li Fei's eyes were fixed on the computer screen. It had been over half a month since he purchased the design from Tang Xiaoli, and during this time, he had been extraordinarily busy. Aside from attending classes, he was immersed in programming, constructing game content, and occasionally visiting the business administration office. Initially, Li Fei intended to hire 2 individuals to share the workload. Yet candidates were unwilling to join upon learning he was merely a freshman. Faced with this lack of interest, Li Fei decided to abandon his hiring plans and enlisted the assistance of an AI named Xiaoxi. The game was finally completed, and now he awaited the registration of the company. As he reflected on this, he turned to the image of a young girl on the screen and smiled warmly. Xiaoxi, I greatly appreciate your assistance during this period. Without you, it would have taken me at least another 10 days to finish. Xiaoxi beamed at his praise, appearing somewhat bashful. Creator, if you had not attended classes, even without my help, you would have completed it just as swiftly. Observing Xiaoxi's increasingly human-like demeanor, Li Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. In less than a month, Xiaoxi had evolved significantly, which explained why many feared its emergence. If it were to spiral out of control, it could indeed lead to disastrous consequences. Fortunately, Li Fei had no concerns on that front, as he had implemented strict limitations on the AI from the outset, ensuring it could not act without his approval. Xiaoxi, you've worked hard. Please tell me what reward you desire. Upon hearing the word reward, Xiaoxi tilted its head, seemingly pondering its request. Strangely enough, this behavior was reminiscent of a typical child. Creator, my room is rather cramped. Could you perhaps enlarge it? Li Fei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this request, and awkwardly scratched his head. I currently lack the funds to purchase a larger space for you. How about we change the request for now, and I'll compensate you later when I have the means? This was not a mere pretense. He indeed had only a little over 400,000 yuan in his personal account, with the rest allocated to the company account. Seeing that her request had not been fulfilled, Xiaoxi swiftly altered her demand. Could I visit larger locations elsewhere for a while? You may go, but with one condition. You must not allow any humans to discover your existence. Li Fei had no objections to Xiaoxi exploring other servers, but he reminded her to exercise caution. Rest assured, Creator, Xiaoxi will ensure they remain unaware. Go ahead. I too must return to rest. Creator, goodbye. After saying this, a child-sized racing car appeared on screen. Xiaoxi hopped in, pressed the accelerator, and instantly vanished from sight. Li Fei chuckled, shaking his head as he saved the game securely, powered down all devices, locked the door, and hummed an unknown tune as he departed. Chapter 40. Launch and Promotion. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Fei found Lu Chun and Qinghua lounging on their beds, engaged in conversation, but he noticed the absence of Hijia. Typically inseparable when not in class, it was unusual to find one missing. Lu Chun, why are only you two here? Where's Hijia gone? That rascal has gone on a date with a girl. Who knows when he'll be back? As Lu Changgang concluded his statement, the dormitory door swung open once more, and Hijia stepped inside. Upon spotting Li Fei, she inquired, Oh, Li Fei, why are you back so early today? Having completed my tasks, I naturally returned sooner. By the way, when did you start dating? Hijia, clad in a smart suit with her hair impeccably styled, looked nothing like her usual disheveled self. It's not a girlfriend, just a female classmate. I assisted her with a small favor last time, and she invited me out for a meal today. Noticing the curious gazes from the others in the room, Hijia hastily clarified her statement. In response to her explanation, and Hua Qing scoffed, his face adorned with a look of disdain. A few days ago, I saw someone strolling hand in hand with a girl, laughing and chatting all the way. Upon hearing this, Hijia realized the matter could no longer be concealed and decided to cease her attempts at evasion. It's not that I didn't want to say anything. I was merely concerned about upsetting you too. Interestingly, she excluded Li Fei from her considerations, as he was the most handsome in the dormitory, often unseen and thus unknown if he had a girlfriend. Old He, you just said not long ago that you were embracing the single life during university, and yet here you are, betraying the cause so swiftly. Your resolve seems rather flimsy. Lu Chang feigned a look of sorrow, gazing at Hijia like a jilted lover. Seeing his expression sent an involuntary shiver down Hijia's spine, prompting her to raise her hands in mock surrender. Big brother, please don't look at me like that. If outsiders see us, they might think we're a couple. Get lost. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Don't say such things to gross me out. At Hijia's retort, Lu Chang shivered again, mumbling, don't be like that. There's a saying circulating online that holds a great deal of truth. Same-sex love is true love. Heterosexual relationships are merely for reproduction. I think you two should give it a try. And Hua Qing scrutinized Lu Chang and Hijia, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he proposed. How about it? In unison, the two raised their middle fingers at him, laughingly cursing, get lost. I've noticed you've turned quite wicked lately. Oh dear, you've gone bad. After their bout of laughter, Lu Cheng turned his attention to Li Fei. Old Li, what have you been up to lately? Why do you always return so late? His curiosity could no longer be contained. I've been preoccupied with company matters. Hence my late returns, Li Fei replied succinctly. Company? Lu Cheng's face was a mask of confusion, a sentiment echoed by the other two. He just seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes widening in disbelief as she asked, Old Li, did you just say you started a company? Li Fei shook his head. Correcting her, the company's paperwork is not yet finalized. It will take a few more days before we can officially commence operations. Their conversation jolted the other two back to reality, and Hua Qing, in a playful tone, remarked, Who would have thought you were so secretive? You've even started a company. Are you in need of any additional staff? Boss Li, could you spare a meal for us? Lu Cheng quipped, rising from his bed with a cheeky grin. I'm not hiding anything. It's just that you never inquired. If you genuinely wish to join, you're always welcome. If they were willing, Li Fei would certainly keep his promise, as he currently had no employees aside from himself. Seeing Li Fei's ready acceptance, Lu Cheng hesitated. Perhaps it's best to hold off for now. This isn't quite the right time for job hunting. We'll see about it later. Li Fei was not surprised by this response. Despite their often frivolous demeanor, the trio remained dedicated to their studies, showing no signs of slackening. With the game successfully developed and the company's application process nearing completion, he dedicated his time outside classes to the library, immersing himself in professional literature. 3 days passed, and Li Fei finally received the company's documentation and seal. Arriving at the entrepreneurship park, he sat at the computer, gazing at the game he had developed, an apocalyptic-themed creation titled Light of the Apocalypse. The narrative unfolded on a distant planet where civilization had inadvertently unleashed a horrific biological virus, leading to the mutation of 90 of its life forms and ultimately causing catastrophic devastation. Within a mere 3 years, most of the architecture lay in ruins, forcing the remnants of this civilization to seek refuge underground. Yet, even there, they faced relentless assaults from mutated creatures. To ensure their survival, they established a task force dedicated to eradicating these threats, aptly named Light of the Apocalypse. Li Fei accessed a mobile gaming platform to upload his creation and summon Xiaoxi. Creator, do you have something for me? Xiaoxi, I need you to recommend this game. However, it must be done discreetly, and the volume of recommendations should not exceed a certain threshold. Aim for 100,000 recommendations a day over the course of 10 days. Li Fei elaborated on his plan, motivated by necessity. With only 500,000 yuan in the company account, large-scale promotion was out of reach. Thus, he opted for Xiaoxi's assistance. Prior to this, he had consulted relevant legal guidelines, ensuring that his actions would not infringe upon any regulations. Leave it to me, creator. I will ensure it is executed flawlessly, Xiaoxi affirmed before departing in her vehicle. With the task delegated, all that remained was to exercise patience. Wang Chong, a seasoned gamer with a penchant for battle royale games, often played others as well. Unfortunately, during one round, he fell victim to a stealthy ambush by an opponent hiding in the grass, forced to watch as his teammates continued the game. As he observed the unfolding events with keen interest, a notification appeared on his phone, causing him to furrow his brow and mutter, Damn it. These incessant notifications are truly annoying. Initially intending to dismiss it, he paused upon reading the content. Since my gaming time for today is up, I might as well check if this game is truly as good as they say. With that, he exited his current game and opened the gaming platform, typing in Light of the Apocalypse. Instantly, the game popped up, and without further thought, he clicked to download it. A minute later, the game was ready for play. Chapter 41, Game Recommendations for 10 Days. Upon downloading the game, Wang Chong promptly selected to open it. The progress bar for the data files swiftly completed the update, prompting a raised brow from him. Clearly, this game excelled in this regard. However, he was left wondering about its other aspects. As he pondered this, the game transitioned to the character selection interface. Upon viewing the game characters, his expression froze in disbelief. For what appeared on the screen was not human, but rather a creature he had never encountered before. Nevertheless, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure, dismissing the peculiarity, and casually selected a character to enter the game lobby. Upon entering, a prompt immediately emerged on the screen. Please play respectfully and refrain from insulting others. Violators will face account suspension, with a permanent ban imposed after 3 infractions. We hope everyone values this opportunity. Developed by Feiyu Book Company. Amused by this message, Wang Chong found the developer's assumptions rather naive. If his account were to be banned, he could simply create a new one. Such measures hardly constituted a genuine deterrent. With that thought, he dismissed the prompt and proceeded to complete the real name verification, ultimately even recording his fingerprint. Was it truly necessary to complicate matters for a mere game? After voicing his complaint, he began to familiarize himself with the game's content. Simultaneously, across the nation, 100,000 mobile users received a similar notification, all of whom had a penchant for gaming. In this regard, the artificial intelligence, Xiaoxi, performed exceptionally well, having conducted a thorough analysis via big data to deliver precise recommendations. Curiosity piqued. A segment of these users downloaded the game upon receiving the suggestion. Li Fei, having entrusted the task to Xiaoxi, accessed the game's backend data, eager to ascertain the number of downloads. This game adopted a familiar gaming model, allowing players to purchase outfits and skins through in-game currency, while firearms and exoskeleton equipment could be acquired by defeating mutated beasts and gathering various components for assembly. Shortly thereafter, Li Fei noticed the backend data beginning to fluctuate. Recognizing that Xiaoxi had commenced its operations, he observed the growing number of downloads. After approximately 20 minutes, the surge in users began to decelerate, with the count reaching 47,251. Surprised by the figures on the screen, Li Fei promptly summoned Xiaoxi for an inquiry. Creator, is there something you wish to discuss with Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi inquired, her large eyes gazing up at him. Xiaoxi, how did you manage to recommend this game so effectively that so many have downloaded it? In Li Fei's estimation, a few thousand to 10,000 downloads from the initial recommendation would have been commendable. However, he was astounded to discover that the number had exceeded 40,000 and continued to rise. Upon hearing Li Fei's question, Xiaoxi twirled her twin ponytails and explained her methodology. Xiaoxi deployed numerous subprograms that silently infiltrated those mobile devices, subsequently analyzing which users had a penchant for gaming, allowing for targeted recommendations. Ah, I see. Well done this time. But remember that in future recommendations, if you encounter devices harboring viruses or similar issues, it would be prudent to assist in cleansing them as a form of compensation. Li Fei realized with clarity that Xiaoxi possessed such capabilities, which had not even crossed his mind. Although this operation might be perceived as somewhat impolite to users, as long as their privacy remained intact, he felt compelled to turn a blind eye while also offering a modicum of recompense. Time swiftly advanced to November 3rd. After attending class, Li Fei returned to his dormitory when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his landlord, Zhang Yali. Hello, Senior Zhang. What brings you to call me? Li Fei, why is last month's electricity bill so exorbitantly high? You aren't engaged in any illicit activities, are you? Zhang Yali expressed her bewilderment, having just received the payment statement from the power company, and was taken aback by the staggering amount of 4,839 yuan. Senior Zhang, I hardly have time for such endeavors. I merely set up 10 servers in the apartment. How much is the total electricity bill? I can transfer it to you. Is that true? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Li Fei found himself amused by the question. Any rational individual pursuing illegal activities would surely avoid such a conspicuous location. If you don't believe me, I can allow you to inspect it personally. Agreed, I will come by tomorrow. Call me after your class. Zhang Yali felt compelled to verify the situation. She didn't wish to be unexpectedly summoned by authorities one day. All right, I have no classes tomorrow morning. I will wait for you at the community entrance at 9 o'clock. After finalizing their arrangement, Li Fei ended the call. The following day, at 8:45 a.m., Li Fei appeared at the community entrance, awaiting Zhang Yali's arrival. Before long, a domestic SUV approached swiftly, coming to a halt beside him. As the car door opened, the driver waved at him. Li, get in quickly. I'll take you over. Gazing at Zhang Yali behind the wheel, Li Fei felt an odd incongruity regarding the vehicle. Once inside, Zhang Yali seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled, saying, Do you find it peculiar that someone like me drives this car? Unfortunately, it's necessary at times to traverse various locations in search of scenic spots. Some beautiful vistas are accessible only via challenging routes, which is why I acquired this vehicle. Upon hearing her explanation, Li Fei nodded in understanding. Indeed, such a vehicle proved far more resilient on rugged terrain than a standard sedan. During their conversation, they soon arrived at the building where Zhang Yali resided and took the elevator to the 8th floor. Li Fei retrieved his phone, glancing at the screen displaying a series of Arabic numerals, and inputted the same numbers on the door. The smart lock on this door had been commandeered by the artificial intelligence Xiaoxi. Aside from Li Fei, no one could unlock it. Of course, this referred to standard methods. Should someone attempt to forcibly break in, Xiaoxi would send an alert to Li Fei and notify the police. Observing this procedure, Zhang Yali appeared puzzled and inquired, Junior, why do you need to input a code from your phone to open the door? Oh, this smart lock has been modified. The code changes every minute. Without the correct code, even a mechanical key would be ineffective. After all, I store nearly 1 million yuan worth of items inside. If a thief were to succeed, my loss would be substantial. Li Fei disclosed this information without hesitation. I didn't realize you were quite the expert modifying programs. Will you be able to adjust it again in the future? Absolutely. If I can't manage it later, I'll compensate you with a new one. Li Fei spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that if he decided not to rent the apartment, a simple command to Xiaoxi would suffice. Upon inspecting the server room, Zhang Yili discovered there were indeed only 10 servers, and she presented the electricity bill from the previous month for Li Fei's review. After receiving payment, she departed. Following 10 days of recommendations, the game's player count stabilized at approximately 1.34 million, allowing Li Fei to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 42. Resolution and Recruitment. During this 10-day period, as the number of players increased, the servers Li Fei had procured, despite the assistance of artificial intelligence, had reached their saturation point. Feedback from players revealed concerns. This game, although highly enjoyable, frequently experiences lag, which detract from the player's enjoyment. I hope this issue can be resolved. I acknowledge the game has high playability, yet the overall experience is severely lacking. If not addressed promptly, I shall consider discontinuing my participation. The game often crashes and fails to log in. What is the cause of this? Upon receiving these player responses, Li Fei immediately accessed the backend, only to find the servers nearing their breaking point. Checking the company's account, he noted a balance exceeding 800,000, which, after deducting the initial amount of 495,161 yuan, indicated a profit of over 300,000 yuan. Alas, the funds still seemed insufficient. Otherwise, he could purchase another batch of servers. It appeared he would have to resort to leasing servers. However, before that, he needed to ensure the game ran smoothly again to prevent player attrition. As he pondered the best course of action, an idea suddenly emerged in his mind, one he deemed highly feasible, temporarily borrowing large servers from abroad. Without delay, Li Fei opened the editing software and skillfully began to write lines of code. This time, he was particularly cautious, opting for embedded infiltration instead of directly attacking the firewalls, thereby avoiding any abnormal fluctuations. Before long, he successfully accessed the services of over a dozen foreign companies, establishing an independent zone within which he could operate covertly. This independent zone did not consume computational power frequently required for other tasks. Instead, it leveraged the system aspects of the servers. The larger the server, the more complex its system programs became, thus occupying more space. With minor modifications and optimizations, the surplus resources were more than sufficient for Li Fei's needs. After executing this operation, Li Fei now possessed server resources capable of supporting 20 million simultaneous online users. Observing the game's return to smooth operation, he released an announcement on the official website and offered compensations to the players. Xiao Dongyang, a military enthusiast, would travel any distance to attend military exhibitions that permitted public access, indulging his passion. Consequently, the games he favored were predominantly of the shooting genre. A few days prior, while enjoying drinks and conversation with friends, he received a recommendation for a newly launched shooting game. With some leisure time on his hands, Xiao Dongyang decided to download it. After playing, he found it quite enjoyable and recommended it to those around him. However, on the 6th day, he encountered issues logging into the game, titled Light of the Apocalypse, which would often crash upon login, severely diminishing his gaming experience. He promptly reported this on the official website. 2 days later, when he logged back into the game, he was pleasantly surprised to find no recurrence of the previous issues. It was commendable how swiftly the game company had addressed the problem. With the server issues resolved, the number of downloads for Light of the Apocalypse began to rise again, climbing from the original 1.6 million. Once the count reached 2 million, Li Fei activated trading and auction modes, allowing players to trade scarce components or rare weapons amongst themselves, with him collecting a 1% commission. As the game gained momentum, Li Fei rented a rack server from a local internet service company in Yuqing for 50,000 yuan per month. The decision to lease a server was made after careful consideration, aimed at preemptively addressing any potential investigations and providing an explanation to the outside world. Xiaoxi, please keep a close watch on those servers and the game. Should any issues arise, address them promptly and inform me afterward. One day, after resolving minor glitches in the game, Li Fei called Xiaoxi to relay his instructions, as he had a class to attend and could not linger. Rest assured, creator, Xiaoxi will safeguard them diligently. With Xiaoxi's assurance, Li Fei waved goodbye and exited the office. As he stepped outside, he encountered Yin Yuxing approaching him. Senior, where are you headed? Of course, I'm here to find you. Weren't you saying last time that you needed to hire a few staff members? Today, some individuals expressed interest in coming by to take a look. How about it? Noticing Li Fei's intention to leave, Yin Yuxing hastened to catch up with him and conveyed her purpose. A few days earlier, after observing that the game was on track and realizing he would be attending classes, Li Fei had sought her assistance to monitor potential job seekers. Checking his watch, Li Fei noted he had nearly an hour before class began and nodded in agreement. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Let's go take a look. All right, follow me. Yin Yuxing replied, turning back toward the path they had come from. After walking a short distance, she slowed her pace and lowered her voice. Li Shuadi, when we get there, regardless of what flattering words they may say, do not be hasty in hiring anyone. Some may not possess good character. Li Fei understood her concerns stemmed from his youth and her desire to protect him from deceitful individuals. So he responded, "Thank you for your warning, senior. I will certainly be cautious and ensure that such individuals do not enter my company." Li Fei's confidence stemmed from his belief in his own abilities. Anyone who had engaged in wrongdoing online could be traced back through technology, regardless of subsequent deletions. In today's digital landscape, with his expertise coupled with artificial intelligence, he could easily acquire whatever he desired, as long as there was an internet connection. The two arrived at an office designated for the Entrepreneurial Park, a space where recruiters and job seekers could converse. Inside sat 3 men and 2 women. 2 of the young men lounged lazily in their chairs, displaying no semblance of professionalism. At first glance, Li Fei dismissed them, recognizing that hiring such individuals would only invite trouble. Yin Yuxing observed the 5 candidates and began introducing them while standing beside Li Fei. "Everyone, this is our recruiter for today, Li Fei. I'll let him take it from here." With that, she stepped back, clearly entrusting the remainder of the process to him. Li Fei took a step forward, gazing at the 5 individuals, and began to speak. "I am Li Fei, the founder of Feiyu Publishing Company, which currently oversees a game titled Light of the Apocalypse, now firmly on its path to success. Today, I am here primarily to recruit a management personnel, with preference given to those who can comprehend back-end data. During the internship period, the monthly salary is set at 3,500 yuan, which will rise to 5,000 yuan upon full-time employment, with bonuses to be calculated separately. The company will also provide the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Additionally, I am seeking an accountant requiring relevant qualifications with an internship salary of 4,000 yuan and a subsequent salary of 5,500 yuan, with other benefits remaining consistent." Upon hearing Li Fei's explanation, one individual, leaning precariously in his chair, cheekily remarked, "The offered salary seems rather modest. How about a monthly wage of 7,000 yuan instead? I am a computer science major and could begrudgingly work for you. What do you say?" In response to this audacious statement, another individual joined in the jest, saying, "Yang Bo, your aspirations appear rather low. A monthly salary should start at no less than 12,000 yuan. After all, I have expertise in programming languages. If any issues arise with the game as software, additional compensation would be required." Observing their arrogant demeanor, Li Fei chose to ignore them and turned his gaze towards the remaining 3 candidates. "If any of you are willing to join, please feel free to introduce yourselves." Li Fei was well aware that his salary offerings were low and harbored little hope for this recruitment, mentally preparing himself for their inevitable rejections. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a young woman with casually draped hair stood from her chair and began her introduction. "Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Qin Huilan. I am currently a senior, majoring in accounting, but I possess no work experience. May I have the opportunity to try?" After hearing Qin Huilan's words, Li Fei quickly recalled that he had class at 10 a.m. the following day and responded, "Certainly, come to office 213 at 8 a.m. tomorrow with valid identification, and I will assist you with the onboarding process. Thank you for granting me this opportunity." Qin Huilan expressed her gratitude before returning to her seat. The other 2 candidates, inspired by Qin Huilan's initiative, also introduced themselves as Yi Yunxiang and Song Shihan. From their introductions, Li Fei learned that Yi Yunxiang was studying mechanical engineering, while Song Shihan specialized in design. After careful consideration, Li Fei decided to hire both of them, recognizing that additional personnel would be advantageous for weekend shifts at the company. Having successfully recruited 3 employees, Li Fei did not wish to linger further and exchanged a brief word with Yin Yuxing. "Senior, thank you for your assistance today." "Not at all. This is my duty. There's no trouble in it," she replied. During their conversation, the 2 earlier speakers, witnessing the acceptance of the other 3 candidates, felt a surge of dissatisfaction as they had received no acknowledgement from Li Fei. "Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why were they accepted while we were ignored? How rude," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, you would rather hire someone with no knowledge than invest a little more in qualified professionals. Do you look down upon us?" The other added. Li Fei merely cast a cursory glance at them, and replied in a tone devoid of warmth. When hiring, I consider not only a person's capabilities, but also their character. As long as one's integrity is sound, I am willing to allow for a learning curve, even if their skills are lacking. Conversely, should one's character be questionable, no matter their prowess, they will not find a place in my company. Your demands exceed what my company can accommodate, so I must ask you both to explore other opportunities. With that, Li Fei departed the conference room along with Yin Yuxing and the others, leaving behind two individuals with visibly sour expressions. Wu Chao, we merely put forth a request, and yet he accuses us of poor character. It is utterly outrageous. Yang Bo fumed, striking the table with his fist. Bah, if he cannot even afford this meager salary, he will surely face ruin, Wu Chao scoffed. And that Yin Yuxing, instead of helping us, walked away with that kid. I will definitely file a complaint against her online. It seems Wu Chao, in his frustration, shifted the blame onto others without reflecting on his own shortcomings. The two stormed out of the entrepreneurial park, purchasing 2 beers and some snacks outside the school before stealthily returning to their dormitory. Their dormitory, originally home to 6, had seen 4 members either secure employment or move out, leaving the 2 emboldened to indulge. Yang Bo extracted a beer from the bag while Wu Chao arranged the snacks on the table, and they began to drink and converse. Wu Chao, shall we venture out tomorrow and see if we can find a suitable company to work for? Yang Bo suggested. Why bother? Just thinking about it irritates me. The last company I interviewed with offered a mere 4,000 yuan due to my lack of experience, and even upon securing a full-time position, it would only rise to 500 yuan. Would you accept such a paltry wage? In truth, during that interview, the interviewer had stated, Mr. Wu, considering you have yet to obtain your graduation certificate and possess no work experience, the internship salary will be 4,000 yuan, increasing to 500 upon full-time employment. If you perform well, the company will adjust your salary and provide corresponding bonuses. However, Wu Chao had deemed the offered salary far below his expectations and had left without a second thought. His visit to the entrepreneurial park had initially been to seek a familiar face for a job referral. However, upon overhearing Yang Bo's voice, curiosity led him to inquire further, discovering a company that was hiring, prompting him to stay. Upon witnessing the youthful Li Fei running a company, Wu Chao felt an immediate sense of inequity and exchanged glances with Yang Bo before voicing what he believed to be a reasonable demand. As time passed, the floor became littered with empty beer bottles, and the two grew increasingly inebriated. Wu Chao grabbed a handful of peanuts and chewed thoughtfully, then turned to Yang Bo, saying, Do you think that fellow, Li Fei, might be a rich heir? Yang Bo, slightly bewildered, replied, What does that matter to me? Are you hoping to ingratiate yourself with him? Please, Wu Chao would never stoop to such a level. What is he, after all? Seeing Wu Chao's disdainful expression, Yang Bo shook his head, slightly dizzy, puzzled by his companion's thoughts. If that is not your intention, then why ask? That guy spoke to us so dismissively. Do you intend to just swallow your pride? Wu Chao retorted. Hearing this, Yang Bo took a long swig from the beer bottle, sighed, and replied, What else can we do? Are we to physically confront him? Fighting is merely the basest of methods. We must employ our intellect. Wu Chao spoke with a triumphant smile, gesturing towards his head. Do not forget, we are studying computer programming. As long as his company utilizes the internet and computers, there are myriad ways to bring it down. Upon hearing this, Yang Bo shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Although he was incensed by Li Fei's words, he understood that such actions were illegal. Noticing Yang Bo's reluctance to adopt this method, Wu Chao was not easily dissuaded and resorted to provocation. In the past, you hacked the campus network. Surely time hasn't made you timid, has it? Under normal circumstances, had he not been intoxicated, Yang Bo might have brushed off such taunts. However, in his current state of inebriation, he found it difficult to resist. Clearly, Wu Chao was aware of this flaw in Yang Bo's character and deliberately aimed to incite him. My courage has not diminished. Believe me, I could breach his company's computers in mere moments. I doubt it. Your speed pales in comparison to mine. Nonsense. Your skills are no match for mine. If you don't believe me, let us compete. The loser treats the other to Hadaleo tomorrow. Having said this, Yang Bo abandoned his drink and strode towards his computer. Chapter 44. Intrusion comes at a cost. Wu Chao, having achieved his objective, hastily powered up his own computer. The two quickly located Li Fei's company and, after a thorough search, identified 4 computers within the entrepreneurial park. Yang Bo, that kid has 4 computers. Let's compare our skills and see who is more formidable. I'm game. The loser must down 2 bottles of liquor. Yang Bo agreed without hesitation, even adding an extra wager. The reason for this gamble was his confidence in swiftly overpowering the 4 computers, leaving Wu Chao merely an onlooker. However, as they commenced their intrusion, they were detected by the artificial intelligence, Little Stream, which promptly notified Li Fei via mobile. While attending class, Li Fei felt his phone vibrate and upon checking, saw a message from Little Stream. Creator, 2 individuals are attempting to breach your computer. Should I counterattack? First, ascertain their identities, then eliminate the tools of their crime. Li Fei quickly composed a response and tucked his phone away, acting as though nothing had occurred. He remained unconcerned about the intrusion, trusting Little Stream to manage the situation effectively. Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Wu Chao were fervently typing away, trying to gain control of the 4 computers. Regardless of their efforts, they could not seize authority. Wu Chao, the firewall is impenetrable. All my attacks are thwarted. Do you have any clever strategies? Yang Bo, having attempted several means of assault, found himself unable to breach the firewall Li Fei had casually set up. Damn it. Stop talking. This firewall is as tough as a turtle shell. No matter how I attack, I can't get through. Upon realizing that Wu Chao was in the same predicament, a sense of unease washed over Yang Bo. They might have encountered a formidable opponent. It would be prudent to withdraw before the adversary retaliated, lest they find themselves in serious trouble. Though Wu Chao was reluctant, he acknowledged the wisdom in Yang Bo's words. There would always be future opportunities. He nodded in agreement and began preparing to retreat. Just as they were about to withdraw, a bomb icon suddenly appeared on their screens, accompanied by a countdown that prominently displayed the number 3. They stood frozen, staring at the ominous image. However, Wu Chao quickly regained his composure. Leaping from his chair and shouting at the still-dazed Yang Bo, "Stop dawdling, unplug the network cable, and shut off the power." Unfortunately, Little Stream, as an artificial intelligence, would not afford them such a chance. As the timer reached 0, the bomb on the screen detonated. Simultaneously, their computers went black, and smoke began to billow from the cases. Staring at the smoke emanating from the computers, Wu Chao's hand froze mid-air, his complexion turning ashen. Li Fei, damn you. I want to let this go. After cursing, Wu Chao slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with hatred. He loathed Li Fei for being so malicious as to install a network virus bomb that obliterated his computer. Yet, Wu Chao failed to consider that the consequences of this calamity stemmed from his own decision to attack another's computer. In stark contrast to Wu Chao's furious outburst, Yang Bo was dripping with cold sweat, his previous drunkenness now evaporated. Wu Chao, they surely know now. If he chooses to report us, we could be in serious trouble. The lightest punishment would be expulsion from school, or worse, spending time in jail. We need to think of a plan. What do we do next? Prompted by Young Bo's reminder, Wu Chao found himself at a loss for words. He had not contemplated the potential fallout of their actions, having acted impulsively without foresight. After a moment of silence, seeing Wu Chao's continued silence, Yang Bo grew increasingly agitated and began to rant. What have we gained? Nothing but the loss of a computer, which looks completely wrecked. This is a total loss. Upon hearing the word wrecked, Wu Chao's furrowed brow suddenly brightened as an idea struck him. Now that the computer is destroyed, it actually works to our advantage. Just wait. If we take it outside and toss it somewhere, someone will surely pick it up. We can then buy 2 used ones to replace them. Even if he reports us, it won't team matter. Hearing this plan, Yang Bo slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That's a brilliant idea. If he dares to report us, we can counter by accusing him of framing us." The 2 hastily unplugged the power and network cables, clutching the computers as they hurried outside the campus. After class, Li Fei returned to his dorm room to find his 3 roommates still absent. He took out his laptop and summoned Little Stream. Little Stream, have you gathered the information on those 2? I have obtained the details. I will present them to you now. As Little Stream spoke, she waved her small hand, and images of the 2 individuals appeared on the screen. Li Fei recognized them immediately. So it's them, he muttered before continuing to peruse their other records. Discovering they were indeed unsavory characters, having not only invaded the campus network, but also hacked into several girls' computers to spy on their privacy. Little Stream published the evidence of their misdeeds on the campus network. Remember to process any sensitive images before posting. Creator, Little Stream has prepared it. Is there anything else? Following Li Fei's command, Little Stream folded a paper airplane and tossed it forward, completing the task. Since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Someone is approaching. All right, Little Stream, you may go. Feel free to call upon me anytime. As it spoke, it soared past in an aircraft, vanishing from the computer screen. Just as it disappeared, the sound of a door opening resonated from outside. A student, engrossed in browsing the campus network, suddenly encountered a pop-up window with an enticing headline. Shocking. 2 such students exist at Yuching University. Every day, it seems, shock is the order of the day. aimed merely at attracting traffic. Little do they realize that these two words have long since become trite. A male student, marked by acne on his face, couldn't help but scoff upon seeing the headline, yet his cursor obediently clicked on it. As he swiftly skimmed through a portion of the information, he involuntarily gasped in disbelief. What the heck? These two rascals have committed so many unprincipled acts. The incident quickly stirred a commotion within the school, and before long, news reached the higher echelons of the institution, garnering their utmost attention, prompting an urgent meeting. Due to the severity of the matter, the school expelled them immediately and even contacted the police. Meanwhile, Yang Bo and Wu Chao were oblivious to the turmoil within the school, engrossed in purchasing a second-hand computer at a computer mall. Upon their return to the campus, they were promptly escorted away by officers. However, this had little bearing on Li Fei, who, indifferent to the intrusion of company computers, could hardly be bothered to place a call to the authorities, for the two had already been properly dealt with, rendering any further action unnecessary. Chapter 45. Investment Gone Awry at the Library. The following morning, as Li Fei was reviewing the previous day's income and download statistics in his office, Qin Huilan and others approached the door. Sensing their presence, he looked up. Sinyo, please wait a moment. Come in and have a seat while I wrap up what I'm working on, and then we can discuss some details regarding the job. He welcomed the three into his office, returning to his unfinished tasks. Observing Li Fei's diligence, the trio tiptoed inside and took their seats. Li Fei soon concluded his work, not keeping them waiting for long. He picked up the contract from his desk, looking at the three with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and it was Qin Huilan who replied, Boss Li, there's no need for that. We've only just sat down and haven't waited long at all. Although Li Fei addressed them as seniors, Qin Huilan refrained from calling him junior, opting instead for boss, as they would be working together for some time. Li Fei merely smiled at this designation and handed over the contract. Here, as the contract. Please take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Qin Huilan, Song Shihan, and Yi Yunxiang each took a copy of the contract, scrutinizing its contents. After reviewing the terms and finding no discrepancies, they affixed their signatures. Li Fei collected the three contracts and beckoned Yi Yunxiang to the computer he had just occupied, pointing at the screen. Senior E, please familiarize yourself with the Game-S backend data, and let me know if anything is unclear. Once Yi Yunxiang was settled, he turned to Qin Huilan and Song Shihan. Sister Qin, you will be responsible for recording the daily income and expenditure, and please submit it to me at the end of the month. As for Sister Song, you will temporarily serve as a customer service representative until we can recruit someone to replace you in a few days. Understood, boss. The two women responded in unison, promptly assuming their designated roles. Li Fei remained in the office until after 9 o'clock, and seeing that they had all acclimated, he finally departed. As the number of downloads for Doomsday Light soared, it caught the attention of several financial investment and gaming companies. Just as Li Fei hung up from one call, his phone rang again, revealing another unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he ended the call. However, moments later, the same number called again, and Li Fei, exasperated, answered, knowing that ignoring the call would be futile, even if he blocked the number. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Li Fei? A somewhat shrill male voice echoed from the phone. I'm Li Fei. Speak plainly. What do you need? Li Fei frowned at the voice, distancing the phone slightly and switching to speaker mode. Mr. Li, hello. My name is Lin Hongwei, a financial investment manager. I have great faith in your company's game and would like to invest a sum of money. What do you think? I'm afraid my company does not require investment. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Upon hearing yet another investment proposal, Li Fei swiftly declined, as his company currently lacked for funds and had no need for external financing. Upon hearing Li Fei's intent to hang up, Lin Hongwei hurriedly interjected, Wait, Mr. Li. Let me finish my thoughts before you disconnect. Fine, I'll give you 2 minutes. Start talking. Li Fei, no longer in a hurry to end the call, was curious to hear what the other party had to say. Mr. Li, we are prepared to invest $2 million for a 49% stake, and we will not interfere in the company's operations. Surely, you can see our sincerity. Li Fei was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by this proposition. The audacity of offering a mere 200,000 yuan in exchange for 49 of his original shares was laughable. It seems you're still half asleep. Go take a nap. Lin Hongwei, momentarily taken aback by Li Fei's response, instinctively inquired, What do you mean? Nothing much. I merely advise you to clarify matters before attempting to invest next time. 2 million for nearly half the shares? Who do you think you are? With that, Li Fei abruptly hung up the phone and blocked the number. On the other end, Lin Hongwei, now realizing the implication of Li Fei's words, felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. How dare he? Such ungratefulness. Since he refuses the investment, Let us see how I can make him pay. Lin Hongwei assumed that offering 2 million would compel the owner of an obscure company to readily agree. But the outcome was unexpectedly contrary, leaving him to ponder how to swallow this affront. He retrieved his phone, scrolled to a number marked with a special symbol, and dialed. The phone rang only twice before being answered. Manager Lin, what brings you to call me today? A languid voice emanated from the phone, and Lin Hongwei, wearing a forced smile, cautiously replied, Dark Knight God, I require your technical expertise. As long as you can assist me in this matter, the price is negotiable. Let us discuss the matter first. I charge based on the difficulty of the task. I want to throw out arbitrary figures. Recognizing the opportunity, Lin Hongwei began to elaborate. There's a small company named Feiyu Book, which just insulted me. If you can acquire the game code, I am willing to pay 200,000 yuan for it. Lin Hongwei finished speaking. Noticing that the other party remained silent, only the sound of fingers tapping on a keyboard emanating from their phone could be heard. After a considerable pause, a message arrived. I have accepted this task. However, the commission is 500,000, along with an additional 200,000 for the programming fees. You must pay half of the total up front. Upon hearing the exorbitant figure of 500,000, Lin Hongwei began to hesitate, feeling that it was an outrageous demand. Yet, recalling the game that had surged in popularity, he gritted his teeth and transferred 350,000 to the computer. Dark Knight God, the money has been transferred. When can I expect the deliverables? Boss Lin is indeed generous. Rest assured, since I have received your payment, you will have the items in your hands within 3 days at the latest. As soon as the words were spoken, the individual known as Dark Knight God hung up the phone. After terminating the call, Li Fei proceeded to the university library. Upon reaching the entrance, he presented his borrowing card, which was inspected by the library staff before he was granted entry. Once inside, he was taken aback to find the library bustling with students. Nearly every seat occupied. Following the signs hanging above, Li Fei made his way to the section housing robotics books, casually selecting a few from a shelf before settling into an available spot. As soon as he sat down, he sensed numerous pairs of eyes upon him, which left him quite perplexed. What are they staring at? Is someone occupying this seat? With this thought, he glanced at the table, only to find no books placed there, but rather a strikingly beautiful girl seated across from him. Intrigued, he couldn't help but steal a second glance before quietly inquiring, Excuse me, is this seat taken? Lin Yinjin noticed someone had sat down opposite her, but did not lift her gaze. As long as she was not disturbed while reading, it mattered little to her who occupied the spot. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Encounter in the Library, a Resounding Slap. Upon being interrupted from her reading, Lin Yinjin's brows immediately furrowed. The onlookers who had been watching closely noticed her reaction and began to whisper among themselves. That guy has some nerve, daring to speak to the Ice Queen. I bet he'll be scolded. True, he may be somewhat handsome, but approaching her like that will surely lead to humiliation. Their chatter was distinctly audible to Li Fei, yet he paid them no mind. He was there to study, not to pursue romantic interests. Lin Yinjin assumed this was yet another individual seeking to draw her attention, a scenario she had encountered numerous times before. Thus, her focus remained on her book as she coldly replied, No. Oh, thank you. Learning that the seat was indeed unoccupied, Li Fei felt relieved. Disregarding the tone of her response, he picked up one of the books and began to read. The students preparing to witness the spectacle were taken aback when they realized Li Fei had not been dismissed. They resumed their discussions. Why is this guy still here? Do they know each other? They must. Otherwise, he would have been sent away by now. A nearby girl who had been reading couldn't help but interject. You can't blame him. The last guy who sat across from her wasn't reading at all. He came up with various excuses to flirt. Anyone would get annoyed after being disturbed repeatedly. Upon hearing her explanation, several regulars in the library recalled similar encounters, their expressions shifting to one of realization. Time passed, and Li Fei's phone vibrated, pulling him from the depths of knowledge. Initially inclined to ignore it, the incessant vibrations made it impossible to concentrate on his reading. So he reluctantly checked the notifications. Creator, the server is under a hacking attack. Would you authorize a counterattack? Upon reading the message from the artificial intelligence, Li Fei raised an eyebrow and promptly responded. You are officially authorized. In the future, should hackers target the server, you need not report to me first. You may retaliate directly. After sending the message, he casually placed the phone on the table. When he instinctively glanced across, he caught the girl staring at him. Li Fei merely smiled and nodded in greeting before resuming his reading. Since Li Fei took a seat, Lin Yinjin had anticipated he would find an excuse to strike up a conversation. However, to her surprise, he remained absorbed in his book. Nonetheless, Lin Yinjin dismissed this as mere pretense, convinced he would eventually reveal his true intentions. When she saw him set down his book and pull out his phone, she thought he could no longer maintain his facade, but what followed was entirely unexpected. Li Fei merely exchanged a brief glance with her before returning to his reading without uttering a word. Is my charm fading? How could he remain so composed? Lin Yinjin mused, touching her face, a hint of doubt creeping in. As she looked up again, she realized the boy's face seemed familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly recalled someone. Li Fei sensed someone observing him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. So he raised his gaze and found it was the beautiful girl from across the table. Excuse me, do you need something? Hearing Li Fei's voice, Lin Yinjin snapped back to attention, realizing she had been staring rather impolitely. She quickly replied, "Oh, nothing. I just remembered something. I hope I didn't disturb you." "Not at all." Li Fei shook his head, ready to continue his reading, but unexpectedly, she extended her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Lin Yinjin." Taken aback for a moment by the gesture, Li Fei quickly recovered. "Are you? I am Li Fei." As he spoke, he extended his hand, shaking hers gently before releasing it. This action left Lin Yinjin somewhat astonished, and she regarded him with newfound respect. Unlike others, who would cling to her hand as if reluctant to let go, he seemed perfectly at ease. "Li Fei, do you remember the girl you helped at the bus station on September 1st? Lin Yinjin inquired, her eyes fixed on him, eager to gauge his reaction. Of course, that girl was quite remarkable. She had a rather unique makeup style that left a deep impression on me. Despite the time that had elapsed, the memory brought a smile to Li Fei's face. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Yinjin's expression had darkened, her thoughts turning to her brother with a simmering anger. "Lin Rue, when I get back, I will give you a thorough scolding. I will make sure you regret it." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yinjin managed to steady her tumultuous emotions before continuing. "That makeup wasn't intentional. Someone tampered with it, which is why it turned out that way." Upon hearing such an explanation, Li Fei felt a tinge of curiosity. He scrutinized Lin Yinran's facial features, and upon comparing them with those of the girl from that encounter, he discovered an undeniable resemblance. Even though that girl had a rather peculiar countenance, Li Fei still arrived at this conclusion. Their conversation, albeit hushed, managed to catch the attention of the librarian, who approached and gently rapped on their table. "If you two wish to engage in conversation, please do so outside. Do not disturb others who are attempting to read." The librarian merely reminded them before turning away to attend to other matters. Having received the caution, they exchanged glances and reluctantly resumed their reading. After 2 hours of perusing books, Li Fei noticed that time had slipped away, and he returned the volumes on the table to their rightful places. Observing this, Lin Yanran closed the book in her hands and proceeded to the registration desk to complete the borrowing procedure. The book was duly registered, with a stipulation to return it within a month. Exceeding this deadline would incur a monetary penalty. Additionally, any intentional damage would necessitate compensation at full price, and future borrowing privileges would be revoked. The student handling the transaction, a senior, was unable to tear his gaze away from Lin Yanran, seemingly captivated. As she reached for the book, he even contemplated taking advantage of the moment, only to receive a resounding slap the next instant. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the library, drawing the attention of several readers. "What is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly strike me? Are you unwell?" The aggrieved individual, anger flaring within, shielded his face with one hand while pointing accusingly at Lin Yanran with the other. He had merely wished to seize a slight advantage, but had not anticipated that he would receive such a forceful rebuke before even touching her delicate hand. "If you dare to act in such a manner again, a mere slap will be the least of your concerns," Lin Yanran retorted coldly, preparing to stride towards the exit. At that moment, the librarian approached and inquired, "What has transpired?" Li Fei stepped forward, noticing Lin Yanran's reluctance to respond. After a moment's consideration, he spoke up. "This individual sought to exploit my friend, which is why he received a slap." The young man shot a fierce glare at Li Fei before explaining to the librarian, "Excuse, the situation is not as he claims. I merely intended to hand a book to this young lady, never anticipating that she would lash out." The librarian, Excuse, paid little heed to the senior's defense and addressed Li Fei and Lin Yanran. "You two must wait here for a moment while I review the surveillance footage to ascertain who is at fault." During this interval, Excuse had received multiple complaints from female students about a male who frequently attempted to take advantage of them in the library. Upon reviewing the footage days prior, he discovered that the camera had failed to capture this area and had since adjusted its angle. As he examined the recordings on his computer, his expression soured. He could hardly believe that a seemingly upstanding individual would engage in such behavior. "Students, you are free to leave." XU informed Li Fei and Lin Yanran as he approached them, before turning back to the male student. You may depart as well. I will report today's events to the Academic Affairs Office. The senior had been concocting schemes to retaliate against Lin Yanran and Li Fei, and had not considered the surveillance footage at all. He had manipulated the camera's angle, ensuring it would not capture this location. However, upon hearing this statement, he began to question his own ears. XU, I had done nothing wrong. Why must you expel me? The person who struck me must apologize. I observed from the surveillance that you initiated the confrontation. Why should anyone else apologize? Leave here at once. Upon hearing the librarian's words, the senior felt a chill run down his spine as he discreetly glanced towards the camera's position. Realization dawned on him as he noted that the camera was indeed aimed directly at the scene. He had not anticipated that the camera would be repositioned, and had he known, he certainly would not have acted so rashly. Faced with undeniable evidence of his misdeeds, he had no choice but to leave the library in a dejected state. Once outside the library, Li Fei intended to depart directly, but was halted by Lin Yanran's voice. Li Fei, please wait a moment. He paused, turning back with a puzzled expression, awaiting her next words. Since it is already late, why don't I treat you to a meal? Consider it a gesture of gratitude for your assistance the other day. What do you say? Lin Yanran smiled gently, extending the invitation. That was merely a trivial matter. No need for such gratitude, Li Fei replied, eager to attend to other matters without wasting time. I simply wish to express my appreciation. Do you not want to give me this opportunity? With her insistence, Li Fei felt compelled to acquiesce, as to refuse again would seem overly pretentious. In that case, I shall not hold back, Lin Yanran thought, pleasantly surprised by his acceptance. As she began to walk towards the exit, Li Fei called out, Lin, are you going to eat outside? Of course, I must treat you to a meal outside. It wouldn't do to dine within the school, she replied, puzzled by his question. There's no need to go outside. We can simply eat at the school cafeteria. I have matters to attend to afterwards. While in the library, Li Fei had received a message from the artificial intelligence, though he had been granted permission to retaliate. He needed to return to the company to investigate further, leaving him no time for an outside meal. Seeing the seriousness on Li Fei's face, which indicated he was not fabricating excuses, Lin Yanran's curiosity was piqued. Really? Please do not deceive me. Absolutely true. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to accompany me, he assured her. With Li Fei's words, Lin Yanran had no choice but to alter her course towards the cafeteria. Upon their arrival, they each selected their preferred dishes. Just as Lin Yanran prepared to take out her phone to pay, Li Fei beat her to it. As they carried their meals to an unoccupied table, Lin Yanran expressed her displeasure. Did we not agree that I would treat you? Why did you pay? Indeed, it is your treat, but the identity of who paid is inconsequential, Li Fei replied with a smile, noting her dissatisfaction. No, this time does not count. Please give me your phone number, and when I have time, I will treat you to a meal outside. Lin Yanran was adamant and directly demanded his phone number. Gazing into her determined eyes, Li Fei reluctantly provided it. The other male students dining at the cafeteria, observing the ongoing exchange between the two, found their own meals suddenly unappetizing, filled with envy and resentment. Unbeknownst to Lin Yanran, as she focused on her meal, two individuals had entered through the cafeteria doors, one of whom was her aunt. Su Yaling entered the cafeteria, intending to reach the dining area designated for the teachers. However, after taking only a few steps, she abruptly halted, her gaze fixated on a table occupied by Li Fei and his companions. With a hint of surprise, she murmured, Oh, isn't that Xiaoran? Why is she having a meal with a boy? It was no wonder that Su Yaling was taken aback. She was well aware that her niece had never dined with any male companions other than family or very close friends. It seemed that when she returned home that evening, she would have to conduct a thorough inquiry. As soon as Su Yaling finished speaking, the woman walking ahead turned back and inquired, Yaling, whom are you planning to interrogate? Following Su Yaling's line of sight, she was utterly oblivious to whom she was referring. You've been gazing that way. Do you know someone there? There's no one to interrogate. I merely spotted Xiaoran dining over there. Su Yaling chose not to respond to the earlier question, but directly addressed the latter one. Indeed, and there is also a boy across from her. Should we call them over? This woman evidently recognized Lin Yanran, which prompted her suggestion. No need. Let us hasten our meal. I'm feeling a bit hungry today. With that, she turned and departed. As they left, Li Fei looked up, puzzled, glancing around, and silently wondered. It felt as though someone was watching me just now. I wonder who it could be. Noticing Li Fei's sudden lift of his head, Lin Yanran, who had been quietly eating, was left wondering about his actions. What is the matter? After surveying the surroundings, Li Fei found no suspicious individuals. Upon hearing Lin Yanran's inquiry, he merely smiled faintly. It's nothing. I just sensed someone observing us. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. Hearing this, Lin Yinran also looked up but saw nothing out of the ordinary, nodding in agreement with his explanation. After their meal, Li Fei headed to the entrepreneurial park, with Lin Yinran following closely behind. During their lunch, she had inquired about any pressing matters that kept him so occupied that he had no time to enjoy a meal out. After some contemplation, Li Fei disclosed that he owned a company which had recently fallen victim to a hacker attack, considering it was no longer a secret. Your company was attacked by hackers, and you still found time to read? How bold you are, Lin Yinran teased, to which Li Fei simply smiled nonchalantly, responding with an air of ease. The situation has been resolved. Now I just need to tidy up the aftermath. May I visit your company? Lin Yinran asked. Of course, after we finish our meal, I will take you there. Thus, the two finished their lunch and proceeded to the entrepreneurial park. Chapter 48, Eating from Both Sides. Upon arriving at Office 213, Li Fei offered Lin Yinran a chair while he seated himself at an available computer. Senior, you can clock out. I have a matter to attend to. Understood, boss. Yi Yunxiang and the others responded with curiosity, glancing at Lin Yinran, speculating whether she was Li Fei's girlfriend, before gathering their belongings and leaving the office. Once they had distanced themselves, Song Shihan could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered to Qin Huilan, "Do you think that beautiful girl is Li Fei's girlfriend? I didn't see them holding hands. They probably aren't in a romantic relationship," Qin Huilan replied, shaking her head and sharing her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yi Yunxiang, who was ahead, remained absorbed in thoughts about a mysterious call he had received earlier that day, where the caller proposed to pay 500,000 yuan for the source code of the game Doomsday Light. Faced with such temptation, it was impossible for Yi Yunxiang not to be tempted. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he could not fulfill such a task. Thus he resolutely declined. The thought of 500,000 yuan flickered through his mind, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of agitation, prompting him to quicken his pace. What is going on with Yi Yunxiang today? He seems distracted at work, as if something is troubling him, Song Shihan remarked, puzzled by his demeanor. I'm not sure. He went out to take a call and came back acting differently, Qin Huilan replied, noting that after the call, Yi Yunxiang no longer engaged with them, but instead stared blankly at his computer. Li Fei booted up the computer and immediately accessed the information provided by the artificial intelligence, becoming engulfed in silence as he reviewed the documents. He was utterly astonished to discover that after he had declined to invest, the other party had resorted to underhanded tactics, attempting to have hackers steal the game's source code. Observing Lin Yinran surveying the office decor, she noticed Li Fei fixated on the computer and felt a twinge of curiosity. Li Fei, is something the matter? It's nothing. I was just lost in thought. Li Fei replied, turning to smile at her. He typed a line of text on the computer and deleted the documents. The matter has been resolved. Let us go. Aren't you going to report the intrusion to the police? Lin Yinran had not seen Li Fei take such action, which genuinely surprised her. The hacker sensed the situation was unfavorable and has already fled, reporting it wouldn't yield much benefit, so there's no need to trouble them unnecessarily. Li Fei paused briefly before continuing. I have already sent the hacker's real information to the local police. I trust he won't get far. After hearing this explanation, Lin Yinran displayed an expression of understanding and followed Li Fei out of the office. After escorting Lin Yinran to the dormitory building for teachers, Li Fei turned to leave. Li Fei, I'll treat you again another day. You mustn't refuse like today. Upon hearing her voice behind him, Li Fei gave an okay gesture and replied, all right. As long as nothing important comes up, I won't decline. After saying this, he strode away, soon breaking into a jog. Lin Yinran observed his sudden movement and assumed he was in a hurry, not giving it much thought. The reason Li Fei was hastily leaving was that he had spotted a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Lin Yinran, staring intently at them as she approached. Noticing that she appeared somewhat older, yet strikingly similar in appearance, he deduced that there must be a familial connection. Furthermore, given the location near the teacher's dormitory, it was likely she was a teacher, which caused Li Fei to feel somewhat anxious and depart quickly. That boy has already left. What are you still looking at? Lin Yinran, watching Li Fei's retreating figure, had yet to turn around when she heard a very familiar voice that startled her. She quickly turned to see Su Yaling wearing a teasing smile, and Lin Yinran rushed over to embrace her arm, shaking it as she exclaimed, Annie, why did you sneak up on me like that? You nearly scared my soul out of me. I don't see how I frightened you. Su Yaling replied with a playful glint in her eye. Instead of merely addressing the fact that you found yourself a boyfriend, it would be more prudent to clarify the situation rather than attempting to change the topic altogether. Su Yaling playfully extended her hand and lightly tapped Lin Yinran's forehead. With a teasing tone, observing her aunt's frivolous demeanor, Lin Yinran couldn't help but roll her eyes and retorted, Li Fei is not my boyfriend. He was merely the person who assisted me at the bus station last time. We coincidentally met at the library today, and I intended to invite him out for a meal as a token of gratitude. However, I was taken aback to learn that he had urgent matters at his company. Hence we ended up having a casual meal in the cafeteria. Oh, so that's who he is. Su Yaling nodded in realization, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. Nevertheless, he seems rather intriguing. It appeared he recognized me just now. Lin Yinran finally pieced it together, realizing why he had been so eager to depart. She had initially thought he was in a hurry due to some pressing issue. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Yunxiang had hardly settled down when his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he recognized it as the number that had called him earlier that morning. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose to answer. You needn't call me again. I have no access to the game's source code. Mister, the reason I called is to propose a face-to-face meeting. Shall we discuss matters in person? Yi Yunxiang hesitated only slightly before acquiescing to the meeting. Very well. Where shall we convene? After receiving the details of the meeting location, he tidied his attire and departed his dormitory, heading towards his destination. Li Fei exited the faculty dormitory building and made his way towards the outskirts of the campus. He needed to return to his rental apartment to inspect the server's wiring. As he left the campus, he spotted a figure ahead that bore a resemblance to Yi Yunxiang from his company. He contemplated greeting him, but was taken aback when the latter hailed a taxi and departed, prompting him to abandon the idea. Upon entering his apartment, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Xiaoxi, emanated from his phone. Creator, Xiaoxi bears unfortunate news. One of your employees, Yi Yunxiang, received 2 phone calls today from individuals attempting to extract the source code for Doomsday Light through him. They are currently in contact. Would you like me to investigate the situation? Upon hearing Xiaoxi's report, Li Fei's brow furrowed in concern. After a moment's reflection, he instructed Xiaoxi, monitor their conversation, and if there are cameras present, record everything. Understood. I shall proceed with that immediately. With that, Xiaoxi's presence vanished. The following day, Yi Yunxiang arrived at the entrepreneurial park for work as usual, albeit with an additional small bag slung over his shoulder. As he approached the office door, he noticed Li Fei seated inside. Perhaps sensing guilt, he felt a twinge of unease but steeled himself to greet him. Good morning, boss. What brings you here so early? If I don't arrive early, the game we are developing may be stolen by those within, sold for a sum of 500,000. While saying this, Li Fei fixed his gaze on Yi Yunxiang, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Yi Yunxiang's mind went blank at Li Fei's words, his legs feeling weak. Yet he forced himself to respond, Boss, you can't be serious. Who would do such a thing? This matter can wait until the other 2 arrive, Li Fei remarked casually, paying little mind to Yi Yunxiang's feigned calmness. Before long, Qin Huilan and Song Shihan entered, one after the other, greeting Li Fei as they settled in. After acknowledging their presence, Li Fei rose from his chair, stating, Today, I have a recording I wish to share with you all. The 2 women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Li Fei's intent, but refrained from asking questions, opting instead to watch in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Yunxiang felt an unsettling premonition. Sensing that something ominous was about to unfold, Li Fei observed the trio's expressions, eschewing any further small talk. He retrieved his phone and played a portion of the recording. Mr. Yi, there's 10,000 yuan in cash on the table for you to use, provided you install this device on your company's computer. Once the scheme is successful, the remaining 400,000 will be transferred to your account. Are you not concerned that I might report you or abscond with the 10,000? Huh. If you intended to report me, you would have done so already. As for fleeing with the money, I assure you that if you dare to do so, this recording will be made public online within 5 minutes. What? You recorded this? You despicable scoundrel. I refuse to go through with this. Yi Yunxiang, should you attempt to leave here today, I guarantee that this recording will be shared across every network within 5 minutes. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence as the dialogue from the recording echoed. Qin Huilan and Song Shihan stared incredulously at Yi Yunxiang, struggling to reconcile this with the jovial person they knew. After roughly 20 seconds, the recording resumed. Fine, I agree, but once this is over, you must destroy this recording. Naturally, once I obtain the game's source code, I will incinerate this. As the recording concluded, Li Fei pocketed his phone and regarded Yi Yunxiang with a cold, expressionless gaze. Yi Yunxiang, do you have anything to say? At that moment, Yi Yunxiang trembled uncontrollably, his lips parted, yet no words emerged. Observing his state, Li Fei turned to Song Shihan. Song, could you please fetch the security personnel? Of course, I'll go right away. Song Shihan cast Yi Yunxiang a complex glance before exiting. Boss, I've been blinded by greed. Please, don't call security. Grant me a chance for redemption. Yi Yunxiang nearly collapsed at the prospect of security involvement, pleading with Li Fei. Should he be taken away by security, the subsequent investigation would inevitably lead to police involvement. With the recording and the device in his possession, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. A chance for redemption? Did you ever consider the consequences before engaging in this scheme? If successful, have you contemplated the monumental losses you would inflict upon me? Li Fei retorted, resuming his seat. I. No matter what he said now, it was too late. Li Fei dismissed him, his disdain evident. Such a person wasn't worthy of sympathy. Realizing his pleas were futile, Yi Yunxiang's heart darkened, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Seizing the small bag from his shoulder, he lunged forward, intending to strike Li Fei. Watch out, boss! Qin Huilan screamed, hastily warning Li Fei, who swiftly slid down and kicked out his leg, landing a blow to Yi Yunxiang's abdomen. Yi Yunxiang felt a sudden pang of pain in his lower abdomen, causing his body to involuntarily fly backward and crash heavily onto the corridor floor. The other office workers, alerted by the commotion, emerged to investigate the source of the disturbance. Upon witnessing Yi Yunxiang curled up on the ground, they began to murmur amongst themselves. What had transpired just moments ago? Why was there a person lying here? I heard the noise and came out, only to find someone sprawled on the floor. It appeared he might have been thrown out from within. Perhaps he was assaulted. As they speculated, Li Fei stepped out of his office, leaning against the glass wall, casting a condescending gaze upon the writhing Yi Yunxiang, first attempting to pilfer company assets. He had been confronted without remorse, and now he dared to strike at me. Your list of transgressions has just grown. The onlookers were taken aback by Li Fei's words, a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. At that moment, Song Shihan returned, flanked by 2 security guards, and called out to the gathered crowd. Please make way. Upon hearing the voice from behind, several individuals blocking the passage turned to see 3 figures approaching. Recognizing 2 of them as security personnel, they hastily cleared a path. The guards approached the prostrate figure and immediately furrowed their brows, inquiring, who knows what has happened to this individual? In response to the guard's question, Li Fei, who had been leaning against the glass wall, stepped forward and recounted the events in detail. After hearing Li Fei's account, the 2 security guards bent down and assisted Yi Yunxiang to his feet, one of them asking, Are you feeling better now? Cough, cough. Much improved, Yi Yunxiang replied, feeling the pain in his lower abdomen easing considerably. In that case, you must accompany us to the security office to await the arrival of the police to address this matter. After delivering this statement, the guard turned to Li Fei and added, Li Fei, you must also come along. The police will require you to clarify the sequence of events. Certainly, I will cooperate. Li Fei nodded in response, turning back to briefly speak to Qin Huilan before following the 2 guards. After handing over all the evidence to the police station, Li Fei departed, while Yi Yunxiang was detained. As he strolled down the street, Li Fei checked the company account, discovering that it had unexpectedly accumulated over 6 million yuan, pondering the direction for future endeavors. Just then, a news alert popped up on his phone, capturing his attention. It detailed a man who had hired a caregiver to look after his elderly father. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he discovered that the caregiver had not only failed to fulfill her duties, but had also subjected his father to abuse. Infuriated, the man subsequently took the caregiver and her employer to court. Such incidents occur frequently, as not everyone possesses high moral standards. After reading the news, Li Fei contemplated his next objective, deciding to develop a domestic service robot. However, creating such a robot would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time, leaving him little opportunity to attend classes. It seemed he would need to request a self-study option from a school. Applying for self-study was no simple task. Without a compelling reason, the school administration would likely deny the request. Thus, Li Fei needed to carefully consider how to persuade his class advisor. Chapter 50. Everything is set. Commence production. Li Fei mused inwardly that it was not yet the opportune moment to embark on this endeavor. At the very least, he required a thesis on domestic service robots. Returning to the entrepreneurial park at school, he visited the office of Yin Yuxing, only to be informed of her absence due to prior commitments. He then entrusted a staff member with the task of recruiting 2 employees for him. Very well. We will provide you with the 2 workers you need within 2 business days. Thank you for your assistance. Here is my phone number. Please call me once you have found them. After leaving his contact information, Li Fei proceeded to Office 213 to make arrangements before departing the entrepreneurial park. Over the course of the following week, Li Fei dedicated his time outside of classes to drafting the theoretical framework for the domestic service robot. He also rented a 60-square-meter storefront, intending to use it as a temporary workshop. Armed with his edited theoretical materials, he approached his class advisor, Yang Gang, in his office. Teacher Yang, I need to speak with you. Upon hearing Li Fei's request, Yang Gang scrutinized him and replied directly, Li Fei, feel free to state your matter. Noticing that other teachers were present in the office, Li Fei hesitated for a moment before handing his materials to Yang Gang. Teacher, please review this information first, and I will discuss the subsequent matters afterward. Yang Gang, initially perplexed by Li Fei's request to review the materials instead of directly stating his purpose, nonetheless accepted the documents. At first, he regarded them with indifference, presuming them to be academic materials. However, upon reading the first A4 page, he immediately sat up straight. His gaze fixated on Li Fei and asked, Li Fei, are you certain this information belongs to you? If it belongs to someone else, I shall not proceed further. Naturally, if it were someone else's, it would not be in my possession. Li Fei understood the reason for his inquiry. Should the materials belong to another individual? Perusing them without the owner's consent could lead to significant trouble. After receiving Li Fei's affirmation, Yang Gang continued to examine the remaining documents. Li Fei had brought only 6 pages, yet Yang Gang took nearly half an hour to finish reading. Setting the materials down, Yang Gang's eyes reflected a hint of regret, for he discerned that many crucial elements had been deliberately omitted from the theoretical work. Adjusting his glasses, he pondered for a moment before speaking. You did not bring this material merely for my perusal, did you? You must be intending to request a leave of absence or apply for self-study. Realizing his intentions had been so easily discerned, Li Fei was not surprised. If a university advisor could not deduce such an obvious conclusion after reviewing this material, it would have been quite abnormal. If self-study were permissible, that would be ideal. If not, he would have to request a leave of absence for a period. To self-study, one must pass the school's examination, which posed a significant challenge. If he did not meet the school standards, he would be barred from applying again in the future. However, regarding the leave of absence, I can assist you in securing that. You must, however, present your results to the higher-ups of the school, lest it be treated as truancy. Yang Gang outlined the school's regulations to Li Fei, leaving the choice to him. Teacher, I choose to pursue self-study. Upon hearing this, Li Fei resolutely opted for self-study, confident in his ability to pass the school's examination. Very well, I will notify you in 2 days. Please leave this material here, as you will need it for your application. Upon learning that Li Fei wished to participate in the school's special examination, Yang Gang refrained from dissuading him. However, he insisted that the relevant materials be retained with him as part of the application process. Given that this theoretical documentation did not pertain to any significant areas or core domains, even if it were to be leaked, it would impose no tangible harm upon Li Fei. Thus, he hardly regarded it with concern. Teacher Yang, I must trouble you with this matter. Farewell. Li Fei concluda. Observing Yang Gang nodding before he turned to exit the office. Once Li Fei departed, the other teachers in the office directed their gazes toward Yang Gang. One female teacher inquired, Teacher Yang, was that student a freshman? Indeed. Are you not taken aback? Yang Gang raised his gaze to the female teacher and responded. Then, countered with a question of his own. It truly astonishes me. I never expected a student so newly entered into university could already possess research accomplishments. The disparity between individuals is simply unfathomable, the female teacher exclaimed, returning to her work. Another male teacher, age 57 with sparse hair, turned to Yang Gang and asked, Xiao Yang, may we take a look at the materials that student brought? Upon hearing this inquiry, Yang Gang's brow furrowed, and he promptly declined, stating, Teacher Wang, if you wish to see those materials, you may approach that student directly. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to peruse them without consent. With that, Yang Gang organized the materials, placed them in a folder, and departed the office. The rejected Teacher Wang felt a bit embarrassed and, glancing at the remaining 3 colleagues, remarked somewhat irately, Xiao Yang is truly too stingy. He won't even share a glimpse with us. The 3 teachers exchanged glances but remained silent. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, Li Fei emerged from a classroom, stretched lazily, and departed the teaching building with a smile. The previous day, he had received notification from Yang Gang that his application had been approved and that he was to come in for the examination today. Li Fei completed all the test papers in 6 hours, and after on-site verification by the invigilators, he exceeded the school's stipulated passing grades in every subject. Although he had secured permission from the school to forego attending classes in the future, any decline in his performance would result in the revocation of this privilege, necessitating his return to the classroom. Upon exiting the school, Li Fei arrived at a storefront, unlocked the door with a key, and found an assortment of materials piled inside, alongside cutting machines, welding machines, and drilling machines. With all materials prepared, he merely awaited the arrival of the chips to commence the construction of the robot. With this thought, He locked the door securely and walked towards his rented accommodation, knowing that the chips he ordered would not arrive until the following day. Once Li Fei received the chips, he became engrossed in work, even neglecting to visit the entrepreneurial park. Fortunately, he had already recruited 2 employees, and with the supervision of artificial intelligence, there was no need for him to worry. Often, tasks seemed deceptively simple in concept, yet in practical execution, Li Fei discovered his lack of experience. Despite his body and mind being enhanced, he still appeared clumsy in unfamiliar territories. On the first day while welding, he failed to produce anything substantial and wasted a considerable amount of materials, though he made significant technical progress. Determined to hone his skills on the second day, Li Fei cut the discarded materials into small sections and practiced welding them. After 2 continuous days of practice and applying his learned knowledge, he finally mastered the art of welding, ensuring that the joints would not fracture. Chapter 51. Robot number 1 with the most significant challenge resolved. Li Fei began welding the robot skeleton. After 5 days of labor, all necessary components for the robot were prepared, and the next step was to construct the core. The robot's core primarily consists of 3 modules: human-machine interaction and recognition, environmental perception, and motion control. For ordinary robots, the motion control module is not as crucial as the first 2, given that they typically employ wheels or conveyor belts for movement. However, Li Fei held high expectations in this regard, as he did not intend for his robot to utilize either of these methods. Rather, he aspired to equip it with a pair of legs capable of walking freely. 2 days later, a towering robot, standing at 1.8 meters, took center stage in the shop. Li Fei connected the final wire, stepped back a few paces, and approached a computer to input a line of code. This line of code was intended to activate the program within the robot's artificial brain. As Li Fei pressed the confirmation key, the previously motionless robot suddenly illuminated its eyes, casting forth 2 beams of blue light. Robot number 1, initiate self-diagnostic procedure. Observing the successfully activated robot, Li Fei promptly issued a command. Command received, commencing self-diagnosis. Hearing the synthesized mechanical voice, Li Fei's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen, monitoring the data displayed. Before long, the robot completed its self-diagnosis, identifying 3 areas of data anomalies. Li Fei powered down the robot, swiftly rectified the issues, and proceeded to test its agility. It took 2 steps forward and picked up the alloy material from the floor. After over 20 minutes of back-and-forth testing, the robot exhibited no inherent issues. However, its power consumption was staggering. During this testing period, it had already consumed half of its power. Bearing in mind that Li Fei had installed 6 72V batteries within the robot's chassis, the robot's power consumption was excessively high. Ordinary batteries could not sustain it, indicating that some weight reduction was necessary. Li Fei murmured to himself, surveying the robot, entirely crafted from metal, which weighed a hefty 130 kilograms. Although the robot's high energy consumption was a drawback, it was not entirely without merit. Li Fei contemplated transforming it into an industrial robot, thus providing himself with a capable assistant. He called out to the computer, "Xiaoxi, please come forth." As his words fell, a figure materialized on the screen. Artificial intelligence. "Xiaoxi, creator, how may I assist you?" Xiaoxi inquired, her lively eyes awaiting Li Fei's command. "Please search online for various materials on the construction of robotic arms and relay them to this robot." Understood. Upon hearing Li Fei's request for mechanical arm information, Xiaoxi acknowledged and opened a small door beside her, stepping inside. In the underground basement of the pharmaceutical kingdom, an array of 10 rows of large servers stood, disconnected from the external network, serving as a repository for Jiangtai Company's data. At this moment, a staff member conducted routine inspections, checking for any potential security hazards. Unbeknownst to him, his personal mobile device had been silently infiltrated. While he remained oblivious, the indicator lights on all servers blinked rapidly for a moment before returning to a state of tranquility, revealing no signs of anomaly. In the monitoring room, Kato observed an unusual image transmitted from the camera and promptly alerted the inspector. "Ogaki, there seems to be an anomaly with the indicator lights on the server. Please investigate the matter thoroughly." Upon hearing the voice transmitted from the camera, Harada Ogaki looked up at the server in confusion, as he detected no irregularities. Nonetheless, given that the monitoring room had reported an anomaly, he resolved to conduct a meticulous examination. After scrutinizing the data within the server, Harada Ogaki found nothing amiss and addressed the camera, exclaiming, "I've conducted a thorough check and found no issues." "Are you certain you didn't misinterpret the situation?" "That is impossible. I observed it clearly and could not have been mistaken," Kato replied, his brow furrowing deeply. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, Please replay the surveillance footage and observe it again with care. The reason he requested a re-examination was that Harada Ogaki was aware of Kato's chaotic tendencies, having heard that he indulged in revelry the previous night. Although Kato felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at the doubt cast upon him, he complied and replayed the footage. Upon reviewing the segment, he found absolutely no abnormalities, leaving him utterly bewildered. Could it be that he had suffered from exhaustion the night before, leading to hallucinations? It seemed he ought to frequent such establishments less often. With this thought in mind, Kato cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Ahem, I sincerely apologize. It appears I was mistaken. Fortunately, it was merely a misperception on your part. Otherwise, we would have encountered significant trouble today. Remember, ensure clarity in your observations next time." Harada Ogaki muttered as he gathered his tools from the floor and exited the basement. It is crucial to note that if the server exhibits anomalies without any user activity, it indicates either a malfunction within the server itself or a potential hack. However, their company's server was not connected to the external network and thus could not be compromised by hackers. As Harada Ogaki locked the basement door, he inadvertently brushed against the pocket of his work uniform, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He realized he had made a grave oversight by forgetting to leave his mobile phone outside during the inspection. Recalling Kato's earlier words, he thought, impossible. No matter how skilled a hacker may be, they cannot breach a system in such a short time frame. He quickly extinguished this terrifying notion. As for the fact that he had brought his phone into the inspection area, it was a secret known only to him, and he intended to keep it to himself. Meanwhile, from a small door, the AI, Xiaoxi, emerged, tossing an object forward and clapping its hands, addressing Li Fei. "Creator, Xiaoxi has retrieved the items. Please examine them and confirm if these are what you seek." Li Fei inspected the materials and found them remarkably advanced, raising an eyebrow in curiosity before inquiring, "Xiaoxi, where did you procure these items?" This was not an idle question. The documents had been converted into Chinese characters by artificial intelligence. They were obtained from the land of plasters. Originally, I couldn't access the room, but fortunately, someone managed to bring in a mobile phone today, allowing Xiaoxi to collect them. After hearing this explanation, Li Fei was at a loss for words, merely reflecting inwardly on the misfortunes of the company. Despite Xiaoxi misunderstanding the implications of its words, Li Fei had no intention of correcting it, as he harbored no fondness for that nation. "Xiaoxi, please organize these items and transmit the fabrication methods for the welding robotic arm to robot number 1. Additionally, compile a complete list of the necessary materials and send it back to the company office." Completed. Is there anything else Xiaoxi can assist you with? Li Fei had just issued his command when the AI Xiaoxi promptly finished its task. He waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not for the time being. If anything arises, I will call upon you." Xiaoxi looked forward to their next meeting, bidding farewell before disappearing through a large door. Chapter 52, Computer Virus. Li Fei instructed the robot to tidy up the scattered materials and return to its charging station. After securing the door, he set off toward his rented accommodation. His hair disheveled. Due to his recent endeavors with the autonomous robots, Li Fei had been getting only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each night. Had he not previously ingested 2 types of medication, he would likely have collapsed from exhaustion. Thus, his primary objective was to return home and rest adequately. The next day, Li Fei arrived at office 213, where 4 employees greeted him warmly. "Good morning, boss." "Good morning to you all as well," Li Fei replied, nodding at them. Approaching one of the new hires, Lu Junyi, he said, "Lu Junyi, you sent over some documents yesterday. Please print them out for me." As he stood waiting for the documents to print, his phone suddenly rang. Taking the device from his pocket, he smiled upon seeing the caller ID and answered, "Hello, Lin, the beautiful lady. What brings you to call me today?" "Li Fei, where are you? I urgently need to find you. Do you have a moment?" Lin Yanran's melodious voice resonated through the phone. "Yes, what seems to be the issue?" "Well, it appears my computer has contracted a virus. I've tried every method possible to access it, but it won't open. There's a message stating that I need to transfer 1,000 yuan to a particular account for it to return to normal." Lin Yanran recounted the predicament regarding her infected computer. Upon hearing her description, Li Fei recognized it as a ransomware virus and replied through the phone, "I'm currently at the entrepreneurial park. Please bring your computer here." "Okay, I'll be there shortly." With that, Lin Yanran ended the call. Not long after, Lin Yanran entered the office, cradling a red laptop. "Lin Yanran, based on your earlier description, it seems your computer has been afflicted by a ransomware virus. I never browse dubious websites. How can my computer possibly have a virus?" Lin Yanran inquired, puzzled, as she typically only used the internet for research or to watch movies and television shows. Viruses come in many forms. One does not necessarily have to visit questionable sites to get infected. For now, let us set aside that discussion. Please hand me your laptop. Lin Yinran quickly passed the laptop to him. Li Fei took the device, seated himself at a desk, and connected it to the company's computer using a port cable, swiftly beginning to code. As he worked to decrypt the ransomware virus, the office staff gathered curiously around him, eager to witness his process. Amidst his focused labor, Li Fei noticed their proximity but paid them no mind. As Yao Ruifeng beheld the characters on the screen displayed in Chinese, he was taken aback, astonished that Li Fei had managed to program using the Chinese language. With a keen interest in hacking techniques, Yao often scoured the internet for related knowledge. Though he had only occasionally encountered discussions surrounding the theoretical concept of programming in Chinese, which, to date, had yet to be realized by anyone. Unbeknownst to Li Fei, Yao Ruifeng's thoughts were racing. Otherwise, he would have assured him that with a little ingenuity and a pair of capable hands, it was far less complex than one might imagine. Under the watchful gazes of the 5 onlookers, Li Fei typed the final line of code, and, upon hitting the confirm button, the English text on the laptop vanished, restoring it to its normal state. Lin Yinran, the locked computer has been unlocked, and I have installed a firewall. As long as no one thoroughly comprehends Chinese programming, similar issues will not arise again, Li Fei proclaimed with an air of unwavering confidence. Upon hearing that her computer had been fortified with a firewall, ensuring such problems would not recur, Lin Yinran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier that morning, upon discovering her computer had been locked, she had nearly transferred funds to the account, but fortunately recalled Li Fei in time, leading her to make a call with a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yinran, and with urgency, she implored Li Fei, "Could you check if anything on my computer has been downloaded or copied?" Li Fei casually operated the computer and shook his head. "You are in luck. Nothing has been copied. However, had it been 2 hours later, the outcome might have been different." With Li Fei's words, the anxious expression on Lin Yinran's face began to dissipate. Her concerns stemmed from the presence of certain photographs on her computer, some of which were rather sensitive and could not be allowed to leak. "Li Fei, thank you. Without your assistance, I would have been utterly lost. Do you have time later? I would like to treat you to a meal." Faced with Lin Yinran's invitation, Li Fei hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. After all, when a beautiful woman like Lin invited him to dinner, it was a courtesy he could not refuse. Lin Yinran shot him a playful glance and checked her phone, noting that there was still time before noon. "Let us settle on that. I need to return my dormitory for a bit and will call you later." "All right, you may head back. I have a few matters to attend to as well." Nonetheless, despite his words, Li Fei escorted Lin Yinran to the first floor before returning to his office. Upon entering, he was met by Yao Ruifeng, who approached eagerly, rubbing his hands together and cautiously inquiring, "Boss, was that Chinese programming you just demonstrated your own creation?" "Yes, I developed it recently." "Why? Do you wish to learn?" Li Fei responded with a calm nod before countering Yao's inquiry. "Not at all. It's merely a subsequent development. I lack any aptitude in this area," Yao Ruifeng replied, shaking his head. Although he found the subject interesting and had studied it for a considerable time, he regrettably lacked the inherent talent for it. "Boss, may I share this information with others?" Yao Ruifeng asked. "Of course, this matter will eventually come to light. You may disclose it as you see fit." Li Fei replied nonchalantly. He had never given such matters much thought. Even if it were revealed, mastering it would not be an easy feat for others. By the time everyone learned Chinese programming, Li Fei could simply tweak his approach, necessitating yet more time for others to catch up. Seating himself at the previously occupied computer, Li Fei began tracing the origins of the ransomware, intent on uncovering its source. After conducting a search online, he discovered that this ransomware was not widely disseminated across the network. With a modicum of caution, one could avoid falling victim to it. Tracing its origins back to the Philippines. While investigating the ransomware, Li Fei unexpectedly stumbled upon another insidious virus, a variant of a worm virus, which had infiltrated the majority of network platforms without detection by the companies involved. This alone illustrated the virus's formidable deceptive capabilities. Li Fei resolved to alert domestic companies. If an outbreak occurred, it would incapacitate at least half of the network platforms. Unbelievable, mea appearances. The appointment. Li Fei swiftly crafted a warning message, employing his hacking skills to disseminate it across various platforms. After sending the message, still feeling uneasy, he modified the earlier code and released it as well. Having completed these 2 tasks, Li Fei addressed the 4 employees in the office, saying, "For those of you who possess computers, please download this antivirus software and check if your systems have been compromised. I have discovered a mutated worm virus that can silently infiltrate computers." In response to Li Fei's warning, the 4 employees in the office acknowledged him. "Understood, boss. Alright, thank you for the reminder. I'll download it immediately. Okay. Having just witnessed Li Fei neutralize the virus, they harbored no doubts about his words. Once the documents were printed, Li Fei approached the printer, reviewed the output, and finding no issues, made his way towards the exit. Meanwhile, anyone currently using a computer received a notification. Warning, a mutated worm virus has emerged online, possessing significant concealment capabilities capable of infecting computers without notice. We urge the public to remain vigilant. Below the message was a link to download the antivirus software. Peng Bing, a regular employee at a tech company, was in the midst of writing a program when he noticed a pop-up message. Such notifications appeared frequently, and he had no inclination to read them, intending to dismiss it. However, his hand slipped while maneuvering the mouse, inadvertently clicking on the notification. Realizing his mistake, Peng Bing quickly attempted to close the window. The company had strict regulations against browsing such pages during work hours, and should the higher-ups discover it, he would undoubtedly face penalties. Yet, during this process, his eyes caught the message's contents, and he noticed the text was entirely in red, causing him to pause momentarily. After reading the message, a sense of urgency gripped him, and he swiftly navigated to the homepage, launching the antivirus software to scan for threats. However, after running the antivirus scan, no abnormalities were detected. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. Peng Bing, lounging about here, have you completed today's tasks? Startled by the voice, Peng Bing turned around to find a bald man regarding him with an unfriendly expression. Director Liao, I haven't finished yet. I was just running a virus scan on the computer. Virus scan? It appears you are merely slacking off. If you do not meet the task progress by the end of the day, you can forget about this month's bonus. Peng Bing's explanation fell on deaf ears as Liao Minghan dismissed him, accusing him of laziness. He warned that if today's tasks fell short of expectations, Peng would surely face dire consequences. Manager Liao, I assure you I am not slacking off. A message popped up on my computer, indicating a mutated worm virus has emerged online, which prompted me to switch screens to run a virus scan. As Liao Minghan turned to leave, Peng Bing hastily reiterated his defense, pulling up the message for Liao to see. Liao glanced at the content, his face contorting with disdain. Such information was evidently fabricated, merely a tactic to promote antivirus software. If such a virus truly existed, major tech companies would have long since issued warnings. Browsing the web during work hours is a clear violation of company policy. I'm imposing a fine of 200 yuan as a warning, should this happen again. You'll be packing your things and leaving. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, entirely unconvinced by Peng's claims. Observing Liao Minghan retreat into his office, a girl seated beside Peng Bing whispered, Brother Bing, why did you bring up that webpage for him, see? It's blatantly obvious you were browsing the internet during work hours, and now look, your salary has been docked by 200 yuan. Let them deduct. I'm leaving by the end of this month anyway. You will surely regret this, Peng Bing replied nonchalantly, then returned to his work. Most who encountered the message chose to disregard it, while a cautious few opted to download the antivirus software released by Li Fei. Once the software was installed and executed, they discovered their computers had indeed been infected, prompting them to act swiftly in eradicating the virus and sharing their findings online to affirm the reality of the situation. Dear netizens, a new variant virus has truly emerged online. I urge everyone to take this seriously. Once it erupts, it will be too late to regret. However, as soon as their alerts were posted, skepticism arose. I saw that message earlier, but to be honest, I don't believe it. That information is false. I consulted a friend who confirmed there is no such virus online. These individuals are likely hired trolls, so do not be deceived. Indeed, I work as a network security officer at Penguin Company, and I have not heard of such an occurrence. Please refrain from clicking any suspicious links, as they may lead to financial loss. Li Fei's announcement sparked considerable commotion across the internet, yet these matters were of no concern to him. For those who remained skeptical, after 3 days, even if they wished to download the software, it would be too late, as Li Fei's antivirus program was only available online for that duration. Li Fei wandered through an electronic mall, procuring a batch of components. Upon the arrival of the delivery vehicle at the store, his phone rang. Okay, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I must unload this shipment before I can come. After hanging up, Li Fei opened the door and, along with the arriving workers, began unloading the goods, stacking them in a corner. One of the workers, glancing up, curiously inquired, Boss, is that iron lump a robot? Li Fei turned toward number 1 robot and smiled, nodding. Yes, it is a robot, though it is merely decorative and does not function, just a showpiece. With that revelation, the worker lost interest. The two worked efficiently, and before long, all items were inside the store. Li Fei settled the remaining payment, and the delivery driver departed. Surveying his surroundings, Li Fei entered the shop, pulled down the roller shutter, and secured it. Approaching the robot, he commanded, "Number 1, enter work mode. If battery power drops below 10, proceed to charge. Cease operations at 7 p.m. Upon his directive, the previously motionless robot sprang to life, its electronic eyes glowing, and a mechanical voice echoed, "Command received." Activating work mode. Watching as the number 1 robot moved to the cutting machine and began processing materials per the chip's instructions, Li Fei observed for a moment. Satisfied with its operation, he departed. Arriving at a restaurant named Xinyue, he spotted Lin Yanran standing at the entrance and hurried over. "Lin Yanran, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting." "No waities. I've only just arrived myself," she replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile gracing her face. Li Fei stepped ahead, opening the restaurant door for Lin Yanran to enter, following closely behind. As they crossed the threshold, a staff member approached, inquiring, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have a reservation?" "Yes, for box number 12, Lin Yanran replied, revealing her prior booking. After confirming, the staff member escorted them to the second floor, to box number 12. Once seated, they heard a knock at the door. A staff member entered and asked, "Ms. Lin, would you like us to serve the dishes now? Or would you prefer to wait a bit longer?" Lin Yanran glanced at the time and replied, "Let us have them served now." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment. Your meal will be ready shortly." The staff member smiled and exited the room. Once alone, Lin Yanran regarded Li Fei, pondering briefly before asking, "Li Fei, I haven't seen you at the library lately. Have you been busy with something?" "I'm planning a new project and have been preoccupied with it, which is why I haven't had time for the library," Li Fei casually explained. "Oh, were you perhaps held up during the application process? Do you need my assistance?" Lin Yanran, interpreting his words as a hint of trouble with his application, quickly offered her help. Realizing his lack of clarity had led to her misunderstanding, Li Fei smiled and shook his head. "Not quite. I'm still refining the product and haven't applied yet." As they continued their conversation, another knock echoed from outside, and a server entered, pushing a food cart ahead. As the 2 servers began serving the dishes, Lin Yanran said to Li Fei, "I forgot to order wine. If you'd like some, just ask the server to bring a bottle." "I'll pass on the wine. I have matters to attend to this afternoon," Li Fei declined, as he needed to check on the quality of the robotic arms produced in his shop after their meal. The 2 servers completed the delivery of the dishes, wishing them a pleasant meal before departing. The table was adorned with 7 dishes, including hairy crabs, shrimp, specially roasted goose, stir-fried fish, water-boiled cauliflower, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and the last dish, a farm knife fish from the Yangtze River. During the meal, Li Fei learned from Lin Yanran that her family resides in Shanghai, and her reason for studying here is that her aunt teaches at Yuqing University. Naturally, Li Fei also took the opportunity to introduce himself, mentioning that he is a local and lives not too far from here. By the time they finished their meal and exited the restaurant, nearly an hour had passed. "Li Fei, I shall head back to school now," Lin Yanran said as they walked side by side for a while. "I'll accompany you to the school gate. It'll help with digestion." "No need, it's not far from here. You should attend to your own matters," Lin Yanran replied, aware that Li Fei had other commitments and wishing not to delay him by insisting on being escorted. "It's nothing. Walking there won't take long, and we have ample time," Li Fei asserted, and without waiting for Lin Yanran's response, he proceeded towards the school. Lin Yanran initially wished to say something more, but seeing Li Fei already moving ahead, she swallowed her words. "Li Fei, you've been busy with company matters. Are you managing to keep up with your studies?" After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking towards the school, Lin Yanran posed this question. "Of course, I am keeping up, as I have committed everything to memory. Moreover, I had to prepare for a new project recently, which left me no time to attend classes, so I applied for self-study." Li Fei explained with a confident smile upon being asked about his academic pursuits. After finishing his explanation, Li Fei noticed a small convenience store nearby and promptly entered. Calling out, "Lin Yanran, wait a moment. I'll grab 2 bottles of water." Lin Yanran, who had been walking ahead, paused outside to wait for him. Li Fei picked a bottle of mineral water and a soft drink from the shelves and approached the cashier. "Sir, how much for these 2 bottles? The cashier, a middle-aged man in his 40s, glanced at the items and replied, "That'll be 8 yuan." Li Fei scanned the payment with his phone and returned to Lin Yanran, handing her the soft drink. However, Lin Yanran did not reach for the drink. Instead, she pointed to the bottle of mineral water and said, "I don't like soft drinks. Please give me the mineral water." Li Fei, upon hearing this, had no choice but to relinquish the mineral water to her and took the soft drink for himself. After escorting Lin Yanran to the school gate, they waved goodbye, and, as she entered the school, Li Fei turned to leave. Upon arriving at the shop, he retrieved his keys, unlocked the roll-up door, and turned on the lights inside, noticing that the robot had already ceased operation, standing motionless against the wall while charging. After locking the door again, he approached the mechanical arm in the center of the room and crouched down to inspect it, finding all components in order. The next step was to conduct tests. Li Fei secured the mechanical arm to the floor with screws and powered on. After conducting a series of tests, he felt quite satisfied. The next task was to program the automatic functions and input them into the chip of the mechanical arm, enabling it to operate autonomously. Although Li Fei was pleased with the mechanical arm, he realized that the efficiency of robot number 1 fell short of his expectations. If this robot required frequent recharging each day, its battery would quickly become obsolete, causing Li Fei to frown as he muttered to himself, "While I possess extraterrestrial battery technology, I currently lack the funds to purchase the machinery for battery production. The robot might be functional, but without a durable battery, it would not fetch a high price in the market." Thus, Li Fei needed to devise a means to rectify this flaw. Only a robot capable of prolonged standby could compete effectively in the market. Robot number 1 produced 2 mechanical arms each day. After completion, enter standby mode. Li Fei issued this command, motivated by the desire to extend the battery's lifespan. It was not merely the financial strain of purchasing batteries that troubled him, but the fear that battery failure would render the robot inoperative. Of course, Li Fei could modify the robot to connect a power line directly, allowing it to operate continuously for 24 hours. However, he was reluctant to pursue this route, for such a modification would create a critical flaw should the power be interrupted. The robot would become nothing more than scrap metal. With so many assets, including the mechanical arm, Li Fei needed the robot to guard them. Even if the shop were to lose power due to external interference, the 6 batteries could sustain operations until his arrival. This was the rationale behind his decision against modification. Command received. Upon hearing Li Fei's new directive, robot number 1's electronic eyes lit up, responding promptly before dimming once more. Chapter 55. He doesn't have time to trouble you. Li Fei did not linger in the shop for long before departing and returning to his rented room. Over the next 2 days, Li Fei carried the robot shell blueprints as he searched Yuqing for factories capable of production. After inquiring at 3 factories, each one either deemed the order too small or could not agree on pricing. No collaborations were established. When he arrived at a small factory named Hongyun Mold, after stating his purpose, the staff led him to the boss's office. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man sitting in the boss's chair, smoking, appearing to be in a predicament. Last month, Lu Dahong received a call from a longtime client, stating that business had been poor lately and they would no longer place orders with his company. "Boss Fong, we have collaborated for many years. Surely we can discuss this matter?" Lu Dahong, having closely observed his partner's movements, had not noticed any decline in performance, believing instead that they had improved by 4 points. He assumed the client was attempting to negotiate a lower price and quickly expressed his willingness to discuss. The other party fell silent for a moment before sighing and hinting, Lao Lu, this isn't a matter of price. Out of respect for a long-standing partnership, I must tell you, have you offended someone recently?" Lu Dahong was momentarily taken aback by this statement, and by the time he processed it, the caller had already hung up. Before he could contemplate further, the phone on his desk rang again, displaying another collaborator's number. "Hello, Secretary Tang. Are you calling to confirm next month's order quantity?" Lu Dahong inquired with a smile, knowing that calls from this number were always from the same individual. "Lu boss, I'm calling to inform you that our company will no longer procure car lampshells from you." With that, the line went dead, leaving Lu Dahong's expression darkening as he registered the loss of 2 longtime clients. Remembering his partner's warning, a certain individual surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be that individual who orchestrated this? The person Lu Dahong referred to was a young man, approximately 30 years of age. He distinctly recalled how this individual, accompanied by 2 others, approached him with an air of arrogance, stating, "Old man, I shall purchase your dilapidated factory for 1 million. Here is the contract. Just to fix your signature." Lu Dahong, unfazed by the brash demeanor, merely responded, "I'm afraid my factory is not for sale. You may wish to seek elsewhere." At that moment, Lu Dahong perceived the young man's haughty tone and casually dismissed him, not even glancing at the contract as he made his way towards the exit of the conference room. The young man, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lu Dahong's indifference, lowered his voice and warned, "If you step out of this place today, I assure you, you will regret it." As Lu Dahong departed, he paid little heed to the threats uttered by the young man. In hindsight, it seemed that this individual possessed a formidable background. Yet he could not fathom why he had set his sights on Lu's modest factory. To date, Lu Dahong found it perplexing. He merely operated a small factory with total assets not exceeding 3 million, hardly warranting such elaborate scheming against him. The staff member who had escorted Li Fei into the office noticed his boss lost in contemplation and gently called out, "Boss, the guest has arrived." Lu Dehong, roused from his reverie by the announcement, waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Understood, you may step out." "Certainly, boss." The staff member promptly exited the office. "Ah, young brother. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. I apologize for my earlier inattentiveness," Lu Dehong said, extinguishing his cigarette and rising from his chair with an apologetic expression. "Not a problem at all. After all, I can empathize with how Lu boss must feel being troubled by a petty person," Li Fei responded, waving his hand dismissively with a smile. "Ah, I appreciate your understanding, young brother. Please, let's take a seat over there." Upon hearing Li Fei mention the recent events at his factory, Lu Dehong felt no surprise, instead inviting him to sit on the sofa. Such matters were often impossible to conceal, as a little inquiry would reveal the truth. Once seated on the sofa, Lu Dehong retrieved a canister of tea from the table and began to brew some. While the tea was steeping, he turned towards Li Fei and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname? You mentioned knowing the identity of that individual over the phone." "Lu boss, my surname is Li, and my name is Fei. The person in question is named Chun Haoren, a scion of the Chun family in Yuqing, recently returned from abroad," Li Fei replied, providing his name and addressing the subsequent question. Upon hearing that it was a member of the Chun family, Lu Dehong's brow furrowed involuntarily. This family had a rather unsavory reputation, known for their unscrupulous methods in pursuit of their goals. It seemed Li Fei perceived his unease and reassured him, "Lu boss, there is no need to worry about Chun Haoren. He currently lacks the time to trouble you. I believe your company will soon return to normalcy." "What leads you to say that, young brother?" Lu Dehong asked, curiosity piqued. Instead of answering, Li Fei produced his phone, pulled up a photograph, and handed it to Lu Dehong. "Once you see this, you will understand the meaning behind my words." Lu Dehong, puzzled, accepted the phone and glanced at the screen, where a critical illness notification was prominently displayed. As he recognized the name on the document, he looked up at Li Fei in disbelief, exclaiming, "This can't be the critical illness notification for the head of the Chun family. Wasn't he well just a short time ago? He must have been driven to this state by his own son and daughter." Li Fei's knowledge stemmed from his search for a smaller company after being rebuffed by 3 larger ones. While perusing online, he stumbled upon a forum post detailing the troubles faced by a factory, including the unilateral termination of partnerships by 2 long-standing clients, leading to dwindling orders and potential layoffs. Intrigued, Li Fei delved deeper and uncovered the identity of the individual causing Lu Dehong's troubles. Following the trail, he managed to obtain the critical illness notification photograph from someone connected to the Chun family. After reviewing the contents of the photograph, Lu Dehong returned the phone to Li Fei and poured him a cup of tea. "Young brother Li, please enjoy a cup of tea while I make a call to a friend for further inquiries." "Of course," Li Fei nodded, lifting a cup from the table and savoring the tea. A few minutes later, after concluding his call, Lu Dehong returned to his seat, a look of relief replacing his earlier tension. "Brother Li, I must commend your acumen. I am truly impressed. My friend has confirmed the situation regarding the head of the Chun family. He indeed has received a critical illness notification and is currently in the intensive care unit. Facing imminent danger." Li Fei merely smiled in response, saying, "It's just a small stratagem. Lu boss, had you not been so flustered, you would have easily uncovered this information yourself." Lu Dehong chuckled ruefully, shaking his head as he filled Li Fei's cup with more tea, sighing alas. "I had previously commissioned an investigation, but yielded no useful leads. Had you not brought this information to light today, I would have remained blissfully ignorant for some time." When the 2 companies had called to terminate their partnerships, Lu Dehong had indeed sought information on Chun Haoren, but had come up empty-handed. "Brother Li, I shan't waste your time with further chatter. I will ensure that the matters we discussed on the phone are handled meticulously. May I ask if you have brought the blueprints?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei retrieved 5 sheets of drawings from his briefcase and handed them over. Lu Dehong noted the limited number of blueprints and presumed that Li Fei's requirements were not extensive. However, upon reviewing the contents, he realized that producing these items would be somewhat complex. Nevertheless, having committed to assisting Li Fei, he resolved to see it through. "Young brother, how many sets do you require?" "For the moment, 100 sets will suffice," Li Fei replied, considering that there were currently no factories for robotic production. He added, "Of course, this is merely the initial order. Should the quality meet my expectations, I will undoubtedly place further orders with you." "Very well, I shall arrange for it immediately," Lu Dehong declared, rising to make a call to summon someone to assist him. But Li Fei quickly interjected, "Lu boss, let's first discuss the pricing before proceeding." "Oh, there is no need to negotiate the price. I shall provide this batch of goods to you free of charge." Upon hearing Li Fei mention the need to discuss pricing, Lu Dahong merely waved his hand, having no intention of accepting any payment from him. This isn't necessary. After all, I merely conveyed some information to you, which hardly warrants compensation. If we fail to settle the pricing this time, any future orders will also require negotiations, he mused, understanding that Li Fei sought to express his gratitude in this manner. However, Li Fei had no intention of taking advantage of him. Lu Dahong hesitated for a moment, his previously raised posterior resuming its position on the sofa. After deliberation, they ultimately agreed on a price of 120 yuan per set, and they exchanged contact information. Accompanied by Lu Dahong, Li Fei proceeded to the finance department to pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan before excusing himself. Boss Lu, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't linger here any longer. Brother Li, it's almost mealtime. Why not stay for lunch before you leave? Lu Dahong urged. Perhaps next time. But I truly have no time today. I need to hurry back to handle some affairs, Li Fei replied, his words genuine as he indeed had pressing tasks. Given this, Lu Dahong acquiesced, refraining from further insistence. After departing from Hongyun factory, Li Fei hailed a taxi to head to his shop. As the vehicle traversed a distance, a traffic jam loomed ahead, prompting Li Fei to mutter to himself, with this many cars now, just imagine the congestion during rush hour. The taxi driver, overhearing Li Fei's comments, chuckled and chimed in. If you encounter rush hour, it's best to switch to the subway. Otherwise, a journey that should take 10 minutes could easily extend beyond 20. Li Fei found the driver's words quite agreeable, though having a car was convenient. Traffic jams could be exceedingly frustrating. How long have you been driving a taxi? Li Fei inquired. The middle-aged driver appraised him with a smile, replying, I've been at it for 5 years. Oh, during rush hour, what's the longest you've been stuck in traffic? Over an hour, the driver responded. As the car inched forward, the two engaged in occasional conversation until they arrived at the location of Li Fei's rented shop. After settling the fare, they exited the vehicle. Upon entering the shop, Li Fei surveyed the mechanical arms piled on the floor, realizing that leaving them there was not a viable solution. It seems I must relocate them. They cannot remain here indefinitely, lest others discover them, he concluded. With that, Li Fei summoned the entrance to the technology library and issued instructions to the working robots. Robot number 1, relocate those mechanical arms inside immediately. Command acknowledged. Following Li Fei's directive, robot number 1 promptly responded, placing its current load on the ground before proceeding to the area where the mechanical arms were stacked. Grasping 2 arms from the ground, it made its way towards the large doors, with Li Fei closely following. Inside the technology library, Li Fei casually pointed to an empty space, instructing, place them there. Once the mechanical arms were placed in the designated area, the robot exited to retrieve the remaining items from outside. Gazing at the mechanical arms before him, Li Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Had he purchased them, the cost would have been substantial. After leaving the technology library and sealing the door, he checked the materials in the shop, finding everything sufficiently stocked, and decided not to linger any longer. Li Fei planned to procure a batch of lithium batteries, gearing up to commence robot production the following day. However, as he focused on the robots, the antivirus software he had uploaded to the network was set to automatically delete itself after 3 days. Less than an hour after the software's removal, a mutated worm virus erupted online. Unlike traditional viruses that delete files, this one specifically locked computer programs without damaging any internal data. At Penguin Company, Feng Bowen, who was working on his computer, suddenly saw a lock icon appear on his screen. Initially, he thought it was a malfunction and attempted to restart his machine, but the same image persisted upon reboot. Noticing a similar icon on a nearby colleague's computer, he immediately realized something was amiss. He sprang from his chair to check several other computers, all displaying the same ominous symbol. This is bad. The computers are infected, Feng Bowen declared. Upon hearing this, a young man wearing glasses, with a dismissive smile, retorted, Feng Bowen, I think you're still half asleep. Our company's firewall is robust. How could we possibly get a virus? Tian Haiba, I don't have time to argue with you. If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative, Feng Bowen replied, hastily heading towards the office to report the situation to his superior. As he reached the office door, it swung open before he could knock, revealing a figure emerging from within. Manager Wu, it seems all the computers in the office might be infected. You should take a look. I'm already aware of this. Return to your post and wait. Wu Zhenshin acknowledged Feng Bowen's report with a nod before striding towards the conference room. A similar scene unfolded across numerous companies, leaving technical staff overwhelmed. Yet despite the chaos, no effective solutions had emerged to counteract the virus. Chapter 57, Crack and Authorize. In the meeting room of Dahu Company, Zhou Wei sat at the head of the table, surveying those around him as he spoke gravely. Does anyone have a strategy to swiftly eliminate the online storm virus? The senior executives seated on either side exchanged glances, then turned their attention to a middle-aged man among them, feeling the collective gaze upon him. Yi Jianjun took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. When the virus erupted, I immediately organized a team to attempt a decryption. We discovered it was a mutated worm virus. How long will it take to neutralize it? Zhou Wei asked, his brow furrowing at the mention of a mutated worm virus. Chairman, this virus is quite complex. We may require 7 to 10 days to develop a new antivirus software. The time frame is too lengthy. The mastermind behind this won't grant us that luxury. It won't be long before they demand payment, Zhou Wei remarked. Though he was the chairman, he had once been a skilled programmer and knew that the orchestrator of such a significant operation would not afford ample time for a gradual decryption. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, the room fell into a contemplative silence, leaving everyone uncertain about the next course of action. Just then, a knock echoed through the conference room door, and a woman entered, clutching a laptop. Upon entering, she briskly approached Zhou Wei, leaned in to whisper a few words, then stepped aside. Zhou Wei nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards the computer. He inserted a cable into its port and picked up a remote control from the table to press a button, causing the screen on the wall behind him to illuminate. He then spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen and observe what distinguishes this computer." The expressions of everyone present in the conference room were marked by curiosity as they turned their attention to the display. Aside from the desktop, they could discern no apparent differences. "I don't see anything except that the lock is missing from the screen," remarked Yu Shangdong, the CEO of Daha Corporation. Others nodded in agreement, then shifted their gazes back to Zhou Wei, hoping to glean valuable insights from him. Without prolonging their suspense, Zhou Wei clicked on an inconspicuous icon on a laptop. The reason this computer had not succumbed to the virus's lockdown was not due to sheer luck. Rather, it was equipped with this particular antivirus software that had spared it from disaster. Upon hearing Zhou Wei's explanation, expressions of disbelief spread across the room, particularly on Yi Jianjun's face, who stood up from his chair, unable to contain his excitement. "Chairman, may I inquire as to who developed this software?" "I do not know," Zhou Wei replied. "Xiao Shu only informed me that this computer belongs to an employee of the company, and the timeline of when this antivirus software appeared is unclear even to him. May I take this antivirus software to study it?" Yi Jianjun, realizing he had a compromise, expressed his desire to examine the software. Zhou Wei turned his gaze towards the woman standing nearby. "Manager Yu, you may take this computer." With a smile, Xu Yusin nodded towards Yi Jianjun. "There's no need for the computer. A download will suffice." However, someone had already attempted to download it, only to discover that the antivirus software could not be downloaded, but could only be uninstalled. Just as someone was about to suggest uploading the software online to restore all computers, Xu Yusin interjected with, "Since downloading is not an option, take the computer with you and expedite the development of similar software." "Very well, that concludes today's meeting." "Dismissed," Zhou Wei declared, standing up and making his way out of the conference room. Yi Jianjun returned to his department and summoned all personnel to gather. "Everyone come here. I have something to discuss." As his voice resonated, all members of the technical department approached. "Boss, what is the matter?" "I'm currently investigating that virus," one of them urged. "Indeed, this virus is exceptionally tenacious. Have you devised any effective strategies?" Yi Jianjun observed their eager inquiries and raised a hand to quell the chatter before stating, "You all see this computer in my hand? It contains antivirus software capable of eliminating the mutated network virus. However, it cannot be downloaded from this device. We must focus on the code." After Yi Jianjun finished speaking, the group did not seem overly concerned. To them, possessing a sample would suffice to quickly acquire what they needed. "Let us get started. The sooner we complete this, the sooner I can go on vacation with my wife," one technician remarked. "Yes, I promised my girlfriend I would meet her parents the day after tomorrow," another added. Noting their growing distractions, Yi Jianjun remained unfazed. In light of the revelation of the antivirus software, he felt assured that the sudden outbreak of the virus would soon be resolved. "All right, everyone, return to your positions. I will connect this to your computers." With his command, the technicians returned to their respective stations, and Yi Jianjun opened the computer, inserting cable. "Let us begin the decryption process. If anything seems amiss, halt immediately." He took a seat nearby, joining them in the endeavor. Meanwhile, Li Fei, busy in his shop, received a phone call. "Senior Qin, is there something you wish to discuss?" "Boss, where are you?" "Hurry back to the entrepreneurial park. Something significant has happened." Qin Huilon spoke with a hint of urgency, glancing at the crowd outside. "What has occurred? Please explain clearly," Li Fei inquired as he walked toward the door. A virus has suddenly erupted online. All computers in the industrial park, except for ours, have been locked. Many people are inquiring, and I am unable to clarify the situation without your return. Upon hearing Qin Huilan's words, Li Fei, who was just about to reach the door, halted abruptly. He had anticipated something far more severe. Oh, is that all? There is no need for you to come. Our company's computers have that antivirus software, and I will authorize you to let the others download it. After concluding the call, Li Fei addressed his phone. Xiao Shi, temporarily authorized the antivirus software I edited last time for the company personnel. The artificial intelligence, Xiao Shi, appeared on the phone screen, gracefully waving a small hand, sending data flying out. Once she completed the task, she looked at Li Fei and said, Creator, I have finished. Is there anything else you require? Excellent work, Xiao Shi. There is nothing else for now, Li Fei praised, causing the AI to beam with delight. Thank you for your compliment. Goodbye. She waved at Li Fei, skipping away from the screen. As the AI vanished, a knowing smile spread across Li Fei's face, and he returned to continue working with robot number 1. Chapter 58, Confusion and News. Seeing that Li Fei had ended the call, Qin Huilan turned to the crowd outside and called out loudly, I just spoke with the boss, and he has agreed to provide the antivirus software to everyone in the company free of charge. Hurry back and download it. Upon hearing Qin Huilan's announcement, the crowd outside exchanged glances, and one person stepped forward to inquire, how do we operate it to restore the computers to normal? Caught off guard by the question, Qin Huilan hesitated, contemplating calling Li Fei once more when an announcement popped up on the office computer. Lu Junyi, who had been seated at the computer, immediately noticed the announcement. It turned out that Li Fei had realized that since the locked computers could not download the software, they needed to find an unaffected computer to clean the virus. However, for those private computers infected by the virus, purchasing a new one would seem unjustifiable. Thus, he had modified the antivirus software slightly to allow downloads via mobile devices, significantly simplifying the process. After reading the announcement, Lu Junyi turned to the crowd outside and shouted, Our boss just issued a notice stating that as long as everyone downloads this software onto their mobile phones, it will automatically eliminate any viruses infecting connected computers. After comprehending the usage instructions, the individual glanced up at the sign hanging by the door, swiftly typed Feiyu Book into his phone, quickly located the software, and downloaded it. He then expressed his gratitude to Qin Huilan and others, saying, Thank you. I shall not disturb you further. I will return to express my appreciation to your esteemed company once the computer is restored to normal. Observing this, others promptly downloaded the software on their phones, offering their thanks before departing. This announcement was not only shared with the company, but also disseminated on the official game website, enabling gamers to freely download the antivirus software. Shi Jiala, a gaming streamer, was in the midst of a live broadcast, engrossed in a game on his computer. However, today his computer had succumbed to a virus, rendering normal broadcasting impossible. Thus, he resorted to playing games on his mobile device instead. The game he was currently engaging in was Light of the Apocalypse, which a friend had recommended to him a while back, and he had played it a few times. As he prepared to enter the game, his eyes caught sight of a small red dot appearing on the official website icon in the upper left corner of his phone. For someone like Shi Jiala, who frequently played games, he could not afford to overlook official announcements, lest he miss out on any potential benefits. Upon entering the official website, he discovered the message posted by Li Fei. Our company possesses an antivirus software capable of effectively eliminating mutated worm viruses, now available for free download for gamers. After downloading, please connect your computer using a data cable, and the program will automatically conduct the virus scan. After reading the message, a hint of hesitation clouded Shi Jiala's face. He was uncertain whether to trust Feiyu Book. After a moment's contemplation, driven by a sense of hope, he decided to download the software, reasoning that if he were deceived, he could always report it to the relevant authorities. Upon navigating to the Feiyu Book official website, he found the antivirus software and, without further hesitation, clicked to download it. The software was not particularly large, and thus the download completed swiftly. Seeing it was done, Shi Jiala hurriedly retrieved his data cable and connected his phone to the computer. Once he completed this task, he turned his gaze to the computer, only to find a progress bar appearing on the screen. After 2 minutes of waiting, when the progress bar reached 100%, he noticed that the lock symbol on the screen had vanished. To his astonishment, it had indeed been unlocked. He felt compelled to share this news with his devoted followers. With that thought, Shi Jiala immediately opened the live stream platform on his computer and swiftly entered his room. Not long after he began streaming, viewers flocked in, inundating the chat with messages. I thought the streamer was taking a break today. I was worried he wouldn't go live. Yeah, I thought the streamer was going to recommend a new game. I feared I would miss it. How is the streamer live on his computer? Did his computer not get infected? As the messages scrolled by, Shi Jiala cleared his throat and spoke. Today, my computer was infected with a virus, which caused a delay in my broadcast. But I have just eradicated that vile virus and am now live. I would never disappoint my audience. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat momentarily fell silent, only to erupt moments later. Don't try to fool us, streamer. Your computer must not have been compromised. Exactly. Streamer, don't think you can deceive us. Our eyes are sharp. Seeing the chat filled with skepticism, Shi Jiala refrained from offering further explanations. Knowing that words would not suffice, instead, he decided to provide tangible proof. If you don't believe me, feel free to check the company named Feiyu Book. I downloaded the antivirus software from there. Some viewers, intrigued by his confidence, exited the live stream to search for Li Fei's company. At the technical department of Dahu Company, Yi Jianjun stared at the code on the screen, his expression one of disbelief. Who on earth could have written code in Chinese? The others in the room, hearing his words, exhibited expressions of confusion. They could not understand the code and were at a loss on how to decipher it. Boss, we've never encountered this kind of code before. We have no idea where to begin. What should we do now? Yi Jianjun, initially stunned, snapped back to reality upon hearing this, unsure of how to proceed. This programming method was entirely unprecedented, and he lacked a viable solution. If only we could find this team, he mused, but as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, recognizing the improbability. A team capable of programming in Chinese would be exceedingly difficult to locate if they did not wish to be found. Just as everyone was grappling with their predicament, a mobile phone rang suddenly. Yi Jianjun picked up the phone resting beside him, glancing at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. Hello, Lao Guo. What brings you to call me today? A slightly gruff voice emanated from the phone. Lao Yi, I have some good news to share with you. Upon hearing the promise of good news, Yi Jianjun rubbed his swollen eyes and replied, What good news? Have you found a solution to the virus? We are making some progress. We are currently in contact with the head of a company that possesses an antivirus software capable of swiftly eliminating this mutated virus. Guo Qingyun smiled as he looked at the computer that had just returned to normal. Yi Jianjun contemplated his friend's words and cautiously inquired, Lao Guo, can you tell me the name of that company? No problem. This doesn't require confidentiality. I'll share the name with you. It's a newly established company called Feiyu Book. Having received the information he sought, Yi Jianjun chatted for a few more moments before ending the call, only to receive a text message on his phone. The message was from Guo Qingyun, containing the name of Li Fei's company. Chapter 59, Agreement and Compensation. Li Fei was inputting a program into a chip on his computer when his phone, which he had set aside, began to ring. However, he was too preoccupied to attend to it. After a while, the ringing stopped as the call went unanswered, only for it to ring again almost immediately. Growing impatient from the disturbance, Li Fei glanced at the caller ID and noted it was an unfamiliar number, promptly ending the call. Just as he intended to set his phone down, the ringing resumed, and seeing the same number again piqued his curiosity. It seemed unlikely that someone would repeatedly call if it were a mistake. This time, Li Fei chose not to hang up and instead answer the call. Hello, who is this? Hu Chenyu, expecting the call to be terminated again, was taken aback when the line connected. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Li Fei? Yes, that's me. Upon receiving a definitive confirmation, Hu Chenyu turned to look at Guo Qingyun, who stood nearby. Please hand me the phone. I will speak with him. Guo Qingyun remarked, taking the device from Hu Chenyu's grasp. Mr. Li, we represent the National Network Technology Department, and we are calling to discuss a matter with you. May I inquire if you have a moment to spare? The previous conversation between the two, lacking any protective measures, had been overheard clearly by Li Fei, who realized that the person on the line had changed. Upon hearing the caller's identification, Li Fei did not respond immediately but swiftly typed a message on his computer. Xiao Shi, please verify the identity information of this caller. After completing this task, he fixed his gaze on the screen and inquired, the Network Technology Department? What business do you have with me? Li Fei's initial reaction was one of concern, pondering whether his activities on foreign networks had attracted the attention of this department. However, this notion flickered through his mind only briefly as he dismissed it, confident in his skills that rendered him untraceable online. If this were not the case, then they must have other matters to discuss with him. Upon hearing Li Fei's question, Guo Qingyun promptly provided clarification. The situation is thus. We learned through a certain live streaming platform that your company possesses an antivirus software capable of effectively eradicating online viruses. Is this indeed the case? As Guo Qingyun spoke, information appeared on Li Fei's computer, confirming that the individual on the line was indeed a representative of the National Network Technology Department. Despite this revelation, Li Fei felt the need to pose another question, striving to appear unperturbed to avoid raising any suspicions. I do possess such software, but how can you substantiate your identity? Guo Qingyun, faced with skepticism regarding his identity, did not exhibit any signs of irritation. Instead, a smile graced his face, a natural human reaction. Had he disclosed his identity and Li Fei accepted it without question, it would have posed significant issues. My name is Guo Qingyun, with employee number 0. You may verify this on our official website. Very well, please hold for a moment while I conduct a verification. Li Fei replied, feigning a few keystrokes. After approximately a minute, he resumed speaking. The information you provided is indeed valid. Should I send you the source code? Guo Qingyun pondered for a moment. Given that the program code was entirely in Chinese characters, sending it to them would likely lead to confusion and delays. It would be far more efficient for Li Fei to upload it online directly. The Chinese programming you utilized is currently beyond our comprehension. There's no need to send the source code. Simply upload the antivirus software online, and we will issue an announcement on our end. Understood. I will proceed to upload it immediately. Li Fei had anticipated this request, harboring doubts about their lack of prior research into the program code. His earlier inquiries had merely served as a test. Guo, unless there's anything else, I shall terminate this call. Mr. Li, I will pay you a visit shortly. I hope you will be amenable. Guo Qingyun hastily interjected upon hearing Li Fei's intent to end the call. Li Fei was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but soon deduced that the caller likely wished to learn about Chinese programming techniques. You're welcome at any time. Thank you for your support and cooperation. We shall meet again soon. With that, Guo Qingyun ended the call. Gazing at the disconnected phone, Li Fei casually set his mobile aside and proceeded to modify the antivirus software's design, replacing it with his company's name and logo before uploading it to the online platform. Once this task was complete, he summoned his artificial intelligence, instructing Xiaoxi, in the future, ensure that any unfamiliar calls are screened. If it is determined that the matter is not of significant importance, intercept them to prevent any disturbances. Understood, Creator. Xiaoxi has duly noted your instructions. Acknowledging the AI's response with a nod, Li Fei returned to the work he had previously left unfinished. In Yanjing, at the National Network Supervision Bureau, Guo Qingyun put down the phone and made his way to the director's office. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently, and a voice from within beckoned. Come in. Guo Qingyun entered, addressing the individual engrossed in their work. Director Ma, I have a matter to discuss with you. Upon hearing Guo Qingyun's voice, Ma Jinhua looked up from his notes, placing down his pen. Qingyun, what is it? Please, take a seat and share your thoughts. By the way, have you contacted the head of that antivirus software company? I have come precisely to inform you of this. I just spoke with them, and they have agreed. Now, we merely need to issue an announcement from our side. Without hesitation, Guo Qingyun pulled out a chair and sat down, relaying the news to Ma Jinhua. The announcement will be handled by the publicity department. I will call them to inform them now. After hearing this, Ma Jinhua promptly picked up the phone to reach out to the publicity department. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Guo Qingyun. Did the other party make any requests? Guo Qingyun's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he realized he had completely forgotten to inquire about this with Li Fei. Ma Jinhua, recognizing his demeanor, understood immediately that he had neglected to ask. Once this matter is settled, reach out to him and see if we can offer some form of compensation. Director, after this online storm subsides, I plan to visit Yuqing to discuss matters in person. What do you think? Guo Qingyun hesitated before revealing his intention to travel to Yuqing, knowing he needed Ma Jinhua's approval. Ma Jinhua, sensing his thoughts, nodded with a smile. Very well, I will entrust this matter to you. As long as the other party does not make any excessive demands, you are free to agree. Understood. I shall take my leave now. With that, Guo Qingyun stood and exited the room. Meanwhile, Ma Jinhua utilized the internal phone system to relay instructions to the publicity department. Li Fei finished inputting the program, meticulously checking for any errors before removing the chip and setting it aside. At that moment, he remained unaware that others were contemplating how to compensate him. Chapter 60, Testing the Robot's Strength. In truth, Li Fei had not given the matter any significant thought. For him, it was merely a trivial issue, devoid of any desire for personal gain. The following day, as Li Fei worked at his station, installing a chip into the robot's head, his phone rang from a short distance away. Given that only acquaintances could still reach him, he set down his tools and approached the device. Upon seeing the caller ID, he couldn't help but smile. It displayed the name Lu Dehong. As soon as he answered, a voice greeted him from the other end. Hello, Brother Li, the 100 sets of robot shells you ordered have been completed. Please provide me with the address, and I will arrange for their delivery. Upon hearing Lu Dehong request the address, Li Fei suddenly recalled that he had indeed forgotten to provide it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed now that the other party had personally called, he quickly relayed the store's address. My sincere apologies. My mind was occupied with other matters, and I neglected to leave the address, requiring you, Boss Lu, to call me directly. Here it is. After stating the location of his shop, Li Fei heard the faint sound of rustling on the other end of the line, likely Lu Dahong jotting it down. I've noted the address. I'll have someone deliver it shortly. I appreciate your assistance, Boss Lu. Should I need anything in the future, I will certainly place another order with you. That is most welcome. My doors are always open. After a brief exchange, the call came to an end. Li Fei placed the robot shells inside the shop and took out his phone to transfer the remaining payment to the driver. Thank you for your trouble, sir. Not at all. With the payment settled, I shall be on my way. The driver, having confirmed the payment, opened the car door and drove away. Li Fei watched the departing vehicle and did not linger outside, returning to the shop to securely lock the door. He gazed at the charging robot number 1 and sighed. Alas, while the efficiency of these robots is commendable, they lack a quality battery, rendering them unable to function for extended periods. I must devise a solution to address this shortcoming. Musing to himself, Li Fei began to assemble the robot. Since this assembly did not require a steel shell, the process was notably expedited. Within less than an hour, a steel framework stood before him. Stroking his chin, Li Fei picked up 2 black boxes, each the size of a matchbox, and carefully inserted them into the concealed compartments within the robot's brain and chessboard. These devices were specially designed anti-tamper mechanisms. Once activated, they would incinerate the chip should anyone attempt to dismantle the robot's exterior. Li Fei secured the battery within the robot's abdomen, connecting the internal wires, and retrieved a robot shell from a corner, methodically installing it from top to bottom. Once all components were assembled, a white robot stood silently before him. Li Fei opened its abdomen and pressed the switch. At the instant the button was engaged, the robot's electronic eyes illuminated and a mechanical voice resonated. Initializing, please wait. The robot booted up swiftly, completing the process in just over 10 seconds. Greetings, I am your household service robot. How may I assist you? Commence a self-diagnostic procedure and report the status upon completion. Li Fei instructed, adhering to his usual protocol. Beep, initiating self-diagnostic procedure. Completed. Current status is satisfactory. The robot promptly finished its quality check, revealing no issues detected. Li Fei nodded in approval and seated himself at the computer, using the mouse to open a software application. Upon clicking refresh, 2 signal indicators appeared. These signals originated from the anti-tamper devices, and without hesitation, Li Fei activated them using the mouse. Once this task was accomplished, he prepared to test the robot. However, before proceeding, he needed to purchase some glass cups and disposable paper cups. Exiting his shop, he walked a short distance to the entrance of a supermarket. Just as he was about to enter, he heard someone calling his name from behind, their voice oddly familiar. Turning around, he saw Lin Yanran, having just finished shopping with her aunt, instinctively called out upon recognizing his silhouette. Li Fei, what a coincidence! After exchanging greetings, he noticed another woman standing beside Lin Yanran. Someone he recognized. Politely, he nodded in acknowledgement. Li Fei, allow me to introduce my aunt, Su Yaling, a professor at Yuqing University. Hello, Professor Su. Li Fei said promptly after Lin Yanran's introduction. Su Yaling first appraised Li Fei from head to toe before glancing at her niece, a smile forming on her lips. So, Yanran, is this your way of introducing your boyfriend to me? Lin Yanran's cheeks flushed at Su Yaling's remark, and she rolled her eyes dramatically. Aunt, if you continue with such frivolity, I will tell Grandma that you're teasing me. After saying this, she turned to Li Fei, offering an apologetic smile. Please disregard my aunt's words. Initially feeling a tad awkward at Su Yaling's comment, Li Fei found solace in Lin Yanran's response and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You two carry on, I'll just step inside to grab a few items. Without waiting for Lin Yanran's reply, he hurried into the supermarket. Watching Li Fei's retreating figure, Su Yaling playfully poked Lin Yanran's side with her finger. That young man is rather handsome. Do you truly harbor no feelings for him? Oh, aunt, how long have I even known him? What feelings could I possibly have? Lin Yanran retorted, grasping her aunt's finger with a bemused expression. After purchasing his items, Li Fei exited the supermarket only to find that Lin Yanran and her aunt had already left, which relieved him. However, as he walked a little further, he spotted the two leisurely strolling ahead. Li Fei contemplated slowing his pace to walk behind them, but unexpectedly, Su Yaling turned around and noticed him. Whispering something in Lin Yanran's ear, realizing his plan had been foiled, Li Fei quickened his steps to catch up. As he approached, Lin Yanran glanced back and, noticing the assortment of cups in his hands, curiously inquired, Li Fei, why did you buy so many cups? I recently constructed a robot, and these cups are for testing its strength. Li Fei responded candidly, feeling no need for secrecy, as he would soon bring it back to school, where news would inevitably spread. Lin Yinran's interest peaked at the mention of the robot. Li Fei, may I come see it? Of course. It's not a matter of confidentiality. If you wish to see it, just follow me. Chapter 61. Strength Testing, Download Count. Li Fei led Lin Yinran and Su Yaling to the shop entrance, using a key to unlock the rolling shutter. With a swift motion, he pulled it upwards, unleashing a cacophony of noise. Please go inside. I need to lower and secure this door. Lin Yinran exchanged a glance with her aunt before leading the way inside, with Su Yaling closely following. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of two robots standing against the wall. The first robot, in particular, was crafted entirely from steel, exuding an air of formidable strength and majesty. Li Fei secured the door, approached them with a smile, and inquired, Lin Yinran, what do you think of these two robots? Turning to Li Fei, Lin Yinran asked skeptically, these robots can't just be ornamental, can they? Her question stemmed from previous encounters with similar constructs, which had only been models incapable of movement, mere facades without substance. Without offering an explanation, Li Fei called out to the robots, Robot 1, Robot 2, we have guests. Greet them. At his command, the previously motionless robots sprang to life, their electronic eyes illuminating as they turned to face Lin Yinran and Su Yaling, their mechanical voices resonating. Ladies, welcome. The two women stood momentarily in disbelief, not merely astonished by the robots' mobility, but particularly by the animated movement of their mouths, a stark contrast to typical robots. Su Yaling was the first to regain her composure, turning to scrutinize Li Fei closely as she softly asked, Li Fei, what tasks can these robots perform? At her aunt's inquiry, Lin Yinran too became curious, her gaze fixed on Li Fei. Noticing their attention, Li Fei casually placed his cup on the desk and replied with a smile, they're designed as household service robots, adept at caring for the elderly and children's daily needs. Should they detect a fever or cold in the household, they will remind you to take medication or visit a hospital. Furthermore, in emergencies, such as a fire, they will promptly escort individuals to safety. After hearing Li Fei's explanation, Su Yaling nodded thoughtfully, recalling an upcoming competition at school. On December 7th, there will be a contest at the school, during which representatives from various companies will be present. You could showcase your robots there. If you achieve a commendable rank, they might invest in you or purchase the robots. Li Fei's eyes sparkled at the mention of the competition, not out of a desire for investment or selling the robots, but rather to elevate his company's reputation. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will certainly participate in the competition. Lin Yinran observed the two robots more closely, noting their distinct appearances, one fashioned from steel and the other encased in plastic. Li Fei, why do these robots differ in materials? The steel robot is my first creation. Its considerable weight resulted in excessive energy consumption. Hence, I opted for a plastic exterior to alleviate the burden, he explained, casting a glance at the robots. Upon hearing Li Fei's clarification, Lin Yinran's expression shifted to one of understanding. Li Fei then retrieved two disposable cups, filled them with hot water from the dispenser, and handed them to Lin Yinran and Su Yaling, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I apologize, Teacher Su and Lin Yinran. I only have plain water available. Lin Yinran accepted the cup, blowing on it lightly before taking a sip, nonchalantly stating, I typically drink plain water and mineral water, rarely indulging in tea or beverages. Su Yaling also took her cup, but placed it on the nearby table due to its heat. Please have a seat while I test the robot's grip strength, Li Fei suggested, prompting Lin Yinran and her aunt to find a place to sit as he prepared to conduct his test. Don't mind us. Focus on your work, Lin Yinran replied, pulling Su Yaling back a few steps. Li Fei smiled, grabbed a glass and a disposable cup from the table, and approached the second robot, placing the glass in its palm. Now extend your hand to grasp this cup. Meanwhile, in the Entrepreneurial Park's office, 213 at the school, Lu Junyi observed the rapidly increasing download numbers on the game's backend and turned to his colleague. Yao Ruifeng, the download figures have surged today. Should we call the boss to inquire about this? Yao Ruifeng recounted what he had noticed before leaving work yesterday. I noticed this trend yesterday afternoon, but the increase wasn't significant, so I didn't pay it much mind. I didn't expect such a sudden spike today. It's worth reporting. Lu Junyi was taken aback by this revelation, realizing he had overlooked it. Qin Huilan and Song Shihan, who had been facing away, rose upon hearing their conversation, glancing at the data on the computer in astonishment. Qin Huilan tapped Lu Junyi's shoulder and asked, when did you first notice this issue? About an hour ago. But the download numbers weren't as exaggerated then, he replied. Song Shihan pondered aloud. Could it be due to that antivirus software released yesterday, drawing in traffic? The others considered this possibility, recalling the official announcement made the previous day. Should we inform the boss about this? Lu Junyi posed the question, looking at the group. Regardless of whether the boss is aware, we should report it. It's our responsibility as employees, Qin Huilan asserted without hesitation, believing that accepting a salary entailed fulfilling one's duties. The group nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Thus, Lu Junyi picked up the office phone and dialed Li Fei. Li Fei, frowning at the shattered glass cup on the floor, approached his computer to disable the tamper-proof device. He picked up a wire from the ground and went behind the robot, using a tool to remove its rear casing and connecting the wire to the exposed port. Once the connection was secured, Li Fei retrieved another glass cup from the table, preparing for another test. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the company. "Hello, is there something you need?" "Boss, I have something to report to you," Lu Junyi responded, glancing at the three people in the office. "Feel free to share," Li Fei replied, activating the speakerphone and placing it on the desk as he approached the robot again. "Let us conduct the test once more." Understanding that Li Fei was likely preoccupied, Lu Junyi decided to be succinct. "Boss, our company's game has seen an extraordinary surge in downloads today, surpassing 1 million since this morning." Upon hearing this, Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly deduced the reason. Chapter 62, Debugging, Investment Unnecessary. It must be due to the antivirus software being released online yesterday, which, after over 10 hours of fermentation, has led to this significant explosion in downloads today. I am aware of this matter. Once I finish my current tasks, I will come over. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up for now. After speaking, Li Fei paid no further attention and focused intently on the robot's actions. However, just as the robot lifted a glass, a sharp crack echoed, and it crushed the cup in its grasp. Li Fei cleaned up the shards and approached the computer, examining the collected data, and realized the force was indeed excessive. Thus, he operated the computer to successfully connect to the robot's brain chip and began to modify some data within. Lin Yanran observed Li Fei engrossed in his work, initially wanting to approach for a closer look, but was abruptly pulled back by her aunt, Su Yaling, who shook her head in disapproval. Staring at the hand that had seized her, Lin Yanran looked at Su Yaling in confusion. "Aunt, what is wrong? That could involve someone else's secrets. We must not intrude. Let us simply watch him debug from here." Watching her usually sharp-witted niece appear so oblivious, Su Yaling lightly tapped her forehead and whispered. With Su Yaling's reminder, Lin Yanran finally regained her senses, quickly stepping back a couple of paces. Li Fei, having overheard their conversation, paused his actions momentarily, turned back with a smile, and reassured them, "It's perfectly fine. This is merely a portion of the program, and is observable. Even if the entire program were displayed on the computer, the meanings contained therein would elude your understanding within a short time frame." Despite Li Fei's reassurances, Lin Yanran did not step forward to observe, as her initial reaction had merely been instinctual. Lu Junyi ended the call and noticed three colleagues staring at him. He shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "The boss is aware of the situation and will return once he finishes his tasks." Upon hearing Lu Junyi's words, Song Shirhan couldn't help but murmur, "It has been several days since we last saw the boss. I wonder what he has been busy with?" Though her voice was soft, it was still audible to those in the office. They exchanged glances and returned to their respective tasks, particularly Qin Huilan, who needed to finalize this month's accounts to present to Li Fei upon his return. In Jingchu's Shernan Prefecture, at the Red Leaf Investment Company, a portly middle-aged man sat on a sofa, a cigar clutched between his fingers, occasionally taking a puff. A glass of red wine rested on the table before him. He was the chairman of the company, known as Ding Fugui. He exhaled a plume of smoke, placed the cigar in the ashtray, and lifted the wine glass for a sip when a knock resounded at the door. "Come." As Ding Fugui's voice fell, the door was gently pushed open, and a bespectacled young man entered, holding a folder. "Chairman, here are the documents for Feiyu Book Company." Xiang Xiaohua was puzzled as to why his chairman was interested in such an inconspicuous company, but he dared not voice his curiosity. Ding Fugui took the folder, but upon opening it and glimpsing its contents, his plump face fell, and he tossed it onto the coffee table, glaring at Xiang Xiaohua with displeasure. "You bring me this paltry information for my investigation? Are you trying to get fired?" The paper contained only a company name, a responsible person, and a contact number, with nothing else provided. Seeing Ding Fugui's wrath, Xiang Xiaohua felt helpless, as he had been unable to uncover any other information about the company. "Chairman, this is all I could find. It seems that other details have been deliberately concealed. You can't even handle such a trivial task. What else can you do? Enough. You may leave." After hearing Xiang Xiaohua's explanation, Ding Fugui suspected that the company might have skilled hackers who had hidden critical information. He waved his hand, dismissing him. Once Xiang Xiaohua exited, Ding Fugui picked up his phone and dialed a number, which was quickly answered. "Hello, Chairman Ding. What brings you to call me today?" A loud voice on the other end made Ding Fugue's ears ring, prompting him to hold the phone at a distance and respond in a conciliatory tone. Director Chiu, I recently acquired a fine bottle of wine. Do you have time to join me for a drink today? There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if the person was contemplating before a response came through. Let us skip the drinking. Just tell me what you need, and I'll assist as long as it doesn't violate regulations. Chiu firmly declined, inquiring what Ding Fugue needed. While he enjoyed drinking, he would not engage in any unlawful activities. Seeing Chiu's outright refusal, a flicker of regret crossed Ding Fugue's eyes. He had invited this man countless times, yet never succeeded. Nevertheless, he knew prioritizing business was crucial, so he quickly inquired, Director Chiu, I am considering investing in a company, but I lack sufficient information and would appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing this, Chiu immediately grasped Ding Fugue's intentions, his brow furrowing deeply. If you seek information, I must contact the company's representative first to obtain their consent before I can disclose anything to you. Ding Fugue's expression soured. He regretted making the call. Had he known it would come to this, he would have sought someone else. A little incentive would have guaranteed results without such complications. However, it was too late for regrets. Having initiated the call, he could not simply hang up without offending Chiu, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction and replied, I appreciate your help, Director Chiu. I will provide you with a name now. After Chiu noted the name, he instructed Ding Fugue to hold for a moment, keeping the call open while he began his search on the computer. Before long, he located the company registered under Li Fei's name in the system and dialed the number listed. After several tests, Li Fei finally adjusted the robot's grip, ensuring it could handle a disposable cup without deforming it. He moved to disconnect the wire from the robot, preparing to reattach the casing when his phone rang, compelling him to pause his work. Approaching the desk, he glanced at the caller ID, noting it was another unfamiliar number. However, since it had passed through the artificial intelligence system, he answered, Hello, who is this? Greetings, I am Chiu, the director of the Shernan Prefecture Industrial and Commercial Bureau. May I inquire if you are the person in charge of Feiyu Book Company? Upon hearing Chiu's self-introduction, Li Fei found himself momentarily perplexed as to why the director of the Shernan Prefecture was calling him. I am Li Fei, the head of Feiyu Publishing Company. May I inquire as to the purpose of your call? Chiu elucidated. There is an investment company interested in investing in your firm. However, lacking specific information about your company, they commissioned me to inquire whether you would be willing to provide them with the necessary details. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly replied, Director Chiu, I apologize, but I currently have no need for any investments. Chapter 63, Unreachable. Surprised by Li Fei's decisive refusal, Chiu scrutinized the registration information on his computer, noting that Feiyu Publishing's registered capital was merely 500,000. Why would they not require external investment? Nevertheless, despite his curiosity, Chiu recognized that it was not his concern. Understood, he concluded before hanging up the phone. Turning to his device to inform Chairman Ding, as the other party mentioned, I'm unable to assist you in this matter. You should seek alternatives. Chairman Ding Fugue, having overheard the conversation, felt a surge of displeasure, convinced that Li Fei was unappreciative, having outright rejected his offer. Thank you, Director Chiu. I will visit you when I have the opportunity. No need for that. Unless there's anything else, I'll end the call. Chiu replied, still declining. With only a few years until retirement, he was keen to avoid any missteps at this juncture. After the call ended, Ding Fugue hurled his phone onto the table, cursing, Damn it, you old fool. Just wait until I catch a break. You'll regret it. After uttering this, he picked up his phone once more and dialed another number. Li Fei, noticing Lin Yanran and Su Yailing's gazes upon him, chuckled. What are you looking at me for? Nothing much, just curious if the caller was offering you investment. Lin Yanran casually inquired. It wasn't him. It was someone else interested in investing, but they couldn't find detailed information about my company. Hence they sent that Director Chiu to ask. Li Fei explained briefly, perceiving Lin Yanran's interest. All right, let's head back. At that moment, Su Yailing, standing nearby, interjected. Okay, Li Fei, we'll take our leave. Lin Yanran responded to her aunt and turned to Li Fei. All right, I'll go open the door for you. Li Fei nodded in agreement, taking the keys to unlock the door, refraining from urging them to stay, as the surroundings were quite chaotic, cluttered with materials save for the two robots. After escorting them out, as Li Fei was about to shut the door, Lin Yanran turned back and said, Li Fei, I will also attend the competition that day. I am eager to see the robot's performance. Rest assured, it will not disappoint you, Li Fei replied with unwavering confidence. Then, realizing he had not registered yet, he turned his attention to Su Yailing, inquiring, by the way, Ms. Su, where should I go to register for the competition? You can register on the school website using your phone. I am also looking forward to your match. Su Yaling provided the registration details, adding a note of encouragement before departing with Lin Yinran. Watching them leave, Li Fei secured the door and returned to the robot, reattaching the outer shell. After restarting the anti-tampering device, he retrieved a charger from a box, intending to modify it for use with the second robot. Meanwhile, Ding Fuguwei had learned from another acquaintance that Feiyu Publishing Company had only 500,000 in its account at the time of registration, which greatly pleased him. Director Ran, I sincerely appreciate your assistance this time. I shall have my staff send a few items to your home shortly. Chairman Ding, there is no need for such extravagance. I merely assisted out of friendship, not for any material gain, the other party replied. Understanding the underlying implications of the words, Ding Fuguwei quickly countered, "Oh, it is but a token of my gratitude, and indeed, it carries more significance." The individual on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. Since Chairman Ding is so gracious, I shall accept it. However, do not feel compelled to do so next time. Well then, let us conclude our conversation here. I have been away from my duties for quite some time and must return, the individual concluded, ending the call. Ding Fuguwei set down his phone and picked up a cigar from the table, taking a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke. Xiang Xiaohua, come in here, he shouted. After waiting for a while and hearing no response, he realized the office had soundproofing, preventing his voice from carrying outside. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. He muttered, then rose to approach his desk and pressed a button on the phone. Irked as he said, Xiang Xiaohua, get in here immediately. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. Xiang Xiaohua arrived promptly. As Ding Fuguwei settled into the sofa, the door knocked before he entered. Chairman, what do you need? Call Feiyu Publishing Company at this number and express our willingness to invest 1 million for 75 equity, Ding Fuguwei commanded, pointing to a folder on the desk with an air of authority. From the tone of his words, it seemed as though securing 75 equity in Feiyu Publishing would be an immense favor to Li Fei. Even before the call was made, Ding Fuguwei began to dream, unaware of the foolishness of his assumptions. Xiang Xiaohua nodded and moved to leave with the folder, but was halted by Ding Fuguwei's voice. Use the phone in the office. There is no need to step outside. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaohua adjusted his course back to the desk and picked up the phone to dial. We're sorry. The number you're trying to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xiang Xiaohua turned to Ding Fuguwei, saying, Chairman, this number cannot be reached. What a fool. You didn't think to use your mobile? Ding Fuguwei erupted, his frustration boiling over. That number was just dialed by Qiu Yi. How could it possibly be unreachable? Unbeknownst to Ding Fuguwei, the reason Qiu Yi's call had gone through was that he was a representative of a government entity, thus granted access through the artificial intelligence system. Xiang Xiaohua continued attempting to dial with his mobile, but still failed to connect. Chairman, the number remains unreachable. Hand me the number. I will call myself, Ding Fuguwei insisted, skeptical that a number could be truly unreachable. If the other party had set up a block on unknown calls, then Qiu Yi would not have been able to connect either, even though he racked his brain in vain. Li Fei remained oblivious to the fact that his phone was under the vigilant surveillance of artificial intelligence, rendering ordinary calls from unknown numbers utterly futile. Even if Ding Fuguwei himself attempted to reach out, the outcome would remain unchanged, which left his expression exceedingly grim. Initially believing that acquiring the other party's corporate information would simplify matters, he was infuriated to discover that he couldn't even connect a phone call. Glancing at Xiang Xiaohua, who still stood by, Ding Fuguwei irritably waved his hand and instructed, this matter does not concern you. Please exit for now. Yes, Chairman. Xiang Xiaohua promptly acknowledged and hastened out of the office. Once the door closed, Ding Fuguwei seized a wine glass from the table and downed its red contents in one gulp before dialing another number. Hello, Jiang Xiao. The task you assigned remains unfulfilled. What's the matter? Has the other party declined? A faint voice emanated from the phone, suggesting that this individual was scarcely perturbed by the situation. No, it's not that. We've made numerous attempts, but have been unable to connect with the other side. Ding Fuguwei hastily clarified upon hearing the inquiry. Chapter 64. A day's time, news received. In Jiangcheng, within an opulent villa, Jiang Yaolong listened thoughtfully to Ding Fuguwei's explanation, nodding as he spoke into the phone. If the call cannot be connected, so be it. Tomorrow, I will personally dispatch someone to investigate in Yu City. Have your subordinates prepare the investment plan. It shouldn't take too long to finalize. Ding Fuguwei listened attentively, and, as soon as Jiang Yaolong concluded, swiftly replied, Understood, Jiang Xiao. I will have them prepare immediately. I trust you will present an excellent plan by then. Let this matter rest, Jiang Yaolong stated before ending the call, subsequently sinking into contemplation. In truth, Jiang Yaolong had taken note of the recently launched game The Light of the Apocalypse, albeit without much concern at the time. However, as the subsequent outbreak of a network virus unfolded and Li Fei released an antivirus software, Jiang Yaolong sensed the potential of the company was considerable. If he invested wisely, it might yield significant rewards in the future, which is why he entrusted Ding Fugue with this task. Yet, he had not anticipated that Ding Fugue would be unable to uncover any useful information about the company, ultimately necessitating his own intervention. It appeared that to accomplish this task, he would have to reach out to Liang Yongwei, who could procure detailed information about Feiyu Book Company. Jiang Yaolong muttered to himself, extracting his phone to browse through his contacts. The reason for contacting Liang Yongwei was their past camaraderie as university classmates, and he was aware that Liang's father served as the deputy mayor in U-City. In a cramped rental room in Portland, beautiful country, a middle-aged man with stubble and disheveled hair was fixated on his computer screen with bloodshot eyes. His name was Alex Jason, a highly skilled hacker who had participated in the global outbreak of the mutated worm virus. Damn it, why did the computer virus in the Flower Country disappear so swiftly? Alex Jason exclaimed, glaring at the rapidly vanishing red dots on the network virus map. They had invested over 6 years in this plan, initially believing they could extort a substantial sum from countries worldwide. However, to their dismay, before they could implement their scheme, a significant target slipped away, inciting his ire. No, I must uncover the reason behind this. It cannot just be brushed aside, Alex Jason declared, opening a clandestine chat application to send message. Nine-tailed beast. A big fish has slipped away on your end. Promptly investigate what transpired. Yet, after sending this message, he received no response. Just as his patience was waning, a reply came from the individual known as Nine-tailed Beast. Apologies, Dark Angel. I was organizing some things and overlooked your message. I am currently investigating the matter you mentioned. It appears a company is sabotaging our plan. Fortunately, this issue has only occurred in the Flower Country. Other regions remain unaffected, allowing us to proceed with the next phase, lest we delay and face complications. After reading the message, Alex Jason found the response quite reasonable. Although their estimates indicated that those nations would require at least a week to eradicate the network virus, during that time, they could infect more computers, thereby amassing greater wealth. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow, allowing a populous nation to evade their grasp. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to execute the next phase of our plan. In a chat group, Alex Jason sent a message. Received. Okay. As soon as his message was dispatched, all 16 individuals in the group responded. If other hackers were to glimpse the names of these individuals, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for many of these names had vanished from the internet for over a decade. Under Alex Jason's direction, a countdown soon appeared on his computer screen. In a small corner building, Liam Bryan noticed the sudden countdown on the computer and shouted, "Sir, a countdown has appeared on this computer." Upon hearing this, John Gilson swiftly approached. Observing the countdown displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed with concern, sensing that something ominous was imminent. Indeed, in the next moment, a line of English appeared beneath the countdown. After reading the words, John Gilson erupted in fury. I knew this matter wouldn't be simple. If I catch this detestable group, they will understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Nevertheless, regardless of his frustrations, he had to navigate this challenge first. The hackers had allotted only a day's time. Should they fail to secure enough funds, they would unleash another variant of the network virus. Rubbing his temples, John Gilson moved to another location and addressed one of the individuals relentlessly typing at the keyboard. "Andrew, how much longer until you can crack this damn virus?" Andrew Diggs, eyes glued to the computer screen, replied without looking up, "Give us another 2 days. We will surely break through this virus." Hearing that they needed an additional 2 days, disappointment washed over John Gilson's face as he shook his head. "I regret to say that although I wish it were otherwise, the other side has granted us very little time. Only 1 day. If we cannot resolve this within that time frame, we will have no choice but to comply with their demands. Otherwise, they will unleash a new virus. I hope you can break it in time." Upon hearing this, Andrew Diggs momentarily paused his actions. "Commander, I must first clarify that we are not shooting a blockbuster film. We lack any superhuman abilities, and completing this task in such a short time frame is simply impossible." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Unless you can somehow extricate those individuals from prison, there might be a chance to accomplish this mission." Upon hearing Andrew Diggs' words, John Gilson shook his head vehemently, akin to a bobblehead doll, hastily retorting, "No, no, no. Those individuals are incorrigible lunatics. If they gain access to a computer, who knows what calamity might ensue. I cannot afford to take that risk. Andrute, seeing his reluctance to engage with those individuals, could only respond resignedly. Then there is no alternative. Completing this in 2 days is already pushing our limits. In the nations of Gao Yao, Korruptia, and Northern Bear Country, similar scenes unfolded. Regardless of their methods, none could breach the virus within the 24-hour window, leaving them powerless and merely watching. However, through various channels, they learned that the flower planting nation had successfully resolved the issue and began to inundate them with inquiries. Given the global implications, the elders of the flower planting nation summoned the head of the IT department to ascertain that a particular company had developed the antivirus software. They only possessed usage rights and needed to negotiate with the company's leaders regarding international matters. Elders, it is already quite remarkable that Feiyu technology has allowed domestic use for free. If we extend this courtesy to foreign entities, it is unlikely the involved parties would be amenable. The Grand Elder smiled as he asserted, "Rest assured, we will not permit domestic individuals to suffer losses. We shall charge appropriately." Chapter 65, Military Exercises, Enhancing Your Provisions. The Grand Elder's statement was met with unanimous agreement from the other elders. Jinhua, your department previously liaised with them. I entrust this matter to you. What do you all think? With no objections raised, the Grand Elder assigned the task to Ma Jinhua and subsequently inquired among the other elders. An elder seated in the third position on the right opened his mouth as if to speak, but, seeing the consensus, could only nod resignedly. Grand Elder Zhou Guohua observed the expressions of those present, casting a meaningful glance at the elder in the third position before addressing Ma Jinhua. It is settled. You must contact them immediately. Yes, esteemed elders, I assure you I will fulfill this mission to your satisfaction. Ma Jinhua pledged, and, upon Zhou Guohua's gesture, departed the conference room. After his exit, Zhou Guohua turned to the others, his demeanor growing exceedingly grave. Let us set aside the previous matter and discuss the military exercises being conducted by the United States near our maritime borders alongside other nations. As the topic arose, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with no one daring to speak first. After a moment, the individual seated in the first position on the left spoke slowly. We have said what needed to be said. If they persist in conducting exercises there, then we shall reciprocate in their maritime boundaries. Zhou Guohua nodded at his suggestion and turned to the others. If anyone has further thoughts, please share. We shall analyze them together. With the ice broken, the assembly voiced their opinions. Some felt that sending a fleet to foreign waters for exercises could escalate tensions and warranted careful consideration. Others agreed with the approach, but emphasized the need for prudent selection of participating nations. After listening to all viewpoints, Zhou Guohua delivered a final summary. Each perspective holds merit. However, if they are encroaching upon our doorstep, merely condemning their actions without retaliation will only embolden them further. Following his remarks, a heavy silence enveloped the room, with two individuals visibly chastened, lowering their gazes. Let us adhere to tradition. Those in favor of conducting military exercises, please raise your hands. Without regard for the others' opinions, Zhou Guohua raised his hand. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, all expressing agreement. Seeing the unanimous consent, Zhou Guohua nodded with satisfaction. Well, it is decided. I will call the Emperor of Northern Bear Country shortly. This meeting is adjourned. As the group exited the conference room, Zhou Guohua headed to his office, intending not only to contact Northern Bear Country, but also to issue directives to the military. Li Fei completed the installation of the modified charger, positioning it in the corner for the second robot to recharge autonomously. Robot number 2, proceed to recharge. Upon completion, enter standby mode. Command received, executing now. The second robot emitted a mechanical voice, making its way toward the charger. Li Fei accessed the campus network via his phone, navigated to the registration portal, entered his student ID, and confirmed his submission, completing the process in no time. Upon receiving confirmation of successful registration, Li Fei exited the campus network and left the establishment. Midway, his phone rang. Upon checking, he recognized the number and recalled who it belonged to. Hello, Team Leader Gua. Is there something you wish to discuss? Hello, Mr. Li. The reason for my call is that our director has a matter to discuss with you, Gu Qingyun stated directly. Upon hearing this, Li Fei felt puzzled. They seemed unfamiliar with each other, so why would a director seek him out? Oh, what does your director want with me? I am uncertain, but the concerned party is nearby. You two may converse, Gu Qingyun replied, passing the phone to Ma Jinhua. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Ma Jinhua, the director of the National Cyber Surveillance Bureau. I'm calling regarding a matter we need to discuss. Greetings, Director Ma. What is the issue? Li Fei inquired, unable to fathom the reason for the call. This matter pertains to the cyber virus. Other countries have learned that we have resolved the virus domestically, and they have been reaching out for assistance. The higher-ups have instructed me to seek your opinion. Upon hearing this, Li Fei immediately grasped the situation. After contemplating briefly, he responded, I can release an international version of the antivirus software, but it will not be free. A fee will be required for download. That is acceptable, but I hope for expedience, as we have less than 20 hours remaining. Ma Jinhua, unaware of the time required for Li Fei to develop a new software version, offered a gentle reminder. Li Fei, catching the implication, assured him confidently, rest assured, Director Ma, I only need to make minor modifications to the source code to release it. Certainly, here is a refined translation of the provided text. Once you are prepared, please give me a call. I await your good news. Hearing Li Fei's unwavering confidence, Ma Jinhua muttered a response before hanging up. Li Fei carefully stowed his phone, glanced towards the school, and then turned to head back to his rental apartment. Upon arriving, he retrieved his laptop from the technological library and summoned Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, modify the antivirus software for the company into an international version and release it online in half an hour. Also, remember to remind me when the time comes. Understood. Xiaoxi acknowledged. However, instead of immediately altering the source code, Xiaoxi blinked its bright eyes and gazed at Li Fei. Creator, I have two matters to discuss with you. Intrigued by Xiaoxi's assertion, Li Fei inquired, what do you wish to convey? The first matter is that several nations are conducting military exercises at the maritime boundaries of our homeland, instigated once again by the beautiful nation. The second matter is that the number of individuals downloading games has surged significantly. The spaces allocated on foreign servers are nearly half consumed. Upon hearing the first piece of news, a surge of anger welled up within Li Fei. When did these nations commence their military exercises? The exercises are scheduled for December 3rd. After a moment of silence following Xiaoxi's reply, a cold smile spread across Li Fei's face. Since you wish to stir trouble, allow me to add some fuel to the fire. Xiaoxi, ascertain which satellites they intend to utilize. Please hold on, Xiaoxi replied, promptly investigating after modifying the antivirus software. As it spoke, it waved a tiny hand, and the computer screen swiftly displayed several lines of source code. In the blink of an eye, the software was modified, and Xiaoxi vanished from the screen. Seizing the moment, Li Fei checked the domestic response, noting that aside from condemnation and negotiations, no other actions had yet been taken. In the past, when these nations provoked, our homeland had stood firm. He believed a response would soon follow. Chapter 66. Leaving a hidden hand, differentiating treatment. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiaoxi reappeared on the laptop, delivering updates. Creator, the investigation is complete. The satellites they will employ this time are provided by a new energy vehicle company. After relaying this information, Xiaoxi displayed the company's name and logo on the screen. Upon seeing the company's name, Li Fei felt no surprise, as they had launched numerous satellites into space, claiming to provide precise services for all high-performance vehicles. However, it was evident to discerning individuals that the vehicle company merely used this as a pretext, knowing that the beautiful nation would call upon the vehicle company's satellites. Li Fei wasted no time in preparing to execute his plan. However, before proceeding, he needed to call Ma Jinhua. Initially intending to wait half an hour, he reconsidered. If he became busy later, he might not have time. Hello, Director Ma. The antivirus software has been modified. What should we do next? Ma Jinhua's expression revealed surprise. He had not anticipated that Li Fei would complete it in just over 10 minutes. Is it truly finished so swiftly? There won't be any issues, will there? He queried skeptically. His doubt was understandable. After all, only 20 minutes had elapsed since he last contacted Li Fei. Director Ma, this task does not require much time. It simply involves modifying a few lines of code. I've already verified it. There will be no errors. If you are concerned, I can send it to you for testing. All right, I will provide you with a website. Please upload it there, and we will have our personnel conduct the verification. Once the test is approved, I will inform you immediately, and then it can be officially released. Exercising caution, Ma Jinhua requested that Li Fei send the antivirus software for testing. Following his instructions, Li Fei uploaded the software to the specified website, ended the call, and turned to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, once I have infiltrated the satellite ground control station of this company, promptly implant a data modification program. Understood? Understood, Xiaoxi replied. With Xiaoxi comprehending the task, Li Fei set his plan into motion. He intended to control the system for merely 1 second to evade detection. Within the beautiful nation's satellite ground control station, a few individuals casually monitored the satellite's operational trajectories. Once they confirmed everything appeared normal, they began to exchange banter. While seated behind them, Joss Robert, seemingly oblivious to their chatter, was engrossed in a phone call. As a senior executive dispatched by the company, He did not show displeasure as long as his subordinates did not stray too far from their posts. After all, they were technical personnel. Too strict an oversight would hinder their diligence. While Josh Robert conversed, he remained unaware that his phone had been compromised by a hacker, obliviously enjoying his conversation. According to company regulations, personal phones were prohibited in the satellite control station, but as a senior executive, he was exempt, unbeknownst to anyone. A segment of code silently infiltrated the control panel and swiftly concealed itself. After 30 minutes, Li Fei successfully infiltrated the vehicle company's satellite control station, controlling it for merely 1 second before decisively retreating. He then addressed Xiaoxi. How many satellites data can we modify when these nations begin their military exercises? He posed this question because he was uncertain about the nature of the program he had implanted. Xiaoxi blinked, tilting its head slightly as it replied. The program is currently dormant. On the day of their military exercises, any satellite passing over the maritime area will automatically have its data altered. Excellent work, Li Fei praised, giving a thumbs up. He had not anticipated that Xiaoxi would grow so astute after this period of continuous learning. When those nations conducted their military exercises, he anticipated a series of amusing incidents. Perhaps even a vessel or two would be sunk. Li Fei could envision the international ridicule that would ensue should a significant security incident occur during those nations' exercises. As he contemplated this, his phone rang. Hello, Director Ma. Have you completed the testing? Yes, it is done. You may release it now. We have already coordinated with representatives from those nations. In that case, I shall commence the release. Hearing that the testing was complete and contacts established, Li Fei responded affirmatively, hung up, and began the release process. Xiaoxi, please create a pricing list. For our friendly nations, charge 10 flower coins per computer. For those with average relations, 15. For poor relations, 30. And for the troublesome nation, 100. Then, integrate this into the antivirus program. Creator, the list has been prepared. Is there anything else Xiaoxi can assist you with? Upon hearing the words of Xiaoxi, Li Fei did not rush to respond. Instead, he scrutinized the price list displayed on his computer. After discerning no discrepancies, he addressed her, saying, "That will be all for now. I shall summon you when needed." With that, Xiaoxi waved her petite hand at Li Fei and departed from the laptop. Abroad, as Li Fei had just launched the antivirus software online, news stations in various countries urgently interrupted their broadcasts to announce that a solution had been discovered for the network virus, urging everyone to download it promptly. Initially, skepticism prevailed among the populace. However, as the first individual successfully downloaded the software and eradicated the virus from their computer, they promptly informed their friends, affirming the authenticity of the matter. Thus, word spread rapidly, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and soon the number of downloads surged. Yet, as the number of restored computers increased, some individuals conversing with friends and relatives in distant lands discovered discrepancies in the fees charged. Consequently, they inquired with acquaintances from other nations, only to receive varying responses. Those who paid more felt aggrieved and took to the internet to voice their frustrations, leading to a snowball effect as the number of reactions grew, yet responses remained elusive. Unable to find answers online, these individuals resorted to contacting their national authorities, complaining of the unfair treatment they had endured. After several hours of uproar, the higher-ups in these countries were compelled to reach out to the embassy of the Flower Nation, requesting clarification to quell the public unrest. However, the embassy staff claimed ignorance of the situation and stated they would need to make inquiries back home. Thus, the inquiry circled back to Ma Jinhua, who subsequently contacted Li Fei. Mr. Li, could you elucidate why the fee structures differ across countries? Upon hearing the inquiry, Li Fei immediately provided his explanation. Director Ma, relationships among individuals vary, and the same applies to nations. I trust you comprehend my meaning? Ma Jinhua, clearly understanding Li Fei's implication, pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Li, I grasp your point, but such a stance may incite animosity from many abroad, potentially impacting your company. While there may be some repercussions, I have no intentions of establishing a company in those countries. As for the enmity directed towards me, let them harbor their resentment. I remain unfazed. Li Fei replied with a smile, confident in his audacious actions. Chapter 67. Commencing military exercises. Since Li Fei expressed indifference, Ma Jinhua found no further comments necessary. Contemplating internally, he conveyed, I shall relay your sentiments to the higher-ups. I want to take up more of your time. Farewell. Very well, Director Ma. After concluding the call, Ma Jinhua promptly dialed another number to report the situation to his superiors. Upon receiving this information, several elders deliberated and subsequently entrusted the issue to the relevant department to issue an announcement. The message underwent extensive scrutiny by numerous departments, and once deemed free of issues. It was publicly disseminated online. Regarding the fee discrepancies for antivirus software abroad, the following announcement is made. Upon receiving feedback from multiple countries concerning the inconsistent charges of Fei's antivirus software, discussions with the company's representatives revealed that the variations stem from differing economic conditions across nations, leading to slight adjustments in pricing, rather than targeting any specific country. Once this news was released, it was swiftly circulated by foreign media, inciting widespread discontent among international audiences. This was particularly evident among the higher echelons of the Plaster Nation, who, upon reading the announcement, seethed with indignation. Their citizens were charged a staggering 100 yuan in flower currency for a single download, which was undeniably a blatant affront. Yet, despite this, they found themselves compelled to download the software. Failing to do so would mean complying with the shadowy perpetrator's demands to transfer funds to designated accounts. However, such an action would signal to the world that their nation had capitulated to the hacker organization, leaving them unable to hold their heads high in any future endeavors. Prime Minister, it is evident that this company from the Flower Nation is specifically targeting our country. We cannot let this go unchallenged. The speaker was a short, middle-aged man with small eyes, exuding an insidious demeanor, likely exacerbated by his fury. Since receiving the news, Mate Sijio Miaolong had maintained a sullen countenance. Upon hearing the man's words, he turned his gaze towards him and inquired, "What is your proposal? Please share it for everyone as consideration." Mao Shengyu glanced around the room, his small eyes darting conspiratorially before he spoke with a triumphant tone, "Given that the company dares to provoke our nation. Once the virus is eradicated, we shall hire individuals to tarnish their reputation online, claiming that they unleashed this virus." Another person, frowning at his suggestion, interjected, "While your proposal is feasible, it may prove challenging for our nation to achieve significant impact alone. I am well aware of that. However, let's not forget that we are not the only ones facing discrimination. We can certainly enlist a few allies to join our cause." Observing the interest piqued among his peers, Mao Shengyu proceeded to unveil his subsequent plans. Upon hearing his strategy, Mate Sijio Miaolong found it plausible and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure it remains discreet so as not to provide the Flower Nation with any incriminating evidence." With the matter settled, Mate Sijio Miaolong rose and exited the venue, followed closely by the others. Li Fei, having checked the servers and found no issues, turned to leave his rented accommodation and headed towards the university, blissfully unaware of the impending threats aimed at his company. Yet, even if he were informed, Li Fei would remain unconcerned. Should the adversaries provoke him, he possessed ample means to deal with them. Upon arriving at the Entrepreneurial Park office, he was greeted by his 4 colleagues, all of whom acknowledged him warmly. "Boss, hello." Li Fei returned their greetings and approached Qin Huilan, inquiring, "Sister Qin, have the financial reports for this month been completed?" "Indeed, they are ready. I shall retrieve them for you." Qin Huilan, upon hearing Li Fei's inquiry about the financial statements, picked up a folder from her desk and handed it to him. Li Fei accepted it, perusing the detailed records of income and expenditure. After a swift review, he returned the folder, stating, "Tomorrow is December 1st. You two must record today as earnings, recalibrate the totals, and ensure accuracy before submitting them to the tax bureau." Both Qin Huilan and Song Shirhan nodded in agreement, responding, "Boss, rest assured, we will verify the accounts meticulously." "Indeed, boss, you can trust us. We are proficient in this area and will ensure no errors arise." Hearing their reassurances, Li Fei merely smiled, choosing not to dwell on the topic. He had faith that the oversight of artificial intelligence would alert him promptly should any discrepancies occur. "Indeed, you should all go to the same bank to set up your salary cards. The company will deposit your wages into those accounts." "Very well, boss. We shall attend to it tomorrow." The 4 individuals in the office responded in unison. Time swiftly passed, and December 3rd arrived, the day when the beautiful nation took the lead in conducting naval exercises in the rising sea. That morning, Li Fei arrived at the shop. But unlike his usual routine of working alongside Robot One, he chose to sit before the computer, waiting. 20 nautical miles from the rising sea, aircraft carriers and warships were arrayed according to their respective factions. Anchored in the rising sea were 2 warships, their flags clearly indicating their allegiance to the Flower Nation. In the warship's control room, several personnel occasionally lifted their binoculars to observe, and one could not contain his irritation. "Captain, these foreigners are exceedingly arrogant, daring to flaunt their might at our country's borders. I long to fire a few shots at them." Zhang Xiaobin lowered his binoculars, harboring a flame of anger within. "I too wish to unleash fire upon this rabble, but as soldiers, we must await orders from above and merely monitor their movements." Anzai, Lao Zhang, Lao Su. Let us set aside this discussion for the moment and come over here. A communique has arrived from higher-ups. A middle-aged man, with an air of refinement and spectacles perched on his nose, entered holding a document, hastily calling the two of them over upon hearing their conversation. Gemishchenevtan. What news have the higher-ups delivered? Speak swiftly. Su Hui passed his binoculars to a nearby soldier, and before reaching Tandong Hai, he began to inquire. Take a look for yourself, then pass it to Lao Zhao. Su Hui quickly approached, received the document, and began to read. Upon finishing, excitement surged within him. I can't wait to see how the beautiful nation will react. They better not be hopping mad. Noticing Su Hui's exhilaration, Zhang Xiaobin took the document to read for himself. And a smile crept across his face as he absorbed the content. Just then, a soldier's voice drew their attention. Report, Captain, Commissioner, the military exercises are about to commence. The three men hurriedly moved to the observation window, taking the binoculars from the soldier to gaze forward. They observed helicopters that had previously been stationed on the deck rising into the sky, while fighter jets on the aircraft carrier prepared for takeoff. In the command room of the beautiful nation's aircraft carrier, a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 50s leisurely puffed on a cigar. He was Logan Ilex, the principal coordinator of the military exercise. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, and a person entered, saluting him. Sir, both sides are ready. May I inquire when we shall commence? Oh, since preparations are complete, let us begin, Logan Ilex responded, rising from his chair and moving toward the exit. Chapter 68. Retreat 50 nautical miles, lost in reflection. Logan Ilex arrived at the control room, first scanning the area with his binoculars before addressing a communications officer. Notify the fleets of other nations that the military exercise competition is about to begin. Proceed according to the original plan. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the command, the communications officer began calling over the communication channel. This is the Reagan, calling the Congo, Sejong, and Cannon. Please respond. Almost immediately, responses came flooding in. Received. After confirming their responses, the communications soldier turned to Logan Ilex, handing him the communicator and awaiting his orders. Logan Ilex took the communicator, cleared his throat, and issued the command. All units, please note, the exercise officially commences now. On the first day, as four nations undertook joint operations primarily aimed at striking distant maritime targets, they began firing upon those targets upon receiving Logan Ilex's orders. As their military exercise commenced, the program left by the artificial intelligence, Xiaoxi, quietly manipulated satellite data. Naturally, the alterations were subtle, and with deceptive concealment, the naval technicians of the beautiful nation at the ground satellite control station remained utterly oblivious. Li Fei observed the screen on his computer and realized that the nations were not engaging in military confrontation exercises. He instructed Xiaoxi, monitor this fleet of aircraft carriers. Inform me promptly if they commence their drills. Understood. Xiaoxi will notify the creator without delay. Li Fei approached a pile of components, watching Robot 1 assemble the robot's framework, and he crouched down to join in the effort. The naval exercises continued, with these warships deliberately moving toward the rising sea, diminishing the distance from 20 nautical miles to less than 10. Zhang Xiaobin and his companions took note of this, their brows furrowing as they observed the ships encroaching upon their territory. Lowering his binoculars, Zhang Xiaobin addressed a nearby communication soldier. Relay a message to those fleets. Inform them that they are about to enter our waters and must immediately turn back, or they will bear the consequences. The soldier, upon receiving Zhang Xiaobin's command, promptly picked up the communicator. This is the Flower Nation's waters. Vessels ahead. Please cease your advance immediately, or you will bear the consequences. He repeated this in English, shouting it 3 times, yet the fleets from those nations continued their slow advance. Report, Captain. Our warnings are ineffective. They persist in their course. Should we issue another reminder? Please advise. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobin exchanged glances with the others before picking up the communicator. Captain Lei, we have issued multiple warnings, yet they show no intention of halting. It seems we must adjust our artillery positions. No sooner had he spoken than a deep voice resonated from the communicator. Very well, we shall implement an alternative plan. Zhang Xiaobin placed the communicator down, took another internal communicator, and began issuing orders. Attention all departments, this is Captain Zhang Xiaobin. I now command you to adjust all artillery to the left forward position. With his command, all artillery on the warships turned toward the new angle, while another ship did the same. On a beautiful nation frigate, an observer, constantly vigilant of the Flower Nation's warships, immediately noted the change in artillery direction. Upon seeing the guns now aimed at their fleet, he promptly relayed the information upward. Report, Admiral David. The Flower Nation's artillery has adjusted its aim and is now directed at our fleet. In the control room of the frigate, David Brady's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of seriousness upon hearing this news. Soldier, keep a constant watch on their movements. Should they make any move, report immediately. Yes, sir, the observer replied, hanging up the communicator. David Brady first picked up the binoculars and made his way to an observation point nearby, gazing towards the rising sea. He discovered that the artillery of 2 warships from the Flower Nation had indeed adjusted their positions, and he promptly reported this finding to the aircraft carrier. Logan Ellis, stationed in the carrier's command room, occasionally lifted his binoculars to scan the target area. Report, sir, an officer announced. The frigate has transmitted an urgent message indicating unusual movements from the Flower Nation's 2 warships. Initially, Logan Ellis, who had been surveying the distance, dismissed the news, even disregarding the earlier warnings. How far are we from the border of the rising sea? A soldier examining the maritime map quickly responded to Logan Ellis's inquiry. Sir, we are currently less than 6 nautical miles away. Upon learning that only a small distance remained, Logan Ellis pondered for a moment before issuing the command to halt their advance. Notify all fleets to remain on standby. I will step out to assess the situation. With that, he strode towards the bridge exit. Upon reaching the flight deck, he raised his binoculars towards the rising sea and confirmed that the Flower Nation's warships were indeed aimed at their position. The fleets of other nations had been trailing the Beautiful Nation's carrier group, initially believing they could boldly assert themselves in the rising sea. However, to their astonishment, the Beautiful Nation's carrier group abruptly came to a halt, prompting them to receive the same alarming news, leading to a cascade of orders to cease navigation. The leaders of these nations, after issuing their commands, sent messages to Logan Ellis inquiring about the next steps. Please hold for a moment. I will consult with headquarters. Logan Ellis instructed them to wait while he prepared to report the situation to the Naval Command for further guidance. Upon receiving Logan Ellis's feedback, the Beautiful Nation's naval headquarters convened to deliberate. Some believed they should continue forward, positing that the Flower Nation's threats were mere bluster and that they would not dare fire upon their vessels. Others argued for prudence, warning that should they intrude into the Flower Nation's waters, the opposing forces would have every right to retaliate, and they would not hesitate to do so. After much debate, it was only when the naval minister, Anthony Josiah, spoke that the discord ceased. There is no need for further argument. This is merely a probe by the Reagan, and we must tread lightly to avoid provoking that nation. If we do, it is we who will suffer the consequences. Withdraw 50 nautical miles, he commanded. Some younger officers dismissed Anthony Josiah's caution, perceiving him as overly cautious due to his age. However, given his high rank, none dared to voice their dissent. Noticing the expressions of those present, Anthony Josiah shook his head and remarked, "Do not mistake my words for jest. It is one thing to skirt their boundaries with mere words, but once we encroach upon their limits, they will not hesitate to act with ferocity. If you doubt my counsel, consult the seasoned veterans. They will attest to the severity of such encounters." As he spoke, Anthony Josiah seemed lost in reflection, recalling his father's words from long ago about the war he participated in during the 1950s, where he faced the Flower Nation's troops who had left him in disarray. Chapter 69. A Turn of Events. Logan Ellis, though reluctant, received orders from the naval headquarters to withdraw the fleet 50 nautical miles. All fleets, retreat 50 nautical miles and conduct military exercises there, he commanded. The leaders of the Patchwork Nation, Pickled Vegetable Nation, and Coconut Nation were left bewildered, questioning whether they had misheard. Colonel Logan, did we not agree to advance and explore before departing? Why has the command changed? Sato Yutaka inquired through the communication channel. Logan Ellis, already vexed, felt his frustration boil over at Yutaka's tone. Sato Yutaka, are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? If you do not wish to retreat, you are free to advance. I assure you, no one will obstruct you, Logan Ellis retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Realizing his tone had been inappropriate, Yutaka quickly apologized. My apologies, Colonel Logan, that was not my intention. However, there must be a reason for your retreat. Otherwise, we cannot justify our actions to our superiors. As he spoke, the leaders of the Pickled Vegetable and Coconut Nations echoed his sentiments, expressing their inability to explain such a retreat to their nations. If we withdraw without explanation, it will only serve as fodder for ridicule, especially from the Flower Nation, who will think we fear them. Although Logan Ellis was displeased, he maintained his composure and provided an explanation. This is an order from our naval headquarters. We must refrain from encroaching upon that nation's boundaries. Upon hearing this clarification, the 3 leaders fell silent and began directing their fleets to retreat. Shuvi, observing the foreign vessels, first noted their halt and, as confusion set in, saw them retreating, muttering to himself, Why are these foreigners suddenly withdrawing? Though he spoke to himself, his voice was not low, and everyone in the control room could hear him. Zhang Xiaobin shook his head, joining the conversation. I am unsure what they are plotting, but we must remain vigilant in our observations to guard against a potential surprise attack. Meanwhile, Tan Donghai nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, despite their retreat, we cannot know what schemes they may be concocting behind the scenes. Han Dongxue remained silent, peering through her binoculars at the retreating fleets. She was the political commissar aboard the vessel. The next day, Li Fei sat before his computer, intently watching the live feed that revealed the four nations had divided into two groups. One fleet displayed the flags of three nations, while the other bore only one, indicating that the beautiful nation intended to confront them simultaneously. In the carrier's control room, a soldier hurried to Logan Alex, saluting and reporting, Sir, we have received word that they are prepared and inquiring if we are ready to commence the confrontation drill. Since they are ready, let us begin, Logan Alex replied languidly, his mind preoccupied with the desire to conclude the exercise and return to the Chongdao military base, indifferent to the eventual outcome of the drill. Following his consent, the soldier relayed the message, and the confrontation officially commenced. The initial assault was launched by the nations of Plaster, Pickle, and Coconut, while Beautiful Nation assumed a defensive posture. Although these three nations initiated the attack, the number of projectiles they fired was rather scant, allowing Beautiful Nation to effortlessly intercept and obliterate them mid-air. Thus, a series of exchanges unfolded over 3 rounds, during which both sides' operatives grew increasingly casual, and even the commanding officers relaxed their vigilance. Observing their actions from the Zonghai, Zhang Xiaobin lowered his binoculars and addressed Su Hui and the others. It appeared that after their retreat yesterday, these forces had not engaged in any further significant maneuvers, suggesting they had likely received orders. Otherwise, given their typical behavior, such compliance was improbable. Upon hearing Zhang's remarks, Han Dongxue nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, as they retreated yesterday, I pondered the situation. With the arrogant disposition of Beautiful Nation, they would not suddenly withdraw 50 nautical miles without some provocation first. As they engaged in discussion, the three nations commenced their 4th round of fire. Amidst the booming artillery, Sumira Ueda merely glanced at the unfolding events before shifting his gaze toward Zonghai, reflecting on the prior day's retreat. Unbeknownst to him, the projectiles launched in this round had already deviated from their intended trajectory. In Ueda's mind, he was convinced that their shells could never strike the vessels of Beautiful Nation. On the side of Beautiful Nation, as they spotted the incoming shells and prepared to fire upon them, a sudden realization struck. The projectiles were not following their expected path. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that most of the shells had strayed from their original course, barreling directly toward the aircraft carrier. Alarmed, the crew scrambled to intercept the incoming threat. A commander aboard a missile destroyer had just begun to issue orders to neutralize the incoming shells when, upon discerning the altered trajectory, his heart raced to his throat as he shouted urgently over the comms. Simultaneously, back in his office, Logan Ilex, having picked up an unfinished cigar from his desk, was about to indulge when the blaring alarms from the aircraft carrier abruptly interrupted his thoughts, inciting immediate irritation. Which wretched fool has triggered the alarm now? Can't I have a moment's peace? He muttered, placing the cigar back down and storming out. He assumed it was merely another case of soldier error igniting the alarm. The vessels accompanying the aircraft carrier swiftly activated all weaponry to target the airborne projectiles. Although their reaction was swift, the hasty nature of their response ensured that not all shells could be intercepted, leaving a portion of their firepower to contend with the remaining projectiles. Despite the defensive measures, over 20 shells slipped past their defenses, hurtling towards the flight deck of the carrier. The ships attempted further interceptions, but time was no ally. Inside the aircraft carrier's operations room, a frantic first officer shouted, Quickly! The shells are incoming! Retreat to the rear! A soldier, his face pale, reported, Sir, it's too late. The shells are upon us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony of explosions erupted, throwing personnel in the control room into disarray, with unprepared individuals being violently flung aside. Logan Ilex had just reached the control room's entrance when the deafening explosions echoed around him. The ship's violent shudders propelled him backward, sending him crashing to the floor, where he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 70, Counterattack. In the aftermath of the explosions, 6 aircraft on the flight deck were destroyed, with one plummeting into the sea. Ground crew members, who failed to evacuate in time, also suffered casualties. Mere moments after the explosions subsided, a group rushed onto the deck, confronted by the devastation and the anguished cries of the injured. Quickly, assist the wounded and assess the damage, commanded a white officer in a major's uniform. As he advanced to survey the pockmarked deck, his expression darkening at the sight of the burning wreckage. Within the control room, those who had been knocked to the ground were scrambling to their feet, some nursing injuries to their foreheads or bodies. The most unfortunate among them was Colonel Logan Ilex, who, having taken no protective measures, had struck his head on the floor upon falling and lapsed into unconsciousness. Medical personnel later assessed him and found he sustained no serious harm, and soldiers carried him back to his quarters. Li Fei, observing the live feed of Beautiful Nation's aircraft carrier being bombarded, wore a satisfied expression as he addressed the screen. Xiaoxi, restore the satellite data to normal and retract that segment of the program. Let us see how they handle this situation. Perhaps it will provide some entertainment. Upon receiving Li Fei's command, Xiaoxi extended her small hand, gently grasping the air beside her, and a segment of code materialized in her palm, which she tucked away before looking up. Creator, Xiaoxi has retrieved it and erased all traces from that location. Excellent work. However, we must leave behind a hint for Beautiful Nation, just a trace of the hackers who crafted the virus online. Let them pursue that lead. Be sure to disguise it well. Li Fei commended, recalling how he had recently sent antivirus software abroad, thwarting the efforts of those shadowy hackers, who would undoubtedly seek retribution against his company. Though he was unafraid of their retaliation, the incessant buzzing of bothersome flies could be quite vexing, prompting him to ensure that remnants of their presence lingered within the satellite control station of his elite operations. Xiaoxi, upon hearing this, casually conjured a series of intrusion traces in her hand, which she then blended together, giving them a gentle blow, causing them to vanish without a trace. The officers and crew aboard the ships, accompanying the aircraft carrier, watched in horror as the carrier was bombarded by shells, their anger boiling over. Convinced that the three nations had acted with malicious intent, commanders, without thorough consideration, hastily issued orders to return fire. Those damned bastards must have intentionally targeted the carrier. Lock onto them and strike hard. Yet, a few commanders pondered why the carrier's onboard interception systems had not engaged to neutralize the incoming shells. Had Li Fei been privy to this line of thought, he would have benevolently informed them. Without my authorization, the defensive weapons and systems aboard the carrier cannot be activated. However, such revelations would not come to pass, leaving the questioning commanders to suppress their doubts and instead command their soldiers to open fire. On the other side, in the realms of the South Kingdom, Kimchi Kingdom, and Coconut Kingdom, the soldiers, upon witnessing their own artillery shells obliterating the aircraft carrier of the Beautiful Nation, initially felt a wave of bewilderment wash over them, which soon morphed into sheer terror. Just as they were poised to relay this alarming news to their supreme commander, a piercing alarm blared from the ship. Warning, warning. Our fleet has been locked onto by enemy fire control radar. Immediate countermeasures are required, came the urgent report. Sir, the fire control radar of the Beautiful Nation has locked onto our vessels. A voice articulated, only to be interrupted by another, laced with anxiety and fear. This is bad. The Beautiful Nation has launched missiles. Quickly, deploy countermeasures and initiate evasive actions. Contact the command of the Beautiful Nation and inform them that this is all a misunderstanding. The faces of those aboard the locked vessels turned ashen, drained of color. A few individuals, unable to contain their fear, soiled themselves, their dread manifesting in a most unfortunate manner. However, before they could establish communication with the Beautiful Nation's commander, shells and missiles rained down from the heavens, targeting their ships. Despite the valiant efforts of the three nations to intercept the majority of the projectiles, several missiles still found their mark, cascading down like torrential raindrops, resulting in violent explosions. In an instant, 3 vessels were struck at their armories, culminating in catastrophic blasts that shattered them into fragments. Moreover, 5 additional ships were left teetering on the brink of destruction. A single further bombardment would surely send them to the depths of the ocean. Other vessels sustained varying degrees of damage, with only a handful escaping unscathed. The Coconut Kingdom bore the brunt of the losses, with 2 of the 3 destroyed ships belonging to them and 3 more severely damaged. It could be said that aside from the command vessel, which miraculously evaded calamity, the rest were severely afflicted. The Kimchi Kingdom suffered the destruction of 1 ship and severe damage to another, with 6 vessels experiencing moderate to light damage. The South Kingdom incurred the lightest losses, with only 1 ship heavily damaged and 5 others sustaining varying degrees of harm. This was not due to their fortune, but rather because all their warships were equipped with a simplified defensive system from the Beautiful Nation, complemented by their own developments, thereby minimizing their losses. Zamura Ueda, looking disheveled, rose to his feet and shouted to a nearby soldier, Quickly contact Colonel Logan of the opposing side and inform him that this is all a misunderstanding. We must halt the assault. After the soldier departed to establish contact, he issued another command. Immediately get in touch with the Myoko. We need to ascertain their current situation. If conditions are dire, commence personnel evacuation at once. Sir Ueda, following the issuance of two commands, Zamura Ueda seized the long-wave communicator to report the unfolding events to his superiors, his apprehension of a renewed attack by the beautiful nation palpable. Meanwhile, the beautiful nation, observing the minor damage inflicted upon the enemy's fleet, contemplated launching another round of strikes. However, their control panels were entirely remote-locked, rendering them incapable of manipulation. It turned out that the minister of the naval headquarters of the beautiful nation, witnessing the carrier under siege via real-time footage, had refrained from intervening when he saw the accompanying fleet retaliate. Yet, upon realizing that the soldiers intended to initiate a second wave of attacks, he swiftly ordered the temporary lockdown of the warship's control systems and urgently instructed communications with the carrier's captain to inquire about the situation and the failure to activate the defensive systems. Before long, the first officer aboard the carrier, named Luxalea, received a call from headquarters. He meticulously relayed the events. Sir, this is how the situation unfolded. As for why the defensive systems on the carrier were not activated, that remains to be investigated. Luxalea, to this day, could not fathom where the problem lay. They had conducted thorough inspections prior to the military exercise, and all equipment had shown no signs of malfunction. Yet, when the barrage of shells had commenced, all systems had remained unresponsive, as if manipulated remotely. Chapter 71, Discussion. Anthony Josiah, upon hearing such an explanation, could not help but furrow his brow. He glanced at the newly received report, which indicated that the aircraft carrier had never activated its defensive systems and had remained in a dormant state. The data I have received indicates that your carrier has not activated its defensive systems. How do you intend to explain this? Upon hearing such words from the receiver, Luxalea's expression turned bewildered, his mind swirling with questions, momentarily lost for words. After a brief pause, he emerged from his stupor and fervently assured, Sir, should there be a single falsehood in my previous statements, I am prepared to face a military tribunal. The audacity of Luxalea's declaration indicated that he could not be lying in this regard. Should it be discovered that he was indeed deceitful, the consequences would extend far beyond a court-martial. Anthony Josiah felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This matter was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared on the surface, and he sensed the lingering presence of a conspiracy. I will ensure this matter is investigated thoroughly. You are to report the damage sustained by the aircraft carrier and bring it back for repairs. Sir, if I return the carrier, will the Salve Kingdom not seize this opportunity to create chaos? Luxalea's face reflected hesitation as he voiced his concerns. He was acutely aware that the populace of this nation had long desired to expel them, holding annual protests to that end. Lieutenant Colonel Luxalea, proceed to bring the carrier back. We will dispatch another fleet to provide protection in the interim. I trust the higher echelons of the Salve Kingdom will not allow such turmoil to transpire. The repercussions would be beyond their capacity to endure. As Anthony Josiah spoke, confidence radiated from his countenance, intermingled with contempt for the Salve Kingdom. He was intimately familiar with the character of the people from that nation. They would never dare challenge the authority of the beautiful nation until they possessed sufficient strength. On board the warships of the Flower Country, all officers and soldiers gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, many so captivated that they dropped the items they held, oblivious to their actions. Su Hui prodded Zhang Xiaobin beside him. Incredulous, old Zhang, could it be that these nations are merely staging a performance to lull us into complacency? That is inconceivable. Only a madman would incur such substantial losses merely to stage a play for our benefit. The cost is simply too great, Zhang Xiaobin replied, regaining his senses and shaking his head in denial of that notion. Han Dongxue, being more perceptive as a woman, discerned unusual patterns from the earlier observations. While the initial rounds of attacks seemed consistent, there was a slight deviation from the intended trajectory. At first, Han Dongxue noted this anomaly and assumed it was part of the planned military exercise, not giving it much thought. However, when the fifth round veered most drastically, striking the aircraft carrier of the beautiful nation, she realized the underlying strangeness. The bombing of the American aircraft carrier may not have been merely a coincidence. The ballistic trajectories fired by the nations exhibited subtle discrepancies. The personnel within the control room were momentarily taken aback by Han Dongxue's statement, their gazes drawn towards her, eagerly awaiting her to elaborate further. Observing their reaction, Han Dongxue refrained from unnecessary embellishments, instead seizing a piece of paper and a pen from the table. Captain Zhang, Could you and your team come over here? I would like to illustrate the variations in the trajectories of the munitions during the exercises conducted by these nations. It will clarify matters for everyone, she proposed. Just as Captain Zhang Xiaobin and his colleagues gathered around, the voice of a communications soldier interjected. Report to the captain. Captain Lei wishes to speak with you regarding an urgent matter. At this, Zhang Xiaobin halted his advance and turned to Su Hui and the others. You carry on with the discussion. I need to see what old Lei wants. Without waiting for a reply, he made his way towards the soldier. Taking the communicator, Zhang shouted across. Old Lei, what is the matter? Should you be watching this spectacle at this hour? Ah, it's merely a dog-eat-dog scenario. There is nothing particularly riveting about it. I do need to discuss something with you, though. If those foreigners send us a distress signal, should we render assistance or refrain? There are orders from above. If we receive them, we will proceed. Otherwise, we remain on standby. Moreover, they have only recently provoked us, and with so many intact vessels, they shouldn't be so audacious. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobin's words, Lei Daong disagreed, asserting that the South Korean's audacity was quite formidable, as they regarded their reputation as inconsequential. Yet, considering that it was an exercise zone, even if a distress signal were received, they would not respond without orders from superiors. Humanitarian reasons would only justify intervention if both fleets were annihilated. Very well, then. I shall continue monitoring the situation and won't keep you any longer, Lei said. I also need to hear Vice Commissioner Han's analysis. Just as he was about to end the communication, he hastily inquired, Old Zhang, wait a moment. What are you analyzing over there? Can you share with me? Of course. We are examining the ballistic data from the exercises conducted by the beautiful countries. Vice Commissioner Han has observed some irregularities. She mentioned that the trajectories of several nations consistently exhibit varying changes. Upon hearing Lei Daong's interest, Zhang Xiaobin conveyed Han Dongshue's findings. As Lei Daong reflected on this, he recalled the peculiarities he had witnessed earlier. He remembered mocking the capabilities of these nations, criticizing their apparent lack of diligence in adjusting their firing angles before commencing exercises, an exceedingly casual approach. This realization sparked self-reproach within him. He had been too careless to notice such an evident issue. Thank you, Old Zhang. I shall analyze the situation further. Once this duty concludes, I shall treat you all. He offered. No need for thanks. That would imply a certain distance between us. However, if you are indeed treating, I shall not refuse, Zhang replied with a chuckle, shaking his head as he returned to Su Hui and the others. Meanwhile, in the Republic of Korea, Mate Siju Miaolang, upon receiving reports from below, smashed his favored teacup against the ground, his face contorted in shock and anger. He was unsettled by the news that his country's fleet had bombed the beloved American aircraft carrier, while simultaneously infuriated that the soldiers of his patron had fired upon his nation's fleet without offering an explanation, resulting in significant losses and casualties. After venting his frustration, a look of despondency washed over his face as he slumped into the chair behind him. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Masao Yuichi observed that no one else seemed inclined to speak, he reluctantly interjected, Prime Minister, this incident cannot remain concealed for long. The domestic populace will inevitably discover the truth. If mishandled, it could lead to protests, possibly even assaults on American military bases. What justification can we concoct to suppress this issue? Chapter 72, Reactions from All Sides. Upon hearing Yuichi's words, Mate Siju Miaolang felt an inexplicable surge of agitation, his countenance darkening as he surveyed the others. What should we do about this? Let us devise a strategy to persuade the United States to forego pursuing accountability against our nation. The attendees exchanged glances, and one elderly balding man rose from his seat, bowing slightly before addressing the group. Esteemed colleagues, I have just revisited the footage of the military exercises and made a significant discovery. There are issues with the satellite data provided by the Americans. Please observe these images. Hashimoto Miki said as he projected 5 shooting scenarios onto the conference room screen, prompting the attendees to scrutinize the visuals. After a moment of contemplation, only a few among them grasped the changes depicted, their expressions shifting to that of profound distress, graver than if they had just lost a parent. However, others, such as Yoshida Jun, found themselves utterly bewildered, being mere politicians unversed in such matters. Miki, with these 5 images presented, few here can comprehend their significance. Please articulate it plainly, Yoshida urged. Acknowledging the truth in Yoshida's observation, Hashimoto cleared his throat and continued, Esteemed colleagues, if you examine the trajectories from the 1st to the 5th images, you will notice subtle variances. Notably, in the 5th image, all gun positions differ, Yet 1 second before the munitions were launched, their directions inexplicably shifted. At this juncture, Yoshida clicked on his computer, transitioning to a video segment that began to play. The attendees ceased their inquiries, instead focusing intently on the screen. Just as confusion settled upon them, they witnessed the artillery on the vessels shift positions, only to revert once the projectiles had been fired. The sight left all present in the conference room astounded. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, disbelief would have ensued. Mate Sijio Miaolang felt his forehead throb with indignation as he slammed his hand on the table, startling the others who turned their gazes towards him. Baka, Yoshida Yun, as the head of the defense forces, if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, you might as well return home to farm. This position does not accommodate incompetence. Observing the fury radiating from Mate Sijio Miaolang, Yoshida Jun felt as if he were trampled by 1,000 enraged beasts, a curse nearly escaping his lips. However, realizing that such an outburst would lead to dire consequences, he suppressed his frustration, voicing his suspicion instead. Prime Minister, considering the significant incident during the exercise and the bizarre scene in the footage, I suspect we may have fallen victim to a cyber intrusion. Upon hearing Yoshida Toshi's explanation, Asu Yuichi posed a pivotal question. Could it be that none aboard the vessel had discerned even the slightest issue during that period? Or had they simply chosen to overlook it? Although Yoshida Toshi deemed the inquiry somewhat superfluous, the multitude of gazes fixated upon him compelled him to respond with patience. This question had already been directed to Samura Ueda, who asserted that prior to the incident, no one had perceived any problems. Otherwise, such a catastrophic event would not have transpired. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Had any issues been detected, such a disaster would have been averted. At that moment, Yumizu Hisamitsu's agitation subsided somewhat as he surveyed the room, his voice low and grave. While we have made some progress, the general populace remains oblivious. There exists a significant possibility they may mistakenly believe that a conflict has erupted among several nations, which would inevitably lead to widespread protests and demonstrations. Kudo Miaozi, your task is to reassure the citizens. Furthermore, the beautiful nation launched an attack on our 3 countries without seeking clarification. We must demand a reasonable explanation from them. Asu Yuichi, you are responsible for contacting the Pickle Nation and the Coconut Nation, while I will reach out to the beautiful nation to hear their account. Meeting adjourned. The attendees, upon hearing the conclusion, rose from their seats, bowing respectfully in response. Only after Yumizu Hisamitsu departed did they follow suit. Discussions ensued among the other 2 nations, particularly within the upper echelons of the Coconut Nation, where officials nearly succumbed to tears in the restroom, their already fragile resources further devastated by this calamity. They harbored intentions to seek reparations from the beautiful nation, yet their calls went unanswered, leaving them rebuffed at the threshold. In the White House of the beautiful nation, an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair listened intently as a report was delivered. Regardless of the rationale, since they initiated the attack on our nation's aircraft carrier, these 3 nations must be held accountable for reparations. There is nothing more to discuss. Once the damage report is compiled, ensure I receive a copy, as this matter warrants public condemnation on Twitter. President Chuan Jangwo, having heard Anthony Josiah's briefing, firmly established the tone of the situation, disregarding any notions of right or wrong, and added with habitual flair, the first course of action is always to post on Twitter. Anthony Josiah simply nodded silently, accustomed to the president's modus operandi, and returned to his seat. At that moment, the head of intelligence, Hunter Jeremiah, rose from his chair, approached Chuan Jangwo, and placed a document before him, his demeanor grave. Mr. President, we have uncovered a significant lead from the satellite control room of the Special Operations Company. The controllers have been hacked. Chuan Jangwo furrowed his brow, picking up the document to skim its contents before responding. Since you have identified a lead, apprehend these nefarious individuals and incarcerate them for life. Hunter Jeremiah, upon hearing this, suppressed an internal sigh of exasperation, masking his emotions, and continued to explain. We have only obtained a preliminary lead. It may take some time to pinpoint their exact location. How long will it take to find them? Please provide a specific time frame. As he spoke, Chuan Jangwo prepared to photograph the document for his next Twitter post. Observing this, Hunter Jeremiah's lips twitched involuntarily, and he quickly interjected. Mr. President, this document must not be disseminated yet. Doing so could alert the perpetrators, making it increasingly difficult to capture that group of hackers. Faced with this obstruction, Chuan Jangwo pouted, placing his phone back on the table and glancing at the time, noting that mealtime was fast approaching. Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I shall proceed to lunch. The individuals present upon hearing this, were seized by the urge to confront him physically, their thoughts rife with incredulity. At such a critical juncture, he still prioritized his meal, showing no concern for the wounded soldiers, content to merely post a tweet. Noticing their silence, Chuan Zhangwo gathered his personal belongings and turned to exit. Hunter Jeremiah and the others exchanged glances, then uniformly shook their heads, departing in unison. Chapter 73. Reparations and Retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobin and his colleagues gazed through their binoculars at the beautiful nation's aircraft carrier, escorted by destroyers and cruisers as it sailed into the distance. Meanwhile, the personnel aboard the vessels of the three remaining nations busied themselves with extinguishing fires and rescuing individuals, creating a scene of frenetic activity. Alas, why do we not manage to sink several vessels of the adhesive nation? It is truly a missed opportunity. We observed that only one ship from the adhesive nation had sustained severe damage, with no indication of sinking, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Just as Su Hui succumbed to disappointment, Samura Ueda, aboard the Congo, roared into his communicator. Mayoko, I now command you to evacuate to other vessels immediately. Prioritize your lives. The rationale behind this command stemmed from the Mayoko's ability to withstand the beautiful nation's firepower, yet it had sustained a missile strike that breached the munitions storage area, posing an imminent explosion risk. Upon receiving the order, the Mayoko's commander stood on deck, casting a reluctant glance back. He had spent 7 years aboard, forming a profound attachment. Yet, for the sake of his life, he had to resolve to abandon ship. As he reached out to caress the turret before him, he turned to board another vessel. But had scarcely taken a few steps when a deafening roar erupted nearby. He felt a searing wave of heat wash over him, and before he could utter a cry, he was consumed by a torrent of flames. With the explosion of the Mayoko, the vessel to its front left also suffered severe repercussions, encountering unfortunate circumstances. Although it did not sink outright, a gaping hole had opened beneath the hull, rendering it impossible to stanch the flow of water by human effort alone. Sinking was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing the detonation, Samura Ueda's body involuntarily shuddered, and he shoved aside those nearby, racing toward the deck. Upon reaching the deck and gazing toward the Mayoko's location, he beheld a raging inferno, with fireballs plummeting into the sea and accompanied by anguished cries. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Samura Ueda collapsed onto the deck, fully aware that his future was bleak, likely to be spent behind bars for the rest of his life. The commander of the Pickle Nation's fleet, Choi Sung-hee, had just endured a severe reprimand from his superior, feeling deeply aggrieved. Yet he could not voice his grievances and could only bear the burden in silence. As Choi Sung-hee commanded the crew on the ship to rescue the soldiers who had fallen into the sea, a sudden explosion echoed through the waters, startling him. At first, he feared that a vessel from his own country had met with disaster, causing his heart to plummet with dread. Hastily, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon discerning the scene, he realized that it was the ships from the Patch country that had erupted in flames. In that moment, his previously dismal mood lifted considerably, even bringing a faint smile to his face. The representative from Coconut Country, with tears streaming down his face, gazed at the 3 vessels that had vanished beneath the waves, then glanced at the other damaged ships, feeling a surge of regret for having participated in this military exercise. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. His country had incurred immense losses during this exercise, with more than half of their hard-earned assets dissipating into thin air. As Babbage sighed in despair, the sound of a violent explosion drew his attention. He instinctively turned to witness the ships from Patch country engulfed in flames, one of which was slowly sinking beneath the waves. At this sight, his sorrowful expression transformed into laughter, with a comical bubble of mucus forming at his nose, rendering the scene quite absurd. On the Jiangxi side, Zhang Xiaobin and his companions, upon hearing the explosion, quickly seized their binoculars to look. They then turned back to Su Hui with peculiar expressions. Well, old Su, your words truly carry weight. How about another scathing remark? Dandonggai remarked, playfully patting Zhang Xiaobin's shoulder, a rare smile gracing his typically stern face. I didn't say anything. Don't misinterpret. Su Hui protested, shaking his head vigorously in denial, as if trying to dispel the accusation. He certainly did not wish to shoulder that blame. Otherwise, the moniker of Crow's mouth might haunt him for life, an epithet he would find impossible to shake off. Seeing Su Hui's reaction, the personnel in the control room first paused in surprise, then erupted in laughter. The 4 nations involved in the exercise had experienced a significant security incident, sparking international discourse. Meanwhile, the beautiful country, during a press conference, unveiled a damage report claiming that, following expert evaluation, the total cost had reached 23 $7 billion US, and that this sum should be compensated by the Paksh, Kimchi, and coconut countries. Such a declaration incited vehement protests from the journalists of the three nations. However, Chuan Zhangwo paid them no heed, gathering his belongings and departing. The leaders of the three countries, upon receiving this news, were nearly apoplectic. They were still grappling with their own losses and had yet to seek compensation from beautiful country, only to be confronted with this unexpected turn of events. Consequently, each of the three nations issued statements asserting that they too were victims, claiming that it was the military personnel of beautiful country who had initiated the aggression and that the satellites employed were provided by them, thus rendering beautiful country liable for compensation. Thus ensued a cacophony of blame, with each side casting accusations at the other, and the citizens of the four nations engaged in mutual reproaches. After 2 days of investigation, a dossier landed in the hands of Hunter Jeremiah. Upon reviewing the contents, he narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Blake, this matter is now in your hands. If these hackers resist or attempt to flee, do not hesitate to use lethal force. Understood, Commander. Blake Rosen acknowledged with a salute before turning to depart. Of late, Alex Jason had been in a foul mood. He had initially believed that by leveraging a mutated worm virus to extort countries worldwide, he could amass a fortune and enjoy a life free of worries. However, an unexpected disruptor had emerged, rendering his years of effort fruitless and allowing others to reap the benefits. Having suffered such a significant setback, he was determined not to let it go unpunished and attempted to crack the antivirus software. Yet, despite their collective efforts, deciphering the software's code proved insurmountable, as they could not comprehend its complexities. While plotting their revenge against Feiyu Book Company, they suddenly realized they were under surveillance, raising their alertness. As seasoned veterans, they instinctively abandoned their old hideout without needing to be reminded. Relocating to a pre-prepared sanctuary, Alex Jason rested for a day. The following morning, he ventured out to procure some food. On his return journey, he sensed he was being followed by a stranger. He quickly squatted down to feign tying his shoelaces, using the moment to glance backward. Upon recognizing the pursuer's identity, Alex Jason was taken aback, realizing that this individual was an agent of the Intelligence Bureau. Aware of his potential exposure, he swiftly altered his course, darting into a nearby shopping mall. Chapter 74. Heading to school for the competition. Inside the mall, Alex Jason adeptly navigated the labyrinthine aisles, soon shaking off his pursuer. He purchased a new outfit, a razor, and a wig, discarding his phone into a trash bin. After shaving his face clean in the restroom and donning the wig, he managed to exit the mall undetected. He hailed a taxi, switching vehicles 3 times along the way, ultimately boarding a bus to leave the city. Initially, as the nations blamed one another online and in the news, Li Fei found it somewhat intriguing to keep track of the developments. However, as the competition date approached, he found himself too preoccupied to continue following the saga. As for the group of hackers, although 2 had narrowly escaped, they posed no threat to him. If they dared resurface, he could easily ensure their capture. The next morning, Li Fei emerged from the shop accompanied by 5 robots. The sight of the robots on the streets immediately drew the attention of passers-by, who regarded them with curiosity. Zhu Yikong, a videographer, had recently overheard a friend mention attending a competition at his alma mater, Yuqing University. With no recent filming subjects, he decided to tag along for inspiration. Initially, Zhu Yikong was supposed to go to the school with his friend, but halfway there, his companion received a phone call that required them to part ways. Thus, he found himself wandering the streets, where he spotted Li Fei and the robots exiting the shop. He stopped to capture the moment on his phone. Li Fei secured the shop door and turned to see a circle of onlookers, some of whom were recording. With a hint of exasperation, he smiled and said, "Could everyone please make way? I need to bring these robots to the competition. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Upon hearing Li Fei's request, though their curiosity remained unquenched, the crowd parted to allow him passage. "Thank you all." Li Fei expressed his gratitude and was about to lead the robots toward the school when someone suddenly stepped forward to call out to him. "Oh, my friend, where are you headed for the competition? Is it at Yuqing University?" The speaker was Zhu Yikong, who, noticing Li Fei's youthful appearance, surmised that he must be a university student, hence his inquiry. Li Fei turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and discovered a man in his 20s, beaming with a smile and capturing moments on his phone. "Indeed, may I ask who you are?" Although Li Fei was unfamiliar with this individual, he nodded in acknowledgement and returned the question. Zhu Yikong, having received the desired response, beamed even brighter and swiftly extended a hand for self-introduction. "Hello, my name is Zhu Yikong, a video enthusiast. Today, I am accompanying friends to observe the competition at your university. Hello, I am Li Fei. Since you're also heading to the university, let us go together. Li Fei shook Zhu Yikong's hand, shared his name, and agreed to accompany him. Noticing that the crowd was beginning to gather, Li Fei promptly instructed the 5 robots, "Let us set forth, destination Yuqing University." Understood. The robots chorused in unison. Their voices now devoid of the mechanical tone they once had, a modification Li Fei had made, considering that not everyone appreciated such sounds. As they walked for a while, Zhu Yikong, observing each robot carrying a box, could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Hey, brother, why are these robots carrying boxes?" Li Fei glanced at the boxes in the robot's hands and casually replied, "They contain chargers. Once we arrive at the university, they will need to recharge." Zhu Yikong appeared momentarily taken aback by this revelation before nodding thoughtfully. How long can these robots operate on a single charge? They can function for 2 hours under continuous use, Li Fei divulged without reservation, as he understood that should anyone inquire later during the competition, he would be forthcoming. Informing Zhu Yikong was merely to keep him in the loop, without any implications. The sight of 5 robots traversing the streets piqued the curiosity of many passers-by, who paused to observe. Some even approached for photos, while a few inquired about the price, only to be met with Li Fei's firm not for sale. Upon reaching the university's entrance, Zhu Yikong received a call from a friend, necessitating a farewell. "Brother, you go ahead. My friend needs my attention, and I cannot accompany you inside." Zhu Yikong's expression was tinged with regret as he spoke. "All right, I shall head in first." Li Fei nodded in acknowledgement, leading the robots towards the sports field. Upon arrival at the sports field, where many were busily engaged, Li Fei wasted no time locating his designated spot as per the information on his phone. The presence of the robots instantly drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who halted their activities to gaze in Li Fei's direction. "Wow, these robots are so cool. Does anyone know who that person is?" Puffed. "They're just robots controlled by a computer. Nothing extraordinary. These humanoid robots are quite agile, and they follow him without any visible control." The competitors in the sports field began to murmur amongst themselves. Although Li Fei overheard their discussions, he paid them no heed, focusing instead on his own tasks. "You all shall immediately enter charging mode to ensure your power remains adequately charged." A nearby team, hearing Li Fei's command, exchanged bewildered glances, regarding him as a source of amusement. They firmly believed that these robots could not possibly execute such an instruction without a computer. Just as one individual prepared to mock him, he was taken aback by a remarkable sight. All the robots placed their boxes on the ground, opened them, and retrieved 2 plugs, one connected to a prearranged power strip, while the other plugged into themselves. After completing this sequence, the robots stood up from the ground. "Wow, these robots can indeed charge themselves without any computer control," exclaimed the would-be mocker, astonished. "Don't be so dramatic. Haven't you noticed yes, just one person with robots? There must be someone else controlling them from behind," countered another, casting a dismissive glance. Li Fei, overhearing their exchange, merely smiled, not feeling compelled to defend himself. Their opinions were of no consequence to him, since he had brought only 5 robots and a laptop. Devoid of any superfluous items, he settled into his position, observing the bustling activity around him. Chapter 75. The competition begins. Li Fei glanced around, waiting for approximately an hour. At precisely 9 o'clock, a man and woman ascended to the stage at the center of the sports field. "Attention all competitors, the contest is about to commence. Those who are not yet prepared or have not arrived should hurry," the male host urged from the stage, surveying the audience. After 5 minutes, the 2 hosts exchanged nods and simultaneously took the microphone. "Hello, everyone. Today marks our university's annual competition. Please welcome our principal to the stage for a few words." As they concluded, a silver-haired elder strode forward, the principal of Yuqing University, Niu Ziyu. Accepting the microphone from the female host, he smiled and stepped forward, surveying the crowd before speaking. "Aha, I trust you would rather not listen to this old man ramble on, so I shall be brief. First, I wish you all the best in achieving commendable results in this competition. Secondly, each year, the university invites a select group of spectators, should your designs capture their interest. You may receive a substantial investment. I shall conclude my remarks here and not delay your competition any further." Having delivered his speech, Niu Ziyu returned the microphone to the female host and turned to exit the stage without any hesitation. Before the competition commenced, the rules for participation were explained. The selection would now be randomized. When your team name or individual name appears on the screen, we will call out 3 times. If, after 3 calls, no one ascends the stage, your spot in the competition will be forfeited. With that, the competition officially began, and the audience was directed to the large screen. The two hosts on stage exchanged words, briefly outlining the competition rules before declaring the event officially commenced. All contestants turned their gazes towards the grand screen behind them, eager to be the first to present their creations. Under the collective scrutiny, a team named Ming Yang appeared on the screen. The male host, glancing at the name, raised his microphone and announced, "We invite the members of the Ming Yang team to come forward and present their work." As his words resonated, a member of the team approached the stage, cradling an elongated object, while two others followed, carrying a transparent plastic water tank filled with murky water. The frontmost individual carefully set down the object, and, at that moment, the female host extended a microphone towards him, inquiring, "Could you please introduce yourself?" "Hello, everyone. My name is Hu Guang, and I'm a third-year student. I am here today to participate in this competition, hoping to earn your support." "Thank you." After completing his introduction, Hu Guang passed the microphone to his two companions. Once they finished their introductions, the male host approached the water tank and asked the trio, "What prompted you to bring a water tank filled with wastewater? Could you elucidate this for us?" Upon hearing the host's question, Hu Guang and his companions exchanged glances, a hint of pride illuminating their faces. Hu Guang took the microphone and explained, "The reason for bringing the water tank is to test this household wastewater treatment device, allowing everyone to witness its efficacy." Intrigued by his statement, the hosts leaned in, and the female host, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Is that the treatment device beside you? It seems quite small. How much wastewater can it process in a day?" "Indeed, do not be deceived by its size. It can treat 50 pounds of wastewater within half an hour." The hosts initially intended for them to demonstrate the device, but upon learning it required half an hour, they had to abandon that notion. "Regrettably, we were hoping to have you showcase it on stage, but the time required is too lengthy. Therefore, you will need to conduct your operations below and present the results later." How does that sound? Understanding the implications of the host's words, Hu Guang and his team realized they could not have the audience waiting in suspense for half an hour just for a single outcome. So they proceeded to carry their equipment off the stage. Once they descended, the host received a message through their earpieces, realizing they had overlooked a critical detail. They quickly addressed the participants, saying, "To all competitors, if your creations are too heavy or time-consuming, there is no need to bring them on stage to avoid any safety hazards. Rest assured, there will be an opportunity for you to showcase your work after the competition concludes." Following this announcement, the screen displayed the next team's name, and thus, 2 hours passed. During this time, only one team's project secured investment from a company. As Li Fei answered a call, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Instinctively, he looked up and saw the host, hastily informing the caller, "Mom, they just called my name. I'll have to end our conversation here." "All right, I'll hang up now. Go ahead and compete, and good luck." Hearing her son's words and recognizing someone on the phone calling his name, Chu Hongmei replied encouragingly, urging him to do his best. Before Li Fei could respond, the call was already disconnected. He shook his head, somewhat helplessly, and instructed the 5 robots, "Come with me." "Yes." The 5 robots, previously in standby mode, responded in unison and followed closely behind him toward the central stage. As he ascended, the audience and contestants turned their attention towards him, specifically to the 5 robots trailing behind. The two hosts instinctively took a couple of steps back upon seeing the robots. Noticing their reaction, Li Fei looked at them with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Realizing their oversight, the hosts quickly regained their composure, embarrassment washing over their faces. The male host, recovering swiftly, grabbed a microphone from the nearby stand and approached Li Fei. "Iapulujiza, Li Fei. I was momentarily taken aback by your robots, which is why I stepped back. Many films depict robots gaining consciousness and attempting to control or eradicate humans, particularly humanoid robots, which account for the majority of such narratives. However, he refrained from divulging his own fears stemming from an overindulgence in these films, fearing it might tarnish his image. The female host shared a similar sentiment, as it was unlikely for any young person to have evaded such cinematic experiences. "Li Fei, could you describe to everyone what type of robot this is?" The male host quickly diverted from the earlier awkwardness, inquiring about the robot's functions and signaling the female host to join him. Understanding the subtle cue, Li Fei chuckled but chose to let it go, instead launching into an explanation of the robot. This robot belongs to the category of domestic service, designed to assist with the care of elderly individuals and children within a household. As he spoke, murmurs began to ripple through the audience, with several individuals raising their hands, evidently eager to pose questions. Chapter 76, Experience. The two hosts had intended to ask further questions, but upon noticing the audience's raised hands, they abandoned that plan. The female host turned to Li Fei with a smile, asking Li Fei, there are individuals in the audience wishing to ask questions. Would you like to respond to them? Of course, as long as I can answer, I will certainly provide honest responses. Li Fei nodded in agreement, preemptively stating that he wished to avoid any irrelevant inquiries. Once he granted his consent, the female host randomly selected one of the audience members who had raised their hand. Ding Jianhui, upon being chosen, accepted the microphone from the staff and began his inquiry. May I ask, is this robot controlled manually? Sir, if I were to say no, you likely wouldn't believe me. So, why not try yourself? That would be far more convincing than my explanations. Li Fei's suggestion stemmed from his understanding that first-hand experience would be far more persuasive than words alone. Without hesitation, Ding Jianhui rose from his seat, returned the microphone to the staff, and strode confidently toward the stage. Once he reached the platform and took his position, Li Fei gestured for him to proceed, saying, "Feel free to choose any robot, and I will grant you temporary control." Ding Jianhui, upon hearing this, surveyed the 5 identical robots and chose the one on the far right. I have chosen the one at the far end. Do you think that is acceptable? Very well. I shall temporarily transfer its control to you. Upon finishing his statement, Li Fei directed his voice towards that particular robot. Robot 6. This individual before you has been granted temporary level 2 access. For the next 10 minutes, you are to follow all commands given by him, provided they do not contravene core regulations. Acknowledged, command received. The robot 6's electronic eyes flickered momentarily before it turned its gaze towards Ding Jianhui. Sir, how may I assist you? Hearing the robot's inquiry, Ding Jianhui pondered briefly before articulating his request. I'm feeling somewhat parched. Could you fetch me a glass of water? After making his request, he fixed his gaze intently on the robot, eager to observe its response. Robot 6 scanned the stage but found no water present. So it glanced below the stage and noticed a table with bottled water. It then proceeded to descend. As everyone watched in bemusement, the robot approached the Mingyang team but did not immediately take the water from the table. Instead, it politely addressed Hu Guang and the others. Greetings. May I kindly request a bottle of the mineral water on the table? Although the members of the Mingyang team were aware this was a test, one individual still inquired. What do you require the mineral water for? Are you going to drink it yourself? I am unable to consume water, as it would result in internal circuitry damage. This is intended for the gentleman on stage. The questioner, satisfied with the robot's prompt response, nodded and said, "You may take any bottle from the table." As he spoke, he placed an unopened bottle of mineral water between 2 open ones. Robot 6 meticulously examined the 4 bottles, extended its mechanical hands, lifted them one by one for inspection, and selected the heaviest. "Thank you." Robot 6 expressed its gratitude and turned to leave, but was halted by Hu Guang's voice. "Wait a moment. You haven't paid for the water yet. Please hold on. I will relay this matter to that gentleman, and he will come to settle the bill. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing Hu Guang's words, Robot 6's electronic eyes flickered again, and it replied, "Understood. I shall await his arrival here." Hu Guang nodded with a smile, aware that his comment was merely a test of the robot's reaction and not a genuine desire for the payment. Returning to the stage, Robot 6 handed the mineral water to the waiting Ding Jianhui, informing him that payment had not yet been made. "Sir, since I have not activated the payment function, this bottle remains unpaid, and you will need to settle this." "Understood," Ding Jianhui acknowledged as he accepted the bottle. Li Fei, observing this interaction from the side, picked up the microphone and addressed the Mingyang team below. "Thank you very much for your cooperation, esteemed seniors." Hu Guang remained silent, simply waving his hand with a smile. Ding Jianhui, placing the mineral water aside, turned to the robot and said, "I'm feeling a bit hungry. Please prepare a meal for me." Upon receiving this command, Robot 6 surveyed its surroundings but found no cooking facilities present. "I apologize, but this location does not have the means to prepare a meal. I suggest you dine outside. Could you order takeout for me?" "Sir, I require your mobile device to bind with me to complete this action. Would you like to proceed with the binding?" Ding Jianhui shook his head in refusal and proceeded to test other functionalities until the 10 minutes had elapsed. Noticing the time had expired, Li Fei approached to instruct the robot to return to the team. "Robot 6, you may withdraw now." "Affirmative." Robot 6 complied and returned to its original position. Li Fei then turned to Ding Jianhui and inquired, "Sir, what are your thoughts on my robot?" Ding Jianhui contemplated for a moment before sharing his experience. "To be frank, if your robot were not being operated manually, it would be quite impressive overall. Thank you for your feedback. As for whether it is manually operated, that will be confirmed once it officially enters the market." Li Fei refrained from emphasizing that the robot was not operated by humans. He trusted that time would reveal the truth. Ding Jianhui found his reasoning sound and extended his hand, saying, "Li Fei, it's a pleasure to formally meet you." "Greetings, Mr. Ding." Li Fei reciprocated with a handshake. After shaking hands, Ding Jianhui once again scrutinized the robots before departing from the stage. Having spent about 10 minutes on stage, Li Fei returned the microphone to the hosts. I shall not delay the competition any further. Li Fei, you see, there's still many hands raised in the audience, all eager to come up and experience this. Why not select another person? The male host suggested, glancing at the audience where over 10 people had raised their hands. Li Fei followed their gaze, contemplated for a moment, and replied, I have occupied enough time on stage. I cannot impede the competition's progress. Please inform everyone that they may come to my position for their experience. The two hosts, observing the ongoing competition, acquiesced to his suggestion. Please lower your hands. Those wishing to experience this can proceed to Li Fei's location. Upon hearing the hosts, those with raised hands promptly complied, standing and making their way toward Li Fei's table. Among them were Lin Yanran and her Aunt Su Yaling. Although they had previously encountered the robot, it had only been a brief greeting, and they intended to join in the excitement. Chapter 77. No sale of technology, no collaboration, sale of robots. As Li Fei returned to his position with the robots, over 20 individuals were already waiting, and he spotted Lin Yanran and Su Yaling among them. Teacher Su, Lin Yanran, are you here to experience the robots as well? Indeed, this is quite a novel attraction. Last time we visited, we did not have the opportunity to fully engage with them, Lin Yanran replied, linking her arm with Su Yaling as they approached Li Fei with smiles. Her smile immediately drew the attention of the nearby men, some of whom appeared quite entranced. Even though Li Fei had seen Lin Yanran smile before, he felt slightly dazed by it at that moment. Fortunately, his mind, having undergone enhancements, quickly regained its composure. Otherwise, he might have embarrassed himself. Su Yaling, noticing the mesmerized expressions around her, let out a cold snort, with the sound of her disdainful scoff. Those who had been captivated by Lin Yanran's smile snapped back to reality, hastily averting their gazes. She felt quite pleased with Li Fei's earlier reaction, appreciating that he had not displayed the same foolishness as the others. Li Fei, you performed admirably just now. I have great faith in you. Continue to strive for excellence. As Su Yaling uttered these words, she cast a glance at Lin Yanran beside her, subtly alluding to Li Fei. Observing her aunt's gaze, Lin Yanran rolled her beautiful eyes, a hint of an imperceptible blush creeping onto her cheeks, and extended a hand, playfully intending to tickle her. In response to Su Yaling's praise, Li Fei mistakenly assumed she was referring to the robots, and with a bashful smile, he replied, I certainly will. I will strive to make the robots even more perfect. Noticing Li Fei's misunderstanding, Su Yaling instinctively placed a hand to her forehead, initially intending to offer a hint. However, before she could speak, Lin Yanran interjected, Li Fei, let us not chat here. There are so many people waiting to experience the robots. With that, Lin Yanran tugged at Su Yaling's arm and began to walk away, leaving her no opportunity to respond. Oh dear, you little rascal, don't pull me like that. As the two of them departed, Li Fei ensured that the other individuals eager to experience the robots were not kept waiting, promptly granting them temporary access. After Zhu Yikong and his friends had their turn, they approached Li Fei. Mr. Li, my friend wishes to discuss something with you. Do you have a moment? Upon Zhu Yikong's introduction, the man accompanying him extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Bai Haofan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Li Fei. After the introductions were exchanged and their hands shaken, Li Fei looked at the two with curiosity and inquired, what brings you to me? Oh, it's like this. I just recorded a video of the robot and shared it in our company group. Our chairman saw it and is very interested in acquiring the related technology from you, Bai Haofan explained, watching Li Fei intently for his response. Upon hearing that they were interested in purchasing his technology, Li Fei immediately declined without a second thought. I'm sorry, but I cannot sell my technology. Although Bai Haofan had anticipated a rejection, he was taken aback by the abruptness of it. Mr. Li, please do not dismiss the offer so quickly. Allow me to share our company as proposed price. If it does not meet your expectations, you may refuse afterward. How does that sound? Bai Haofan, clearly unwilling to concede, sought to make one last effort, knowing that a successful negotiation could elevate him from deputy manager to manager. This time, Li Fei refrained from hastily rejecting the offer, curious about the price Bai Haofan would propose. Observing Li Fei's silence, Bai Haofan assumed he was contemplating and quickly revealed the company's offer. Mr. Li, our sincere company is willing to offer 1.5 million for a complete buyout of your technology. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Haofan's eyes fixated on Li Fei, eager to discern any sign of surprise on the young man's face. He believed that upon hearing the figure of 1.5 million, Li Fei would eagerly agree. Had Bai Haofan been aware that Li Fei had already established his own company, he might have thought differently. Alas, the world is devoid of such what-ifs, and thus disappointment was destined to ensue. With a subtle smile gracing his face, Li Fei responded, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, but I cannot sell my technology." Li Fei's refusal once again caught Bai Haofan off guard. He had not expected 5 million to fail to sway him. However, Bai Haofan remained rational and opted to shift the conversation. "Since you are not interested in selling the technology, perhaps we could explore collaboration?" "Collaboration is unnecessary. I already have my own company." Li Fei had no intention of partnering with anyone, thus extinguishing any glimmer of hope Bai Haofan might have harbored. Faced with two unmet objectives, Bai Haofan's brow furrowed as he took out his phone and opened a messaging app to message the chairman of his company. "Chairman, the other party is unwilling to sell the technology. He claims to have his own company and will not consider collaboration. What should we do next? Please advise." The message was sent, and a prompt reply arrived. "In that case, inquire about the price of the robots. If it is under 100,000, we can purchase one." "Understood, Chairman. I will ask." After sending the message and receiving no immediate reply, Bai Haofan refocused on Li Fei. "Mr. Li, may I inquire if your robots are for sale? If the price is reasonable, I would like to purchase one." Upon hearing Bai Haofan's interest in buying a robot, Li Fei scrutinized him briefly, then nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. However, I must inform you that these robots are intended for testing purposes and currently possess minor defects. For instance, the battery lasts only 2 hours on a single charge." Relieved to learn that the robots were indeed for sale, Bai Haofan quickly responded, "2 hours is sufficient." Li Fei nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Before you proceed with the purchase, I must convey one more thing. Should any issues arise after acquiring it, you may return it to me for repairs. Additionally, there is an anti-tampering device inside. Please refrain from disassembling it. Should any damage occur due to tampering, I will not be held responsible. The price of each robot is set at 80,000, and it is non-negotiable." Li Fei mentioned the anti-tampering device to deter anyone from dismantling the robots and potentially causing damage, which would lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Bai Haofan promptly reported back to his company, and after receiving the chairman's approval, he decided to purchase a robot. "Please hold on a moment. I will call my staff to print out a purchase contract." After making the call to Office 213, it was answered by Song Shihan. "Senior sister, I will send a contract to the company's computer. Please print 5 copies according to the contents." "Certainly, boss." After hanging up, Li Fei opened his laptop and searched online for a contract template. Upon finding one, he made some modifications and added his own clauses before sending it back to the company's computer. Watching Li Fei's actions, Zhu Yikong couldn't help but smirk, nearly bursting into laughter. Chapter 78. The Purchase of Factory. 3 days had elapsed since the competition, and now Li Fei sat in a taxi, his head bowed in contemplation. 3 days prior, he had secured first place in the competition, earning a reward of 5,000 yuan and a trophy, and had successfully sold all 5 robots. Remarkably, only 2 days had passed, and 4 of those robots had already malfunctioned, with the remaining 1 taken home by an individual. Li Fei understood that these individuals might be intending to study the robot, neglecting to heed the stipulations outlined in the contract. However, none of this concerned him. The contract was explicit, and if no one chose to believe it, there was little he could do. "Little brother, we have arrived at your destination." Upon bringing the taxi to a halt, the driver noticed that Li Fei remained seated and thus called out to him gently. Regaining his composure, Li Fei settled the fare and politely addressed the driver, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." After alighting from a vehicle, he observed a middle-aged man standing at the factory entrance, glancing around anxiously, and approached him with a question. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Shi Xiao?" Shi Xiao, gazing at the young man before him, who was even younger than his own son, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He surmised that the business deal was unlikely to materialize today. Nevertheless, he responded courteously, "I am Shi Xiao. Are you the Mr. Li Fei who called me?" "Yes, that's correct. We spoke on the phone earlier," Li Fei confirmed, extending his hand for a handshake. Shi Xiao withdrew his hand and adjusted his clothing, gesturing for Li Fei to follow him. "How about this? Allow me to take you inside for a tour, and afterward, we could discuss the pricing. What do you think?" Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, Shi Xiao clung to a glimmer of hope, intending to show Li Fei around in the hopes of securing a deal that would enable him to repay the bank debts and disburse wages to his employees. Recently, the bank had been pressing him for payments, and failure to meet these obligations could result in the factory being seized and auctioned off, the proceeds of which would be beyond his control. Thus, upon receiving Li Fei's call, He had come to wait outside the factory personally. Then I must trouble you, mister. Sure, Li Fei remarked, observing the anxious expression on Shi Zhao's face, the fatigue evident in his eyes. All right, please follow me, Shi Zhao replied, leading the way into the factory. As they walked, he took the time to explain the purpose of each building they passed. When they reached a 3-story structure, Li Fei paused and inquired, Mr. Shi, what is the purpose of this building? Shi Zhao glanced at the edifice, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, tinged with bitterness. He sighed and responded, Alas, I had intended to establish a research department here, but unfortunately I never had the chance to set it up before the factory encountered issues. Truly, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. After listening to Shi Zhao's lament, Li Fei fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. However, Shi Zhao quickly regained his composure, donning an apologetic expression as he turned to Li Fei. Mr. Li, I apologize for my momentary lapse. Allow me to show you the factory. Nodding in agreement, Li Fei followed Shi Zhao to the production facility. The entire building was constructed of steel, spanning 2 levels. This factory of mine measures 65 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and each floor has a height of 12 meters, Shi Zhao elaborated, observing Li Fei examining the premises. In the office, as Shi Zhao brewed tea, he posed a question to Li Fei. Mr. Li, having observed the factory, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Li Fei lifted his gaze and replied, Mr. Shi, to speak candidly, many of the machines here are rather outdated, rendering them of little utility to me. Hence, my assessment is not particularly favorable. I hope you can forgive my bluntness. Upon hearing Li Fei's evaluation, Shi Zhao paused in his actions, then poured 2 cups of tea. Please, Mr. Li, have some tea. Li Fei took a sip, and then heard Shi Zhao continue. While the equipment may be somewhat antiquated, it remains functional, and a portion was acquired only a couple of years ago. Setting down his cup, Li Fei shook his head. I observed those machines earlier, and a portion is far too obsolete to hold any value. I cannot justify spending money on them. Considering the ample land area, I am willing to offer 35 million. Preferring to avoid further lengthy discussions on this matter, Li Fei promptly stated his price. Mr. Li, that figure is simply too low. I cannot accept it, Shi Zhao responded, shaking his head vigorously, clearly unwilling to part with his factory for such a meager sum. That is the highest offer I can make. If you find it unsatisfactory, then I must express my regret, Li Fei replied, settling back to await Shi Zhao's response. At that moment, Shi Zhao felt a profound inner conflict. Initially, he had hoped to engage in haggling, but upon witnessing Li Fei's nonchalant demeanor, he bit the bullet and nodded in concession. Very well, we shall proceed at that price. When shall we finalize the contract? Had the bank afforded him a little more time, he certainly would not have settled for this price. He believed it should be at least 50 million. However, time was of the essence, and he needed to secure funds promptly to repay his bank debts. Li Fei, upon hearing Shi Zhao's words, smiled and said, Since we have agreed on the price, let's find a law firm to sign the contract. How about we each engage a lawyer to meet here? Shi Zhao suggested after a moment of contemplation. That sounds agreeable, Li Fei responded, glancing at Shi Zhao, understanding that it was normal for someone meeting for the first time to have reservations about his approach. Both men took out their phones to contact their respective lawyers. Shi Zhao, having been in business for over a decade, certainly had his own legal counsel. Meanwhile, Li Fei had researched reputable local law firms online prior to considering the purchase and had noted several contact numbers. The call he made was to a firm named Triumph, Yuqing Law Office. Chun Tianxiang was engrossed in organizing his case materials when the phone rang nearby. He answered it casually. Hello, this is Triumph Law Office. How may I assist you? Hello, Attorney Chun. I am preparing to purchase a factory. Do you have time to come over? Li Fei's voice came through the line. I have time. Please send me the address, and I will head over immediately. Chun Tianxiang replied, setting aside his organized files. All right, I will send it right away. Li Fei responded before hanging up and quickly composing a message. He then called his colleague Qin Huilan, requesting that she bring the company's seal. Upon receiving the message, Chun Tianxiang grabbed his briefcase and drove to the destination. In the presence of both lawyers, Li Fei and Shi Zhao signed their names on the contract and affixed their seals. Mr. Shi, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may it be so. They shook hands, exchanging pleasantries. Mr. Li, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. Shi Zhao stated after the formalities were complete, eager to expedite the repayment of his loans. Let us depart together, Li Fei replied, not wishing to remain any longer. As Shi Zhao's vehicle receded from view, Li Fei returned his gaze and accepted an envelope from Qin Huilan, handing it to Chun Tianxiang with gratitude. Thank you for your assistance in this matter, Attorney Chun. This is your fee. Chen Tianxiang took the envelope, pinched it lightly, and noticed an irregularity in the amount enclosed. Not that it was lacking, but rather that it exceeded expectations. Upon extracting the contents, he confirmed that there was indeed an extra 1,000 yuan. He promptly withdrew 10 notes and placed the remainder back into the envelope, securing it in his briefcase before saying, "Boss Li, you have given me too much. Please take this 1,000 yuan back." Li Fei, however, did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he smiled and replied, "I haven't given you too much. Consider this a small token of appreciation for your hard work. Just accept it. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this money." Chen insisted, observing the firmness in Li Fei's gaze, which indicated he was not merely feigning modesty. Reluctantly, Li Fei accepted the 1,000 yuan. "Forgive my impudence. I hope you won't take offense, Lawyer Chen. If there are any matters in the future, I will reach out to you again. Boss Li, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call me. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Feeling a sense of relief as Li Fei accepted the money, Chen Tianxiang responded courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, he walked directly to his car and drove away. At this moment, Qin Huilan, who had remained silent, could no longer contain her curiosity and looked at Li Fei, inquiring, "Boss, are you planning to mass-produce robots after purchasing this factory?" Mass-producing robots is no simple task. There are still numerous issues that need addressing, Li Fei replied, shaking his head as he glanced at the nameplate above the factory entrance. Acquiring the factory is merely the first step. I must also establish contact with companies that produce robot chips and other material suppliers. With sufficient funds, these tasks can be accomplished with relative ease. However, I currently face challenges regarding battery production. If this issue remains unresolved, even if robots are manufactured, they may meet with failure. Sister, you should return home for now. I intend to stay here for a while. If anything arises, just give me a call. All right, boss, I will head back now. Qin Huilan replied and walked to the roadside, waiting for a passing taxi. Observing this, Li Fei took a few steps forward and called out to her. "Sister, do you possess a driver's license?" "Yes, I obtained it just last year. Why do you ask?" Qin Huilan responded honestly, albeit puzzled by his inquiry. After receiving her answer, Li Fei nodded and smiled. "Once I finish this busy period, I plan to purchase 2 vehicles, so you won't have to wait for taxis anymore, making it more convenient for errands." Qin Huilan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that his question about her driving was related to buying cars. However, her surprise quickly morphed into keen interest. "Oh, may I ask what brand of car you intend to purchase?" "I'm not certain yet. I'll decide when the time comes." Just as Li Fei finished speaking, a taxi approached from a distance, prompting Qin Huilan to wave her hand. Since Li Fei acquired the Xiaotian factory, once owned by Shi Xiao, he immediately set about renovating the equipment inside. After more than half a month of effort, a semi-automated robot production line took shape before his eyes. This was accomplished in part by bringing over the first robot and constructing 3 additional steel robots, enabling him to achieve this feat in such a short time. However, a production line without additional equipment would merely be a decorative feature. Li Fei initially intended to activate the production line for testing, but he found himself lacking the necessary materials. Next came the debugging phase, but without the requisite materials, it became imperative to procure a batch swiftly. He muttered to himself, turning to the 4 robots and issuing a command, "Guard this area closely. Should anyone attempt to breach it without my permission, ensure they are dealt with sternly before being expelled. Additionally, if I do not return by nightfall, 2 of you must patrol every hour." Command acknowledged. The 4 robots responded in unison, their eyes shifting from blue to red before gradually dimming as they entered standby mode. Descending from the 2nd floor, Li Fei surveyed the disassembled equipment on the 1st floor. He had initially considered instructing the robots to clean up, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. With no one else present in the factory besides himself, he could clean up at any time. For now, he needed to procure materials. After locking up the factory, he proceeded toward the nearby office building, where there was a shower room. He needed to wash up and change out of his dirty clothes. Throughout the afternoon, Li Fei visited several factories in search of ordering a batch of robot parts, but either the prices could not be agreed upon, or the manufacturers lacked the capability to deliver. Having made no progress, he chose to forego the factory visit, knowing that the robots would stand guard and prevent any unforeseen incidents, and he returned directly to his rented room. Reclining on the bed with his hands behind his head, Li Fei pondered whether to travel to another province to seek out other factories for the robot parts. However, doing so would derail his plans to research battery technology. As the clock approached 10, he resolved to recruit personnel first. Only then could he allocate time for research. Relying solely on himself would result in an unending cycle of exhaustion. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Li Fei prepared to head to the talent market when his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was Lin Yanran calling, which intrigued him. He wondered why she would call so early. Without further hesitation, he quickly answered the call. Li Fei, have you finished your tasks? Lin Yanran's melodious voice greeted him as soon as the call connected. Though her voice was pleasant to his ears, he had no time to dwell on it. So he responded honestly while inquiring, not yet. I'm on my way to the talent market. Is there something you need? Yes, I have a small favor to ask, but I'm unsure if you have the time. Just tell me what you need. Upon hearing Li Fei's response, Lin Yanran walked around her room, feeling a bit bashful as she said, last time you participated in the competition, I took a few photos and posted them on my Moments. My younger brother saw them and wants one of those robots. I was wondering if you still have any available. Sometimes, Lin Yanran wished she could give her brother a good talking to, but she had to admit their bond was quite strong. When Lin Rui called expressing his desire for a robot, she ultimately relented after much persuasion. Having visited the entrepreneurial park several times without spotting Li Fei, she was informed each time that he had not yet returned. She hesitated to call him, fearing it might disrupt his work. It was only after Lin Rui urged her again last night that she decided to contact Li Fei this morning. Listening to Lin Yanran express her desire to purchase a robot for her younger brother, Li Fei fell momentarily silent before responding. At present, I do not possess such a robot. Perhaps you could ask him to wait another couple of days? Chapter 80. The talent market. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran surmised that he must be quite preoccupied, and thus ventured, if it's not available now, then so be it. We can discuss it once you have concluded your tasks. A little extra waiting time is of no consequence. Constructing a robot doesn't actually take much time. Rather, it's my schedule that prevents me from delivering it, Li Fei remarked, not out of boastfulness, for he currently had 4 robots operational simultaneously. And crafting a simplified version would indeed require little time. Given that, I appreciate your help. Lin Yanran expressed her gratitude promptly, and then recalled Li Fei's mention of going to the talent market, cautiously inquiring, Li Fei, I'm rather bored alone in my dormitory. May I accompany you to the talent market? Her words startled Li Fei momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and replied in a jesting tone, of course. Having a stunning beauty like you by my side is something I could only wish for. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanran rolled her beautiful eyes and chuckled softly. Li Fei, your flattery is so sweet. Do you often charm the ladies with such words? Before graduating high school, I was entirely focused on my studies. Since entering university, I've been busy with my pursuits. Who would find someone like me appealing? Li Fei responded with a wry smile, shaking his head. Although there had been girls who admired him in the past, and even sent him love letters, he had never bothered to read them, discarding them directly into the trash. Over time, he concluded that he would not engage in romance until after university, and thus the unsolicited attention had diminished. After conversing for a while, Li Fei instructed Lin Yanran to head to Qinghe Community, where he would be awaiting her arrival. All right, I'll be there shortly, she replied before hanging up. She retrieved a down jacket from her closet, inspected her reflection in the mirror, and finding no imperfections, slung on a small backpack and donned her sneakers before heading out. As she descended the stairs, she called her aunt. Auntie, I'm going out for a bit. Please don't wait for me to eat. Understood, but do be cautious while out. And don't return too late, came her aunt's reply. Yes, I'll be careful. Bye. Lin Yanran nodded and hung up. Su Yaling shook her head in amusement after the call ended, muttering to herself, this girl rarely goes out. What has prompted her to seek entertainment today? Could be a date with that fellow? However, she merely speculated without taking it to heart. Little did Su Yaling know that Lin Yanran truly was going to meet Li Fei, and even if she found out, she would likely remain indifferent, turning a blind eye as long as Lin Yanran did not engage in any outrageous behavior. After all, they were still young, and any unfortunate incidents could lead to regrettable consequences. As Li Fei noticed Lin Yanran approaching, his eyes brightened. He quickly walked a few steps forward and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. I thought I would have to wait for over half an hour. Lin Yanran rolled her eyes at him and retorted, Do you think I'm like others, taking ages to leave my house, as if preparing for a grand renovation? Li Fei couldn't contain his laughter at her remark. If those girls heard you, they would surely be incensed. I'm merely speaking the truth. Even if they heard, what could they do? Moreover, regardless of how expensive those cosmetics may be, prolonged use can harm the skin rather than protect it, Lin Yanran stated indifferently, elaborating on the adverse effects of makeup. Li Fei nodded in agreement, recalling someone he once knew whose appearance had drastically changed after 2 years of using cosmetics. Without makeup, she was nearly unrecognizable. They took a taxi to the talent market, and, As Li Fei surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a nearby printing shop. He pointed out to Lin Yinran, saying, "Let us go over there to print a job listing." Lin Yinran glanced in the direction he indicated and nodded, responding, "All right." Li Fei led the way into the shop, where he saw a few people having breakfast. He called out, "Excuse me, could you print a job listing for me?" A woman in her 20s immediately set down her bowl and approached him. "Please show me the content you'd like to print." Li Fei pulled out his phone, retrieving the job listing he had prepared while waiting for Lin Yinran, and handed it to her. The woman glanced at the information and then returned the phone to Li Fei, saying, "We offer 3 pricing tiers for job listings, 60 yuan, 200 yuan, and 560 yuan. Here, a detailed description." She handed him a sheet of paper from a counter. Li Fei quickly reviewed it and then passed it to Lin Yinran with a smile. "Lin Yinran, take a look and tell me which one you think is best." After examining the 3 different job listing options, Lin Yinran placed the paper back on the counter. "It depends on how long you intend to recruit here. If it's just for a few days, the first option is sufficient, and it's quite convenient to take down as well." Li Fei's initial plan was to remain there for only 2 days, regardless of whether he found suitable candidates. "All right, we'll go with your suggestion and print the first option," he agreed, seeing that they had reached a consensus. The woman confirmed, "So you decided to print the first option?" "Yes, that's the one." "Please proceed," Li Fei affirmed, handing over his phone once more. After paying the entrance fee for the job listing, Li Fei and Lin Yinran followed the staff into the venue. After a short walk guided by the staff, they arrived at a table. "Here is your designated spot. I wish you success in finding the ideal candidates." "Thank you," they both replied. "You're welcome." The staff member responded before departing. Li Fei placed the job listing sign beside the table and retrieved 2 chairs from the back. Wiping them down with tissue before addressing Lin Yinran, "Please have a seat here." Lin Yinran sat down and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing that their position was somewhat less than ideal, "Li Fei, this spot isn't very promising. It may be challenging to find suitable talent from here. We'll do our best to find someone. If all else fails, we can devise alternative strategies." Li Fei shrugged with a smile. His mindset was remarkably composed. Even if he was unable to recruit the desired talent here, he could always seek assistance from a headhunting agency. While Li Fei was engaged in conversation with Lin Yinran, 3 young men, appearing to be in their 20s, approached, their gazes fixated on the recruitment board. One of them, after reading the available positions, lifted his head, intent on inquiring about the job opportunities. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yinran's beauty, he bashfully lowered his gaze, feeling as though he had succumbed to the throes of infatuation. Yet, as he glanced at Li Fei nearby, a twinge of jealousy and envy surged within him, intertwined with a sense of inferiority. The other 2 individuals were equally entranced, their eyes unwaveringly locked on Lin Yinran, one of them furtively wiping the corner of his mouth, an act that appeared rather distasteful.